The plane cuts through the soft clouds high in the sky with its wide and long wings. The guy, unexpectedly for himself and the others, showed unprecedented courage. Thanks to him, he was able to buy some time for the flight attendants and instill confidence in the rest of the passengers. All 4 terrorists from the plane were captured alive, and none of the hostages were injured. Apart from the main character, he's a typical homebody. But for some reason, it was at this moment that he decided to prove himself. To be honest, he was very scared, and the guy regrets his action. Moments from his life flash before his face. All of them are connected with games and films. The hero is already 22 years old and has never had a girlfriend. Sometimes he spied on his neighbor but did not dare to talk to her. The guy's eyes suddenly open, and his facial expression changes in surprise. Someone is calling him, trying to wake him up. The main character gets out of bed, looking around at his friend, nicknamed Noodles, sitting on the floor, and then asks if he is alive. The guy replies that his friend, nicknamed Batten, is still alive, but if he doesn't go to class again today, then everything may change. The hero gets out of his bed and walks around his room to assess the situation and understand where he is. Probably the place is a dormitory. He decides to put a bed rod in his mouth and says that the metal tastes like iron. The guy also starts the computer and thinks that it turns on without any problems. His gaze also falls on the table. The Empress figurine is beautiful as always. The guy looks into the kitchen. There are only napkins in his friend's bucket. His friend snatches the bucket from his hands and is outraged that he is rummaging through the trash. The main character asks his friend to hit him in the face, and the man's smile sparkles with a radiant smile. A friend says that he will do anything for his friend. Today is a promotion. Order 1 and get 2 for free. The guy hits his friend twice. He rubs his cheek and understands that since it hurts so much, it can't be a dream. The friend laughs loudly and even bends over from a surge of emotion. He says that his friend is behaving very strangely today. The main character fearfully asks what date is today. The acquaintance calmly replies that today's date is the 7th of August. The guy is shocked by what he hears. Emotions change on his face every second. He can't believe his ears. A friend jokingly asks the main character what happened to him. He does not understand the reason for his worries. The guy says that he urgently needs a shower. Entering the bathroom, he slowly turns on the shower. Warm water begins to pour on him. His body becomes wet. The main character does not understand what happened to him. In the last memory, it was the 11th of November, but today is already the 7th of August. He not only did not die, but also moved 3 months ago. Apparently, this is a reward for all his good deeds in life. Or the universe has decided that the guy hasn't done everything yet. He doesn't understand why he only moved back 3 months, and they went back 3 years in other stories. People are sometimes reborn as babies, and they have plenty of time to succeed. Unfortunately, the guy was given only 3 months, during which time no events happened to him that could radically change his fate. The main character begins to wash himself much more aggressively than before. He is disappointed that he never bought lottery tickets. He also doesn't understand why his time travel kit doesn't include at least a trainer. The guy squeezes the soap in his hands and then slips out of them. The soap bounces off the floor several times and remains lying on the bottom of the bathtub. Batten thinks that he has become completely insolent. He should be glad that he was alive, and not complain that everything could have been different. Since the universe gave the guy another chance, it would be worth using it wisely. The main character plans to find a girl, travel to another country, go to a concert of his favorite band, and attend an anime festival. He promises himself that he will try and eventually achieve everything, but suddenly the guy is distracted from his thoughts by some strange sound. Batten assumes that this trainer will probably become rich or have an unlimited bank account. Perhaps he will become irresistible to girls. Suddenly, unfortunately for the main character, the sound disappears and only the sound of pouring water remains. The guy is disappointed that his trainer was a pressure cooker. A friend through the door asks how long he's going to take a shower, because today their teacher will probably be conducting a roll call. The guys go outside. The weather is great. The sky is clear. They approach a brick building, which is an art academy. Noodles says that he should forget about the system for now, because when their teacher takes roll call, no one should be late. A fair-haired guy hugging a red-haired girl waves his hand and wonders how his friends are doing. Noodles greets an acquaintance named Mason and also shows a welcoming hand gesture. He also wonders who his red-haired friend is, whom he hugs. Mason explains that this is his new girlfriend named Catherine. He loves her madly and begins to sing out of a surge of feelings. The lady asks him to stop because she's embarrassed. Noodle pats his friend on the back and says that only the main character is now left without a girlfriend. After what has been said, he smiles widely and asks him why he is so upset. Mason explains that in this business, the main thing is initiative and perseverance. The main character imagines himself as a dog chewing on a bone and asks a caustic question in his head. Batten says goodbye to the guys and says that it's time for him to go to school, pledging to talk to them next time. Noodles runs after the guy, actively waving his arms to quickly cover the distance that has appeared. The guy tries to calm his friend down and says that if Mason has a lady of his heart, then Batten will definitely succeed, because in their academy the ratio of girls to boys is 1:4. It's only important to throw nets. Batten asks to be silent so as not to complicate the situation, but suddenly someone catches his eye. distracting him from the dialogue. This is a dark-haired girl in a bright pink dress named Mary, who studies at the same academy with them. Noodles smiles widely, looking at his mutual friend. Apparently, an idea has come to his mind. He argues with his friend that he will not be able to approach her and talk. Batten grabs his friend by the collar of his jacket, angrily answering his proposal with a counter-question. The girl stops and calls Batten by name. His name is John. She wonders what he's doing. A friend says that there is no better opportunity to talk to her, so he suggests approaching the girl right now. The main character gathers his strength, mentally supporting himself, and goes to a lady who sympathizes with him. The guy begins to sing, saying that he has been in love with Mary for a very long time. The girl smiles sweetly, listening to him. He thinks that singing all this was clearly unnecessary. Mary starts laughing loudly, asking John if he's okay. He replies that everything is fine with him and says that he has liked her for a long time, after which he offers to be together. The lady exhales noisily and asks the main character to stop joking. John puts his hand on his chest and assures Mary that everything he said now is not a joke. She explains to him that the guy has always been a good person for her, but she, unfortunately, perceives him only as a brother. The girl quickly leaves in an unknown direction, saying that she still has a lot of things to do. Noodles pats his friend on the back to encourage him and help him deal with the sad situation. John sniffles pitifully and looks disappointedly towards the leaving girl. A board appears in front of the main character with a message about the start of a new mission. If he receives 100 refusals, he receives a +3 to his hand speed. Suddenly a bell is heard on the street, announcing the start of classes. Noodles takes his friend by the hand and pulls him forward. A janitor slowly sweeps the streets while the boys run into the academy premises. The teacher begins to mark his students, calling last name after last name. She continues to follow the list of students, calls the name of Nicholas, who is also present. Having reached John through the magazine, the woman calls his name. Without hearing an answer, she repeats it again in case the guy did not hear. As soon as she begins to clarify with her classmates whether the main character is definitely not among those present, he and his friend run into the audience, shouting that they have arrived. They grab their legs and bend over, breathing heavily from running and the stress of being late for class. The woman clutches the magazine with surnames tighter, irritated by yet another delay. Noodles scratches his head, trying to justify himself. He says that John had diarrhea this morning. The dean of the animation faculty, Julia, says that the students will have their final score reduced by 10 on the exam. The woman begins to lead the couple, talking about cultural guides in the transmission of images and the study of fine arts. Batten's head hurts a lot because he is not interested in listening to such information, and the teacher himself does not like him very much. Nicholas, on the contrary, really likes this subject. He listens with interest and absorbs all the information. Noodles draws funny drawings in his own notebook with Julia in the lead role. He calls her a witch and is indignant that the woman was furious as if the guys came at the end of the couple, although they were only 5 minutes late. Suddenly, the friend notices that the main character does not move at all and does not react to everything he says. He pulls him by the shoulder. Worried about his friend's condition, it seems to the guy that John is terribly shaken by the situation with Mary. In his mind, the main character looks at the board with the inscription about the beginning of a new mission. Apparently, this is the trainer. He doesn't yet understand what the inscription about receiving 100 refusals means and assumes that a good guy is a system for obtaining achievements. The guy doesn't want to feel like a loser 100 times. He'll quickly burn out of shame. He is also not very happy with the reward, because usually they offer super weapons or tame dragons for completing tasks. The main character even agrees to a plus to charisma or strength, but he clearly doesn't need hand speed. Apparently, if he gets rejected 100 times and the guy turns out to be hopeless, then increasing his hand speed will make his fate easier. Loaf looks at his palm, thinking about all the information he recently received. He bends his hand, continuing to examine it and look for what has been added. The main character begins to swing it from side to side. The speed has really increased. His friend is shocked by what is happening. Apparently his friend has not become a fool, but has simply gone mad. The dean of animation pays attention to the actions of the guys at their desks. She looks at them with displeasure, and then calls out to John so that he will pay attention to her and stop doing what he was doing earlier. The guy looks up and sees an angry Julia in front of him, looking at him with irritation. The consciousness of the main character plays, and he imagines that there is a lot of negative energy around the woman. John shrinks from feeling pressure from her and says that he is in place. She replies with indignation on her face that she already sees it. The main character gets upset and regrets that he paid attention to himself. Julia says that information has been brought to her that John's recent absence is due to the fact that he was writing a report on the classification of clothing from different eras. The guy falls into a stupor. Everything she says evokes negative emotions in him. He didn't make any report. Probably his friend told the woman something like that. The main character stands up awkwardly and is about to explain himself, coming up with some kind of excuse. He can't just go ahead and tell the truth, because in fact he was busy watching anime all this time. Julia asks him to speak up, unable to come up with anything. The guy admits that he was making a report all this time. The woman hopes that at the next lesson the main character will present his work to the group. She angrily adds that he has 3 days to do this, probably realizing that John had no report in his mind. The guy says that he understood her. Now he has to do his schoolwork instead of spending his time as he wants. It's dark outside. Only a lone lantern illuminates a small path. The main character is sitting in some room next to a laptop, working on his project. It took him 3 hours to compile the content. Fortunately, the guy is well acquainted with this topic. But unfortunately, it is quite difficult to draw everything in 3 days. There is a high probability that he will not have time. He decides that he will do everything in his power, because it is much better to have at least something than nothing. Suddenly taking the pencil in his hand, John discovers that part of his body is moving very quickly. He doesn't understand why he draws so quickly, because he hasn't noticed anything like this before. The main character's hand moves at great speed along the sheet from side to side. After just a couple of minutes, the costume drawing was ready. John now only has +1 in hand speed. It's hard to imagine what will happen next. He continues to work diligently with a pencil in order to quickly finish everything before submitting the report. The main character looks at his work with delight. Another drawing is ready. The guy says loudly and raises his pencil up. Sincere joy is visible on his face. Apparently, hand speed is very useful for John and will now clearly come in handy in his profession. A stack of books hits the surface noisily, creating a rumble and a characteristic knock. The main character brought a huge mountain of books for the girl, which she was very grateful for. He smiles widely, sparkling with happiness and pleasure. John decides to apologize to his coach and admits that he is a very useful thing. In vain, he slandered him. With such speed of hands, having time to prepare a report no longer sounds like an impossible task. Suddenly, a thought comes to the main character's head that distracts him from joy. He breaks his pencil, smiles sarcastically, and wonders why he is wasting time drawing now. The guy noisily puts the instrument on the table, getting ready to leave somewhere. John decides that he should get as many rejections as possible in order to gain a hand speed advantage. There are quite a lot of girls in this room who will only play to their advantage. The guy looks at the ladies one after another, cannot decide who to choose. John doesn't know what to say to a girl. Asking her to date right away might be indecent. But if he does not complete the report to the couple, the teacher will clearly not think about decency. The guy slams his fist furiously on the table and decides that he should take action now. After this, the main character smiles sarcastically and thinks that he will choose the prettier girl first. The weather is clear outside. The sun illuminates the roads and buildings. John comes to the library the next day, full of confidence in his own success. He discovers the first target and heads towards the girl peacefully reading. She looks irresistible, but just beautiful, that it's hard to take your eyes off her. The guy turns around sharply, as he is very worried, after which he decides that he should find another way to complete the task. Suddenly, the main character remembers the report awaiting him. A light bulb goes on in John's head, and he comes up with an idea that will help in this situation. He approaches the table and begins to do something with his hands, turning his back. The guy draws a portrait of the girl and offers to go to dinner together. It seems to him that he has come up with an incredibly ingenious plan. Shy, the main character struggles with himself to approach the unsuspecting girl. He runs up to her and quietly puts the piece of paper on the table without saying anything. After that, he runs away and sits down at one of the tables, waiting for a response letter from her. John blushes deeply and sweats from worry and anticipation of the outcome. Suddenly, a folded piece of paper flies to him, which distracts him from the thoughts entering his head. He looks down. The answer is signed on the paper below. The girl says that if she were him, she would refuse dinners altogether. The main character does not know whether this answer is considered a refusal. There is no progress in the system, and therefore he decides to be more straightforward. John writes an offer to enter into a relationship on a piece of paper, after which he also quietly sneaks up to the girl to hand her the paper. The lady, squinting slightly, reads what is written on the sheet, trying to understand the sentence. After that, he gets up, begins to collect his things, takes his bag and textbooks. The main character hopes that she will approach him and the guy, and he will be able to get rejected, just like me. Dear YouTube viewer, I hope that you will hear my gratitude for your activity on my channel. Thank you all so much, guys. You are the best. Don't forget, leave a like and comment. But despite everything, the girl walked past him and headed in the other direction. She goes to the door and leaves the room without saying anything in response to the offer. John is very upset about this, because the girl could have told him off first and only then left. He believes that the intelligence of this system is like bread. Now the guy does not know what to do. The main character abruptly gets up from the table. He should think about changing tactics. He exhales heavily, sweats from stress, but still heads towards the next victim. The guy pats the girl on the shoulder, telling her that he thinks she is incredibly beautiful. As she turns around, she doesn't realize who this man is. And then, unable to think of anything better, John compliments the lady's mouth. Having overcome all the embarrassment and worries, the guy invites her to start a relationship. Feeling a little surprised, the girl asks him if they know each other. John says that this factor is not at all important, after which he repeats his proposal again. She apologizes and says she's already in a relationship, so it won't work out. The system counts the refusal, which the guy is very happy about. He finally succeeded. The main character begins to laugh hard and loudly, and the girl, in turn, does not understand what is going on. He apologizes for the trouble. The lady replies that there is nothing wrong with it. The scheme, of course, works, but it's better to act more delicately, so you shouldn't scare the girls. The main character approaches one of the girls in order to receive another refusal to improve his ability. He makes a compliment, comparing the lady to cherry blossoms in spring, after which he offers to get to know her better. She replies that she already has a boyfriend. Then John bows to her and apologizes for the trouble. The main character does not stop acting and approaches another girl to meet him, who also rejects him. John bows before her again, apologizes, and leaves to find a new subject. He again approaches another lady, complimenting her in an attempt to get acquainted. She replies that she is gay. The guy approaches another girl, saying that he gets goosebumps when he sees her. Suddenly it turns out that John is trying to meet not a lady but a guy. The main character lowers his head down, embarrassed by the awkwardness of the situation. It turned out quite awkward. Soon he reached the mark of 9 refusals, which he was certainly very happy about. It turns out that there is only 1 refusal left to receive, and the mission will be completed, and the hand speed will be increased. Suddenly, the main character stumbles upon the shoulder of some person and crashes into him. The dark-haired guy turns to him and tells him that he is his fan. John doesn't know who this young man is. He looks at him incredulously. He asks if the guy approached 9 girls. He saw with his own eyes 6 of his approaches, and also noticed that he approaches everyone, and he has no criteria. And the young man really likes the cheerful attitude, because the hero almost rejoices at every refusal. The guy smiles embarrassedly. This man doesn't know that he started this in order to get refusals. John says that he is alarmed by such attention to his person, he has not seen it before. The guy lowers his eyes, looks at the floor, and asks to let him introduce himself. He says he's a social commentator named Jeffrey, and then asks for an interview. John falls into shock. Surprise is visible on his face, and then asks if his interlocutor is a journalist. Jeffrey replies that he is a moderator of one of the popular groups, namely the BBC group. When the guy says that they have 300,000 subscribers, John recognizes his face and remembers the young man. The main character points his finger at the sky and shouts that there is a UFO in that direction. Jeffrey turns in that direction to see what is there, but unfortunately, when he turned back, John was no longer next to him. The dark-haired guy notices that he was just pimped out like a child. The main character runs up the stairs at great speed, trying to get out of the place as quickly as possible. The guy smiles widely and laughs loudly, saying that no normal person would give an interview to Jeffrey. As soon as he managed to tear himself away from the library, a man appears in front of him. This is a fair-haired girl who asks for directions to workshop number 2. After the hero suggested her side, she smiles sweetly and thanks him. The lady follows in the indicated direction, holding a lilac umbrella in her hands. Suddenly, the main character asks her to stop, because he also wanted to ask for directions. The girl stops and asks him where he's going. John asks her how to get to her heart, wanting to receive the last refusal. The girl with the lilac umbrella replies that she's already in a relationship, and the young man is waiting for her in the workshop. She says that the guy is a happy sweetheart, asks him to continue searching and not to despair. Finally, the hero completes the second stage and heads to the workshop to test his new skill. He quickly covers the entire distance to his destination in order to experience all the possibilities as quickly as possible. Near the workshop, there are many plaster sculptures, various figures, as well as easels with canvases. The main character stops among 3 easels to start creating. He moves his hand quickly and sharply, while holding a pencil and working on new paintings. And now, only the finishing touches remain to complete the work of art. The paintings are already ready. John's hands are very fast, although he has only completed the second stage. He can't even imagine what will happen when he completes all the tasks, and gets a plus of 16 in speed. To complete the third stage, the guy should think about a faster way to get rejected, because he needs to approach 90 girls in the shortest possible time. Suddenly, the phone vibrates and makes the distinctive notification sound in John's pants pocket. It turns out that this is his friend Noodles, who asks to wait for him in the workshop so that they can go to the dining room together. It's quite strange that the main character was surprised, because no one can write to him besides his acquaintance. Suddenly it dawns on him that he doesn't have to hit on every girl in person. He will be able to send mass mailings, which will save him many times. Of course, the likelihood of being ignored becomes higher, but it's still faster. The guy quickly sends the same message to many girls. Suddenly, messages arrive on their phones at the same time asking them to start dating. Suddenly, one moment comes to the main character. Something puts him into a stupor. It is not a fact that a refusal via messenger will be taken into account by the system. I should have sent a message to just a couple of girls first and seen what happened. John quickly swings his accelerated arms and thinks that he is quite stupid. But unfortunately, nothing can be fixed, so all we can do is wait. Soon notifications arrive on his phone. The phone reports this. The girls do not give a direct answer and try to get out of the refusal. Ideas don't work, the numbers in the system don't want to increase. The main character decides to go to the end, so he tells them that he did not lose his bet. And this is not a joke. They have no choice but to refuse. He sends all the messages and thinks that now no one will be able to get away. Reading all the messages, John looks at his phone in frustration and holds his hand to his chest. The numbers on the scoreboard are increasing. Refusals are being recorded at a new speed. The main character thanks the girls for their answers, because with their help, he can achieve his own goal. Reading all the messages, John thinks that all these refusals sound very cruel. Trying to recover from such insulting letters, he barely raises his head to look at something. He looks peacefully at the scoreboard with increasing numbers. The plan worked successfully. The main character imagines his social death. As he lies in a coffin with 100 white roses, he opens his eyes, returning to real life. Fantasizing, of course, is good. But today there is a lot more to do besides this. Anyway, John decides that the best option would be to apologize to the girls after refusing. Lying in a coffin again, the main character sends all his apology messages to his own victims. Noodles quickly runs towards his buddy, vigorously waving his arms and furiously shouting his name. The guy slowly turns his head towards his friend in order to understand what caused this reaction. Noodles attacks his friend, a fight breaks out, and the guys kick up dust from the floor. He squeezes Batten and asks why he confesses his love to his girlfriend. The guy is very disappointed, because he considered him a friend. John is shown a phone number with correspondence. He replies that he simply had the wrong address, and the message was not intended for her. Noodles feels intense rage. He doesn't understand why he didn't cancel the message if he made a mistake. The main character explains that he realized too late and cancellation was no longer possible. The guy receives a message. The girl reports that her friend also received a message from him. Probably Batten had the wrong address. A friend angrily asks him why more than 10 girls received his messages declaring his love. The main character is sweating from embarrassment and anxiety, trying to come up with an excuse. Noodles asks what's going on with his friend and how many girls he confessed his love to. John cannot tell him everything as it is, because it is quite difficult to believe. The friend continues to say that previously the hero was afraid of girls like fire, but now he writes himself, maybe he's crazy. Suddenly, the guy gets the idea to check whether refusals from male gender count, because initially he could have been gay. John decides that he should try it with his friend, in which case he will say that he is just joking. The guy lowers his head and begins to speak languidly and slowly, attracting attention to himself. He says that everything is exactly as his friend says. He is really crazy. But it's not just like that, it's love that turned John's head. The main character continues to say that he wrote to all these girls for a reason. The guy puts his hands on the shoulders of his friend, who looks at the current situation with confusion. John wrote to them so that everyone around him would think that he liked girls. He slowly moves closer to his friend's ear, and continues to whisper that his heart begins to beat faster at other moments. Noodles, with a frightened expression on his face, pushes his friend away, not understanding what happened to Batten. The guy admits that he was just pretending to be straight all the time and actually adores guys. The friend moves back, and at some point presses himself against the wall. He can no longer escape. John promises to be more affectionate with him than his girlfriend. The main character purses his lips and asks his friend to open his heart for him. Noodles quickly overcomes the obstacle made by his friend. He needs to escape. He bares his teeth and points a finger at John, shouting that he considered them friends, but now everything is ruined. The main character asks directly if they will kiss. Noodles shows him an obscene sign and sends him to hell. Looking at his scoreboard with numbers, the guy understands that this refusal was also counted, and now he has more options to earn points. Noodles doesn't understand whether he really is a representative of a non-traditional orientation, and asks not to disappoint him. John hugs his friend and says that if he doesn't want to kiss him, then they won't. They will remain friends. The guy admits that it was all just a prank. Then the friend is outraged by this. He attacks the main character and asks him to tell him what is happening to his friend lately. The hero explains that Noodles himself said to spread the net, so he did it to find the girl. John grabs his friend and asks him if he's disappointed in this and probably wanted his friend to be in love with him. He says that the joke is over and offers to treat him to lunch as an apology. Noodles says that considering the amount of food, he almost stopped being offended by him today. John decides that if rejections from guys count too, then he should make 100 at their expense. Chewing another delicacy, a friend asks the main character why he didn't even touch the food. Ignoring him, the guy sits on the phone and smiles maliciously, realizing that now he can cope with his mission much easier. Noodles snatches the phone from his hands, making a displeased face that his friend is not paying attention to him. Holding the gadget in his hands, he asks if his friend is spreading his networks in the messenger again. John aggressively tells him that he wants him to sit down and give him his phone back. Despite everything, Noodles looks at the burning screen of the gadget and sees a correspondence with the guy, which causes him to be shocked. The friend throws the phone aside and loudly asks the friend if he offers intimacy to men. People in the establishment turn around at these words. Noodles is very worried and asks his friend if he is gay or just stupid. John smiles awkwardly and says that he just lost his bet and now he needs to get 100 refusals. A friend says that this is not like him and it's hard to believe that this is possible. The main character boasts that he is already close to his goal. Noodles asks if he is afraid to confess to so many people. He replies that he is not scared at all, especially since no one reciprocated. The guy says that tomorrow he needs to go to the hated teacher again, and asks his friend if he has prepared a report. John receives more and more refusals. The numbers in his table grow. He answers that it is a work in progress. The number reaches 100, and now the main character gets plus 16 to his hand speed. Now, for him, preparing a report will be the easiest task because his hands move at a gigantic speed. The main character enters the workshop, taking with him a huge stack of papers in order to complete the entire work plan. John begins to remember all the dynasties of his family in order to help himself complete all the impossible work. Confidence and determination are visible on his face. The guy is confident in his own abilities and decides to start. He picks up some of the prepared papers to bring all his plans to life. The guy, with a quick movement of his hand, scatters all the sheets of paper through the air. The main character takes 2 pencils in one hand and decides that by increasing the number, he will also increase the speed. John jumps into the air towards the flying sheets, swinging his slate friends in their direction. He lists names and fills more and more paper with drawings every second. The main character depicts people popular in ancient times in their traditional costumes. Suddenly, the guy turns around and notices one of the sheets. With a grin on his face, he reaches his hand towards it. He grabs the paper with the suit's design on it, pulling it back towards him and returning it to its place. It depicts a luxurious girl in a festive outfit. Just as all the drawings for the report are ready, John lands on the ground. The leaves slowly fall, slightly balancing in the air and staggering. They lie randomly on the floor. Some are upside down, some are on the right side. The guy raises his hands up, rejoicing and exulting at the end of the work, which took much more time without his abilities. Plus 16 to hand speed can really work wonders. John quickly dealt with the Chinese part of the report, but he had not even started on foreign assignments. It would be desirable to cover Europe, ancient Egypt, India, and Japan. The time is already approaching 10 in the evening, and the couple starts at 8 in the morning. The main character clenches his hand into a fist and decides that he needs to push harder in order to finish what he started. The sun disappears behind the horizon, turning the sky pink and orange. Students go about their business. Some need to visit classes. Others came extra. John enters the academy building. The guy thinks that his finest hour will come very soon. His friend suddenly appears behind the main character, frightening him with a sharp movement and scream. Noodles asks where John was all night. His friend was worried that he didn't make a report and decided to commit suicide. The main character smiles widely and says that his friend has never been so mistaken. He approaches his friend and says that very soon he will be able to see and understand everything for himself. Julia orders everyone to take their seats, then asks the guys why they are smiling so suspiciously. The guys immediately calm down and take on neutral facial expressions, not daring to say a word more. The teacher asks his student, who promises to show a report in this class, to come up to her. The main character immediately jumps up from his seat and happily heads towards her. Noodles does not understand this joy. John thinks that these mere mortals do not even suspect that very soon they will witness a real miracle. He assumes that their conversation will be about Julia's task for the guy. Awkwardly, the guy corrects himself and says that he was preparing a report, while at the same time unfastening his backpack in order to get his work. The teacher closes his eyes and explains that the report will be discussed a little later, but for now there are other topics for discussion. Julia hands him the phone and asks him to read this message first in front of everyone. The main character picks up the gadget and, with great surprise on his face, discovers his message, which he sent to absolutely everyone. Now he realizes that yesterday he also sent this message to his teacher. Julia tells him that she has always considered him a decent student, but since he can afford to treat teachers this way, he will have to teach him a lesson. She asks John to read out loud the message he wrote. The guy blushes and wants to come up with an excuse. The teacher asks if he wanted to distract her attention from the report with this message. Everyone in the office is discussing the fact that they also received a confession from the main character. Noodles, hearing this, falls into shock. He thinks that his friend has gone crazy, as he assumed. The girls are discussing yesterday's message from their friend, if he even sent it to a witch. Then the confession must have come to all the girls they know. The guys also discuss the incident, thinking that the hero only confessed to the guys. Some laugh when they learn about these details, not expecting this from John. Some students think that the guy deserves it, hoping that the teacher will punish him to the fullest. Julia asks to confess if the main character did not complete the report, and these tricks should only be performed on his girlfriends. She continues to say that the punishment will serve as an example for others, because for failure to comply with the report, something awaits him. John dumps a stack of sheets of sketches on the table and asks to look at them, because everything is ready. The teacher is very surprised by what she heard. She begins to leaf through the sketches of costumes and does not understand how this is possible. The office begins to fill with noise with discussions about the behavior of the main character. Julia is surprised that John completed everything, and the drawings were done to a very high standard. There are at least 500 sheets of paper on the table. Even the Celestials couldn't have drawn them in 3 days. She assumes that someone obviously helped the guy. The teacher says that if the guy did it himself, then he needs to defend this report in front of everyone. The main character, with a confident expression on his face, agrees to do this, because he knows that this action will not cause him any difficulties. He begins to defend his project, first talking about Chinese outfits. A distinctive feature of women's outfits during a certain dynasty was that the skirt, dress, and mantle were one whole. The length of the sleeves was about 3/4 of the length of the arms. Next, John begins to talk about foreign outfits in medieval Europe. Monotonous clothing prevailed. Women wore dresses in black, white, or gray. The teacher and friend of the main character look at the performance with their mouths open and do not understand when he managed to do everything. Julia is perplexed why the guy confessed his love to her. Then apparently she underestimated the power of the hormonal surge in boys his age. Students are surprised by the success and excellent performance of their classmate. They praise him. With faces of delight and surprise, the guys begin to actively clap for Jonah. The teacher also sits with some delight the main character, finishing his speech, thanks everyone for their attention. The woman clears her throat and admits that the guy performed well, asking him to return to his place. John lowers his eyes, and since he is standing in front of everyone, he would like to explain about the messages. Julia is worried and hopes that the guy won't ask for her hand in marriage, like in snotty melodramas. He says that he just lost his bet, so most likely all his classmates, including the guys, received a message with a declaration of love. The teacher exhales with relief, lowering his eyes and smiling slightly. Julia says that she considers John a promising guy and also asks him not to get involved in such disputes anymore. He bowed low and asks to forgive him, promising to make amends to her. The long-awaited bell rings, people slowly pack their things into bags and get up from their seats. The main character doesn't care about this. He sits on his phone, doing something very important, from which he shouldn't be distracted. A friend comes up behind him and says that his friend shocked everyone today, and then asks how he managed to do everything. Without looking away from his device, John replies that his circles under his eyes speak for themselves. Noodles shakes his face, asking if his friend has made a deal with the devil. The main character says that he already has a headache from these interrogations. Now he needs to make amends to the guys. The friend was surprised by what he heard, and looks at the phone and asks what he will do to make this happen. He decides that the most correct and best option would be to send red envelopes in which he could put any amount from his wallet. Noodles is surprised by the money he sent, commenting on his friend's generosity. Suddenly, another notification comes that a new task has been created called a spender. To complete the task, you need to spend about 1 million. John was shocked by this amount. After completing the task, the achievement will be awarded and added, +1 to luck. The main character screams with indignation. Perhaps this is some kind of mistake. Upon completion of the task, he will have +1 for luck, and for each stage he will only be given points. It is not known what they will be good for. John looks disappointed at the fact that only 3,000 were spent, and a lot more resources are required to complete the task. He's very aggressive, shows an obscene sign to the table, and says that the system can go to hell with such tasks. The main character feels many emotions at once: disappointment, anger, and misunderstanding. His friend has been watching him from the side all this time. He asks what happened to his acceptance. The guy screams and says that he will hit Noodles in the face from the rush of emotions. Priyatya covers his friend's mouth, not allowing him to say another word. Noodles says that he got one of his friend's envelopes and then invites him to lunch. John smiles joyfully and draws attention to the fact that no one pulled the trigger on his friend, and he suggested it himself. The main character thinks that he should forget about the system for now, because now it is much more important to go and refresh himself. It has long been dark outside. Stars are visible in the clear sky. There is no light on in any window. Everyone is probably already going to bed. John is sitting at the computer, holding a packet of chips in his hands, looking at something in it. If he does not complete this task, it is unknown whether the system will issue the next one. If it doesn't work out, then for the rest of his life, this task will hang on him. 1 million in exchange for +1 for luck. It's not clear whether it's worth it. Fortunately, the guy was extremely pleased with improving his hand speed. Improving his luck could also be useful. But the question of where to get so much money remains open. The main character understands that if he does something, his mother will under no circumstances spare him. There is a huge pile of food on the table, a lot of chips, marmalade, drinks, and various sweets. You should act according to the situation. If within a couple of weeks the system does not issue another task, then John will return to solving this problem again. Noodles into the room, pokes his friend's phone. Now his friend is a celebrity. It turns out that in the last couple of days, he not only sent out a message with declarations of love, but also did it live in the library. With each approach, the guy tried a new phrase, and if he refused, he didn't blush, didn't lose his mood, and immediately went to the next girl. With misunderstanding, the main character looks at the phone and asks what they are talking about. It turns out that Jeffrey wrote an article on the internet about this case. John carefully examines the article and the site on which it is written to find at least one mention of it. Having found no information, he exhales noisily and says that the journalist did not have any information about him. After that, the guy gives the phone to his friend and says that he has nothing to do with it, because the name is not written and there is no photograph. The main character faintly looks to the side and pretends that he knows nothing about this situation. Noodles smiles widely and asks if he wants to say that it's just a coincidence because you can't mark the facts that he sent 100 declarations of love. John breaks out in a cold sweat because he was declassified, which he did not really want. If Noodles guessed it, then the rest of my classmates will also understand what's what. A friend calms him down by saying that even if it was him, he has already explained everything and made amends financially. He scrolls through comment after comment on his phone and says people are very insensitive. John turns to him, trying to find out what he means. Noodles hides his gadget behind his back and pretends that nothing happened. In order to distract from the current situation, the guy offers to play a mobile game. The main character notes that it would be more interesting for him to watch anime. His friend agrees with him. The clock shows 5:30 in the morning. It is still completely dark outside and most people are in their beds. All night, John read angry comments from people under this article. Many people insulted him. Out of resentment, he closes his eyes, trying to calm down and not think about bad things. He understands that it all comes down to just one thing, namely the guy's excess weight. Getting out of bed, the main character realizes that he does not want to continue giving people a reason to make fun of him. First of all, he goes to the bathroom, coats his toothbrush with toothpaste, and starts brushing his teeth. After that, he puts on his shoes and puts on his gray windbreaker, most likely planning to head outside. The main character ties a red ribbon on his head and announces that he plans to lose weight. He immediately noisily throws all the most delicious foods, soda, marmalade, chips into the trash can. His friend wakes up from the roar, opens one eye and tries to understand what happened. The friend gets up and asks where his neighbor went because it's still dark outside. John replies that he's going to run. Noodles assumes he's still asleep, so he goes back to his bed. The main character has long wanted to lose weight and start running, but he never got around to taking real action until his death. He thought that he would start tomorrow or on Monday. But since life gave him another chance, he should take full advantage of it. John very enthusiastically begins his run, slowing down and slowing down. It seems to him that he is about to die again. After coming to a complete stop, he noisily falls to the ground, exhausted from running, but the distance is only 100 meters. Lying on the ground, he says that the experiment failed. He is already too fat. Now for him, running is something beyond the pale. The girl appears in front of him, lending a helping hand and asking if everything is okay. The main character raises his head, looking embarrassed at the lady in front of him. He replies that he feels great now. The girl helps him get up. John asks if the lady also went for a run. She says that she runs every day. The main character tells a new acquaintance that he went out for a run today for the first time. The girl grabs him and says that he continued in the same spirit. She supports the guy. The main thing is just to start and take the first step, and then it will be easier. The lady says goodbye to her new friend and tells him not to give up. He waves his hand after him and pledges not to end his training today. The main character believes that this girl is just an angel. He really liked her. John clenches his hand into a fist and promises himself that he will not give up under any circumstances. He begins to run forward. Suddenly, a new task called a walker appears before his eyes. The guy is very happy about the discovery of a new task. Now he won't have to spend $1 million. The main character closes his eyes and slowly exhales air, feeling calm and calm. To complete the task, you need to travel 10,000 kilometers. For completing the mission, you will be awarded +10 to strength, +10 to speed, and +10 to endurance. John realizes that the length of China from west to east is 4,500 kilometers, and he needs to cover this distance twice. The main character is simply shocked. Realizing these numbers, it seems to him that it is simply impossible to do this. After all, today he ran only a few hundred meters and almost died. Even if the guy regains his shape in the very near future and starts running 3 kilometers a day, it will take him about 10 years to complete the task. John remembers all the missions the system gave him, trying to establish communication. He is very outraged by all the current circumstances and says that she is simply mocking him. Suddenly, a sign appears in front of him, saying that if you don't give up, everything will come. The main character at first does not understand the meaning, then decides that there is clearly something in this. Suddenly, one important truth comes to John. This quote is the key to the answer. Only after the guy tried to start running. This task was revealed to him. If he continues to try and does not give up, then no one knows what else the system can surprise. Nothing in this world is given for nothing. If a person does not strive for anything, and does not make any attempts, then why would heaven help him? It's better to take action right now than to sit and whine without achieving anything. Suddenly, John notices that there are as many as 15 stages in this task. This is even better if the guy cannot complete the mission to the end. He will still receive rewards and level up after completing each stage. The more his endurance, strength, and speed improve, the easier and faster he will be able to complete the next stages. The main character notices an item called running equipment. He decides to find out what it means. Having opened this section, many items appear in front of him that can be useful when running, each of which gives a certain number of points. After this, the main character realizes why these glasses were needed after all. Now he only has 111 points, and you can use them to buy some things. John decides that the most important thing for him right now would be sneakers, so he clicks on them. Many characteristics of this type of shoe appear in front of him. The guy does not understand anything, but madly admires everything. It also comes with a +1 for speed. This is exactly what the guy needs to complete all tasks as quickly as possible. Suddenly, he realizes that his knees hurt like crazy. It is unknown how the hero could damage them after running only a couple of 100 meters. These sneakers are the best fit for John. Knee protection and a +1 for speed will solve half the problems. Without hesitating for a second, the main character presses the buy button. Various sparks hover near him, and surprise at what he sees is visible on the guy's face. Suddenly, he decides to look around to see if anyone is nearby. Having checked everything, John calmly exhales and rejoices, because otherwise he could have become another hero of some local blog. He looks at his palms and is surprised at the size of the sneakers he just bought. Apparently this is another joke of this system. The sneakers already seemed ideal to the guy. Suddenly blue sparks appear in front of him and envelop his legs. Although the new thing looks almost the same as the previous pair, the feeling is completely different. Even all the sweat had been absorbed somewhere. It was like they had put pillows on John's feet. The main character smiles contentedly, thinking that he is now incredibly comfortable. He decides that he should walk a little to test the functionality of his new pair of shoes. John sees the distance, usage time, stride length, and calories. This really surprises the guy. The main character decides that now he can run the whole 1 kilometer. It accelerates and begins its movement, control, and measurement processes are launched. The system has detected critical errors in the wearer's movements and asks whether forced adjustments should be applied. Without a moment's doubt, the main character agrees to the forced corrections. The system applies forced adjustments to the wearer's movements. He begins to move unnaturally. After the changes, the guy feels like his legs are a little stiff. Although this is not entirely comfortable, he already feels a noticeable reduction in the load on his knees. The speed increases noticeably. The wearer of the new sneakers reaches the mark of 500 meters. Running 800 meters, the main character becomes noticeably more difficult to breathe. He slowly exhales air and repeatedly. The guy decides that he can't do it anymore, even though he now has the miracle of sneakers. But his body is not yet ready for such loads. Exhausted from running, he decides that training will be over for the day. Suddenly, John remembers the words of his new acquaintance, after which he realizes that he won't give up so easily. Because if he continues to stay in his comfort zone, then girls like her will remain out of reach. The guy set a goal to run 1 kilometer, which means nothing will stop him. The sneakers report that the wearer ran 1 kilometer. The route took 20 minutes, and about 500 calories were burned, approximately equal to 2 chicken wings. John learns that after completing a goal, his soul feels very good. He had not noticed this before. The time is approaching 6 o'clock in the evening. Julia relieves everyone from classes. Noodles tells his friend that he will never in his life guess what he dreamed about. The guy suggests that the dream could have been a mobile game. A friend denies the assumption and says that he dreamed that Batten got up for a run. This sounds like the beginning of a joke. The main character says that it was all not a dream at all, because he really went outside this morning. The teacher interrupts them and calls John's name so that he pays attention to her. He looks at her with confusion and asks what Julia wants. The woman offers him lunch. Today's dinner will be at her expense. Noodles goes into shock. The witch invited his friend to dinner. He couldn't have heard wrong. The main character smiles widely, agreeing to go to lunch with the teacher. Students sitting in the audience begin to whisper after hearing this dialogue. The guy returns to the hostel at 15 minutes past 12. Noodles looks at his friend with suspicion. He came in tired and was all sweaty. The friend said nothing, looked exhausted, and then immediately went to the shower. Although his version sounds too exotic, apparently, it is not so far from the truth. The guy knows that their witch is completely fucked up. He's not even surprised that she has such a perverted taste in guys. Coming out of the bathroom, John wrapped towels around his waist. But suddenly something distracted his attention. Noodles jumps on him, asking him to tell the absolute truth after his question. He asks his friend if they had something with their common teacher. The main character, with a sharp movement, removes his friend's hand from his shoulder. With no place left for him to rest on, the noodle begins to fall right onto his friend. Their faces are very close to each other, which makes both of them incredibly shy and embarrassed. It was at this moment that a guy named Edward, who is their common neighbor, returns to their room. Seeing this, he apologizes, assuming that he disturbed the guys and is about to leave the room. Noodles tells Edward that he will explain everything right away. In fact, everything is not at all as it might seem. The guy hugs his friend and says that love does not have a specific gender. If it exists, then it has the right to exist. He thinks that they should be shy, they just need to be themselves. Edward is even happy for his friends. Out of aggression, John grabs his neighbor by the collar and asks him to listen to them and not interrupt. Noodles talks about all his assumptions about the witch and his friend. He wanted to ask him about what happened, but his neighbor came in. The main character understands how ambiguous everything he says sounds, so he simply shows his class. Edward is trying to comprehend everything the guys just said, how Batten could have met their teacher. He is completely shocked, because he thought that his friends were just gays. But here it turns out that a completely different situation has developed. John sighs and says that his friends don't understand anything, because the meeting turned out differently. In fact, Julia called him just to eat. She wanted to make amends for being biased and unreasonably accusing him of being careless. She really liked her report and decided to show him a book that required illustrations. The guys cross their arms over their chests and say they don't believe a word. With a straight face, John hands his acquaintances a book called The 1,000-Year Dream. The guys are shocked when they see the book, because this is a new novel by a very popular author. Edward says that John has no idea how cool this is. The writer is a modern goddess of novels. He adores her. Noodles adds that he heard that she has already dismissed a bunch of artists. She doesn't like anyone. If he gets in, then his friend won't have time to play mobile games with him. The main character thinks that this is a great opportunity, and he would like to try to do something useful during his extracurricular time. He can't play games all the time. A friend asks him to confess what kind of relationship he has with the teacher on the one hand. She treats him more strictly than the others. On the other, she cares about him. The guy explains that they don't have any special relationship. It's just that his mother was her teacher. So he's known Julia since childhood. Edward is surprised that John's mother was a witch's teacher. It turns out that she is also a difficult woman. Maybe he is the son of a successful artist. And again, the guys don't know what they came up with. He's just an ordinary fat guy. Noodles says that he shouldn't slander himself if he loses a little weight. He'll be able to star in cool films. John smiles widely and says he thinks so too, clenching his hand into a fist. That's why he decided to run every day in the mornings and evenings. Even today after dinner he ran 2 kilometers, which is why he came back sweaty and tired. The friend doesn't believe that this is true, because it's hard to expect something like that from John. The guy shows his friends his phone with an activity log, where it says that he ran 3.5 kilometers today. Noodles asks him if he's upset because of the comments. He shouldn't take it to heart. The main character asks not to worry about him. He runs carefully. It would not hurt him to lose weight. And he says goodbye to his friends and says that he needs to go to bed quickly because tomorrow he will go jogging again. The guy decides that he will prove to everyone that he is capable of much, and will also achieve his goal no matter what. In a dream, the main character is running a relay race, facing many obstacles. He jumps over each of them. The obstacles are written with insults and words that John was called. Having reached the end of the relay and having passed all the tests, he stops in place, breathing heavily. At the end of the road, he meets the angel he has dreamed of for so long. The girl holds out her hand to him and is glad that he has finally caught up with her. Suddenly, the guy is woken up by the alarm clock. He needs to get up in order to go for another run. The main character gets up, realizing that it was just a dream, but is not upset at all. Last night, when the guy went outside, he didn't see the girl at the stadium. He brushes his teeth, gets dressed, and gets ready to go out in the hope that he will see her today. Hearing the front door close, Noodles opens his eyes slightly. Suddenly, he realizes that his friend is up running again so early. Arriving at the stadium, John realizes that apparently the girl did not come to train today again. On the other hand, perhaps this is for the best. The guy's form does not allow her to be impressed yet. It's better to meet her when the main character becomes thinner so that her jaw drops. The system reports that critical errors have been identified, offers to make forced adjustments. John says that he has already understood how to place his foot and bend his knees. He decides that he will control his movements. The program agrees with him. Now, no critical errors have been found. The guy should continue moving. The main character feels better because now he copes with everything himself. The system reports that the hero ran 2 kilometers. The route took 20 minutes. The average time to cover 1 kilometer is 13 minutes. John realizes that he broke his yesterday's record. Now he has the strength for the 3rd kilometer. Suddenly, a silhouette runs past the main character and he slows down. This is the girl he saw yesterday. She greets him and is happy to meet him. She says that the guy is progressing very quickly. She barely managed to recognize him. The girl says that every day he runs better and better. John explains that today it is much easier for him to run than yesterday. She asks if the guy played professional sports before he gained weight. After all, he holds his body flawlessly and places his feet just like an athlete. Deep down, the main character is incredibly happy, because he has watched many videos on the internet about how to run. He's incredibly happy and glad that the girl he likes praises him. Yesterday, John looked tired after only running 200 meters, and today he continues to run after 2 kilometers. She has never seen people who progress so quickly. The main character wants to ask her some question without having time to finish. The girl asks him to continue in the same spirit, but she should speed up. The guy wanted to know her name, because these 2 days he never managed to ask this question. He would also like to catch up with her and ask her, but she rushes like the wind. John is not yet in the shape and condition to be able to catch up with the girl. 1 circle is equal to 500 meters. He just needs to wait for her in place, and very soon the girl will run past him. Then he will be able to talk to her. Trying to catch his breath, the guy again misses the girl. She silently runs past him. Just standing still and waiting for her is too humiliating. You need to keep moving. The sneakers indicate that the guy ran 3 kilometers, and the time taken was about 33 minutes. John is breathing heavily. His goal for today has already been accomplished, but he would like to talk to the lady. He decides that for now he should just walk. The girl will probably do some stretching afterwards, and then he'll be able to catch her there. Suddenly, a white cord flies near his head, almost hitting his face. John lifts his head up, noticing a quadcopter in the air with some paper attached. Suddenly, the piece of paper opens. 2 names flaunt on it, namely Daniel and Kathleen, with a heart drawn between the inscriptions. The main character, seeing this, falls into a slight shock of surprise. He could not even think that this would happen today. A blonde guy approaches the girl and says that today is their holiday. He asks her to accept flowers and his love. John finally learned the heroine's name, although not quite in the way he wanted. It turns out that the girl already has a very cool boyfriend. He has nothing to catch. With his head down, the main character follows towards the house, but suddenly notices a shadow on the ground. Noodles appears in front of him. He now understands the reason for his sudden changes. Irritated, John asks his friend why he came here so early. He replies that he wanted to see if the guy was really running around here. As it turned out, the friend comes here just to look at the beauty. This girl is one of the most beautiful ladies in their academy, who studies at the Faculty of Traditional Painting. The main character sighs and says that he knew nothing about this girl before. In any case, she has a boyfriend. He has nothing to catch here. A friend puts his hand on a friend's shoulder and says that he gave up too early, because nothing is clear in their situation yet. John does not understand what is being said, and then sharply turns in the direction from which he so wanted to escape. He sees a blonde guy named Daniel squatting and crying with a crumpled bouquet lying next to him. The main character blossoms. He is incredibly happy when he learns that the girl is free. Noodles says he should share some gossip with his friend. The rejected guy's name is Daniel. He is one of the main majors at the academy. The guy has been chasing the girl who interested John so much for a whole year. But throughout all this time, she rejected him and never agreed to any of the proposals. The guy asks his friend not to despair. He will definitely succeed. The main character thinks that he has a good chance, but he just needs to lose weight. He comes to the workshop on Saturday. The guy is reading a book, thinking and thinking about many things in his head. If he loses weight, he will be able to compete for girls' hearts even with majors. John decides that he needs to stop fantasizing and start illustrating the novel. And the mention of his name as the artist of a popular novel should also give him some weight. The main character is kind, active, smart, and carries her cute pet with her everywhere. He repeats this over and over again, trying to gather his thoughts and imagine how it should look on the sheet. Suddenly, the hero discovers that his own hand drew Kathleen. Embarrassed, the guy realizes that this style would suit the girl very much. Suddenly, a man enters the room, commenting that their meetings are a coincidence. John begins to worry greatly when he sees Kathleen. He did not expect her to come right now. She says that she also decided to draw, and her friend is again in the workshop. The main character says that they walk on the same paths, but the girl does not pay attention to this. She is interested in work. Suddenly, John realizes that the picture is of Kathleen, and this looks rather strange on his part. He covers himself with a sheet of paper and says that he didn't draw her. This is the main character of the short story, and he based it not on her, but on another girl. Kathleen giggles and says she means the rabbit. It looks just like a living one. The main character, trying to calm down from his worries, thanks her for the compliment. Inside himself, he thinks that he said complete nonsense. He has already received 100 refusals from girls and boys, but for some reason, he continues to be nervous in front of her. The guys sit next to each other, starting to create their works. The guy mixes different colors on his palette, thinks that it is better for him to remain silent before he says another stupid thing. After some time, he finishes illustrating the novel. Another task has been unlocked, and called Illustrator. You need to draw 1,000 illustrations. John is very happy, because this task is right for him, given his hand speed. Completing these 4 stages will not be difficult. He decides to see what additional items he can buy. It turns out that there is only a pen here that costs 100 points. The main character presses the button, deciding to read more about this subject. The pen can be used as a pencil, watercolor, markers, colored pencils, and much more. The modes can be changed with one click. This pen covers any illustrator's needs, which is probably why there is nothing else here in terms of usefulness. This item will be no worse than sneakers. The main character thinks that he only has 2 glasses, so shopping is postponed. He is suddenly distracted by Kathleen, who waves her hand in front of his face and asks if everything is okay. John glances at her as he walks out of his table and item store. He says that he was just thoughtful, but everything is quite fine. The lady says that she needs to go do her homework and says that she will not disturb him. The guy awkwardly says goodbye to the girl and waves after her. She collects her things in a bag, turns towards the door, and heads out. John thinks that the girl approached him on her own. It was a great opportunity to talk to her. Well, what will be the use of losing weight if the guy continues to not take advantage of such chances? You need to be nicer. He has plus 16 to hand speed. It's easy for him to impress any person. But if you sketch out a draft and ask her for advice, then you can add her as a friend. The guy makes a lot of different illustrations. The first stage of the task is completed. The main character is happy that he completed both tasks very quickly. John imagines the girl admiring his skills and asking him to be added as a friend. After this, the guy will say that knowledge is important and needs to be shared. This is his motto in life. Shy with slow steps, he approaches the girl from behind. Catherine says goodbye to her subscribers and says that she is waiting for them on the next broadcasts. She thanks people for their support, says goodbye to them, and receives many compliments. John asks her if she streams. The girl says that she needs to earn a living somehow. She asks her friend how long he has been standing behind her, because she did not notice how he approached. The main character asks to evaluate a couple of his sketches. Perhaps the girl can give advice on how to improve them. She says she does traditional painting and doesn't know anything about comics. The guy catches himself thinking that Kathleen is not going at all according to the script in his head. The girl begins to give comments about the work. She suggests that he modify the limbs of the male character if he needs to be made more sharp and assertive. Then he can paint over his limbs with ink. John thinks about what was said. It is quite possible to work with this. He asks the girl to give her a brush in order to show his abilities in front of her. A little ink and the main character of the story began to play completely differently. John decides to refine the female characters as well, actively waving his brush and ink. The girl's eyes widen in surprise. She's never seen such speed. Kathleen says the guy is very fast. John scratches his head and says it's no problem. He catches himself thinking that he finally impressed the lady and didn't even mumble his answer. The girl says that with such talents, he should record the streams himself. The main character receives another task called Master of Streams. He needs to get 100 million views on broadcasts. He is very surprised by this because he recently received a new task, and here he came across another one. Previously, all tasks were opened after John himself began to complete them, and only Kathleen's suggestion was enough to open the last task. When completed, he is given a bunch of points, and after completing all the stages he will get more, plus 15 to his charm. This is what he wants most. The main character begins to laugh out loud, joyfully imagining what his life could look like in the future. The girl also supports the guy, laughing with him, and then asks him if she said something stupid. John asks himself why he started laughing, hoping that the girl won't take him for some kind of crazy person. Trying to rectify the situation, he lowers his eyes and says that the idea of making broadcasts seems so cool to the guy that he laughed with delight. The girl says that she was glad to help with advice. Today, she still has a lot of things to do, so she needs to leave. Suddenly, John asks her to stop. She clarifies what's the matter. The guy lowers his eyes down, is very worried, blushes. He collects his thoughts. The main character says that he knows nothing about streaming and offers to have dinner together so that Kathleen will tell him about it. She replies that she wouldn't mind consulting him, but she won't be able to do it today, since a meeting is already scheduled. John falls into a slight stupor, trying to come up with something else in order to somehow contact the girl in the future. He asks her if she can add him as a friend on a social network. After this, the main character lowers his eyes and blushes with embarrassment, worrying that the lady may refuse. But despite all his doubts, Kathleen hands her friend the phone and asks him to scan the code. The guy smiles broadly and takes out his gadget to do what she asked. Suddenly, the phone disappears from the hands of the main character. Someone comments that everything will not happen so quickly. John looks into his hand and does not find the gadget in it, does not understand how it could be snatched. This is a fair-haired guy. He is interested in how a hickey like John cannot have knowledge on this topic. Kathleen asks the guy to stop behaving like this and return her friend's phone. The guy shows the girl the apps on the main character's phone. There are 5 applications on the screen with the word stream. The girl replies that she understands everything and asks to return the phone to the guy. He asks what he thinks about himself. A pig is not a swan's friend. The main character replies that he just wanted to add his friend as a friend. The blonde guy shouts that it would be better if he added sports to his life. They don't need such friends. Kathleen sighs resignedly and asks her friend to shut up, holding his arm. John looks after them doomedly. Apparently nothing worked out. The weather outside is clear and hot. The sun hangs high in the sky. The main character trains at the stadium according to his own schedule in order to achieve his goal. Yes, he wanted to cheat a little, but he still didn't deserve such an attitude. In a past life, the guy really lived like a pig. It's hard to argue with that. Thinking about this, he looks down at his stomach with an upset expression. After rebirth, the main character began to work hard on himself, but the results are not very noticeable yet. If John wants others to look at him with different eyes, then he must change even more. The first stage of the task, called the Walker, is completed. The reward is 1 point and a bonus to stamina. The guy smiles and promises himself that he will definitely achieve his dream. John is happy because he has already completed the first stage and his endurance has increased. In a previous life, the guy could not have dreamed of such rapid growth. The system was right. If you don't give up, you can achieve a lot. Now the task of running 10,000 kilometers no longer seems impossible. The main character once again imagines this quote and looks up with inspiration. He still has energy left for a couple of laps, so he doesn't stop trying. Apparently, this is the result of increased endurance. Accumulated fatigue disappeared as if by hand. Given the increase in average speed and endurance, the guy could run 5 to 7 kilometers in the morning and evening. The main character should estimate priority tasks in order to maximize his efficiency. The walker task should be placed at the very bottom to complete it. The guy just needs to run every day. And over time, speed, strength, and endurance will increase. Improving these properties, in turn, will allow the illustrator to complete the task faster. That evening, John decided to come to the workshop to work on the broadcast. For a drawing-themed stream, the best option is the 8th station. It is quite popular among fans of games, comics, and cartoons. The main character presses the start button and decides it's time to start. He is not sure that it would be interesting for the audience to see him on the first stage. It would most likely be helpful to start with something that was recognizable to a large number of people. The guy secures his phone and decides to draw what he does best. The main character also prepares his equipment for drawing. Smiling with excitement, John decides he should start broadcasting. Before the start of the stream, the guy sends out an invitation to all his groups so as not to broadcast in vain. Suddenly, having started the stream, he notices that a lot of viewers have come. People send Batten gifts for real money. He thinks that it was not in vain that he sent them gifts in his time. John thanks people for their compliments and gifts and points the camera at the canvas without showing his face. People send messages one after another. Some are negative, while others, on the contrary, are trying to support him. Many people also discuss the drawing, laughing at the girl and admiring her. Subscribers try to guess who the main character is drawing, finally guessing. John adds some details with quick hand movements. And that's it. In the end, his sketch is completed. The guy is waiting for the reaction of his viewers. Suddenly, a lot of donations with money begin to arrive on his phone. The guy continues to work hard and thinks about what his subscribers haven't even seen yet. Plus 16 to his hand speed. In a split second, the main character completes his picture in color, adding details. Many people on the other side of the screen are sitting with their mouths open in shock at what they just saw. People enthusiastically send money to the guy's account, praise his talents, and admire the speed of his work. John smiles widely, delighted at this success, which is pretty good for a first time. He scratches his head at his temple with a pencil, and thinks about what else he could draw in order to impress the audience even more. The main character thinks that it took a lot of time for people to recognize the girl, so it's worth drawing someone more recognizable. He decides that if the first character was associated with ice, then drawing a second fire person would be a great idea. Suddenly, the guy remembers that an online session on a certain comic book character was announced. The main character grins evilly. A great idea comes to him. He puts another sheet on the easel, thinking about how soon the audience will recognize the new character. John picks up a pencil, starting to work on a sketch of his next work. People watching the stream try to guess who is depicted on the piece of paper, guessing who it might be. The main character clarifies the details. The audience recognizes some fragments of the drawing, but does not understand who is depicted in it. Viewers in unison start writing outrageous messages towards John because he portrayed a male character as a female character, which is not entirely satisfactory to people. The main character reads his friend's comment, where he reports that fans treat the characters with great trepidation, and the guy took it and turned everything around. John stands up from his seat, looking intently at the screen of his phone. It turns out that only a couple of commentators are setting this negative tone. A guy writes in a general chat with a couple of his friends, asking to protect him in the chat. Then one of them asks for moderator rights in order to clean up the inappropriate ones. The main character thinks that now his friend will do the comments, and his job will be to draw. A moderator with the nickname Thick-Skinned explains in the chat what Batten asked the audience to convey. After this, he sends many gifts for the streamer and continues to do his own thing. John smiles contentedly after seeing the cranky spectators banned by Pachyderm. Suddenly, his acquaintance joins the broadcast and asks to apologize for being late, after which he sends a gift. The guy opens his mouth in surprise. This is an attraction ring worth 450,000. The Ring of Attraction is launching a lottery, in which users will need to go to his stream to participate. The main character grins contentedly, realizing that now people will flock to the broadcast. John takes out his brushes and by adding speed to his hands, begins to paint. People are delighted with the speed and beauty of the work. They praise the guy and give him compliments. Loaf takes out the third sheet, thinking that it's time to move on to the next drawing. The main character is happy that more people have come to his broadcast. There are already more than 1,000 people. We need to start working. John begins to draw, moving his hand faster and faster. It seems to the audience that the guy turned on a sped-up video. In a couple of minutes, the guy loses more than half of the people. Apparently, people are not ready for such a speed. The main character asks the moderator to keep people on the stream. Otherwise, they will completely run away. John writes slowly on the paper, asking whether the audience likes this speed better or not. Pachyderm starts sending messages one after another, saying that this is a real broadcast. The guy hopes that the spectators who left will soon return. All that remains for the main character is to continue drawing. A stunning girl was painted on canvas. People are sending admiring reviews. The response is not bad, so we need to continue. This time John will not reveal all his cards at once. Let them guess until the last. Soon, the main character finishes drawing the character again, and the audience is again surprised by the guy's abilities. What follows is an illustration of a short-haired girl, which also causes a storm of emotions. After her, a new person is portrayed. People praise the streamer, praising his abilities and work. John draws another long-haired girl, receiving more and more comments on his drawing. The number of spectators is again more than 1,000, although it is already 10 o'clock in the evening. The guy decides that he should end his broadcast soon and start working on the last character. The main character quickly glances over what people wrote in the chat. Surely most teenagers don't know the last hero, it's worth educating them. Viewers are trying to guess who the streamer started working on. The drawing is stylistically different from others. Some guess the character. Some do not understand who is depicted on the canvas. Loaf slowly stretches, straightening his stiff arms and straightening them above himself. He says goodbye to subscribers and says that tomorrow he will broadcast again, which will be dedicated to a different type of character. John discovers that many offers of cooperation and words of encouragement have been sent to him in private messages. The main character decides to evaluate the results of his stream by looking into the gadget. Even though he now has only 500 subscribers, this is a pretty good result for the first time. The guy earned about 1,000 during the broadcast, and now he is level 10 on the platform. Now the highest level is 40. You will still need to work hard to reach it. John hopes that in 2 or 3 sessions he will be able to complete the first stage of his mission. He imagines running after the girl he likes at the stadium. Standing behind her, the guy says he finally caught up with Kathleen. But suddenly the girl says that she tries to stay away from liars like him. The main character is very upset by the memories. He really wants to know whether his beloved is very angry with him. He decides that if he sees Kathleen on her morning jog, he will need to explain himself. But for now he has an evening run waiting for him. The next morning at exactly 5:30, the alarm on John's phone rings. He arrives at an empty stadium, realizing that the girl is not there today. The guy assumes that Kathleen is now avoiding him and considers him a bad person. He tries to soberly assess the situation, because John is nothing to her, and because of him the girl couldn't stop running. The lady probably has something to do today. The guy needs to stop stressing himself out, because he needs to complete the task. The sneakers tell him that a distance of 5 kilometers has been covered, with about 4 more to run. John decides that there is no point in postponing, so he doesn't stop there and continues on his way. Having completed the route, he falls on his back, trying to catch his breath from the heavy load. The second stage of the task is completed. The main character receives a boost in strength and additional points. In the evening of the same day, he comes to the workshop to conduct a new stream. Suddenly, a man appears behind the guy and calls him by name. It turns out that it is Julia, who asks him if John has finished working on the illustrations, since he has enough time to broadcast. He replies that he wrote down a number of sketches, and was just planning to go to the teacher tomorrow and give them to him. The main character hands the woman a stack of sheets and says that he made about 70 sketches. Julia is shocked by what she hears and sees, because this is a huge amount. She says that these sketches should be enough, still not believing her eyes. The teacher doesn't understand how a guy manages to draw so much. John smiles slightly and replies that he has plenty of time in the evening. Julia says she watched her student's stream yesterday. She saw artists practicing speed drawing, but his speed is simply beyond the realm of possibility. The main character scratches his head and thinks how to explain all this to a woman, because he cannot say directly about his new acquired abilities. She asks if the guy really plays by the rules. John is shocked. She probably couldn't find out about the system. Julia asks the student if he was using any third-party programs during the broadcast. He sighs with relief and thinks that the teacher really scared him. The guy smiles sweetly and explains that his mother trained her son much tougher than the rest of her students. She says his mom has hellish methods, making a face at the memory of that time. Julia remembers how she had to pick up the peas scattered on the table with chopsticks in 5 minutes if she dropped even one. Then everything would start all over again. The woman also drew with a bell on a pencil, which was not supposed to ring. A little later, weights were used. The teacher still remembers them with a shudder. John's mother said that this is how little Julia develops speed, stability, and strength, and when she grows up, she will thank her teacher. The woman swallows nervously at the painful memories. The teacher puts a knowing hand on his student's shoulder, not imagining what he had to go through. Leaving, Julia tells the guy that she will send the sketches to the author of the novel and asks him to wait for news. The time comes to the moment when it is time to start broadcasting. The phone is secured. Everything is prepared. The guy starts drawing. Some viewers ask him to remain silent until the end of the broadcast because sometimes it can be very unexpected. While working on the next illustration, viewers try to guess the character. This is a lowly broadcast. The sketch is finished. Some people can guess who is depicted on the sheet. The guy finishes the first drawing. Some are happy with this speed of drawing. Some, on the contrary, are unhappy with this. The audience is growing. It seems John has figured out how to surprise people. He draws a minimalist girl in the opposite style of his. Next comes a drawing of Peppa Pig, of course. She is also a little girl, so she fits the intention of the broadcast. The main character laughs joyfully because people joke in the chat, which he appreciates. The guy is already warmed up. Now he can speed up the pace of work. The loaf takes out several sheets of paper. You need to surprise your audience with new tricks so that they don't get bored. The audience is surprised that the main character decided to draw several sketches at the same time. He draws a lot of lowlies, and people try to guess who is on each sheet. John feels that the addition of strength helps him even in this matter. He has to put in less effort when pressing. The guy decides to analyze the statistics. Now 895 people are watching him. This is clearly less than yesterday. Although there is nothing enhancing in this, yesterday a large number of people came because of the attraction ring. Such gifts are not received every day. But then, viewers come to the stream only for it and not to participate in the lottery. With only 5 drawings left before the end of the mission called Illustrator, John invites his audience to draw more drawings. He takes out 4 more sheets in order to complete his plan as quickly as possible. Without any difficulty, the guy fills out the first 2 sheets and proceeds to the other 2. In the eyes of the main character, one can see confidence in his own actions. He decides that it's worth drawing 1 more drawing and the broadcast can be completed for today. John begins to work. The audience is in great anticipation of what will be drawn. The main character again draws a male character as a female, which is why fans are starting to be outraged. He ends the broadcast and leaves his anger in front of the audience without hearing anything addressed to him. Batten completes the second stage of the illustrator's mission, enjoying the rewards he received. Suddenly, he notices that his imagination is also increased. After this, more and more new ideas begin to appear in his head. A plus has also been added to the drawing skill. Now the main character will be able to make his drawings better. With such abilities, the guy feels like a Superman of the fine arts. Having received 100 points to his account, John decides to buy a magic pen, as planned. He remembers changing modes with one click and decides to try this feature. Suddenly, a circle with different modes of his new device appears in front of the guy's face. It can become a marker, pen, pencil, and even an eraser. With such a gadget, John is no longer a Superman, but a god of drawing. Suddenly, a message comes to his phone asking why the guy ran away so quickly. He didn't even tell the audience what to expect on the next broadcast. The main character agrees with his friend. He was in such a hurry that he didn't even inform about the next stream. John grabs his gadget and starts writing in some chat that tomorrow he will also hold a stream at 8:30, where he will draw characters with animal ears. He decides to look at how the result of his work turned out and goes into a special application. Only 130 were earned. But the guy does not despair, because in a fast food cafe called McDonald's, one could earn less. Batten is very pleased with how his mission called Master of Streams is developing. Half of the third stage has already been completed. Suddenly, a message from Julia arrives on the main character's phone. The woman transferred him 5,000 for illustrations for the novel. It seems it's time to move on to the spendthrift task. Arriving at the hostel in the evening, the guy sighs tiredly, talking about the fatigue of this difficult working day. Opening the door to his room, John notices something strange about it. Both of his neighbors have disappeared somewhere, which is completely unusual for them, so a little excitement appears on his face. Suddenly, the light comes on again, illuminating the room, and his friends and acquaintances appear in front of the guy and congratulate Batten on his birthday. The main character swallows nervously at the suddenness of these people's appearance. He asks to stop singing this song because the birthday will only be at Christmas. Last year, the guys joked about this many times. A blonde guy named Mark clarifies that this holiday cannot be celebrated exactly on the same day. Noodles explains that John has changed a lot lately, starting to run and broadcast, which he thinks is enough reason to celebrate. Daniel compliments everything that has been said with the fact that starting a new life is like being reborn. The hero looks upset at everything that is happening, not finding the right words. He thinks that this even makes some sense, because the guy managed to die and be reborn recently. Everyone enthusiastically clarifies whether they will celebrate, because they are already really looking forward to enjoying the chocolate cake. Batten agrees with satisfaction because this birthday celebration has much more meaning than all the previous ones. The guy sits by the cake, making a wish to become slimmer, stronger, and more charming. The main character blows out the candles, hoping that he will be able to become a better version of himself. Noodles offers to cut the cake, but John is not at all interested in that. He is doing something on his phone. The guy sends red money envelopes to his friends who came to the holiday, which makes them very surprised. He smiles sweetly and explains that he recently received a fee for illustrations, so now he doesn't mind pleasing his friends. Noodles smiles contentedly and thanks his friend for this. John asks not to touch someone else's, because everyone received an envelope. The main character hands over a piece of chocolate treat to Mark, thanking him for organizing this event. The blonde guy smiles shyly, saying that this is nothing for him. While munching on cake, Daniel asks the guys if they will go to the student's birthday party. Noodles replies that he won't be able to be there because he's going to the movies with his girlfriend. Mark also agreed to meet and exercise with a lady. John puts a piece of cake in his mouth and tries to say that he needs to broadcast again tomorrow. But suddenly it dawns on him and he asks if the party is dedicated to the Student's Day. Daniel looks at him with worry because the question was quite unexpected. With all the tasks from the system, Batten completely forgot about other important things. From memories of a past life, the guy remembers that Daniel was severely beaten at this party. After this incident, he remained very depressed for quite a long time. Suddenly, the hero asks his recently arrived neighbor if he is going to this party with his new girlfriend. The other guys are surprised by what they heard and say that their friend has already matured. Daniel wanted to talk about this a little later. John invites him to go to a restaurant. The money has already been paid and the table is reserved. He needs to broadcast, so unfortunately, there is no opportunity to go. He continues to talk about how the place is quite good. Noodles and Mark are shocked at the mere mention of this restaurant. The guys start coming up with excuses, which is why they won't be able to arrange their own meetings to get this ticket. Daniel says that the food in the restaurant is terribly expensive, and that's why the guy can't accept this gift. John says that the opportunity is very good, and if he refuses this offer, then their friends will gnaw each other's throats in the fight. The fair-haired and fair-haired friends look at their friend offendedly. Ultimately, the guy agrees to accept the opportunity to visit the restaurant with his lady, but agrees to return all the money a little later. The hero smiles good-naturedly and asks his neighbor not to rush into this. Having finished this dialogue, Batten heads to the bathroom, warning his friends about this. He latches the door and turns the faucet to turn on the warm water. After this, the guy calls his cousin to urgently reserve a table for tomorrow evening at a restaurant for his friend. She reports on the phone that a full set of dishes for lovers will cost $1,200. John thanks the girl and says that he will send the money now. The main character immediately sends money to his cousin's account to pay for Daniel's dinner with his lady love. Another $1,200 are sent to the Spender's Mission piggy bank. He helped himself and his friend. The task account has already spent about $4,400 out of the 10 needed to complete the first stage. Suddenly, the guy receives a message asking him to draw illustrations for a web novel. He immediately goes to the site to evaluate the author and his work. The numbers look quite impressive. John looks at the writer's page and discovers that he has about 100,000 subscribers. He likes to receive feedback from viewers on his streams, and viewers also like it. But spending paper and materials for the amusement of the public seems frivolous to him if Batten started drawing sketches for short stories on broadcasts. Then everyone could win. Thus, the guy could climb to the top of the illustrator's skill in no time. Having thought everything over, smiling, the hero decides to accept the invitation because it sounds quite profitable. He decides to show off, saying that he recently finished working on illustrations for a popular author. At the same second, the main character begins to receive messages of interest from this guy. He offers only 2 conditions, namely to be able to broadcast the work on the paintings, and the guy must be listed as the author in the writer's public page. An acquaintance agrees to this proposal, agreeing on $1,500 a week, but he will need to produce at least 10 high-quality sketches a week. John believes that the price is slightly lower than the market price, but due to this offer, he will be able to increase the audience on broadcasts. The guy gives the hero the contact of the author of the short stories. Now they will be able to communicate directly. The money will immediately come in advance. Batten grins at this dialogue. He thinks that the guy is rather taciturn. The main character begins to undress after all. It's time to wash, since he came to the shower. He decides to spend the next couple of days reading the novel, and then he will start making illustrations on streams. In the evening, the guy comes to the workshop. The short story turned out to be quite large, and the plot is also very confusing. John puts his phone on a tripod. Finally, he is ready to start illustrating. Recently, the number of views has been about 2,000. The numbers are stable, but there is no increase in growth. The guy has high hopes that people will come to this stream to read the novels. John writes a commentary on his broadcast that today he will pay attention to the illustrations for the novel. Advertising begins to work, and more people tune into the broadcast. The hero decides that the best option would be to entertain new viewers with something from the classics, so he begins to draw a dragon. People recognize the character, admire the speed of the guy's hands and the detail of his work. Viewers who are interested in the author who ordered the illustrations ask to draw something else and send gifts. John notes that the addition of imagination and hand speed gives a very good effect. He had never felt so confident in his strengths and skills. The main character again takes up the tools and with quick movements draws another character from the story. The man was depicted as a girl. Initially, it was not clear what his gender was, but at the end of the story, it became clear that he was a guy. Batten himself did not finish reading it, so he does not draw it entirely correctly. Despite this, he decides to move on to commissioned illustrations. The guy draws the main character and the girl next to them. The audience rejoices, because in general, this is what they came for. The last drawing on today's broadcast will be a minor character. John begins to paint. People watch his work with bated breath. Suddenly, he thinks about how fat people are always presented as funny side characters. The guy doesn't understand why fat people can't be brave in the eyes of others. The first stage of the Stream Master task is completed. Now John receives a bonus to his charm. Loaf looks at himself. He hasn't become any prettier. He doesn't know how to test his acquired skill. The hero decides that it is better not to scare the viewers of the broadcast with his face and voice. He thinks that only 1 point has been added to his charm, so perhaps it is quite insignificant and no one will be able to notice the changes. Suddenly a woman enters the workshop, shouting that it's time for her to close everything, and that it's long past 10 o'clock in the evening. The guy understands that it's already quite late. He didn't even notice that he was streaming for about 3 hours. John apologizes to the woman and says that he lost track of time and is already finishing up. Suddenly, she looks into his big, cute eyes, embarrassed by this. The woman smiles and asks him to take his time and do his job as long as necessary, while she solves the scan word puzzles. Batten is surprised by this practice, because there are legends about the harmfulness of this watchwoman, but suddenly she became just a darling. Apparently, the main character really has become many times more charming, since everything turned out this way. Feeling his power, he draws himself as the main character of the novel. John depicts himself in a battle suit, looking very majestic. The guy says goodbye to his viewers and asks to come tomorrow at the same time. On today's stream, the audience was twice as large as usual. At some point, the hero was at level 12th. We can already say that he took this order for a reason. Batten decides to go for a run and then return to the dorm to test his charm again. Heading towards the stadium, he notices Daniel with his girlfriend. Surrounded by tall and aggressive people, he was probably attacked again. The guy opposite looks arrogantly at John's friend, who is ready to defend himself. It turns out that if the main character influences the course of events, he will not be able to change the outcome. The girl shouts to the attacker that they broke up a long time ago, and he shouldn't care about who she goes on dates with. Sitting in the bushes, John thinks that his opponent didn't even have enough time to come alone, and he invited his friends with him. The tall guy tells the girl not to interfere with their showdown and step aside. The main character does not want to stand by and watch his friend being pressed. He does not know whether he has the right to stick his hands into the natural course of events. Daniel resists and tries to stop his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend named Inessa. Friends of the striker Jeff are trying to prove to the girl that their friend is many times better than her new partner. Suddenly the guy turns his gaze there and sees John holding his friends by the scruff of the neck. He asks to start quickly, because soon the guards will begin to patrol the territory. One of the guys is trying to get out of the defender's tenacious grip. Tired of resistance, the guy goes limp, not understanding why the main character is so strong. Plus, the power finally came in handy for him. John asks them to start the showdown, pulling the guys aside, saying that they will not interfere. He thinks that even if Daniel grabs it, at least it will be an equal fight. Seeing his friend, the guy is very happy and smiles widely. Jeff doesn't understand who Loaf is or where he came from. He continues to be indignant, saying that earlier his friends talked about their skills in martial arts. Smiling evilly, the main character asks the guys if they heard what happened in the same place a month ago. Some girl screamed loudly that something had been stolen from her. That thief didn't even have time to walk 10 meters before he was already nailed to the ground. In the end, it turned out that this guy stole time from the screaming girl. The guys have already heard the story. According to the stories, that man had broken ribs. John could smear them on the asphalt. The main character stands behind the offending guys and says that no one will envy that poor fellow. Jeff looks at everything that's happening and wonders in his head if the three of them can handle it. Colliding with their eyes, Batten winks at his friend. Using some telepathy skill, he tells him that now is the time to make the offender respect him. The guy smiles widely and joyfully and replies that he understands him. Without hesitation, Daniel approaches Jeff from behind, placing his hand on his shoulder. He says that he likes Inessa and therefore is ready to deal with this here and now. If the guy is ready to leave her behind, then they will go their separate ways. Otherwise, there will be bruises. Jeff looks at him fearfully as Daniel explains his point of view and intimidates him. Smiling, the main character asks why the offender is sweating so much, although they haven't started fighting yet. Apparently, he can't stand this situation anymore. Jeff looks at the guys with indignation. He doesn't like that everything didn't turn out the way he wanted. He yells at Daniel that he's not done with him yet. Unexpectedly, the offender takes off and quickly runs away in an unknown direction. John hugs the remaining accomplices. Apparently, they were left without a spectacle. One of them asks to let them go, because it's already late. The hostel will close soon. The main character agrees with this and removes his hand from the guy's shoulder. As soon as this happens, both run away at enormous speed in different directions, as long as they are further away from this place. John feels satisfied because he just saved his friend. Suddenly, something distracts him. Inessa hugs Daniel and says that she agrees to accept his proposal to start a relationship. The guy is terribly jealous of them and wonders when he will stop being lonely like a stray dog. As has been proven, a hero can still influence the outcome of events. Suddenly, he realizes that he was planning to go for a run, so he quickly heads towards the stadium. John begins to exercise. He runs 5 kilometers in 38 minutes. In recent days, he has been running 1 kilometer in 7 minutes. This pace does not even tire him. He needs to speed up. The guy has only 3 kilometers left, and he can finally complete the second stage. Without paying attention to anything, John gives it his all and runs the remaining distance. He completes the second stage and receives 50 points and a bonus to speed. Rejoicing at this, the hero begins to dance. His body was already ready to accelerate, and here there is additional speed. He thinks that the day has turned out to be quite productive. Suddenly, a familiar voice is heard behind him. The main character immediately turns around to look at the man's face. Kathleen smiles sweetly and waves to her acquaintance, saying that they haven't seen each other for quite some time. John thinks about 87 hours have passed since their last meeting. The hero says that he wanted to apologize for the last time, but unfortunately, the girl has not been seen for a long time. Kathleen explains that her brother reacted quite strongly. Walking to her destination was quite awkward, but now all that is gone. Having learned that the guy was Kathleen's brother, John feels like a weight has been lifted off his shoulders and refuses that the girl he likes is still single. She explains that he came to invite her to the wedding of her 13th brother. The main character finds himself thinking that it sounds like he is the 13th to the throne. Kathleen says there are 18 older brothers and 13 younger brothers in her family. John is shocked by what he hears because in the end, this is 31 brothers in total. He decides to clarify why there are so many of them. The girl denies that the story is quite long, and her grandfather originally had 6 brothers. Each of them had 3 or 4 sons in the girl's father's generation. There were 20 brothers and not a single sister. For all 3 recent generations, Kathleen is the only girl among 31 brothers. The main character's jaw drops at what he hears. It sounds like some kind of prank. She decides to tell him one telling story from her childhood, when Kathleen was in elementary school. The boys came up with the idea of hanging cocklebur on the girls' heads. It's such a nasty plant with prickly cones. One of the guys put a whole bunch of these bumps on her head, and she had to pull the thorns out of her hair all day. After school, the brothers met this boy at the school. Each of them wanted to tear him apart. When the director tried to pull this boy out, Kathleen's uncles came, and the director locked himself in his office. This conflict was resolved only thanks to the director's party connections. John thinks that he has heard the story before. Apparently Kathleen was that girl. He wonders how it must be hard to date guys with so many brothers. The girl replies that this really is such because subsequently willy-nilly she compares guys with them. Sometimes it seems to her that she already knows everything about different types of men, and it is difficult to feel interest in anyone. The hero says that being one guy among a bunch of sisters, the girl probably had a hard time. Kathleen assumes that they are talking about John and asks him to talk about his life. The guy sighs slowly and still decides to tell her about his sisters. The situation is similar. 4 older sisters and 3 younger ones. Among all the relatives, he is the only boy. When John was very little, their only interest was dressing him up as a girl. A little later, after 10 years, the interest subsided, so they began to feed him more and more. Someone said that love is intangible, but the hero has been carrying their love with him for many years. The guy pats his stomach. Kathleen smiles sweetly and says that there is no guy like him among her brothers. The main character becomes embarrassed and blushes, asking himself if the girl is flirting with him, suggesting that the reason is his charm. Having finished the warm-up, the girl begins her workout and says that she has to go. She wonders what is wrong with her today and why all this was said. John feels very energized and is ready to run even 500 kilometers. The guy starts running further. Kathleen wonders if her friend was running. He replies that he only ran 8 kilometers, but according to the plan, there were all 10. The girl looks warily at her friend and asks him if he is confident in his abilities. John has no doubts. He is progressing absolutely every day. After a few laps, the guy becomes hard and he asks Kathleen to continue training. A little later, he will catch up with her. Kathleen tells him to go rest. Otherwise, he will overtrain and won't want to get out of bed tomorrow. Stopping from fortunate fatigue, the guy sighs in frustration. The girl stops and says that a charity marathon will be held in a week, asking a friend if he is interested in this. Suddenly, a new task from the system appears in front of John. He needs to score 100 points of champion glory. This is already happening for the 3rd time. After her words, a new task appears. The main character assumes that Kathleen is somehow connected to his system. He asks if the girl is a non-playing character, and she, in turn, does not understand what he is talking about. Kathleen says that she is one of the people in charge of this mini-marathon, clarifying whether this is what the interlocutor meant. John's eyes light up and he asks the lady how he can sign up. The girl offers to send him a link, but the guy is not yet among her friends. She hands over her phone so that the hero scans her code. The situation repeats itself. Loaf stands frozen in surprise. Finally, he will have a social network of the girl he likes. The main character is incredibly happy about this development of events. He imagines them together. In the evening, John finally has the opportunity to fully familiarize himself with the task. Each time they have a different reward and structure. According to this system, the hero needs to win world competitions 20 times, which he is fortunately dissatisfied with. Batten decides not to pay attention to this task for now, since there is no strong need for it. There are already plenty of reasons for joy today, because his love added the guy as a friend. But, unfortunately, until she sent the link, John decided not to intrude and wait to look more on her page because thanks to this, you can get to know the person better. He suggests that there may even be photos of Kathleen on the social network. Having visited the page, the guy realizes that there is absolutely nothing on it except a marathon, but still decides to at least like it. Suddenly, a new task appears in front of John called the Crazy Liker. To complete it, you need to give 1,000,000 ratings on the internet. The main character does not understand who this Kathleen is, because the task immediately appeared after his like. Upon completion of the mission, the guy will receive a +5 to visibility, although he never suffered from this since he was always surrounded by sisters. This will be a good addition. And then he gained so much weight that it was impossible to be invisible, even with a strong desire. But this task gives a lot of points. If John completes it quickly, he will become the owner of a miracle camera. With such speed of hands, there will be no difficulties. The main character immediately begins to give rating after rating on one of the social networks. A little later, he notices that in 10 minutes he couldn't even get 600 likes. Even with the enormous speed of his hands, John will have to poke at the screen for at least 3 hours on streams. This time is spent usefully. The guy needs to come up with something. In order to like on a social network, you must first open a post. You can give ratings on another network without any problems, so it would be more profitable to switch there. John starts liking all the posts he sees. The feed is incredibly interesting. He wants to read everything. In the end, it turns out even slower than it was before. The guy doesn't like today. Suddenly, his friend comes into the room. He stepped in dog poop right before he was about to kiss his lover. The main character is very interested in whether a thumbs up counts in real life. It was not said that likes count only on the internet. He tells his friend that stepping in poop is a sign of good luck and gives a thumbs up. The idea worked as it should. It works offline too. The The guy says that his friend is incredibly handsome today, and shows 2 likes. Noodles looks irritably at his neighbor and asks if he is alright in his head. Not paying attention to anything, the main character continues to show him fingers up. John continues to send estimates to complete his mission. He no longer needs to say anything, he can only show it. Suddenly, 2 more of their friends enter the room. They are interested in what they are doing. Not paying attention to anything, the guy continues to fulfill his mission. He is incredibly happy that he showed a like to 3 people and it counted as 3 ratings. Climbing onto his bed, he thinks that this is still not enough. Suddenly, a new idea comes into his head. He tells his friends that he has come up with a new dance for TikTok. One of them says that he has a bad feeling, but ignoring this, the guys continue to look at the guy. John lowers his head and then sharply raises his finger up. He dances and says that the guys are very good, cool, that he loves them. Continuing to give compliments, he asks if his friends see these thumbs up. The guys look at everything that is happening with stone faces, not understanding how it came to this. They disperse to different corners, showing with all their appearance that they didn't really like it. In just a minute, the main character gets 200 likes. Tomorrow he will go to some crowded place. The next day, the guy comes to the estate museum. There are a lot of people there. Everyone is looking in every direction. But the mainstream of people is standing in line for tickets. John should stand at the front of this line so that the largest number of people can see him. The main character is running away. Very soon people will see a lot of likes. He stands at the entrance, shows fingers up to all the people passing by him. The guy is very glad that he thought of this. Now he gets more than 20 likes at a time. From the outside it may look very stupid, but John is not even offended by comments addressed to him. After another couple of minutes, the main character completes the first stage, gaining visibility and additional points. If you continue in the same spirit, then very soon the guy will get his hands on the remaining 1,100 points. Suddenly, some kind of mating ball clings to his finger. He doesn't understand why he got it, because he's standing far from the bride. People rejoice, praise Baton, and tell him to go to the bride as soon as possible. Apparently, it's all about additional visibility. It is unknown whether the characteristic will bring more benefit or harm. 2 young men congratulate him. The landowner's daughter chose John. They ask to go on stage with him. The guy assumes that he is called to go on stage with the actress. He is not particularly upset about this, because this place is the epicenter of attention. The audience encourages the spectacle and persuades John to go on stage. The guy looks admiringly at the crowd, surrounded by the landowner's daughter and the landowner's son. The main character thinks that soon he will like all the people around him. The men ask what the young man's name is. Since he's become part of a theatrical production, one must try not to lose face. John winks at the man and asks him to call him handsome. First he asks if he has already been married. The guy thinks that so that chatting according to the script will not bring him closer to completing the tasks, he needs to take the situation into his own hands. He says that he was fattened on homemade donuts. A bachelor could not stay in such great shape. People laugh loudly at this joke and enjoy the performance. The man also smiles and says that the gentleman is not without irony. He thinks that he is not standing in such heat, so that some fat man from the crowd will attract more attention to himself than the actors. He needs to drive him away as soon as possible. The man says that in this case, it is worth thanking the young gentleman for his participation, and seeing him off with applause, the daughter will have to throw the marriage ball again to find her betrothed. John smiles widely and asks in this case to allow him to perform a farewell dance. The audience asks him to start dancing as soon as possible. They are waiting for the performance. The main character is preparing for his dance. He must report that his daughter is someone. He says that the girl is the best, the most beautiful, simultaneously showing more and more fingers up. People laugh, calling the hero a clown. Some are happy about this performance. Others take a video and are going to post it on a social network. The guy gets 90,000 likes faster than he got the first 10,000. The system counts half 1,000 likes. The scheme is incomparable. The man is about to drive the young man off the stage and thanks everyone for watching. He calls to his assistant standing to the side, indicating that John needs to be removed quickly. The main character resists in every possible way, saying that his dance is not finished yet. He wants to continue it. The man stands aside and thinks that there are a lot of crazy people walking down the street. The guy decides to ask the worker of this estate when the landowner's daughter will throw the marriage ball again. Without answering this question, the man kicks John aside and says that he should leave quickly. For dancing on stage, he gave out almost 200,000 likes. At this rate, in 5 or 6 passes, he will get his 1,000 points. The main character is thinking that the girl threw a ball at him with +1 visibility, and now he already has +2. If he gets on stage again, people won't be able to kick him out that easily. John is surrounded by many people. They are all asking him to throw them a ball. The girl looks at the main character and thinks that again this sick man has stood among people. She needs to throw the ball anywhere but in his direction. She is terribly afraid. The main character notices this and thinks that he won't be able to go on stage. The ball is caught by another young man, smiling and laughing with happiness. The guy doesn't understand what to do. He can't just stand and watch. John raises his finger and shows like to all the people, shouting that he is handsome. The landowner and his daughter say goodbye to people, waving their hands and smiling. It looks like the actors are leaving for lunch. People are also starting to leave. The landowner's daughter remembers John well and will never throw the ball in his direction. There is no point in waiting for their next appearance. Looking at his phone, the guy realizes that it's time for him to have lunch. He has exceeded all his expectations, collecting a huge number of likes in half a day. After lunch, I still need to go see Julia for a couple, and broadcast in the evening. While it doesn't do anything, you can continue to rate it manually. Sitting on a bus, the main character tries to complete his mission using hand speed. Two girls next to him are watching a funny video. John is dancing on it. They decide to approach the main character to ask if he is the one filmed in this video. Apparently someone posted this on TikTok. The video has already received about 100,000 likes. Unfortunately, these are just his likes. It's a pity that they are not taken into account by the system. The girls say that the guy is quite funny. They are delighted with this dance. Ladies, I suggest you perform it again to see the dance in reality. There are many fewer people on the bus than in the square in front of the estate, but this is better than manually poking at the screen. Without hesitation, John stands up and starts giving everyone the thumbs up, moving and dancing funny. After some time, it's time for the guy to get out. He is glad that this is his stop. Well, despite all the embarrassment, 5,000 likes is a good result for such a short trip. But still, he won't be able to get the 100,000 likes on his TikTok video out of his head. He can't shake the feeling that he's been robbed. Suddenly, the phone vibrates in his pocket. It's Noodles calling and shouting into the phone. Today, at a class, the old man was taking roll call and was very dissatisfied with his absence. He had never noted those absent before. Apart from him, about 5 other people did not come to the couple. But he only scolded John, saying that he would not allow him to take the exam. A friend invites him to write an explanatory note and go to him to apologize. Perhaps this way the teacher will become more loyal. The hero doesn't understand why. Out of the 6 people who didn't come, he only noticed him. Apparently, it's all because the guy is quite tall and fat. People are immediately struck by his absence or presence, but it hasn't come to this before. Suddenly it dawns on John that this was all due to his newly acquired visibility. He is very indignant, because this is another setup from the system. It should help its bearer and not complicate his life. The system notifies that at the current level of visibility, the absence of the carrier in class will be noticed in 100% of cases. That same evening, the main character decides to come to his academy. He approaches the department office, holding a piece of paper in his hand and looking at it sadly. The explanatory note should reassure the old man. At least the guy really hopes so. Gathering his strength, John exhales noisily and knocks on the door. A voice is heard from it. Someone reports that he can come in. The main character embarrassedly opens the door and walks into the room. The professor inhales noisily, looking aggressively at the student who has just arrived. He starts shouting at him, not understanding how he has so much audacity to show up in his office. The man asks what these pranks are. Apparently, John is doing this instead of attending his classes, showing videos on his phone. The main character is surprised. Apparently, the old man is also on TikTok. The guy apologizes profusely, saying that he made a big mistake, and gives him an explanation. The man says that he will not let such behavior get away with this. John understands that the man is not in the mood today. He urgently needs to come up with something. Suddenly, some idea comes to the main character's head that can certainly help save the situation. He remembers that last time he saved his life with the help of charm using the example of a watchman. Now it can also work with a professor. The guy says that he does not deny his guilt, but is a good guy. Now the man strongly doubts it. John uses the power of his charm and looks at his teacher. The professor is touched and says that the guy actually didn't do anything inappropriate. He accepts the explanation, smiling, and asks not to miss his classes anymore. The main character will bow down and thank his teacher. The men don't understand what just happened. He worries and thinks that he has become soft in his old age. Joyfully heading home, John thinks that he needs to use his charm more often, because it really helps. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing in his pocket again. He pays attention to it. The guy takes the gadget out of his pocket and picks up the phone. It turns out that it was spam. They clarify whether the guy wrote off about $120,000 from the bank account. More and more people are starting to call the main character, trying to deceive him or get him to do some favor. Apparently, it's all about newly acquired visibility. The guy thinks that no one will like you, because he will definitely be noticed. He decides to turn off his phone until he gets back to the dorm, and then download a call blocker. But this time, it's not an advertising agency that writes to him, but a man for whom the guy recently drew sketches for a novel. He reports that 2 more acquaintances would like to work with John. He himself is madly waiting for the release of the continuation of these stories. The sleepy grandfather has long been one of his favorite web novelists, according to his own statement. As soon as he sits down to write, he immediately becomes sleepy. He rarely releases chapters, but the short stories turn out wonderful. That same evening, the main character comes to the workshop, begins his broadcast, and says that he will first draw 5 classic American characters, after which he will begin illustrating the stories. The hero draws various superheroes, Smurfs, avatars, and other popular characters. Having finished with this, it is worth starting to draw illustrations for the novel called Dungeon Spirits. With quick movements of his hands, he draws a coffin. Suddenly, he notices that about 6,000 people are now watching his broadcast. The number of views increased by 9,300, which is twice as much as before. The main character assumes that all this is thanks to links from his sleepy grandfather. Suddenly it dawns on him that this is not only the merit of the author of the short stories. He understands that these arrivals are due to visibility. At least in some way it helped. Remembers all the past time. It is unknown whether celebrity is a gift or a curse. For now, it's better not to bother the monster there. There may be too many side effects from this characteristic. No more dancing. Suddenly, the guy receives messages. This is the moderation of the streamer platform. At 8 in the evening, the channel will be included in the list of recommendations in the drawing category. Thanks to this, he will receive even more views, will soon complete the task, and will receive another +1 to his charm, after which he will become irresistible. The more pumped up his charm becomes, the greater the chance that people will fall in love with him. It turns out that there are much more advantages to being a celebrity than disadvantages for the sake of great love. You will somehow survive calls from scammers. The guy still decides that he will go dancing tomorrow. He's traveling by bus. The next stop is the estate. Please get ready to leave. If the main character is on stage again, he will probably finish the task as an impeccable liker. After all, today is Friday. There should be even more people. Due to the impossibility of skipping classes unnoticed, he can only come here in the evenings. Arriving at the square, John does not see your number of people and actors. Apparently, they are on a break. Suddenly, among the crowd, the guy notices the landowner, waves his hand and calls him to him. He heads towards the man. They say that he has a request. He begs to let his colleague throw the marriage ball at his side. The landowner tells him that nothing can be guaranteed here, because the outcome is random. There are times when, in order to be lucky, you first need to make an effort. The main character hands the man his phone and asks him to look at the video. He realizes that the guy in the video is from the last time he danced. The man is surprised by the number of views the video has collected, about 1 million ratings. He suggests that John is now a social media star. The main character replies that the truth is a very popular person on TikTok. He also adds that their cooperation could be very mutually beneficial. His popularity can really help attract more spectators to the performance. But the guy is too capricious. He cannot be allowed to ruin their performance. Despite all the doubts, the man accepts his offer. He sets the condition that now he can start dancing only after the main part of the performance. John replies that 3 minutes at the very end will be enough. The guys shake hands, agreeing on cooperation. Last time the hero distributed about 20,000 likes in a minute on stage. Now he will have 3 minutes. Besides, his visibility has increased. Today he will be able to complete this task. The performance comes to an end. People in the crowd notice Baton and are happy that today will be many times more interesting than always. The husband and wife exchange bows and then go to the bridal room. This day is very significant for John, so he decides to share his joy with people and dance. The audience already knows what will happen. They shout joyfully and clap their hands. The main character prepares to perform his dance by removing his bow. He and other workers among the actors begin to perform his thumbs-up dance with him. People laugh, compliment them, and look at what is happening with enthusiasm. The guy decides that now is the time to use his abilities to the fullest. He activates his hand speed and visibility skill, flashing his fingers up at great speed. The third stage is completed. He has completed everything he needs. Previously, the numbers were growing rapidly. The system notifies that after completing the tasks, an achievement called Crazy Lucky 2.0 will be awarded, and, on top of everything else, a +10 will be added to visibility. The guy doesn't understand why there is also an increased version for such a bad task. He doesn't need an additional +14 to visibility. He won't be able to survive this. He decides that he has already received the coveted 1,000 points. His visibility is already through the roof. He doesn't need more. He gets a lot of points. But with a further increase in this level, it is better not to risk it. The hero decides to open the items that became available with this task, and there he finds a cap. When worn, the level of visibility will be close to 0. He decides that with such a cap he can even do whatever he wants. John decides that he should calm down. This cap will simply reduce his new visibility, but will not make him invisible. Unfortunately, this cap costs a whole 1,000 points, just like the miracle camera. Now he doesn't have the funds for it. He performed this task only to buy a new gadget, but now the cap is much more needed. With something like this, a guy could negate all the side effects of visibility and take advantage of its benefits when needed. The camera will wait first of all. It's worth buying a new item of clothing, which will subsequently help you live comfortably. Unfortunately, an error appears on the screen. The purchase will become available only after completing the first stage of the new task. John continues to poke at the screen in disappointment. He needs this cap now for the sake of it. He will have to dance again. Looking at the time, he decides that he should think about this later. But for now, he needs to rush to the stream. The guy gets on the bus. Now everyone around him is staring at him. Even when he had a +2 in visibility. He felt uncomfortable. But now he's already a +6. Some guy is trying to steal a wallet from the main character's pocket. The man takes notice of this and shouts at the petty thief. The hero flies into a rage and shouts that he clearly ran into the wrong thing. He sits on the guy's back and says that he just wanted to take a ride while sitting on the bus. He doesn't understand why he didn't think sooner, choosing a victim out of his weight category. The guy apologizes and says that previously he only stole from grandmothers, even pickpockets. Cannot ignore the advantage of visibility. Without this cap, the main character will soon touch his head. People on the bus are delightedly rejoicing, saying that John did everything right in relation to the thief. The bus driver says that if he decides to turn the guy into the police, he will take them. Not paying attention to anything, the guy takes his phone out of his pocket and starts looking at it. If he goes to the police, then it is unknown how long it will take, and today is his first stream after getting on the recommended list. But if you just let this pickpocket go back to the workshop, he will disappoint all these good people. Our world is constantly changing, but some things remain unchanged if someone had a person's wallet. Then the chance of getting their money back and catching the thief is usually negligible. Most people don't care at all about other people's grief. They prefer to stay on the sidelines and not get involved. But this crowd behaved differently. It is unknown whether John's visibility influenced this situation, but their willingness to sacrifice their time in order to act as witnesses against a pickpocket is very impressive. The main character cannot just spit on their souls, and as for the broadcast, this can be done on any other day. The guy decides not to disappoint people and says that they are now heading to the police station. The man from the transport decides to make a video, because the content needs to be shared with other people. John realizes that in this situation he can also broadcast. After all, he is the main character in this situation. The guy asks someone to lend him a notebook and pencil in order to fulfill everything he had previously planned. The girl raises her hand and shouts that she will gladly help the young man. John takes out his phone and decides that before the broadcast, he should explain to the viewers what is going on. He writes an appeal that he became a victim of a pickpocket, so today's stream will be on this topic. They managed to catch him, he is sitting on it now people are taking him by bus to the police. The main character is filming the crowd on the bus. He caught the thief thanks to these kind people. They immediately intervened in the situation. In order to remain mysterious to his viewers, the guy decides to go into hiding today. His face is ordinary. There is nothing to show. Now is the peak of evening traffic jams. They will not get to the nearest station anytime soon. Therefore, the best option would be to stream on the bus itself, with the pickpocket serving as an easel. The girl offers to hold the phone while the hero draws. The guy has limited resources today, so he decides to draw several black and white sketches in the style of popular anime. He begins to work on the sketches, finishing each one quickly. Viewers in real life are delighted with his drawings and say that they, too, should subscribe to the guy. The pickpocket screams loudly. This whole situation is unpleasant for him. But the sketch is ready. It depicts two people who are not difficult to recognize. The bus driver tells people that there are only a couple of minutes left to get to the station. The main character decides that this time should be enough for him. Using the speed of his hands, he finishes the last sketch for the day. Everything turned out better than everyone expected. The transport arrives at the police building. They just managed to make it before it closed. Now John will go to hand over this pickpocket to the police. The stream is over for today. He leads the guy by the scruff of the neck and hopes that this incident will serve him as a lesson. Having finished with all the business, the main character leaves the building and thanks the officers. Today, he is very tired that he doesn't even want to run. Now he would like to drink a can of cool Coca-Cola and lie down in his bed. While the guy is heading towards the house, he is very attracted to the drink machine. The main character turns in his direction as if Coca-Cola itself is calling him. But he's trying to lose weight and it's already quite late. He imagines glass jars with a drink in the form of girls. They used to be in close relationships with him. Has he really forgotten about it? Despite all the side effects, he asks her if she thinks that he won't drink the lady. Scales appear in the guy's imagination. They ask if he remembers how much he weighs. John remembers all the saddest and most offensive words addressed to him, thereby preventing himself from being tempted. He remembers his weight, so he didn't drink anything. The guy turns in the other direction and tells someone that he asked her if he doesn't believe it. Suddenly, the main character comes to his senses and does not understand where he is and what is happening around him. John exhales calmly. It seems that he has already begun to hallucinate from hunger. Although the guy has been running for about a month, he doesn't know if there is any result. Approaching the scales standing on the street, the hero decides to weigh himself. The guy takes off his sneakers and jacket to remove excess weight. It's better to leave his pants on. The scales show 113 kilograms. A month ago, the guy was at least 120. At least the main character lost 7 kilograms. He turns towards the machine, quickly puts money in and buys a bottle of water. If now the hero allowed himself to drink cola, then tomorrow he would already eat a chocolate bar. He ran for a whole month. Not so that everything lost would come back in a couple of days. It is better to wait for the teeth and continue to work on yourself. If you think about it, over the past month, John has not only lost weight, but also achieved good results in other aspects. He spends a lot of time on completing the task of the walker, and only runs 20 kilometers a day. You need to think about how it could be combined with some other activity, for example, as he did with the tasks of the illustrator and stream master. While there is no one at the stadium, you need to buy and try a new camera as quickly as possible. He opens his system and completes the purchase of a new gadget. The camera looks, to put it mildly, strange. It is better not to use it in public. Otherwise, it will attract too much attention. It would be much better if it looked like a regular camera. Without having time to finish, the gadget is transformed. It can transform at will. John decides to test the camera to make sure of its capabilities. It enables broadcasting with just the power of thought, and it is very convenient to operate without hands. Today, the main character, as usual, will run about 10 kilometers, and the day after tomorrow, there will be a mini marathon with Kathleen. Before that, you need to complete the current stage in order to improve your characteristics even more by the time of the marathon. Only 2 people came to the broadcast, but the number of views increased by 4. 2 people standing in the country look at how the main character runs. When a guy broadcasts, views are taken into account not only online, but also offline. If he had known this earlier, he would not have streamed alone in the workshop. Now he needs to change the broadcast strategy. The next morning, the guy comes to the estate museum where the performance is taking place again. People look at what is happening with pleasure. They think that this is a real wedding. Today has again become a significant day for him. The main character got married again, so he asks to share the joy with him and dance. People around raise their hands jubilantly, shout, and ask to start dancing. John asks his assistant to go downstairs and film him now the hero is broadcasting. A man walks down to the crowd and points the camera at the guy, smiling sweetly. Having finished the dance, John made an announcement. In 10 minutes, he will start drawing portraits for free. He asks not to be shy and to participate. The experiment of combining tasks was successful. In a few minutes, he manages to gain more than 30,000 views. The progress with the distribution of likes is not so impressive, but he had just a minute. The landowner approaches the hero and asks him to hold off on dancing for now because he is drawing all the attention to himself. The main character stands among the crowd and calls more and more people to him, offering free and well-drawn portraits. He asks not to be shy, to come up. The drawing will come out beautiful and fast. The crowd stands to the side so the hero can dance, draw, and broadcast. John asks not to leave, but people are not ready to agree to drawing a portrait. Viewers write in the comments that they have been watching the streamer for about half an hour, trying to call people over, but everyone refuses. Everyone thinks that this is just a scam, because the drawing is done completely free of charge. People are embarrassed to be the first. He just needs to find one, and the rest will come one after another. John notices the landowner's daughter in the crowd. She must save him. The main character approaches her and asks if she has a couple of minutes of her time. The girl wonders if the newlyweds paint portraits of her. He replies that he was assigned this at the art academy and asks her to pose. The lady smiles sweetly and asks to try to finish quickly because she will soon go on stage again. The girl sits down and asks if she is sitting normally. Many comment on all this from the side. The main character quickly ends with a portrait. 2 ladies nearby ask if they can also sit down and get their drawing. He replies that everything is absolutely free. There is no catch in this action. The landowner's daughter sighs from surprise and the good result. Holding a piece of paper in her hand, she smiles widely and says she is absolutely delighted. The girl asks to take a photo with the artist, because he's very talented. The guys stand next to each other, holding a portrait in their hands, and pose for a photograph. Suddenly, another task appears. To complete it, you need to take 100 photos together with different people. As a reward, he gets the benefit of being photogenic, and having an infectious smile. It is unclear whether this is necessary, since the guy is not such a public person. Be that as it may, these characteristics certainly won't do any harm. And besides, you can complete this task casually. The girl approaches the hero, wondering if she can get a portrait, and asks him to draw her as nicely as possible. Having received the drawing, she asks to take a photo with him and praises the work. The main character immediately agrees. People continue to send comments in the chat. The crowd surrounds the guy, asking for more and more portraits. People start lining up to see him. Considering its length, even if the guy spends about 5 minutes on each person, the people who are now standing at the end will not receive their portrait even after 3 hours. This won't work, and besides, it's very hot outside. You need to work faster. The main character holds out a quicker portrait of the girl. The lady asks what kind of hack he painted for her. She didn't expect such a result. Before her, the guy drew multicolored drawings for all the girls, but hers turned out to be monochrome. Before her, each portrait took about 5 minutes. The guy spent no more than 2 on this. John explains that he just wants everyone in line to get a portrait. However, the girl is very unhappy with what is happening, because as soon as it was her turn, the style changed a lot. She asks to take and draw a normal portrait right now, even if it takes about 15 minutes. Otherwise, she will tell the rest of the people in line that the longer they wait, the worse the quality of the drawings will be. The guy decides that it would be stupid to make a row with her now. He will only waste time on nonsense. By the way, a person standing in line just wrote on the broadcast. The main character uses the power of thought and asks for help not to be distracted. The guy understands this and says that he will soon head in their direction. A man stands next to people on the sidelines, smiling very gloomily and scary. The guy asks his friend not to pay attention to this hysterical woman and draw as he wants. The girl asks what this man just called her. He wonders if she is deaf. He grins while continuing to argue with her, distracting her from the main character. The guy inhales heavily through his nose to start talking about his thoughts. He explodes and shouts at the girl. The hero painted a portrait for free, and the lady does not understand the essence of what is happening. Despite everything around him, the guy continues to speak out because the lady is holding up the line with her indignations. He repeats everything he said again so that the girl clearly realizes her mistake. The cheering crowd claps in agreement with his words. The girls approach the indignant people from the side and ask them to leave here, because they are detaining everyone. One of the others approaches the streamer and asks for his profile in order to subscribe. John replies that you need to enter Batten's workshop in the application so she can subscribe. The girl sends an attraction ring. He thanks her. She is very generous. The main character continues to draw portraits of people and take photographs with them, completing more and more tasks. Having completed the mission, the guy receives the most easily earned points of all time. The characteristics, in turn, may help in the pursuit of tomorrow's marathon. In just today's broadcast alone, the guy received 100,000 views. Against this background, the previous figures seem simply ridiculous. If we continue at the same pace, then in a week, John will be able to complete the 3rd stage, or he will be close to it today. He still needs to run up to the 200-kilometer mark in order to improve his endurance for tomorrow's marathon. Taking the easel and all his things, the guy heads toward the stadium and asks his marathon to wait for him. The next day, having arrived at the competition, the main character approaches the information desk. He says that he is a participant in the marathon, asking for a t-shirt. The girl at the reception thinks that this fat guy can't participate in it. The guy shows his phone, talking about an application for participation, but apparently they don't have that size. Kathleen approaches the hero from behind. The girl is glad to see him arrive. The lady holds out a t-shirt for her friend. She put it aside especially for him. The guy is incredibly happy about such generosity and care on her part. Kathleen points her finger towards the bushes and says that there is a man sitting in them and sneaking glances at him. John explains that this is her neighbor in the dorm. He also wants to take part in the marathon, but is very shy. Having quickly reached the couple, he explains that he really wanted to find out if his friend really took part in the competition. Kathleen believes that running a marathon is a piece of cake for the main character, because he is a great fellow. Noodles doesn't understand how the girl knows his friend so well. The girl does not answer this question and says that she has a lot to do and should leave urgently. Turning to her friend, Kathleen compliments the loaf's smile. Noodles praises his friend for being able to charm such a stunning lady. John jumps with happiness because the girl he likes praised him. The main character asks his friend to help him with the broadcast since he came to this marathon. He reminds you that you can't take off your face because the guy is hiding it. John greets his subscribers. Today he promises to donate the entire amount raised to the fund of this marathon. He explains that today he will not show his face again, because he does not want his face to become the basis of his popularity. Okay, the hero tells his friend that he needs to get on a moped and film the guy from the side, parallel to the audience. Noodles looks at him indignantly, not understanding who he takes him for. The friend is not going to participate in this, because he thinks that he looks like a servant. Despite all his doubts, Noodles gets on a moped and says hello to his subscribers. Viewers already know that today the loaf will take part in a charity mini-marathon in total. More than 2,500 participants signed up for this event, mostly students and young white-collar workers. The guys around John tell him that the guy shouldn't run fast, otherwise his heart will stop. Despite all the comments, the guy closes his eyes and tries to calm down. Opening up his system, he sees a sports drink that prevents dehydration, provides the body with enough electrolytes and essential minerals, and is effective within an hour. The guy decides to find out how capable he is. On a normal day, he can run 10 kilometers in an hour and a half. Despite all his doubts, the hero wants to challenge himself and run this distance in 1 hour. People are running nearby. The first kilometer has been completed, and the time taken is 6 minutes and 30 seconds. John decides that this kilometer was a warm-up. Now he can speed up. Following him is his friend, who films everything that happens on video. The guy doesn't understand what happened to his friend, because before he was out of breath when walking fast. Noodles screams and asks viewers of the broadcast to support the hero with their donations. 2 guys on a motorcycle drive past John. They say that he clearly weighs more than 100 kilograms. But he doesn't lag behind the others. Enough of him, and they say that he is an example to follow. One of the guys says that if he reaches the end, he will become the main event of this marathon. Soon there will be the first food station. You need to take water to wash down the energy gel. You need to replenish your body with carbohydrates. Acceleration consumes too much energy. The main character opens his system and takes an energy gel, which replenishes glycogen deficiency in the muscles and relieves 50% of fatigue, is effective within 10 minutes. He reaches the food station. He is incredibly happy that now he has the opportunity to take water. The guy grabs the bottle and immediately pours it on his head. He ran 3 kilometers. The time taken was 18 minutes and 30 seconds. Everything is going well. John ran the second and third kilometers 30 seconds faster than the first. He needs to maintain this speed until the end of the marathon. The guy does not give up and continues his relay race. There are still about 7 kilometers ahead. Suddenly, Noodles stops. He's in complete shock. It seemed to him that he came here just for show. He was sure that he would leave the race after a couple of 100 meters. But today he breaks all the patterns. The guy's eyes well up with tears of pride for his friend. Noodles follows his friend, shouting in his direction that he's very proud of him. The main character thinks that under no circumstances will he give up and leave the race. At the 5th kilometer, it becomes increasingly difficult for John to maintain the same pace. His strength is clearly leaving him faster than he expected. Stopping at the second food station, the main character can barely walk, is sweating and breathing heavily. It seems that he will not be able to last long on water alone. The effect of the sports drink is still valid. The energy gel replenishes glycogen stores in the muscles. But this is still not enough. Perhaps at a slower running pace, they would reduce fatigue to nothing, but now they are of almost no use. After 8 kilometers and 48 minutes, the protagonist's legs become like cotton wool. From fatigue, his vision begins to darken, and it becomes difficult to continue running. The guy remembers all the offensive comments addressed to him from various people. His head is spinning. The main character is very upset about his condition because he desperately wants to lose weight, because he is tired of being fat. Suddenly, out of nowhere, his friend's voice is heard. He says to look straight ahead. The guy runs very first, in front of him, literally a couple of meters away. You can see the finish line. Due to a lot of emotions, he begins to scream loudly as he continues on his way. There remains less and less distance to victory. All his acquaintances and friends are watching what is happening with concern. Having reached the finish line, John breaks the tape and runs forward. From fatigue and the inability to walk anymore, his eyes close and he begins to fall. Fortunately, Kathleen is standing in front of him, who catches the guy's emaciated body. The rescuer shouts that they have an accident. The person is unwell and urgently needs a doctor. To the side lies a moped, on which his friend recently followed the main character. Such an unexpected event very frightens everyone around, because people do not always fall from vehicles. Noodle shows his face on camera and says that he is fine. He assumes that everyone is terribly interested in knowing what is happening to the loaf now. I turn my head towards my friend. He notices that he is lying on the ground unconscious. The main character is incredibly happy that he won, that he was able to step over himself and do more than he did before. Frightened, Noodles runs towards his friend, worried about his condition. He picks him up and theatrically screams at him not to die. The doctor reports that the guy will be fine. His body is just exhausted. He needs rest. Kathleen says that her friend should take a break and now she should be behind the flock with donations. The friend hugs his neighbor. He is very glad that everything is okay with him, but John pushes him away and asks him to unstick. Due to this, Noodle accidentally points the camera at the protagonist's face. He closes the camera with a quick movement of his hand, because he didn't want to show it. With calmness, the guy says that if everything happened this way, then there is no point in hiding his face any longer. The main character lowers his head and asks the audience to prepare for something new and interesting. He picks up the camera, points it at his face, and says that he would not advise overweight people to try to repeat this right away. You need to prepare for this. John started running about a month ago, and during that time he ran several hundred kilometers. For starters, he mastered the running technique, so his knees were safe. You should definitely see how much dripped during today's broadcast. Now the guy is watched by more than 80,000 viewers. John thanks everyone who subscribed to his channel and donated, either to him or directly to the application of today's mini-marathon. He sees that people were very generous, promises to donate an amount equal to their donations. Today, the main character received 9,850,000 coins from people. That's 9,850. There's no point in putting it off. Without missing a beat, the guy moves towards the donation counter. Kathleen says all you have to do to donate is scan a code from the counter. John scans the code with his phone and sends 10,000. The girl is shocked to see such an amount. Noodles is surprised, because after the commission from the application, the guy will take more than 50%. The main character replies that he is aware of what is happening and donated this money personally, hoping that no one will think that he is a major and is spending his mother's money. The guy replies that his sketches have been selling well lately. Kathleen, in turn, thanks him and hands him a napkin for the guy to wipe the sweat from his face. The girl standing next to her tells her that John looks quite handsome. She focuses on the obesity of the main character, but this is quite fixable. Suddenly, a hated hero appears behind the guys, namely, a blonde guy. She asks not to call him what he just called her. On the way, he got stuck in a traffic jam. He thought that he wouldn't catch the girl. It's good at least he has an expensive car, and after the guy drove out onto an empty avenue, there was no stopping him. Because Daniel doesn't like to run, but he can support her with flowers and donations. John picks up the code card and shoves it in the hero's face. He asks the guy to scan the code in order to send money. Daniel brushes him off and asks him not to teach the scientist. The main character gets very annoyed and hopes that he won't get angry with him. The blonde guy puts a lot of money on the table. Kathleen warns him that by doing so, she is supporting not the girl, but the fight against poverty. Daniel shrugs it off and says that he doesn't care what's happening. He turns towards John and asks him why he's staring at him. Suddenly, one detail dawns on the blonde. He knows this man. The guy says that the main character is the same guy with the funny dances from TikTok. Daniel looks at John appraisingly and tries to piece together the man's identity in his head. Mockingly, he says that the guy probably eats well, asking if he donated anything to poor people. The hero shrugs it off and says that he cannot reach Daniel's sums. The guy thinks that he would really like to hit the blonde, but you can't behave like that on a stream. Daniel says everyone donates to the best of their ability. Noodles explodes from injustice and starts to get into a fight, but his friend quickly stops the guy and takes him aside. The friend wonders if Batten was scared of this man because he didn't do anything. He asks for an explanation not for him, but for the viewer, because people are at a loss, since they saw everything that happened from beginning to end. The main character smiles and says that despite the hero's personality, he will also donate a lot of money. It would be wrong to publicly humiliate a person after he has done a good deed. The main character explains his point of view, shares his opinion, and then ends the broadcast. He needs to return to the hostel and rest, and promises to hold another stream in the evening. Today turned out to be quite a fruitful broadcast. It is getting closer to 1 million views. At one point, the main character was watched by more than 87,000 people. He is already at the 20th level. Daniel, surrounded by 2 other guys, communicates with the girl, their voice saturated with resentment after realizing the truth. People tell the guy that now he is no longer John's competitor. They decide to take revenge, so the blonde tells the girl to act according to the plan when his opponent comes out. Otherwise, her parents will find out how much she owes him. Half an hour later, 3 guys are sitting behind the bushes when a lady is standing near the entrance to the room. She immediately approaches the main character and asks him for help. The girl says that she left something in the workshop on the 5th floor and asks to take her there. This thing was given to her by her mother, and it is of great importance to her. There is no light on the 3rd and 4th floors, so the girl is scared. The main character assumes that she wants to take revenge on him. The guy continues to think in his head, deciding whether to do it. Ultimately, he agrees, because the lady looks kind of scared and confused. Walking along the corridor, he notices that there is light everywhere, both on the 3rd and 4th floors. The girl replies that the light bulbs have probably already been changed. The guy says that there is light everywhere here, his help will no longer be useful. Suddenly, the lady grabs his hand, after which he apologizes and tears his shirt. She starts screaming loudly, screaming for help. The main character runs up and moves in an unknown direction, realizing that it was all a setup. But along the way, 3 guys appear in front of him. They recognize John and speak to him quite arrogantly. They comment on the situation, saying that it is quite terrible. Daniel says that if Kathleen finds out what a pervert the guy really is, if the whole academy finds out, then something irreparable will happen. The girl sits on her knees, screaming loudly and crying from the realization that she was threatened. She had no other choice. Daniel explains that he actually threatened the lady. The main character knows that in this case the problem is not so big. He begins to laugh loudly, bursting with lightness after realizing. John says that he finished the stream but forgot to turn off the camera, so it's not so bad. He explains that the video shows that the guy didn't lay a finger on the girl, and he also hears a confession that Daniel threatened her. If Kathleen finds out what the guy really is, if the whole academy finds out, then something irreparable will happen. Now the end has come for the blonde. They wanted to bend Batten, but he himself did exactly the opposite. The 3 guys begin to cry and worry a lot about what they did. They apologize to him. John says that he has only 2 conditions for him to do what the guys want. The first will be to apologize to the lady. Moreover, if he continues to threaten her, he will not like the consequences. The second condition will be that Daniel must stop interfering with John, who sympathizes with the girl. The blonde tearfully replies that he will do everything as the guy asked. The lady meets the guy at the entrance to the building and apologizes for what she did. She really did something really stupid today, okay, even though it didn't end the way they planned. There is no need to follow the lead of scoundrels like them. You need to think with your own head. The main character says that last time he approached her rather unceremoniously, they will assume that they are even. The lady asks for her account on a popular social network. The guy gives her his contact without any problems. Suddenly his phone rings. He knows a popular girl. Worried, the main character hangs up the call and says that he wrote down his dorm roommate this way as a joke. She replies that she also wrote down her friend in a similar way for the sake of humor. They have a lot in common. It turns out that a really popular woman called him. She wonders why he is dumping her calls. Crouching down, hoping that no one will notice the guy, he asks her why she's calling. The girl asks what the hero could be doing so late, wondering if he has a girlfriend. She explains that he doesn't tell anything, and therefore we can only guess. From a close informant, it became known that recently the guy has changed a lot, began to run, broadcast, even lost weight. They fattened him up so much, and it all turned out to be in vain. The main character breaks down and says that he knows her informant, after which he asks why she's calling. The woman replies that he chose a rather interesting tone for communicating with her, after which she asks if he needs tickets to the concert. Says to come on October 5th and pick them up from her. He remembers going to this concert in his previous life. It would be great to go to it with Kathleen. At the stadium, the girl comments that today he kept a very high pace lately. John has been running slower than during the marathon, but much faster than before. The girl says that during the competition, She photographed him a couple of times. The main character promises to look. The guy notices that the lady practically called him handsome. John really came out great in the photographs, all thanks to his photogenicity. Kathleen asks if he's had enough of himself. The guy looks away from his phone and thanks her for the photos. The girl says goodbye to him and says that she is returning on the 11th. The main character asks if she has plans for the holidays. She explains that she will be back soon since her brother is getting married on the 15th. John says that he has 2 tickets to a popular person's concert on October 5th. He initially planned to go with his dorm roommate, but it doesn't work out for him. Embarrassed, he invites the girl to go with him, saying that if she refuses, then it's okay. The guy thinks that he has already experienced more than 100 rejections, so he will survive another one. Kathleen lights up with happiness and thanks him for the offer, agreeing to go with him. She herself tried to buy a ticket to her concerts, first in another city. Both times it didn't work out. Kathleen even thought about returning and looking for tickets from resellers at the entrance. But suddenly it turned out that her friend had a ticket. She asked to tell the amount and then he would transfer the money. John says that there is no need to translate anything. He himself got the tickets for free. He offers to take him to dinner when he arrives. Kathleen asks him not to disappear anywhere, after which he says goodbye to him. The main character rejoices madly with happiness and delight because his beloved has agreed. In the evening, at the gates of the academy, he begins another broadcast. Today he will run to the lake, and after that he will draw several landscapes. The entire route is about 12 kilometers. The main character runs with his fingers raised. Likes are given to everyone he meets, and now 3 tasks are being completed simultaneously. The hero admires his intelligence and doesn't understand why he didn't come to this before. An hour and a half later, he reached his destination. The distance is slightly greater than in the marathon, but the final time is lower. Suddenly, a new task called a Nightwalker appears in front of his face. To complete it, he must visit 100 scenic spots. Apparently, he will have to walk at night instead of sleep. And this may negatively affect his weight loss, but perhaps the ability to stay awake should eliminate all the negative consequences of sleep disturbances after rebirth. The main character is very short of time. After completing all the tasks, John gains many different skills. Observation and a sense of taste for an artist are the very thing. If his assumption is that the ability to stay awake means more time, then the task is simply a must. Suddenly, the guy notices a lot of comments for him. He completely forgot about introducing the broadcast. John says that he suddenly entered into a dialogue with the inner sage. It's time to start painting landscapes. He completes the first task and receives a bonus to his ability to stay awake, which makes him very happy. The first landscape is finished. The lotus pond is approaching. He works on many different landscapes and ultimately ends with the main character. After this, he gains charm. Now he becomes even better. Completing all his plans, the main character says goodbye to his viewers, but suddenly he receives a call from the girl who recently set him up. She screams into the phone and asks the guy for help at the moment. Sitting in the car, John fearfully asks what's wrong. The girl explains that she came out of karaoke. A group of drunk guys followed her. When she ran, the guys started screaming after her. The main character wonders where she is now. He shouts to the driver to follow the named address, namely to one of the alleys. The man asks to buckle up and then accelerates the car, following as quickly as possible. John comes and sees a lot of guys. They are looking for a girl here and there. With the current hero strength and hand speed, you can easily defeat a bunch of drunken hooligans. But it's dark here. If a person jumps out of a dark corner, then he won't notice him. Suddenly, John realizes that he recently saw on the list of items night vision lenses, which allow you to see at night as during the day. He immediately buys the item and heads forward with enthusiasm. With such lenses, no bully can hide from a guy. Unexpectedly, the main character discovers a girl sitting behind a trash can. He starts shouting and waving his hand, attracting attention. Then he puts his finger to his lips and asks him to sit quietly without getting out. The loaf takes off and runs towards a group of guys if a fight cannot be avoided. Then you need to hit first. He jumps on the blonde guy from behind, smiling widely, confident in his victory. A man falls, sliding along the ground, ending up at the feet of his friends. One of the company wonders how stupid one would have to be in order to attack a group of peaceful guys alone for no reason at all. The main character flares up in aggression because they call him bad. One of them shouts to the others to stand up. This is a squad of handsome karaoke guys. Immediately the guys rush towards the hero to defeat him. Thanks to night vision, John sees every action of people, how awkward they are. He activates his hand speed, throwing punches at the guys' faces in a quick motion. With a calm expression on his face, the main character thinks that, for sure, people have realized everything and will not beat them anymore. They comment on this. They don't understand why John is moving so fast. He doesn't understand how the maniacs were chasing the girl, and now they want to call the police because it's their fault. The guy stops the speech of the people around them. Apparently they had a misunderstanding. John stops for a second and does not understand what we are talking about. The guy says that she forgot her purse at karaoke, and they wanted to return it and went after her, called her, but for some reason she ran away. The main character thinks that chasing a girl with such a crowd is not very prudent. Appearances are deceiving. They mistook them for hooligans. and people never thought that a fat guy like the main character would be so fast. John smiles broadly, apologizes for beating the guys, then offers some money to buy some bruise ointment or a band-aid. The guy puts his hand on John's shoulder, asks him not to worry, because they don't hold a grudge, and offers to join their squad. John refuses and says goodbye. The main character goes towards the girl to calm her down. She is very guilty before him, because she again caused so much trouble. The main character says that they should hurry to the hostel. Nothing bad happened. The lady reports that the gate is probably already closed. It is not known what can be done. The guy says he'll sort it out right away. It's time to turn on his charm. He knocks on the guard's window and asks if he is sleeping. The man suddenly raises his head and asks the guys why they came so late. John apologizes profusely for interrupting the man's sleep. The guard smiles sweetly and asks not to worry about him. The guy comes closer to him and asks in his ear if the man will open the gate. Having come to his senses, he says that the rules are the same for everyone. He cannot let the guys in at such a time. The man grins and thinks that he helped in any way he could, then it's up to him. The main character does not understand why he smiles and winks at him so much. Suddenly, John realizes the essence of the situation. Shock and surprise appears on his face. The men sharply slam the window, but the guy shouts that they misunderstood each other. The charm worked on him, but he helped more than necessary. The girl asks what can be done in this case. The guy says that there is no choice but to rent a room. The lady is very surprised by what she heard. She did not expect that it could come to this. She says that she likes John quite a lot, but she's not like that. It's too early for them to rent a room. The guy stops her and says that she misunderstood everything. He will rent a room for her alone. The main character can stay with a friend who lives nearby. The girl looks down embarrassedly, worried about what she said. John books a room on the website, seeing her off and asking if she has any documents with her. Before leaving, he says that he's very flattered by sympathy, but he already has a lady of his heart. The girl turns around and thanks him for his honesty, because this is very important in people. 10 minutes later, in an elite residential complex, the guy heads into one of the buildings. He goes through all the access systems. As soon as he received notification of enrollment in the academy, his parents immediately bought an apartment nearby for him. But he didn't live in it. At least he didn't rent out the premises. Although it's more fun in a hostel, sometimes it's also very nice to be alone. John takes off all his extra clothes, lies down on the bed, and enjoys the long-awaited rest. The main character has not felt so free for a very long time, at least under the roof. Suddenly one of his parents, namely his mother, calls his phone. The woman asks why he returned to the apartment today. John used to think that it was very convenient to open the door with a fingerprint, until he found out that this lock immediately sends a signal to his parents. The main character refuses and says that he doesn't have a girlfriend. John explains that if he has someone, he will tell his mother about it first. He doesn't understand why everyone from his family is interested in his personal life. Returning to his bed, Batten closes his eyes. It's already quite late and he should go to bed. If Kathleen ever becomes his girlfriend, he will definitely bring her home to meet his parents, but now it's too early to think about it. John thinks that she should be at home now, and there is still a week before the concert. He wonders what will happen if he flies tomorrow and tries to meet her before the concert. Ultimately, John discards these ideas. No one likes too intrusive behavior. It's better to work on completing tasks and improve your characteristics even more, so that by the 5th day you can appear in front of the girl in the best possible way. It would be fun to complete tasks synchronously. Suddenly, some details reach him. The guy takes out his phone. There are only 200 kilometers from his academy to the sports palace. There should be less than 10 scenic spots along the way. If you run, broadcast at the same time, show your fingers up, take a break from running in the evenings, find some picturesque places, and draw illustrations on it. You can also donate the money that you accumulate during the stream to a charity foundation. This way, he will simultaneously complete tasks, show people positive examples, and in the end do a good deed. The very next morning, the main character is completely assembled and ready. He presses the record button and activates the broadcast. You just need to move forward. There are almost no people on the broadcast. Most of the viewers are probably still sleeping.
As soon as people wake up, they will most likely go for a walk.
At the moment, only 105 people are watching the main character, but only the most loyal subscribers are online. He reads the comments. None of the spectators believe in his strength. All the cars around are honking at each other. Something must have happened. The main character runs past a traffic jam and gives people a thumbs up. I hope no one misunderstands him. Suddenly, one of the people stops the guy and asks him to listen to him. He turns around and asks whether the man is addressing him or not. He asks if John mocks people who are stuck in traffic on the roadway. The main character looks at the man with confusion, because he just wanted to support people and share a positive mood. But the man does not understand him, shouts with aggression and swings a bottle of water. The guy twists the man's hand. He screams and asks him to lower it. He explains that he is simply his subscriber, and wanted to prank him. In this way, no one knew that Batten would be so strong. John takes the water and thanks for the gift, asking to be careful with pranks. The man offers to take the hotel in his car, but it's time for John to keep moving. He shows his class to the guy and wishes him good luck on the road. The person also shows his finger up and says that he should wish him all the best. 12 kilometers have already been covered. The time taken is about 1 hour 29 minutes and 26 seconds. A short rest is recommended to avoid overloading the knees. The main character stops and looks at the roadway. The grandmothers decided not to waste time in the traffic jam and went out to dance. He decides to show everyone who is the master of dancing and also entertain his subscribers a little. The guy leaves the camera in place and says that it's better to relax, stretching his joints. Now he's going to join the people. While he is warming up, bikers pass by. The guy looks after them. It turns out that these are just journalists who came to film a report about dancing grandmothers in a traffic jam. But suddenly the camera is directed at him. The guy looks at people with confusion because he did not expect such an outcome of events. The girl says that they are journalists from a newspaper and asks for an interview. One of the guys comes up to him and says that they already know each other. They met at the mini-marathon. John says that he will never forget how they followed him and filmed him with a huge camera, then asks why they don't film grandmothers. The guys explain that they dance here all the time. The guy is a great find for them. The main character turns away, is embarrassed, and says that he is not in the mood right now. Suddenly, a new task appears in front of his face. He needs to become the hero of the local media news 10 times. It is listed as a special task. For it, you can get a plus of 16 to your charm. Even getting a plus of 3 gives an amazing effect. And if he gets 16 more, and after completing another task another 12, then something good might happen. The main character will become simply irresistible in the eyes of others. The girl explains to him that the guys were in a hurry to get to this place to do an interview. John snatches the microphone from her hands and says that he would be more than happy to talk to them on camera. He answers many questions, after which the lady thanks him for the interview. They say goodbye to him. The hero asks him not to put the report on the back burner. They undertake to do everything in the best possible way. Batten opens his phone, looking at the time. It's time for breakfast. He says goodbye to his viewers and says that he will return to them in an hour. John thinks that every broadcast is very profitable for him. He eats soup in the cafe, and after that, it's time to move on. The guy rested twice, took pictures with 13 fans, and then finally reached the town. After so much time, the main character finds himself at the first transit point. He needs to check into a hotel, take a shower, and rest, and tomorrow he will show local scenic spots. A month ago, John would never have believed that he could run an entire marathon in a day. Entering the room clean, the hero notes that for the last 5 hours he's been thinking only about his soul. Suddenly, the main character realizes that he only took panties from a change of clothes. Everything is soaked through with sweat and it stinks very much. No one would want to appear in front of a sympathetic girl like this. Suddenly, he realizes that among the items there were also clothes, which are not that expensive. This suit absorbs sweat, dries quickly, is breathable and keeps you fresh. A new suit will fit over your old clothes. The previously wet clothes are now completely dry. They smell fresh. It's just wonderful. Having finished with his business, the main character goes to bed, and in the morning he suggests starting the day by exploring local cuisine establishments. Suddenly, a voice from the side distracts him from speaking. 3 girls appear in front of him with drawings and gifts. These are subscribers. Seeing them, he asks them to roll up the posters, because this makes them quite awkward. The girl suggests that he go to an interesting establishment nearby. The lady says the distance is about 10 kilometers from here, but they have a car. The main character thinks that no one except 3 people will fit into such a tiny car. At least the hero cannot be squeezed into it. It turns out that theirs is a neighboring vehicle. It is many times larger than the previous one. The smallest girl sits in the front seat. The guy asks how long she has been driving. The lady turns sharply and drives quickly, which makes the main character very scared. Sitting at a table, they say that the 3 of them opened this hotel. They even made up the breakfast menu themselves, asking how their guests would like this establishment. The girls argued with other subscribers that they would feed him in the morning in their hotel, and in the evening they would put him to bed here. The first part of the argument has already been completed. He asks for help with the second. Suddenly, a new task appears before the main character. He must accept an invitation for an overnight stay from strangers 3 times. As a reward, there will be a plus to fertility and bad luck. They simply offered to stay in a hotel, but the system ties the ability to reproduce to this. A man once said that just putting a girl in a dress with short sleeves can immediately evoke a whole series of associations. When the hero was completing tasks, the girl could not even recognize some of the refusals. And when did she manage to become so smart that after the invitation for an overnight stay, she thought about giving birth to children? Suddenly, the hero realizes that talking to her about this is like playing a zither in front of a cow. Although fertility is an undoubted blessing, having many children is clearly a plus someday. In the distant future, John would be happy to have a large family. But, with the characteristic of luck, you can seriously get into trouble. The ability to fertilize can be maintained through a healthy lifestyle, or, in extreme cases, thanks to medical intervention, but the consequences of bad luck will take a long time to clear up. After all the thoughts on this topic, the main character decides to refuse and not spend the night with them. They say that everything is absolutely free, and there should be no problems. John explains that he already has some plans for the evening, so he apologizes for losing the argument. It gets dark outside, the guy falls on his bed, and you can finally relax. The most important thing is that he did a great job today. If you try, you can finish the first stage of one of the missions tomorrow, and then take the hidden cap. On the 1st of October, the main character gets out of his bed, continues moving. The next point will be a new city. While working on the next sketch, the main character draws a picturesque bridge. John completes the second stage of the task, which he is incredibly happy about and laughs with happiness. The guy invites viewers to look at the area higher up in front of them is the main pedestrian street of this town. After upgrading his powers of observation, he began to see more and more clearly. Notices every movement, every rustle. Sees people in the distance as clearly as near. Suddenly, some terrible picture catches his eye. He tries to take a closer look. The guy stands behind the frightened girl. The pleasure of the process is visible in his eyes. John takes off and heads towards these people, asking them to grab them. Without thinking twice, he hits the guy hard in the jaw, causing the guy to fall. A crowd gathers around people. They look at what is happening. The guy shouts that he is not a pervert and didn't do anything if he doesn't believe it. He can ask her himself. People look at what is happening. John asks the girl to tell the truth. The offender will not get out of his clutches. The crowd is getting louder. Everyone is discussing her, discussing the situation. The heroine is shaking with fear and wants to cry. She says that no one touched her. The hero asks if she's really telling the truth because everything looks different from the outside. The girl runs away in fear and screams that no one harmed her. People ask to let the offended guy go because he really didn't do anything. He says that John should first apologize and then they will discuss compensation for emotional damages. The hero is absolutely sure of what he saw, and all this should be captured on video. Now they will call the police. The offended guy lies on the ground and says that he is the victim. People stand behind them and mock them because the situation is very controversial. One girl from the crowd says that she is ready to confirm everything and says to call the police. This man tried to get close to her from behind, and when she kicked him well, he switched to a more timid victim. Batten thanks her for her help. Without any hesitation, John takes out his phone and calls the police. The guy cries, asks not to call law enforcement, asks to let him go. The main character says that it's too late and asks what about his compensation. The girl comes closer and says that if he wants to understand why that girl said that nothing happened and ran away, then he should listen to the voices around him. People around condemn her. Everyone around comments on her short dress and behavior. She was silent and did not say anything in protest. The main character thinks that since the situation turns out this way, there is no way he will let this guy escape justice. He doesn't understand how all these people dare to speak like that. Batten asks them what that poor girl did wrong, why she deserved such treatment. The protesting lady stands aside and listens to everything, remains silent and observes the situation. John asks them if the same thing had been done to their sister or daughter. Would they also have sided with this pervert? If in such situations you shift responsibility onto the girl and not the guilty ones, then over time they will become even more impudent. People leave and say that he probably thinks he is better than everyone else. If someday this girl sees this recording, then Batten would like to say the following: if, when we meet the offender, we run away and do not seek a fair punishment from him, then he will feel impunity, and there will be even more victims. The lady gets into the frame and says that there is no need to be afraid of gossip and discussions of fools. You need to fight. Stand your ground. Suddenly the police appear behind them. They say that the speech is quite good. They will sort this out and ask you to come with them for testimony. The girl says that the main victim has already run away, but she can also testify against him. A woman appears next to them. She also saw everything and agrees to go with them. John thanks her, smiles sweetly, and says that he's the hero. An hour later, they leave the police station and ask the woman to take care of herself. The main character thanks the girl, explaining that they stream on the same platform. He is very surprised by this and clarifies whether she is broadcasting on the same application. The heroine gives her nickname and says goodbye to him. As soon as she returns home, she will immediately recommend his channel to her subscribers. Unexpectedly, the task is completed, and you will finally be able to buy a cap. He changes his glasses and buys a long-awaited item of clothing. Surprisingly, the main character does not feel anything. Suddenly, a person walking behind crashes into his back and begins to fall backwards. At some point, the man raises his eyes towards the obstacle and realizes that there is no one in front of him. The hero approaches him from the side, extends his hand. The man is very frightened because he has not seen him before. Just in case, he clarifies whether the man just ran into him. The guy confirms this theory and asks for forgiveness. The man takes all the blame on himself because he didn't notice John at all. He is very surprised because he really has become very invisible. It was not in vain that he spent 1,000 points on this cap. We need to check somewhere as soon as possible all the nuances of his new stealth. Suddenly, fireworks explode behind the main character, and a wedding is taking place somewhere nearby. This event is great for testing. A girl at the entrance to the room greets guests. A guy approaches her. It seems that the lady is looking directly at him. Apparently, the idea is a failure. John decides to wave his hand at her to make sure she's looking in the guy's direction. The girl does not react at all. Apparently, she looks through him. The hero realizes that she doesn't care at all, as if he's not here. Without thinking twice, The guy decides to go inside and see what's inside. There is a huge amount of delicious food around, many snacks and treats. John doesn't think long and doesn't choose. He takes everything he sees. Suddenly, the last steak remains on the tray. The guy looks at it and drools. Without thinking twice, he stretches out his hands to put it on his plate. But suddenly, another person intercepts the dish, also wanting to enjoy it. The guy asks who this guest is, where he is putting his hands. John asks in surprise whether he sees him. His opponent says that he is very big, and it will be difficult not to notice the guy. The main character apologizes and asks to take the steak for himself. He doesn't understand how this can be understood, because the cap sometimes works, and sometimes doesn't work. John looks at the guy in surprise. Apparently he realized something. Perhaps this person is the owner of another similar system. The guy begins to turn his head hysterically from side to side, not understanding where his interlocutor has gone. Now the hero has realized what exactly it means, that when wearing a cap, the level of visibility will be close to 0. People only notice it through direct interaction. I wonder if it only works in real life or online, too. Without thinking twice, the guy turns on the broadcast to test his theory. In 10 minutes, not a single view was collected. Now all the nuances of this skill are clear. The Toastmaster notices that almost all the guests have gathered and proposes to raise a toast to the newlyweds. John wonders if he stands next to the bride. Will anyone notice him? Even if he does, he can step aside at any moment. The main character slaps himself on the cheek for such wrong thoughts. If he has acquired such abilities, this does not mean that he can blatantly interfere in the lives of strangers. He needs to monitor his behavior. The guy should not allow himself to indulge and remain unpunished only thanks to the system. Today is a big holiday for people. No one invited him. John eats everything here for free. It's worth drawing a wedding gift for them as a souvenir. He prepares a small card and puts some money in it to give to the newlyweds. Approaching the girl at the exit, he leaves a gift for her. She did not notice when he managed to approach. Heading in the other direction, the main character rubs his stomach and rejoices that he is finally full. Suddenly, the motorcycle wheel begins to spin quickly towards the guy. Naturally, he notices this and decides to jump in the other direction to avoid an accident. Barely having time, he jumps back and screams loudly because the situation is very unexpected. The hero did not even suspect the possibility of such cap effects. While it is better to walk without one, it is safer to walk near the road without a cap. In the following days, the main character followed the navigator towards his goal. There was not much left to run. The guy doesn't stop, even though he's very tired. Suddenly, he begins to hear various voices that encourage him. It turns out that he is running towards the tape to break it. Everything looks like a marathon. People are happy that their idol has overcome this distance. They rejoice at his victory. Subscribers hand out a towel and water, and John in turn tries to catch his breath. He wipes the sweat from his face and thanks everyone for it. After that, he squeezes him to the ground, because he was very tired during the journey. The main character thanks everyone for their support. Some wrote that they would meet him at the finish line, but he could not even think that there would be so many people. Seriously speaking, as the guy promised, he will give all donations to a charity foundation. He takes out his phone and tells his audience that this is the last chance to participate in such a good cause. They have 3 more minutes, after which the hero will go into the statistics and tell people how much money he received during this race. The race began on September 30th. The money will be taken into account from this day. In total, in real money, it is 72,000. The amount is simply gigantic. No one was ready for this. It is not known how to get out of it. There is an option to donate 36,000. 36,000 yourself, without adding anything. But last time he doubled the amount, and this time he promised to do the same. If you repeat the past experience again, this will already become a pattern. Charity is of course good, but who knows how much they will donate next time. In total, people sent 72,000. After the platform commission, there will be 36,000 left. No one underestimated the generosity of subscribers. John will add 14,000 on his own, and in the end together, they will donate 50,000. The main character thanks all subscribers for their help. He suggests ending this broadcast on a good note, thanking the viewers for their support during the run. There will be no broadcast for the next few days. The guy wishes everyone a great time during the holidays. John waves and bids farewell to his fans before ending the broadcast. He says goodbye to the audience in life, and steps aside and puts the phone to his ear. It's his sister calling. They make an appointment. After some time, the main character finds himself near a multi-story building. He knocks on the door. Someone knocks. The girl pays attention to it. The blonde looks at the camera aimed at her brother. She's surprised that he came quickly enough. Suddenly, the sister is shocked by the appearance of her relative. Just recently, John had a cute third chin, but now he's completely thin. She touches it, examines it, and is surprised by it all. She herself was very thin recently, but now on the contrary, she has gained weight. All that was left of her brother were bones and skin. They fed him with the whole family. The guy was so cute and plump. The main character is indignant and says that he is still dealing with the consequences of caring. As a result, he decides to check with his sister why she has gained so much weight. She explains that the problem is in the new role. But the guy does not understand her, because everything can be corrected with the help of computer graphics. Suddenly, another girl appears behind them and says that his sister eats for art. This is a singer who recently made her film debut, and she comments on John's appearance. He asks what the fate of his second sister is here. The hero was very lucky, because they had just prepared a lot of food, and his sister came to visit. When the main character came to visit the blonde in a past life, she then also gained weight, but the other sister was not here. It turns out that significant events do not change, only the details change. The brunette enters the bath and asks how long he will continue to wash his hands, because the food is getting cold. The sister explains that she needs to gain about 5 more kilograms. Lately, she's been eating the most delicious and high-calorie foods. John has lost a lot of weight lately, so he needs to eat everything. The guy inhales the smell of food, drools with desire to eat all this delicious delicacy. In his heart, he really wants to eat, because he hasn't eaten chicken wings for a long time, but it's advisable to control himself. The main character is given a huge plate of food and told to eat. He refuses, because he is losing weight now and he can't. John turns to the side and says he won't eat it all. He has to control himself. The guy is trying to meditate to control himself and calm down. The blonde asks if he's sure that he really doesn't want to eat. She pours his favorite cola into a glass. The guy missed this gentle hiss of bubbles. The loaf would madly like to drink it, to feel the taste. The sister asks if he will drink 1 glass during their meeting. John licks his lips. He practically agreed to fulfill her request. Despite the fact that he is losing weight, the guy raises the glass to his mouth and takes a small sip of the sweet drink. The guy gets great pleasure from this because he loves cola madly and would like to drink it all the time. Suddenly he notices that the cola has disappeared from the glass, even though he only took a sip. The main character is very upset about this, but the blonde laughs and recognizes her beloved brother. She invites him to take a photo as a souvenir while he's still more or less chubby. Suddenly a new task appears called Star Relief. To complete, you need to take a photo with 100 different famous people. This task is an upgraded version of one of the past missions. The reward is generous, but taking a photo with the stars is not easy. The other sister laughs and says the guys are pretty funny. He runs up to her from behind and points the camera to take a photo with her too. The girl asks why he did this, because probably no one expected this. John winks at her and says that the lady laughed very charmingly. Such a shot could not be missed. My sister asks me to stop playing around and eating. The heroine says that she won't eat, because she has to go to the red carpet tonight. She doesn't want her fat to stick out. The main character thinks about this, because there are stars everywhere on the red carpet. He puts on his cap and thinks that this chance cannot be missed. Today, he will complete this task. A girl gets out of a luxury car. Many people are filming her. She walks smiling, waving her hand. People call her admiringly. All the attention of journalists is concentrated around the red carpet. If John carefully spins around the stars in his cap, then he will be seen in the newspapers. The hero of such headlines better not become. He decides to look behind one of the stands and see what else is there. A girl in a long yellow dress is photographed in front of the board. This is an autograph stand, which is what the guy needs. There are almost no journalists here, but every star lingers here for a couple of photos. The main character slowly approaches the girl to take a photo with her. He pulls out his phone, holds up 2 fingers and takes a photo. The girl says that she heard something. The guy quickly leaves and thinks about putting it on silent mode. She continues her photo shoot without paying attention to it. People ask her to smile. John thinks the plan is working better than expected. It remains to repeat the same thing about 97 more times. The guy takes picture after picture, capturing more and more popular people in his lens. This photography stand turned out to be a real find. 99 photographs have already been created. All that remains is to find the last star. A voice is heard in the distance. People greet the irresistible girl. His sister has already arrived. She dressed up very beautifully. Unfortunately, the photo with it will not count, but the photo will remain as a keepsake. Suddenly, a man calls his sister and he and his brother turn their heads in his direction. This is a blonde guy. In the tabloids, they signed an affair with this actor. He calls her baby. It turns out it's true. A guy eats a watermelon. You can't find a better shot than here. She asks him to stay away from her. John did not expect such a turn of events. The girl knows very well that he spread ridiculous rumors about them. It's worth suing him and his pocket journalists, but she doesn't want to get dirty about it any further. As she leaves, the girl says that if he doesn't stop defaming her name, then she will arrange everything so that no one will ever want to work with him. The guy comments negatively on this behavior and insults the girl. He mumbles under his breath that no one needs the girl, because many people found out about her only thanks to a fictitious affair with him. John thinks that he needs to wash his mouth with soap, although there is another way to punish him. He decides to follow the blonde guy and follows on his heels. Suddenly, the main character steps on the back of his shoe. His foot jumps out of it. The guy starts to fall. His leg is exposed. The blonde lies on the carpet with his butt up without a shoe. He is in severe pain. I wonder where he hit with his foot. The guy doesn't understand what's going on. It's good that at least there are no journalists here. The main character points the camera at him and stands next to him, thanking him for the photo. The mission is completed. The guy is looking for his shoe here and there. John kicks him into the crowd to get back at him for his behavior. A shoe hits one of the journalists in the head. He is surprised by this and turns back with aggression. The guy screams and asks who threw his shoe at him. The blonde comes out from behind the wall. No one understands why he is without a shoe and beaten. Journalists immediately attack him. The guy asks him to put away the cameras and not take pictures of him, but no one listens. Let him consider this an instant karmic response from the universe. It will be useful for him to lock himself at home for a week and think about his behavior. The main character comes to the conference room and sits in the front rows. He decides to take off his cap and check out the updated specifications. The guy next to him doesn't understand when he sat down next to him. John asks if he thinks his smile is contagious. The guy does not understand this question and considers the main character sick. Then Batten asks you to take a closer look. Don't stop smiling. The person next to her notes that she really is very beautiful. Not just beautiful, she's very infectious. Looking at her makes you want to smile. He asks to be friends with him. Journalists appear all around. John has another +11 to his visibility. The main character puts on his cap and leaves the hall. It's time to get out. It's already completely dark outside. The streetlights barely illuminate the deserted streets. Tomorrow is the concert where the main character will go with Kathleen. I wonder how his updated characteristics will affect how she perceives him. A new day comes. Kathleen is waiting for her friend near the sports palace. The main character approaches his beloved, taking off his cap and saying hello. She asks how long ago he came. The guy chuckles and asks if he scared her. The girl says that it's quite difficult to get scared when the guy smiles so radiantly. Kathleen notes that they have not seen each other for only a few days, but the guy managed to lose noticeable weight. He needs to make up for the calorie deficit. The girl laughs and asks if this is a hint that she should keep her promise and take him out to eat. She herself was very hungry and had already noticed one establishment nearby. The girl asks her interlocutor if he liked it. John replies that she chose an excellent establishment. He has not eaten so deliciously for a long time. The main character decides to joke. Catherine laughs wildly and smiles widely. The guy thinks that this is his first real date in his life, while everything is going better than ever. He thinks what else he can do to surprise her. John tells her that he needs to make a quick call. After that, he steps aside and calls his sister Catherine in turn. Does not understand why he went so far away. The main character asks her if she wants to meet a rather popular girl before the concert. Kathleen is very surprised by this proposal, because she is not sure that this is possible. She invites her friend to leave this idea because the guard looks very stern. The guy asks her not to worry because they are already waiting inside. He goes to the security guard to talk to him. Kathleen stays away, not daring to come closer to them. John takes her hand and tells her to follow him because they were missed. They notice that they are holding hands and both feel embarrassed. People in the room are busy setting up the stage. The main character asks whether the girl wants to leave. The most interesting is yet to come. The girl is surprised by what she heard and clarifies whether he is telling the truth. The lady asks if this is the girl her friend wanted to introduce her to. John greets his sister and she compliments him on his weight loss. Kathleen in turn is shocked. This is a very popular girl, she is real. She offers to take a photo together, the other immediately agrees. John takes a photo of the two of them. Kathleen looks very happy in the photo. The sister gives John's new friend an autograph, and she is incredibly happy about it. Suddenly a brunette appears nearby, whom my brother recently saw on the red carpet. She asks if they are dating, but John denies and explains that they are just studying together. The main character stands aside and hopes that his sister won't say something stupid. Kathleen is very shy about all this because she is surrounded by media personalities. John pushes his sister aside and asks her to stop talking nonsense. He approaches a friend and apologizes to her. His sister sometimes likes to joke. Suddenly, a camera is pointed at them, preparing to take a photo. The brunette holds a smartphone in her hands and says that they look very cute together. John is ready to bet anything. This photo has already been sent to his sister. It is unknown why he continues to be embarrassed about this. Kathleen is a beauty, and he is no longer a child. After some time, the guys come to the concert hall. Everyone is asked to take their seats. Kathleen had never watched a concert in the VIP area before. Today is more like a dream. She met not one but two superstars. The girl asks how long they have known the brunette. She is a friend of his sister. Thanks to her, the guys went inside before the concert started. Kathleen wonders if his sisters are any other stars. John doesn't know whether he should tell her the truth. Now, deceit certainly won't lead to any good, but he can flirt a little. He says that for him, she is just a sister. She considers herself only an ordinary worker in the cinema industry. The girl wonders who in the cinema industry has the same last name as John. She is surprised, remembering a very popular actress. It's very strange that the guy, when he didn't mention her, probably doesn't want to live in the shadow of his star sister. The guy explains that he does not want to live and receive many questions about the personal life of his relative. If someone is under pressure because of his sister's success, it means he simply doesn't yet know how to realize himself in this life. And this is not a story about John. Kathleen had no idea how conscious the guy was. For the second time that day. He was opening up to her from a completely different side. The hall falls silent. The artists take the stage. The light is directed at his silhouette. The girl asks if the visitors are ready to have a blast. The lady would like to start this evening with a song called Immortal Youth. The artist asks if her fans want to hear her. Kathleen jumps up from her seat and screams with fire in her eyes, smiling widely. Suddenly, she turns to her friend and asks him why he is sitting. The main character gets up and also starts screaming along with all the other visitors. The girl on stage puts the microphone to her mouth and begins to sing wonderfully. Fans raise posters. They really love the girl and her work. Kathleen notes that the lady sounds much better live than on record. The artist reports that several songs have already been played, and during the break, the organizers will hold a lottery. Now the operator randomly points the camera at a random fan, and this lucky guy will be given a gift. And today, some guy becomes this lucky guy. The camera is pointed directly at John. He looks at the people around him in bewilderment. The main character is embarrassed and surprised by what is happening, but it was quite logical with such a pumped-up visibility. Kathleen smiles and says that the guy looks very good on screen, because he is also very photogenic. And again, visibility played a cruel joke on the main character. The artist turns to the screen and is surprised. She knows this guy. She also assumes that among the concert visitors there will be other people who have seen him not for the first time. John is handed a microphone. The guy thanks him for it. The singer continues to say, "This guy has come a long way before ending up at this concert, by the way. He ran to this city on his own feet from a neighboring settlement. He broadcast throughout the entire race and collected money, which he then donated to a charity fund. This is a man with will and heart. We all need to give him the well-deserved applause." People look at him with enthusiasm, clap their hands, and are surprised at such success. Batten also draws very beautifully. People comment on this person and rejoice at his presence in this place. The guy is very embarrassed. He says that everything has already been said about him and there is nothing to add. With his dazzling smile, the main character illuminates the entire hall. People become infected with it, begin to laugh and smile back. The actress is also very happy seeing this. Everyone around tells the guy that his smile is very contagious, but he thinks that it was worth controlling. The lady on stage doesn't understand what's happening to her. You need to stop laughing. Unfortunately, she can't help herself and laughs out loud. The operator also bursts into laughter, even though he is at work. One guy fainted from laughing and hit his head. There is an urgent need to somehow contain the spreading epidemic of laughter. The situation is going too far. The main character takes the microphone in his hand and loudly shouts at people, asking them to stop. The artist is glad that all this is over. She needs to continue singing as soon as possible. The next song is called Exactly 17 Years. But unfortunately, people start laughing at each other again. This is not over. Suddenly, a new task is opened called the Show Killer. It is necessary to cause some damage to the course of the show, but the task is quickly completed. Damage points are calculated based on the indicators of the detrimental impact on the course of the event, the degree of distraction on the system's wearer. The system evaluates the damage caused to the event within 1 hour, and awards damage points at a time. The guy looks into the store with items. There's a microphone that can be connected with the power of thought to any audio equipment. If you buy it, you can connect to the speakers. But the reward for this task is not so attractive. The guy already has a lot of visibility. Highly pumped up photogenicity is of no use to him. He does not plan to become a screen star. Unless it makes sense to improve your vocals, any girl begins to melt when a guy sings well. Kathleen asks the guy to sit down. Her favorite song starts. The girl would like her friend to listen to the song with her. The concert should end in a maximum of half an hour. The contagiousness of a smile took away the lion's share of the concert from everyone. It's better to put off completing the task for now and enjoy the moment. Leaving the building, the main character apologizes to the girl for what happened tonight. Catherine says that it was the best concert of her life. Suddenly, a car drives up to them. The lady explains that one of the brothers has come for her. The girl turns to him and says that tomorrow she is going back to the academy and offers to go together. But John needs to go to his parents tomorrow. Since he died, the guy has never visited his parents, and if his death happens again, something terrible will happen. John had already warned them by phone about his arrival. They must not be disappointed. The lady herself took the initiative, but for sure it was not easy for her to do this if the guy refuses. Won't she think that he's turning her off? She says that if he has other plans, then there's nothing wrong with that. Batten explains that he really has other plans, because he was going to go home and visit his parents. Kathleen smiles and says that in that case they will meet at the academy. Turning to the car, she waves her hand at him and says that it's time for her to run. In the evening, the main character comes to visit his sister. She begins to ask him a lot of questions about who the girl in the photo next to him is. John says that his sister should ask the person who sent her the photo, because he already told the girl that they were just studying together. The blonde wonders if the guy started running and losing weight because of the girl they are just studying with. Since the teacher has already told her everything, why is she interested in this issue? She's surprised because it turns out he doesn't like guys. The blonde sighs and says that if he is interested in girls, then so be it. The main character explodes and starts screaming that he hasn't had a girlfriend all his life because he's fat. Having calmed down, he sighs and says that he should go and draw. Suddenly, the guy stops and says that he was going to go to his parents tomorrow. If his sister wants to go with him, then she can do it. The blonde remembers how their mother cooks, and she needs to gain weight. And anyway, my parents aren't home right now. John is surprised, because the other day he called them and said that he would come. The sister says that Mom most likely just wanted to prank him. He would come and ask where they were, and she would laugh in response. Most likely, she would have made a video call to see his reaction. The sister is already beginning to regret that she told him and ruined all the fun. Suddenly, she becomes very serious and says that this is all a joke. Having locked himself in the room, the main character asks not to come in, to call him only if the apartment is on fire. We need to write to Kathleen as soon as possible about the change in plans. He writes her a message and informs her that there is no need to go to her parents. Then he begins to roll on the bed and rejoice at the turn of events. Suddenly, another message arrives on his phone. Apparently, Kathleen answered him so quickly. But this is written by a sleepy grandfather. But the guy recently sent him a bunch of illustrations. It is not known what he wants from him now. He offers to meet in person and discuss cooperation. But the hero faces a new task to complete it. He must begin publishing his own manga, chapter by chapter, and publish a tankobon. The guy stands up on his bed with joy and is surprised at this turn. The main character dreamed of becoming a mangaka since childhood. But due to the inability to write normal scripts, nothing came of it. The guy completed previous tasks only for rewards, but he is ready to do this even for free. Besides, he has already improved his drawing skills, imagination, and hand speed. In addition, completing this task will give you the coveted screenwriting skill. This opportunity cannot be missed. This evening, the guy plans to complete the third stage of the task. The illustrator will pump up his imagination and drawing skills. If he works in conjunction with a good screenwriter, it should turn out to be a good manga. John imagines himself signing his own books at a book signing. Having gotten ready in the morning, the main character warns his sister that he is leaving, and also thanks her for sheltering her. She asks him to wait, because she wanted to accompany him to the station. John asks why she should accompany him, and also clarifies since when did she become so caring. The blonde says that she has always been like this. There is nothing wrong with her sister wanting to spend more time with her brother, but most likely the reason is that she just wants to see Kathleen. She is indignant, because her brother was again inventing something for himself. Be that as it may, John still has a meeting planned with someone. The sister clarifies whether the meeting is with a guy or a girl. The brother replies that it's with a guy. The blonde is incredibly happy. It was immediately clear that Kathleen is just a cover. Her brother cannot like girls. The lady says that in this case, she will definitely go with him. The guys need a sister's blessing. The main character puts on a cap and reduces his visibility, after which he slams the door hard and runs away. The girl is left alone and already forgets about what she was just about to do. She looks at her appearance in shock and thinks about why she dressed up like that at the drop of a hat. Having taken off all her clothes, the lady decides to get some sleep first. The guy meets the author at the station. He watches a video from yesterday's concert and laughs at the contagiousness of his smile. John puts a new batch of sketches on the table. He doesn't have much time, so he should get down to business quickly. Recently, a blind grandfather signed a contract with one of the platforms to create a manga based on his novel, and wants to take the guy into the project. He asks to name any price. The main thing is that the guy becomes his main artist. John is surprised by this phrase, and asks whether the novella really brings in so much money, or whether or was found in the writer's garden. The man says that he really owns the mines, amazed at the guy's abilities. He inherited several mines. So, what is the problem and why the man is in no hurry to let go of his head? He is a major. The main character notices that the author has taken a dependent position, whether he is worried that the guy is raising the price, but the main thing is that the man likes the end result. John rejoices that he can soon become rich, but soon remembers one detail. The most important thing for him is to complete the task. The fee should be treated as nothing more than a pleasant bonus. In addition to the fee, the guy has two more conditions. First, the manga must be published in separate chapters, and second, he needs guarantees for the release of tankobon. The man explains that the manga was planned to be released regularly in small main volumes, and it is impossible to promise about tankobon. It depends on the platform. The rights to release the printed version of the manga will belong to them. Even if they want to release tankobon at their own expense, they will need to get their consent first. The main character thinks that if he accepts this deal, he can spend a lot of time, but he will never complete the task. The man asks why he looks so disappointed. Is it really important to him to release the tankobon? John confirms his assumption, asking him to give him a week to think about it before giving a final answer. Arriving at the station, the main character thinks that, apparently, to quickly complete his mission, he needs to come up with another plan. Maybe he can find ready-made short scripts somewhere. Suddenly some things dawn on him. He remembers his friend. He wrote a short romantic novel in the dormitory. You can probably take this as a basis. John decides to call him and asks what's going on with the novella now. The guy says that he finished it a couple of days ago, and after the holidays, he wanted to ask him to draw the cover. As for the work itself, it is an amazing story about incredibly pure feelings. This story is capable of touching both God and the devil, a canonical description of love and the quintessence of human genius. The blonde continues to praise his work. The world will not see anything better. The guy is trying to calm his friend down, apparently. He can't get a normal answer on the phone. The title of the short story is no less masterpiece. The neighbor suggests waiting for the hero to arrive. It will blow his mind. He is even jealous that he is just about to taste this miracle. Suddenly, John calls for Kathleen, and the baby boy is surprised that they are nearby. The main character says goodbye to his friend and says that they will talk after his arrival at the hostel. Kathleen notes that her friend is very punctual. She assumed that he would arrive earlier. Returning to the room, the guy asks to quickly show the novel, but the friend does not understand where he is in a hurry. Taking the sheets of paper in his hands, John begins to quickly read the contents and beginning of the work. Before he even has time to read the title, the main character throws his work at his friend. The blonde did not at all expect that John would treat this so reprehensibly. If love were taught in universities, this novel would become the main teaching aid. The main character still decides to read the work and feels many emotions from reading it. A neighbor comes up to him from behind and asks what he thinks about this topic. John grabs him by the jacket. Little did he know that a real screenwriting genius was hidden inside a slacker like him. The guys begin to work, crossing out some scenes that most likely will not pass censorship. The conflict between these heroes lacks sharpness. The price needs to be strengthened somehow. The guys are almost done with editing. It's time to start storyboarding. The blonde notes that in manga form this story has become even more interesting. John will broadcast tomorrow, sketch a couple of sketches, listen to the opinions of subscribers, at the same time promote their manga. After the broadcast, he will sit closely on the illustrations, and tomorrow they will be able to upload their creation to the site themselves. The guy wonders, isn't it necessary to first sign some kind of contract with the company? If they just release the manga freely, they won't get anything for it. The main character thinks that if they contact the platform, then it is not clear whether they will be able to persuade them to release it. It is easier to immediately persuade a friend not to contact the platforms. Having gathered his strength, the guy explains to his friend why he shouldn't do this. The blonde says that his head is already spinning from the whirlpool of thoughts. John explains a few more details to him and says that when they finish the entire manga, he will publish a tankobon for his own money. After starting the broadcast, Jonah says that he and his friend decided to release their own manga. So today he's working on a graphics tablet. He notes that viewers will be able to find out all the answers to questions if they watch the stream to the end. People look at it with admiration, comment, and are surprised by what is happening. The main character begins to work on the cover and says that it will amaze the audience. The guy adds that the guys will post the first chapter today, and new chapters will be released every day. He notes that after the marathon and race to the city, John has noticeably increased his audience. Plus, his pumped-up visibility attracts random people. In a 2-hour broadcast, he gained almost 400,000 views. His own audience should be enough to give the manga a boost, and without platform support, it's time to finish the first chapter. Using the speed of his hands, the main character quickly finishes page after page, and then puts his pen on the table and asks his friend to take over the work. The sleepy blonde looks at his friend with incomprehension. John comes up behind him and tells him that the first chapter is ready for download. Getting out of bed, the guy quickly runs to the computer and asks to let him look at their baby. He imagines the child in his arms. The guys laugh at this. John stands next to him and asks him if the guy will change anything. The blonde takes the main character's hand and says that the drawing is simply incomparable. Batten asks if they should download the first chapter right now. The neighbor stands in the middle of the room and begins to pray that everything will go well. John also goes into the toilet and begins to ask all the gods for everything to work out well. Suddenly, a cry is heard from the room that it's all over. Coming out of the toilet, the main character clarifies whether the download is finished. The screen says that the resolution of the uploaded images does not meet the requirements of the sites. John smiles widely and says he assumed something serious had happened. It only takes a couple of swipes to correct the situation. The check is successfully completed. The guys rejoice and hug. Other neighbors come into the room and look at the guys with confusion. The main character shows the guys that he and the blonde have uploaded their first pussy. He shows them the site and tells them to quickly, add bookmarks and donate. Suddenly, a new task appears. To complete it, you need to collect 1 million bookmarks and donations on your manga titles. For the first time, 2 tasks were opened at the same time. It is true that hard work will be rewarded by heaven. The next morning, the main character comes to the classroom for pairs. The manga was downloaded last night, and today the numbers are already huge if you release 1 chapter a day. Then in a couple of weeks, you can complete all the tasks related to the manga. The teacher pays attention to the children. They again do not listen to her. They need to be taught a lesson. On Friday, there will be competitions at the academy. Participants from this group must be declared. A minimum of 5 people are required to participate in 10 sports disciplines. The woman screams, calling the main character by name. The guy drops his phone from his hands and says that he is attending class. She asks him to sign up for at least 3 disciplines. The main character is sweating profusely, clarifying whether the teacher is speaking absolutely seriously. She asks if he wants to sign up for all 4 or even 5. But the guy replies that 3 is enough. The woman pats the guy on the shoulder and says that this is a very great honor. Noodles chuckles and tells her that she made a great choice. The teacher puts sheets of paper on the table and says that she chose it. Batten informs his friend that he should have sat in silence. They mocked him alone. John leans to the floor for the phone. When she screams his name, he drops it in fright. The guy looks at the screen of his gadget and sees a huge crack. The teacher asks a member of the sports committee to find the remaining participants. The girl picks up pieces of paper and says that she will definitely do everything. She approaches the guys and asks them to fill out the forms that they were just given. Noodles hands over the paper and says that he has signed up for the 100-meter run, but John needs to think about it some more. He looks at his friend and says that the guy did the simplest thing. The girl asks not to delay too much. They don't have any classes after lunch. It's worth going to train. She approaches all her classmates, offering various competitions. The Academy of Arts is mainly attended by people who are very far from sports. Even if a guy has a chance to take some first place, with a certain amount of luck, he can even make a little progress in completing the task called champion. Of all the disciplines, he is closest to all running tasks. But the longest distance is 5,000 meters. Last year, the winner of the race barely crawled to the finish line, and it took him 22 minutes. We can assume that this year, no one at the Academy will run the distance in less than 20 minutes. With his trained speed, he runs this distance in 25 minutes if he gives his best and uses a couple of cheating features of the system. Then the chance of winning will clearly be higher. The main character remembers that he has orders from the system, so there's no point in guessing on your own. He turns to the system. He needs to calculate the probability of victory in each discipline. The greatest probability of victory is shown in the javelin throw and shot put. His strength is fine. Ultimately, the guy decides that he should take exactly these standards. After lunch, the guy comes to the sports ground to practice. It's a pity that his sneakers won't help with throwing a shot or a javelin. You need to at least read a little about this on the internet. Suddenly, his classmate Noodles and some girl approach them. This is her neighbor in the dorm. She specially called her to help him train. This girl is called Little, but the main character does not understand this, because they are the same height. Although outwardly she is very tall, but at heart she is rather fragile and shy. She already has experience of competing at provincial-level competitions, so she has a lot to gain. Approaching his friend, he says that the girl asks about him quite often. Apparently the guy has a fan. A classmate says that her neighbor should show the guy how she can handle balls. She takes her friend John and runs away with him in an unknown direction. The guys are left alone. The main character goes to get some cores to practice. He doesn't know if Noodles is playing a prank on him or if this girl really likes him. Now you shouldn't think about it because the main thing is to learn how to put the shot. John thinks it's worth solving problems as they arise. The girl snatches the cannonball from the hero's hand to show him how to work with it correctly. The guy stops her because she took the male core. The female one remained in his hand. He doesn't understand whether the girl knows exactly what to do or if this is just an excuse to talk to him. She takes a certain position and asks to look more closely at her actions. She throws a shot and it stops at 10 meters. This act greatly shocks the guy, and he asks for forgiveness for doubting her. The guys who were also at the stadium also noticed that the girl threw a man's cannonball 10 meters. In an instant, a crowd of guys gathered around the little girl and told her all sorts of compliments. One of them even asked to train him, but the girl gently refused him. She explained this by saying that she already had someone to train and glanced at Batten. He first wanted to try as his instincts suggested and see what would come of it. The main character gathered all his strength and pushed the cannonball with a terrifying expression on his face. But since he didn't know how to do this at all, it fell right next to the guys who were standing very close. The guys immediately laughed cruelly at the main character, not understanding how one could be so askew. Loaf sweated a little and was disappointed because he missed greatly. The girl yelled at those guys, and they immediately went to another part of the stadium. And she advised Batten not to be upset because he needed more practice. The main character has already suspected a confusion in the system because he throws very badly. His thoughts were interrupted by a girl with blue hair who was explaining how to get into a throwing position. She told him to feel her hand and imagine it was a real cannonball. The guy tried to drive away all dirty thoughts because they were just training. Noodles noticed these movements and asked his girlfriend what was going on there. She replied that the little one would take care of him, and Batten was about to make another throw. He remembered all the tips he received from his coach, concentrated, and threw the cannonball. The core made a characteristic sound, which attracted the attention of all the people in the stadium. Mentally, the main character called those guys pimps and began to be proud of himself. At that moment, a board with a task called Sniper appeared in front of him. He wondered why he needed accuracy when putting the shot, because it was better to improve the strength and range of the throw. After studying all the conditions of the task, he began to understand some things, and it was visible on his face. This task was open not because Batten threw a cannonball, but because he hit one cannonball into another. The main character tried again to hit another core, and the hit was counted. Next, he wanted to designate the lawn as the target, not the shot put. As soon as the cannonball fell on the grass, the hit was counted, and Batten realized that even a child could complete this task. Then he decided to act even more boldly and designate the entire territory of the academy as a target. Alas, the hit did not count, and the main character realized that the system was not so stupid. Since there were no other ways to bypass the system, the guy continued to constantly throw cannonballs onto the grass. Other guys noticed this and already assumed that Batten had autism. But his monotonous throwing was interrupted by the little one and suggested that he continue training. He immediately raised his head and realized that he had completely forgotten that he was training. As Batten walked to the throwing area, he realized that it was pointless to throw shot after shot just for the sake of improving accuracy, because it was much more fun to do it by throwing the ball into the basket. In addition, after always completing the task, the main character will shoot three-pointers better than CAD sleeves. He will even have a chance of winning the basket throwing competition, and given his hand speed, he will be able to win at least a national tournament. Suddenly it dawned on Batten that the best place to complete the sniper mission would be an arcade basketball machine. Therefore, he firmly decided to go to the gaming center that evening. Within a few hours, the main character was in the game center and started a stream there. The audience realized that today he would not run or draw, but have fun. The guy saw a message in the chat about a basketball tournament and realized that if he won it, it would open a direct path to provincial-level competitions. He constantly talked to his viewers, and soon one device was free. This was the most common type of arcade basketball machine and had 5 balls and 4 stages. And during the last 20 seconds of each stage, goals scored count for 3 points, the rest of the time for 2. But in order to seriously throw balls, the main character needed to warm up. First, Batten defined the target to hit as the backboard and the basket in order for him to get credit for the task. He already knew that thanks to this definition, even mistakes would be beneficial. The spectators saw how poorly the guy threw the ball and were outraged by this, but he promised to surprise everyone very soon. Thanks to the speed of his hands, the main character quickly threw the balls, but due to poor accuracy, there were few hits. The board about the completion of the first stage again appeared in front of him, and Batten decided to test the new accuracy. This was only a +1 to the accuracy of the throw, but viewers on his stream immediately noticed it. The guy was so carried away by his new advantage that he didn't even notice how time had run out. He never progressed beyond the first stage, and was more tired from it than from running. If the student continues at the same pace, it will take 3 or 4 hours to complete the assignment. In response to the people from the chat, the main character proposed a competition since they did not believe in him. You just had to guess how long it would take for Batten to update the record on this device. After reading the comments, she began throwing balls one after another into the hoop and backboard at breakneck speed. Within seconds, he scored 981 hits and soon completed the second phase of the sniper mission. A +2 was added to the accuracy of the throw, and thanks to this, the guy finally managed to reach the second stage. Viewers were amazed at such rapid progress in the protagonist's accuracy. While resting, the student realized that to complete the third stage, he needed to score 10,000 points, which is quite a lot. You need to progress smoothly, and with each approach gain more and more points in order to stir up the interest of the audience. Batten set himself a goal of 239 points, so that he would be very close to overcoming the third stage on the machine. His next goal was 251 points to advance to the third stage. It took him all the time to score that many points, but he still managed to advance to the next stage. At this pace, he set goals for himself so that the next one would be a little larger than the other, for the interest of the audience. His fans were surprised at how smoothly the main character progressed because, at first, he threw very poorly. Looking at the scoreboard, Batten saw that he needed to hit the target a couple thousand more times. Of course, the task can be completed tomorrow, but today it will be enough to break the record. This thought pushed the student into exhausting attempts to throw the ball at the target. Watching the speed of his hands and the growth of his points, the spectators wrote all sorts of good and praising comments. In the last seconds, the main character defiantly stopped to score the last goal. When 5 seconds remained, the guy took the ball and began pompously aiming at the hoop. At the last second, the ball flew through the ring, and a congratulation message was displayed that the record on this machine had been broken. All of Batten's fans were happy for him, and some even said that it was better than the NBA Finals. After this record, the main character stood drenched in sweat, coming away from such a difficult game. As it turned out, there were impudent guys in line who were tired of waiting for Batten to play enough. The one with pink short hair ran into the main character, but the student tried to ignore him. And then he sweetly explained that if a guy wants to play, he needs to wait his turn. These words infuriated the aggressor, and he began to tell him that his bro was gaining more than 600 points. Those around him who heard this information were surprised at such professionalism. The guy in the bandana thanked everyone for the praise and expressed a desire to play on the machine where Batten played. The student made a sweet face and took pity because he did not immediately recognize the living legend. Then he decided to give up his device, but only if his opponent could beat the main character. Mike, the guy with pink hair, was very aggressive, but his friend Steve calmed him down. Batten knew he needed time to warm up before the competition, so he said so. Steve said that he could give him a whole year because anyway, nothing would help this loser. Judging by the thoughts of the main character, if he completes the task to the end, then Steve will not have a chance to win. During the warm-up, you need to take advantage of the moment to complete the sniper task as quickly as possible. Steve's friends were shocked by the speed of his hands, and Mike even began to feel motion sick. The guy in the bandana looked at his result and noted that the student had good hand speed. But with such accuracy, it would be foolish for Batten to expect victory. All the while sweating, the main character was sure that Steve would soon change his mind about this. 15 minutes later, A sign appeared with the inscription that the third stage of the sniper task was completed. The student received 1,000 points and the long-awaited +11 to his throwing accuracy. After warming up with a sly grin, he invited Steve to start their mini competition. Since this guy in the bandana was 100% confident, he took the ball without hesitation. He was very infuriated by Batten's casual appearance, but he knew that everything would soon change. From the first second, Steve began throwing balls at a speed impossible for an ordinary person. The numbers on the scoreboard changed rapidly, and people in the gaming center looked at it with their mouths open. Batten noticed that his opponent had a very interesting throwing technique and decided to try it too. Viewers in the chat have already begun to feel sorry for the main character because Steve scored 600 points. Friends supported him, showering him with all sorts of pleasant compliments. Suddenly, this celebration was interrupted by Batten, who said that it was his turn to throw the balls. His opponent grinned ominously and asked if the student saw any point in this. Mike added that Batten doesn't have to embarrass himself further, but rather just admit defeat and go home. But the main character turned in his direction and said that he was not one of those who immediately runs away. Steve added that he's one of those who believes that a glorious death is better than a shameful life. The student picked up the ball and wanted to test his +13 in throwing accuracy. He set a new goal for himself, which was the center of the throw, and the changes in the system were successful. Immediately after the start of time, Batten tried to throw the balls in the same way as Steve did. Thanks to the accuracy of the throw, he did not have a single miss, which shocked everyone watching. Even the slot machine Terminator in a bandana noticed such precision. Viewers on the stream realized that the main character was simply pretending to be a simpleton, because he had already hit the ring more than 10 times and did not touch either the shield or the rim of the ring. When a person makes 5 clean throws in a row, it is called luck, but when all the throws are clean, it is considered a god technique. Mike was already starting to panic that they had underestimated this fat guy. At this time, Batten figured out the accuracy of his throws and increased his speed. At one point, he added +16 to his hand speed, and balls rained down in an unbroken stream. Seeing this sight, Steve was completely shocked that he did not immediately recognize such a monster in him. There were still 6 seconds left on the scoreboard, and the main character had already scored 600 points. The student looked at his opponent with a grin and realized that today he would show him real humiliation. In the final seconds, Batten suddenly missed with a pointed look. This made the guy in the bandana's eyes even shine because he had hope. Watching Steve's reaction with one eye, the main character missed the ring over and over again. But his last throw was clean, and the guy scored 601 points. Viewers from the stream appreciated this act and sent the student many donations. People in the establishment said that he was from another planet. Someone called him a legend, and the main character blamed everything on luck. Poorly, he added that it was his first time coming to the ring, and he didn't even particularly strive to defeat Steve. The blonde guy replied that Batten had obviously been doing this for several years, but he was pretending to be a beginner. Soon, the student turned around to give up the machine gun to his opponent and go home. But he was stopped by Steve, who said that he was not playing at his full strength, so they should fight again. The main character wanted to say that he asked for it himself but did not do it. A few seconds later, the guy in the bandana was throwing balls again, but at a slightly faster speed. This time he scored 698 points, which was considered a record. Tired and sweating, Steve handed the turn to his opponent. For Batten, this was not difficult, and he set to work with even greater confidence. There were different people on the stream. Some watched to see the humiliation of their opponents. For others, it replaced tournaments. The fact that the student scored more than 700 points made Steve's friends and players' jaws drop. The angry guy in the bandana asked for another try, but now the main character would start their competition. The opponent easily agreed to this proposal, but in his heart he understood something. This time Batten won't be able to make fun of him because he needs to give his best to not screw up. When time expired, the scoreboard showed that he had scored 821 points. Then the main character turned to the guys and asked if he could leave now. Without waiting for an answer, he saw Steve kneel in front of him to admit defeat. This didn't bother Batten much, because on the stream they sent him a link to register for the tournament. Now winning a world-class competition no longer seemed like something out of the ordinary. The next day, early in the morning, the student met Kathleen again before going for a run. She said that the guy runs very fast, and soon it will be impossible to keep up with him. Batten put on his sneakers and thought that he was still very far from that. As he stood up, he told Kathleen that he could become the fastest in the academy, but even if he becomes one, he won't run far from her. You can't even hope. Then the girl scratched the back of her head and noticed that today there were many more people at the stadium than usual. This happened because there were competitions coming up, and Batten signed up for running, javelin throw, and shot put. To the great regret of the main character, Kathleen will not be able to participate because she has other plans. She's flying to Mexico for a week because she's been chosen to represent the academy at an international ink painting exhibition. The student's eyes widened at this news, and he sincerely congratulated his friend. As it turns out, the girl is flying out at 10 o'clock this morning, so she plans to get ready right after breakfast. Then Batten decided not to hesitate and invited Kathleen to breakfast, stopping training for the day. In response to this, she laughed and said that the last time would not be enough for that concert, so she was giving me a treat. The main character is quite happy with this arrangement. Only upon his return, he makes sure to take Kathleen out to dinner. As soon as they moved, a girl with blue hair and her friend appeared at the stadium. Other girls said that Batten was going with a beauty from the traditional painting department. Some did not understand that the rumors were true. Some had not noticed the main character at all before. He walked with Kathleen and they both laughed and talked sweetly, not paying attention to the others. The little one was upset because she heard rumors that she considered to be true. Suddenly, her friend grabbed her hand and loudly called Batten by name. The blonde immediately began to talk about how Malyutka knew the main character so well. The guy confirmed that every day early in the morning, he runs at the stadium. Making the blue-haired girl blush, her friend invited Batten to train with her. Finally, it dawned on the main character that they wanted to set him up with this little one. But if he agreed to the training, things would only get worse. So he kindly replied that he had other things to do and suggested we practice later. This answer angered Malyutka's friend, because nothing could be more important than preparation for the upcoming competition. Batten said that he would get a couple of medals for their faculty. Kathleen said that he didn't have to go with her, because it would be more important to train. But the student replied that he would never give up a free breakfast. The girl asked if he knew what the tall girl with blue hair liked. She was probably right, but Batten's heart was already occupied with something else. At this time, Baby was sad that no one would ever love her, and her friend reassured her. That same day in the academic building, the teacher said that there were 2 days left before the competition. This year, their faculty will be cosplaying as the heroes of Crown Shot in Kuro's basketball. Clothes and wigs were already prepared, and Batten expressed a desire to cosplay as Cad Sleeve. He knew about his ideal throwing accuracy, so he couldn't have found a better candidate. But suddenly, the most handsome guy in the faculty stood up and proposed his candidacy. The girl immediately agreed and signed up Dove for the role of Cad Sleeve. Mentally, the main character understood that he was not slim enough for this cosplay, but the role of Hanny will definitely suit him, because no one can compete against his height. It seemed that the teacher was signing up any other people to spite him. The student noticed this because she couldn't see him point blank, but he wasn't even wearing an inconspicuous cap. This made him very angry, and he jumped up from his seat to ask why this was happening. No longer holding back his emotions, he loudly asked if the teacher saw his desire. The girl smiled sweetly and asked him to sit down, because she had saved a more suitable role for him. It seemed to Loaf that he would again cosplay some fat monster. Suddenly, another fat guy came to his mind, which further frayed his nerves. But according to the teacher, a central role has been chosen for the main character, around which everything is built. From such words, the student's eyes filled with joy, because he thought that he would be the coolest basketball player. But this cunning girl took out a basketball hoop and added that it would look great on Loaf's back. The main character did not at all expect such a turn of events, so he got angry, but it was no longer possible to change the role. The next day turned out to be warm and almost cloudless. The competition started well. The presenter announces the teams and asks to greet the animation department. Many students came out to the stadium to the solemn music, some of them in suits. According to the presenter, these guys organize a real visual feast every year. After some time, the performance of the second-year students ended, and it was the turn of the third-year students. The guys came out to solemn music with a sign on which the name of their faculty was written. The academy students rejoiced at the sight of them and showered the boys with all sorts of compliments. Especially a lot of compliments were addressed to Kadrukawa. He was very nice. Some guy noticed someone cosplaying as a basketball hoop and laughed at it. Batten felt terribly unpleasant and awkward, because many people already knew him. In his heart, he very much hated the teacher who assigned him this role. But for him, the worst and most humiliating thing was ahead, because according to the script, there were throws into the hoop. Just thinking about it, this girl was ready to burst with joy. And so the performance of the students of the animation department began. The main character was not happy. He knew that not one of these idiots knew how to throw normally, and he would definitely get hit on the head. Before the guy had time to think about it, the basketball was already flying right at the back of his head. The student strained with all his might so as not to get hit in the back of the head. He would have to catch their balls. Thanks to Batten's superpowers, he managed to stand so that the ball hit the hoop. The audience understood that the trick of the performance was to catch balls with a ring. Everyone was shocked that the main character felt the trajectory of the ball so well. The performance continued, and the student skillfully caught all the balls flying into the ring. He caught even the most crooked and impossible throws without much effort. Some suggested that some kind of sensors connected it to the ring, and Malyutka, who liked the main character, shouted that he was the best of all the performers. At the end of the performance, the entire animation department gave Batten a toss for his achievements. Someone in the crowd recorded everything on video to post it on TikTok, because the guy had long been an internet hero. Satisfied, John knew that this was just a warm-up, and the real sport was yet to come. After lunch, the competition began with a 5-kilometer run. At the judge's command, the athletes started, and the main character managed to get ahead. He also threw a javelin and shot put. Here, he also distinguished himself with his results. In the running discipline, he overtook his opponent by 2 seconds, taking first place. In shot put, he also took first place. The shot was at the mark of 12.25 hundredths of a meter. Baton threw the spear 51 meters, thereby breaking the Academy record. For winning competitions of such a low level, he was awarded 0.3 points of championship glory. But the main character knew that all this was still very, very little. At the award ceremony, he was told that he was the real pride of the Academy. No matter how strange it may sound, these were his first medals in his life. And the most amazing thing is that Baton received them for winning sports competitions. Such victories make you believe that the main character is capable of anything. All the congratulations embarrassed him so much that the guy asked him to stop showering him with compliments. A student who had just lost to Baton but couldn't stop laughing. Suddenly, the photographer realized that he had not taken a single normal photo, and they would kill him in the dean's office. The main character realized that the situation was out of control, and it was time to leave. Soon he took a selfie with all the medals he received at the competition to send the photo to Kathleen. In response to this, the girl said that she met Mrs. Kate at the exhibition, and she even took Kathleen as an assistant. She was an older woman with short hair that showed gray. Seeing this photo, Baton was very concerned because it was his mother. That evening, he called her and asked if his mother thought it was too much. The woman said his sister was supposed to report his mother leaving home. The guy asked her not to pretend, but Kate continued to make a fool of herself. Probably Baton was hinting that his mother should bring him some kind of souvenir. She even casually mentioned finding him a bride. The main character was ready to swear that his mother knew everything about Kathleen. Kate considered him a scoundrel, because she even said the word bride, but he still wouldn't give birth. Mentally, the student suggested continuing to pretend, calling it war. He began his speech by saying that they discussed this, and she should in no way interfere with his personal life. But his mother said earlier that no matter who Baton chooses, a boy or a girl, his mother will always support him. And the main character, in turn, promised that as soon as he has someone, he will definitely tell her. These words literally finished off the guy because Kate really told it like it is. The student was already reaching for the red button to end their phone call. He wrote to the family council, asking how to divorce his own mother. And when he saw the message that Baton was adopted, he finally lost faith in family relationships. Also, the main character did not know how to respond to Kathleen's message, much less her selfie with his mother. After all, as soon as she sees how much his mother is trying to control his own life, she will immediately decide that Baton is a mama's boy. While the guy was spinning from side to side, the idea came to him that he could pretend that he had not received this message. The student immediately grabbed the phone and began typing a message saying that he had dropped the gadget into the water. He realized that it looked very ridiculous and hoped that the girl would not send this message again. But the main character was lucky, and Kathleen said that she would tell everything when she returned. The guy relaxed, because he managed to slightly reset the timer on the bomb. All the same, no matter how you look at it, very soon Baton will have to explain himself. He also wondered how his mother was treating Kathleen now. After 2 days of the exhibition, the girls were looking at the paintings, and Kate wanted to thank Kathleen for her help. The young girl replied that it was she who should thank her mentor, because she had learned a lot from her. She also hopes that one day she can become a professional like Kate. Kate praised the young specialist and said that she would definitely surpass her. Suddenly, Jack appeared in the room, who also arrived as a representative of the Academy of Arts. He heard from his uncle that Kathleen helped Mrs. Kate with the paintings, so the guy suggested relaxing because he had already booked something. Mistress Kate was very angry with him and thought that Jack was harassing her assistant. The blonde tried to get out of it, hiding behind his uncle, who was Kathleen's boss. The woman asked what this guy wanted from the young girl, and he replied that he was going to take her out to dinner. Then Kate became furious because she again understood this as her ingratitude. Jack again tried to excuse himself by saying that he meant something completely different. He was also very frightened by Mistress Kate's gaze, and he did not understand why she attacked him like that. The woman interrupted their dialogue, asking Kathleen to take the paintings to the car. Already on the street, she asked the student if she had put him in his place harshly. The mistress immediately realized that Kathleen did not want to go to dinner with this boy, because he was putting pressure on her with his uncle. If she guessed right, then Jack deserved to be treated this way, and if not, then she could go apologize to him. The girl thought for a second and then said that her mentor had guessed everything correctly. Kate said that she sees right through these types because they immediately mention their relatives. And if a person starts a conversation by mentioning his important relatives, then he himself is nothing. The next moment, the lady suggested getting into the car and going to dinner, and Kathleen did not refuse. After a few hours, they were happy and full, and the girl commented on how delicious the food was. Kathleen's mentor suggested that she go shopping, because if she didn't go shopping after dinner, it could be considered a crime. In one of the boutiques, a young girl noted that this orange scarf suits Kate very well, and she wanted to give it to her mentor in exchange for the experience she received from her. The lady asked if she didn't mind the money, because it cost $10,000. But there was no need to worry about Kathleen, because she was already earning a little money herself. In turn, Kate wanted to donate a bag, to which the student replied that she did not need it. For the mistress, the word not needed did not exist, because if it is not useful today, then it will definitely be tomorrow. And if every girl says that she doesn't need them, then no one will buy them. A bag is a reflection of the soul, the main attribute of style, and a manifestation of female individuality. The woman also recommended adhering to the principle that only the best suits her. After this moral, she turned to a counselor and asked for help. Kate pointed to 2 handbags, and the girl serving her thought that these were the only ones she took. But the lady said that everything needs to be packed except these 2. This statement shocked the consultant, because they had never bought so many positions from them before. She was asked not to stand, but to bring all the clothes and shoes from the latest collection. Kathleen was also shocked, because the receipt for this purchase was huge. Then Kate asked not to call her Mrs. because just call her Mom. This only meant that the woman was offering Kathleen to become her daughter. The girl, of course, had heard about Kate's eccentricities before, and during the exhibition they got along well. Of course, Kathleen admires her, but she couldn't believe what Kate was saying. She didn't know what she could answer and what she couldn't because it was her first time. While the girls were waiting for their shopping to be packed, Kate said that she needed a daughter with whom she could share secrets. She is very pleased to be in her company. It's easy to be with her, like with family. Kate really wants Kathleen to be her adopted daughter, and asks if that's what the girl wants. Everything turned out to be not at all as serious as the student imagined. In truth, she has a lot of respect for Mistress, and Kathleen is honored to be so appreciated. The woman closed her eyes and replied that she did not need a fan at all. She just needs to know for sure whether Kathleen agrees to be her daughter. Tears welled up on the student's face, and she said that she agreed to this proposal. The lady asked the reason for her tears, but she did not receive a clear answer. Kathleen added that she would need to talk to her parents about this. As for the things Kate bought, the girl cannot accept them, because they are too expensive. While not paying attention to things, the woman confirmed that this should be told to her parents. And speaking of things, Kathleen gave her an expensive gift, and she should give something back in return. Even if a student earns a little more than $10,000 a month, buying a scarf was still a strong blow to her wallet. For a wealthy woman like Kate, it cost nothing to buy all these things. In fact, the girl spent much more than the mistress. Her gesture was more generous. But then the mentor suggested another option, since Kathleen did not want to accept everything. She will choose 2 items from each category and 2 accessories for each item. Otherwise, Kate will be offended. The assistant had no choice but to agree, and the woman praised her. Then they began to choose which positions Kathleen would take. But the lady was distracted from this activity by a notification on her phone. Batten wrote to her, asking if she had done anything out of the ordinary. She was so carried away by her daughter that she completely forgot about her son. It was strange because he likes her named daughter. I wonder if he will be very upset when he finds out that he has a little sister. After imagining this for a second, Kate giggled. It was such an exciting picture. She replied to her son that his mother knows the boundaries of what is permitted, and he should not worry. Kathleen wrote to him that something unimaginable had happened to her. Judging by her high spirits, the girl was clear that Batten's mother had not done anything crazy. The guy in turn said that things were going well for them, and tomorrow he was going to stream from a charity fair. Kathleen congratulated her friend on his medals and called him a great fellow. The next day at the stadium, the main character took the phone and turned on the broadcast. The audience was unhappy because there would be no action at the fair. No one liked this format. But the student, rubbing his nose, knew exactly how to get the audience's attention. He headed to the fair area where the animation department's booths were located. A girl with pink hair appeared in the frame and greeted all the customers. The main character had a question about who needs this junk. Suddenly an idea appeared on how to please the audience and move forward in fulfilling the spender. He told the audience that he was ready to give them the goods that they liked so much. This was not a prank, just write your name and the item you like. A user with the nickname Tender Mister received a poster with a hero from a popular anime. His girlfriend's boyfriend got a pillow, and Batten asked if he was going to give it to his girlfriend. The student gave some people figurines based on their favorite anime, and some gave them t-shirts. One viewer even saw an incomprehensible green snake that stabbed heavily. After some time, the main character lay among a mountain of gifts, and said that he needed to send addresses for delivery as soon as possible. His rest was interrupted by a bouquet that was shoved almost right into his face. The blonde wanted to express gratitude on behalf of the entire fair with this bouquet. From such sharp attention, Batten was confused because it was the first time he heard his new nickname. The girl added that the bouquet would cost $100, and she needed to pay for the purchase. The main character already thought that he had been scammed as a child, but the blonde just wanted to get him WeChat. Not only does she call Batten so stupid, but her jokes are also moronic. He replied that he only had one WeChat, and if he gave it away, he would be left with nothing. The crowd surrounding them fell silent for a second, but soon there were grins. They started laughing because Batten masterfully laughed at the girl. One guy even shouted that Lyolka fell in love with the main character. He shouted to the student about his love for him, as if recalling his past. Everything would have been fine, but John was very embarrassed by male voices. Then Annie, the Academy's most famous crossdresser, appeared among the crowd, and Lyolka asked to be added in the WeChat, and the guy realized that he was putting her in an awkward light. Since this is already happening, he should have acted like a gentleman. The satisfied girl soon ran away from him in the opposite direction. But for some reason, the main character still had the feeling that he had been scammed again. In the dorm, discussion of Batten was considered one of the hot topics among the girls, and a couple of times it almost came to a fight. Although the guy remains a little overweight, he behaves very actively and is visible everywhere. But many began to consider the main character attractive only after they saw how popular his stream was and how much money he spent. His shares on the market for available guys have increased greatly, in price little one can no longer afford them. The girl was sad because she didn't muster up the courage and didn't come up to him like that Lyulka cosplay girl. Previously, the attention of the opposite sex was on the list of the main character's most cherished desires. Now he wants reciprocity only from one specific girl, and the attention of others makes him feel uncomfortable. At some point, Julia appeared at the stadium and asked how Kathleen would react when she returned. In fact, she is his mother's natural daughter, and he is adopted, but they were swapped in childhood. The girl asked not to talk nonsense because she came on business. She asked why he started publishing manga without first signing a contract with the platform. Julia knew this because one of the platform's editors was a former student of hers who wanted to contact him. A couple of days ago, she found a stream of the main character, where he was drawing a new chapter. The guy replied that if he signs a contract with the platform, he is unlikely to have such freedom of action. The teacher said that she would convey the words to the editor, and she considered Batten to be vain. He recalled that the animation department cooperates with the publishing house, and they can somehow help with the release. The girl asked to give her all his work, and she would show it to whoever needed it. But it is unlikely that the publishing house will try with all its might to quickly release some students' manga. The main character still wants to complete his work as soon as possible. Julia assumed that he had bet with someone over money, but the guy denied it. Then she asked why he was in such a hurry, and Batten muttered something in response. Julia also asked what the reason for his melancholy was. Maybe the fact that his mother was now with Kathleen was pressing on him. After these words, the girl left, and the student's thoughts were interrupted by a message on the phone. As it turned out, he completely forgot about the ball-throwing tournament. As soon as the student entered the gaming center, he was greeted by 4 maids, which shocked him greatly. He didn't understand why they called him the Steel Master. It was probably a greeting for all guests. The guy tried to remember the girls who were at the fair to see if they were the same ones. The main character recognized Lyulka, who gave him a bouquet at the fair. Then she called him Uncle. Now she cosplays as a maid, and he has become a master. Although the student did not immediately recognize her in the new suit, he still asked what they were doing here. The girls responded in unison that they had come to support their beloved master. Then the question arose of how they even knew that Batten would be at this event. Lyulka replied that she regularly watches the gentleman's streams and knows how well he throws balls into the basket. Last year she already worked at this tournament, so she immediately thought that the main character could take part in it. Seeing the expression on Batten's face, the girls realized that they had somehow upset their master. The rest of the tournament spectators said that this guy knows how to have fun. This was not considered too much, because during the competition at the academy, many more people supported him. And there were only 4 of them. The maids surrounded the main character and invited him to go to the tournament site. Batten wanted them not to overact, but if he didn't match them, he would look completely stupid. He said some catchy phrase and asked himself if he was playing the master well. This course of events, it turns out, was not according to the maids' scenario, and they did not know what to do. Immediately, the guy was bombarded with a huge number of phrases that he was unable to digest. Listening to these arguments, a plan for his own actions slowly matured. This was already somehow too harsh. They can't just wait for him at the entrance like dogs. Therefore, the main character winked at the maids and told them to come get him. The tournament venue had loud music playing and many men of different ages. Also, there was Steve, with whom Batten competed last time. He brought with him an assistant whom he thought was very cool. The guy's name was Fred. After Steve's last defeat, he shared this story with his old bro. Batten grinned and asked if he had brought him to take revenge. Steve himself had already passed the qualifying stage and came here only for their battle. The maid Lyulka said that she would mark the main character and he could continue to talk. Another maid ran to check the schedule, while the others brought cola and looked after Loaf. Some guy approached Batten's maid and asked her for Witchot, but she refused. The girls also refused all the guys who wanted to meet them. Because of this, the men got angry and ran around to tear up the master at the tournament. Lyulka proudly said that the maids are loyal to the main character not because he knows how to throw balls into a basket. This behavior brought Batten's rivals to the edge. They all wanted to humiliate him. It was clear that everyone was very burnt, and the student wanted to see what they would surprise him with. A few minutes later, the maids reported to Batten about the work they had done and gave him the cola. Opening a cold jar, the guy asked how the regulations at the tournament worked. One of the girls explained that the competition is divided into a group stage and a final. First 3 groups of 12 people simultaneously make throws. The highest results go to the final. By chance, the main character was assigned to Group C, number 6. After thinking a little, the student finally began to understand the conditions of the tournament. Suddenly, it turned out that Fred was also enrolled in Group C, but at number 7. This meant that the guys would have time to fight before the very end. Lyulka said that the participants of Group A would soon begin the competition, and asked if he forgot to do anything. The guy thought about what he could have forgotten to do before the start of the tournament. The fact is that he forgot to start a stream, because the audience really liked his last one, and collected a lot of views. Batten handed the phone to the maid and told her not to film strangers for a long time, because the audience would get bored. The maid replied that there was no need to worry, because she wouldn't be filming anyone other than the main character. Batten casually noted that Lyulka's own image had fallen apart. Immediately after the start of the broadcast, more than 1,000 people joined the stream. It seems that the student began to understand why the maids came with him, but he didn't care about their PR through him, because the tournament had already begun. After the fight, Steve said that in Group A there were only whipping boys. Among them, one guy scored only 100 points. Even children score more. Steve assumed that the guy just couldn't cope with his excitement. It turned out that this was the guy who most loudly threatened to tear up Batten. Turning around, he saw the main character in front of him, and his face turned pale. The dude began to ask for forgiveness because he thinks that from all these experiences, urine went to his head. In this case, the student offered him tissues in case urine rushed through his ears. Observing such a dialogue, Batten's maids chuckled quietly, proud of their master. Soon the whole crowd began to laugh at the guy, saying that the fat man didn't mince his words. The dude decided not to embarrass himself for a long time, and only told Group B to avenge him. The guys from this group promised to defend his honor and put the main character in his place. After some time, the competition in Group B ended, and the highest result, there was 591 points. John confirmed that this group did manage to perform a little better. Fred recommended that he give up this self-indulgence, because now they would show real class. The guy called the student because it was their turn, and Batten activated his superpowers. All 4 maids were rooting for their master with all their hearts, and one could clearly read envy and anger on the opponents' faces. They wanted to finish off this fat man and free the maids from the tyrant. The people shouted the last phrase many more times until the competition began. After the start, the main character easily threw the balls directly into the hoop without a single miss. His opponent noted that this fat guy is really not that simple. As soon as he slightly took his attention away from the ring, one ball immediately went past him. With 21 seconds remaining, Baton already had 547 points. During this time, Fred scored only 476 points. The spectators looked at what was happening with their mouths open and admired the student. After time had passed, the main character managed to score 791 points. His opponent, Fred, only scored 671 points. All the guys who hated Batten before froze in place after watching his results. The maids immediately ran up to the winner and began to look after him. Everyone else respected him so much as a rival, but the master had to die. The guy with glasses said that he was a little distracted in this game, so the student rejoices early. The main character advised not to be distracted anymore, otherwise he won't even make it into the top 3 in the finals. The finale was not long in coming, and from the first seconds, Batten demonstrated his speed. Once he's warmed up, it's time to give it his all and learn the limits of his skills. It only seemed to Fred that his opponent seemed to be throwing even faster, and as soon as the guy with the glasses was distracted, he immediately threw his ball past the ring. The student didn't care a bit about other people's opinions, and he worked to the maximum. After time expired, he was able to score 843 points and break his own record. The maids continued to admire him, and Fred began to wonder what kind of record had been broken. At that very second, a hard basketball hits his face, breaking his glasses. Steve immediately became concerned and asked if his bro was okay, covering his face with his hands. The guy angrily replied that it all happened because of the guy in the bandana. He in turn did not know what to answer, so he simply asked for forgiveness. But he was interrupted by Batten and said that Steve was not the operator, so it was not his fault. This infuriated Fred, and he said that if he had not complained about his humiliation, he would have qualified for the city tournament through the qualifying stage in his area. But no one dragged him here by force, and the question was whether this was the real reason why he did not pass the qualifying stage in his region. Judging by Fred's behavior, his nerves were not in order because he was very worried about today's result. Today was his last chance to get to the city competition, and he pretended that he had come to take revenge on his bro. After listening to all this, the guy with a broken face said that it was all nonsense. The main character knew that his opponent had the potential to enter the top 3, but he looked more often at the scoreboard of his machine than at his ring. These words finally finished off Fred, and in anger he hit the machine gun with his fist. In addition to the cup and bouquet, Batten received a gaming center card, the balance of which he could use for any entertainment in the center. At the same time, a board appeared in front of him with the inscription that the system awarded him 1 point of champion glory. For victories in sports competitions and in today's qualifying stage, the main character scored a whole point of champion glory. The guy is already feeling an improvement in all his characteristics, and the champion task should be kept in mind as one of the highest priorities. Suddenly, one of the maids asked if the gentleman wanted to end the stream. Batten responded positively to this, and the girl returned the phone to him. The main character said goodbye to the audience and said that the goods from the fair had already been sent. Suddenly, he received a message from Julia, saying that she had established contact with the publishing house. The student refused the maid's offer to go to dinner because he had other plans. That same day in a cafe, he met his teacher Julia. She said that the publisher liked his manga and they were ready to start publishing it. But a period of a couple of weeks seemed very long for Batten. The guy asked if it could be published without a publisher, just with his own money. The girl replied that if you try, you can print everything tomorrow. This made the main character very happy, and he firmly decided to do only this way. Julia added that a print run of 1,000 copies would cost about $30,000. Batten didn't care about the cost. Enthusiasm was visible in his eyes. This reaction shocked the girl, and she thought that the student did not value money at all.
He replied that money is just a tool to achieve truly important goals.
At this moment, the guy looked like a villain who had just come up with a plan to take over the world. And since the main character wants to release the manga at his own expense, they went straight to the printing house. A few hours later, a circulation of 1,000 copies was paid for and printed. Batten placed all the books in his apartment, in which Dove was also located. After this, the system notified him that Manga's task had been completed, and a new achievement had been awarded. The student realized that the decision to produce an entire edition at his own expense was fully justified. A professional manga task immediately appeared, where it was necessary to sell 10,000 volumes. The main character immediately realized that this task also had an advanced version. After these thoughts, he kissed one of his newly made books. Dove noted that his friend finally felt the same way as he did and wanted to kiss him. Then he asked if Batten had any drinks to celebrate the occasion. The guy replied that there was only cola in the refrigerator, which did not make Dove happy, and the fact that the cola was only without sugar completely drove him crazy. Taking one can, he began to talk about how the main character's apartment was just what he needed. Suddenly, the blonde's gaze fell on the stairs that led to the second floor. While Batten was putting books into piles, his friend went to explore new territory. Less than 10 minutes had passed when a joyful cry was heard from above, which alerted the student. A second later, Dove brought his family photo to the first floor. The blonde said that if they are friends, then there should be no secrets, and you need to answer honestly. He was only interested in what the famous actress was doing in this photo. Batten replied that she was his sister, but he did not want to say it. I didn't want to talk because I knew that Dove would start begging him to meet her. The protagonist's expectations were justified, and everything happened exactly like that. But his friend was more cunning and asked if he could live in his apartment. The guy wanted to refuse, but his interlocutor was furious with this news. After some time, the student still allowed people to come to his apartment, but not to bring girls. The satisfied friend ran to the second floor to warm the bed for Batten. The main character hinted after him that there is no sandbank here and he himself will clean up. The family photograph remained on the first floor and Batten looked at it with warmth. Suddenly, he received a notification from Sleepy Grandfather that he needed to make a new manga. Although he was improving his skills, the guy was not yet ready to write something at the level of Dungeon Spirits. But you could learn a lot from working with Sleepy Grandfather, so you shouldn't miss this opportunity. John responded positively to this message, and Grandfather promised to come the next day with a contract. In Batten's opinion, Grandfather is ready to resolve any issues as soon as possible. But when it comes to releasing new chapters, everything comes down to zero. In the cafe, the grandfather in glasses noted that the main character eats little, and he is already thin as a matchstick. The student replied that he had already agreed, and there was no need to bait him with flattery. His interlocutor decided not to hesitate, and handed over an envelope with a contract and licensing documents. The rights to the manga and publication of printed publications will belong to Batten. The proceeds will be 50%. Hearing such sweet conditions, the main character agreed without hesitation. For Sleepy Grandfather, the main thing was that it was John who worked on the manga, and the rest was trifles. For the student, the main thing was that the blind grandfather release new chapters. The author really did not like these jokes, and he asked to stop doing it. Then he asked about the 4 girls they had recently met. He wondered if these were not the same girls who came to support the main character at the tournament. Batten immediately realized that Grandfather watched all his streams, so he did not release new chapters. But the author has already completed the main task for today, and the atmosphere is not right for him to go to the hotel to write chapters. Soon an offer came from him to capture those maids and rent a karaoke room. The main character knew the place better than karaoke. You can sing and swim there, and there will be girls there. The guy grabbed him and said that he was saying this in all seriousness. Upon arrival, the blind grandfather was indignant at where he was taken and asked to be told that this was a joke. They ended up on the lake, to which the grandfather said that he trusted him as if he were his own, and Batten betrayed him. And if he takes him to karaoke with the girls right now, he will forget about the betrayal. The student recalled that he had previously said that you can swim here, and there are a lot of girls walking around. But Sleepy Grandfather didn't want this. He doesn't need the lake. The main character is only wasting his time. In response to this, the guy suggested that he go to the hotel and write a couple of new chapters. Such an unexpected answer shocked the author, and he froze for a while. And then he replied that he would rather admire the evening lake because he was happy with everything. At this time, Batten decided to launch his stream and told viewers that today he agreed to work together on a manga. He introduced the audience to that same legendary novelist, whose name was Sleepy Grandfather. He also gave fans a chance to ask him a question, and the 10 most interesting ones would receive a copy of the manga. Since the author was already old, he asked to show him the phone screen closer. At this moment, he was bombarded with a ton of questions about when the new chapter would be released. The next day at the station, Grandfather said something about someone who thought about something. It seemed to him that the way the main character accepted his work partners was simply outrageous, and he asked if the student was afraid that he would one day take revenge on him. Batten replied that his acceptance was so outrageous that he no longer needed him as the main artist. Sleepy Grandfather immediately came to his senses and said that it was a joke, and he should relax. He also asked Batten to take care of himself and come to him when there is time. The student asked him to immediately begin new chapters upon returning home. This joke about the chapters seemed to scald the author, and he again asked to stop. Grandfather quickly turned around and walked towards the boarding point for his train, and the main character wondered if he had gone too far with this joke. While he was seeing off the manga author, it was already 11:30. Kathleen was supposed to arrive soon. When the girl stood on the platform, she asked if Batten really came to meet her. He replied that he had recently seen off a friend, and therefore decided to wait for her. Kathleen noticed the milk tea in the hand and the student and asked if it was for her. John suddenly remembered him, and said that he almost forgot about this tea. After rolling her suitcase, the guy asked if she would mind going to lunch at a cafe. The girl agreed, and a few minutes later, they were already at the place where she handed him a gift. A smile and admiration immediately appeared on Batten's face, and he asked if this gift was for him. It was Chopper, and the main character really liked him because it was his favorite character. Kathleen saw it in the window when she and Mrs. Kate went shopping. Hearing just the name, the main character fell into despair, which could be read on his face. The friend began a story about her journey, and the student tried to hold back the lump in his throat. Now he learned that his mother had offered Kathleen to be her named daughter. Since this news sounded to him for the first time, the guy even choked on his drink. This frightened the girl because she did not know why such a reaction occurred. He once again repeated the phrase that spoke about the named daughter. And then he added that Mrs. Kate is his mother, although not his own. Kathleen took on this expression on her face because Batten was now a brother to her. She thought that she was offered to become the named daughter at the request of the main character. This assumption greatly infuriated the student. He even hit the table with his fist. Furious. He said that it was clear that he liked Kathleen, and there was no need for him to ask his mother to make her his sister. Hearing the guy furious, the girl asked if he liked her, and then he asked how much the main character liked her. The guy immediately realized that he had said a lot of unnecessary things and therefore blushed a little. The student repeated her question about how much he liked her. The main character has already finally realized that he has done something wrong and he needs to act. Batten liked her so much that he had recently changed so much for her sake. Listening to such emotional statements, Kathleen just shook her head from side to side. And then she added that you don't need to change for her sake. You need to change for yourself. It may be that the girl will like the loaf that he thinks she will be crazy about. Perhaps she will be happiest with the version of him in which he is happiest with himself. Next, Kathleen began to say that there was no point in changing for her sake, and let him first promise not to start a conversation about her with Kate. She means that she doesn't want his mom to influence their relationship, and he doesn't want him to influence her relationship with his mom. The student's brain overheated from such a large amount of quickly spoken information. Their conversation was interrupted by Kathleen's phone, which suddenly vibrated. It turned out that she would call Mrs. Kate right now, so she asked not to say anything. At this time, Kate, the main character's mother, was in Dubai, where her husband was. She got out of the car at the construction site and called out to him, to which he was asked what the woman was doing here. Stepp was a famous architect in Dubai and was also the father of Batten. The woman came here to make sure that he did not take a mistress here. When asked if Kate was convinced, she replied that she did not fully understand everything. The man offered to take her to the hotel because she was very tired after the night flight. On the way, the lady said that she had recently given birth to her named daughter. Having learned the whole story in more detail, Stepp was shocked because Kathleen liked their Batten. Kate added that her husband understood everything correctly and asked if it was funny. First, she made the student her adopted daughter because she genuinely liked her. And since she is a named daughter, Batten did not become her relative either by law or by blood. Stepp was only worried that everything would turn out exactly the opposite. The woman recommended not to worry, because the main character was already a big boy, and would definitely not disappear. Their conversation in the car was interrupted by a phone call on Kate's phone from Kathleen. This did not make her man very happy. He even started sweating on his face. From the very beginning, Kathleen spoke about what Batten told her and asked if it was true. The lady was completely calm and answered without trembling that it was so. The girl continued to ask if Kate knew that the main character liked the student. She also knew this because John's sister told her everything. Kate found out through the student's mentor that she was going to an exhibition in Mexico, so she went there herself. The woman just wanted to get to know the girl her son liked better, but Kathleen didn't understand why she was made the named daughter. The interlocutor firmly stated that this had nothing to do with the main character. After running the exhibition with Kathleen for several days, Kate truly fell in love with her. This answer disarmed the young girl. She easily let go of her sword. Her new mother felt a kinship with her, which is why she made such an offer. To be honest, Kate didn't even remember the existence of Loaf at that moment. It seemed to the guy that after talking with his mother, he put on an invisibility cap and went on a mission. The detail that the mother did not remember her son at that moment struck Kathleen. The woman herself did not know how this could have happened. But then she came to her senses and did not regret it. According to her, this decision, although spontaneous, was very correct. Whether the student will become her daughter-in-law in the future is already the main character's concern. And she took the fate of female relationships in her hands and asked if her new daughter was going to cut off all ties after this. The fright had already passed a little, and the girl replied that she was not going to do it. Their relationship was one fact, but the relationship with Batten was completely different. At the end of their imaginary battle, Kate asked if Kathleen wanted to clarify anything else. She replied that everything was now clear and added that her parents would like to meet the woman. But neither Batten nor Stepp were able to grasp the specific essence of the girl's telephone conversation. The protagonist's girlfriend called his mother, only to find out that the decision to make her his named daughter had nothing to do with him. This was true, because it was important for the young girl to know that Kate liked her regardless of John. Now she was happy with everything, and she and her mistress really were like kindred spirits. And if we talk about the relationship between a guy and a girl, then there are still no blood ties between them. The guy was about to ask her out, but, as always, something went wrong. Kathleen got up from the table and said that now it was Batten's turn to pay for lunch, and it was time for her to run to class. It was a very uncomfortable moment for the main character, but he didn't say anything. The main character could not shake the feeling that he had survived a real catastrophe.
But in fact, the guy himself inflated such a scale of the problem in his head.
At first glance, it seemed that nothing had changed at all. Although today he admitted to the girl that he liked her, she did not reciprocate, but at least she did not reject him. Batten recalled with warmth the moment he had just experienced. His reverie was interrupted by Annie, the Academy's most famous cross-dresser. He was not in a female form, so the main character did not recognize him immediately. Just the memory of him at the fair made John furious. Annie said that basketball competitions would soon begin at the Academy, and he wanted to invite Batten to the team of the animation department, but the guy didn't know how to play basketball. The cross-dresser was shocked by the news and hoped it was just a joke. The guy thought so because he saw the main character's streams where he throws balls into a basket. Of course, the student knew how to throw balls into arcade baskets, but he had never played basketball. He also has no idea how to dribble the ball, pass the ball, or shoot a field goal when the opponents are covering. The guy with blue hair remembered that he had never seen him on the basketball court. Then he said that he didn't care about dribbling the ball, and the main character would only be responsible for throwing shots into the basket. Dissatisfaction was visible on the student's face, because he had not yet agreed to anything. Then Annie began to ask him to get into the situation, because it is very difficult to find normal sports guys on the faculty. The cross-dresser barely persuaded 5 people to participate, and he did it while dressing up as a girl. His plea that he shouldn't give up right away, but at least try himself in training, seems to have begun to take effect. Batten replied that he could try, but did not promise accurate field goals. Already excited, Annie asked if he would have time after lunch to meet the team. At the appointed time, the main character was on the site where the other guys were training. They immediately recognized the internet star and said that now their faculty was saved from shame. The streamer was a little embarrassed and greeted all the team members nicely. Batten was distracted from getting to know the team by familiar female voices. These were the 4 girls who dressed as maids for the tournament. But something happened, and all 4 ran away from the stadium. The guy with red hair noted how quickly his cheerleaders deserted. The main character said that this is only for the better, because they will not distract from training. Immediately after these words, his interlocutor swung the ball and asked to show what their new participant could do. Annie got everyone ready to see a miracle in the world of basketball. But the miracle did not happen, and the basketball hit Batten right in the face. The crossdresser tried to console everyone by saying that catching the ball was not the student's strong suit. Passing the uncaught ball, he added that the main character's throw was divine. Mentally, he realized that first he needed to understand the characteristics of the ball. This ball seemed lighter than the ones John threw in the machines. Members of the basketball team have already begun to object, asking why he thinks for so long before throwing. Someone even said that their new participant couldn't even accept a pass. They were mostly right that there would be no time to think during the game in Batten. His first throw was clean, and Annie was very happy about this event. He ordered everything to stop and bring the balls to the main character. His teammates surrounded him and changed their minds, in case he turned out to be useful. From a standing position, the streamer could easily throw clean balls into the hoop. There was hope that the team would be saved, because the throws were indeed clean. Annie asked the guy with red hair, whose name was Rusty, to block the shot next time. The student just realized that in such a situation you just need to throw the ball as high as possible. He tensed and with all his might and jumped as high as his height allowed. But this tactic did not work, and Rajavi easily blocked this throw. Looking sweetly at his opponent, Rajavi asked what he would come up with this time. At that moment, cheerleaders in costumes came to the stadium and began shouting chants. The guy realized that they were running away only to change clothes, and they also came up with a new nickname. It was clear that with such support, it would be even more shameful to lose. Rajavi was trained to block classic shots, but if he threw something unconventional, it would confuse him. For the first time, Batten tried to throw the ball using the shot put technique. Nobody knew that it was possible to throw something like that, especially since it looked strange and ridiculous. The pink-haired cheerleader passionately cheered for every victory of the main character. The next time, John used the technique of throwing from behind, which worked out well for him. I also tried the anti-aircraft gun technique, which looked the most ridiculous of all. While everyone was happy for the streamer, Annie noticed that their rivals were coming to the site. Then he yelled at Batten to stop just throwing because he couldn't even accept a pass. He maliciously addressed him specifically by name and asked him to at least learn to dribble the ball first. Mentally, Annie knew for sure that his opponents should not know about their secret weapon. The captain of the other team saw the same clown who loves to play with machines. Batten invited him to play one-on-one since he doubts the main character. The crossdresser panicked because it was impossible to reveal the main trump card before the game. He came up with the idea that if he threw the ball at him, their opponent would leave. An orange ball flew into his jaw with a loud sound, which made the guy with gray hair laugh very much.
He said it was too early for Batten to challenge players of his caliber.
When they finally left, Annie asked if the student really wanted to play him one-on-one. The main character replied that this is called pretending to be a pig who threatens to eat a tiger. The streamer knows how to control himself and not succumb to the provocations of such buffoons. Tomorrow is the first match, and John needs to remain a secret weapon for as long as possible. And then he suddenly went onto the site and helped at a decisive and exciting moment. For now, he needed to practice catching the ball and everything except throwing. The next minute, the main character began practicing catching the ball. He really needs to train, because if he doesn't confidently receive balls, then there will be nothing to throw. During practice, the girls surrounded Annie and started talking about how they were also quite close to basketball and wanted to work on passing instead. He reminded them that their affinity for the sport was that they simply danced with balls in their hands. But Lyulka replied that there was nothing complicated in the passes, and besides, the girls could demoralize the enemy. Struck by the beauty of the cheerleaders, Annie nevertheless agreed to their proposal. Within seconds, Batten was training not with a crossdresser, but with a support group. Seeing this, Gray, the main rival of the animation department, became very angry. His teammates were also depressed, because it was impossible to concentrate on this site. Gray approached the coach with a request to find a group of cheerleaders. This confused the coach because the dean's office doesn't give out such girls. And besides, these were the protagonist's personal fans. Watching what was happening, the guys from the animation department grinned because the cheerleader's cunning plan worked like a Swiss watch. The student praised the girls and suggested continuing to practice passing. Time flew by very quickly, and the very next day the teams shook hands at the competition. After shaking hands, the referee allowed the teams to warm up in their halves. Gray immediately got down to business and started by jumping with the ball to hit the hoop beautifully. The opposing team of the animation department knew that as long as they had Gray, they would be invincible. Having met face-to-face with Batten, the guy with gray hair ran his finger near his neck. Annie asked what this gesture meant, and the student replied that maybe he had planned suicide for the evening. The guy with blue hair thought so, and added that the poor guy doesn't even know about their trump card. Fans of the main character shouted various encouraging ditties, which Gray did not like. He turned in their direction and told them to confess who said it. Kathleen was also sitting among the fans, which made Batten very happy. Annie was very happy for the hero and asked the fans to calm down a little. The joyful basketball player immediately headed towards the stands where Kathleen was sitting. The crossdresser reminded him that the match was about to start, and the guy should return as soon as possible. With maximum confidence, he replied that the match could be read without him. After all, his trick was to come on as a substitute at a key moment. While cheering, the cheerleaders noticed that the main character was walking towards them. But the student walked by and greeted only Kathleen, ignoring the fans. Immediately he asked how the girl ended up at this basketball game. She replied that she just came to look and did not expect to see Batten here. And it was also a big surprise for her how enormously popular the main character is here. The guy didn't answer anything and went out onto the steps to ask that the entire animation department be supported, and not him personally. Lyulka looked at him, and on behalf of all the fans said that they understood everything. Batten thanked the girls because he mentally knew that their team would definitely win. After the match started, Kathleen asked why her friend wasn't on the court, and he replied that there was a time for everything. After some time, the scoreboard showed a score in favor of the animation department. There were a few seconds left until the end of time, and Gray's nerves were already on edge. He, sweaty and tired, grabbed the ball and gathered all his strength to score the decisive goal. Then he jumped as high as he could, shouting that he would score a three-pointer. But the team of the animation department was not simple, and Rajavi blocked this throw. Kathleen and Batten sat with their mouths open because this block was truly amazing. Immediately after Rajavi landed on the ground, the referee announced that the first 20 minutes was over, and the score remained in favor of the animation department. The main character noted that if the game continues in the same vein, the team won't even need his help. Kathleen asked what would happen if someone got injured, as if she knew something. His partners congratulated Rajavi, and even took him in their arms with joy. The winner said that everyone should learn from him while he was alive. And returning to Earth, he got up unsuccessfully and injured his ankle. He immediately felt a hellish pain that contorted his face, and tears appeared. The referee approached the injured player and asked him to go to the medical center.
Both students were shocked because it seemed that Kathleen had predicted the future.
She patted Batten on the back and said that his time for glory had come. When he stood up, all the fans shouted that Batten was the best player on the faculty. Rajavi, leaving, asked the main character to become a worthy replacement in his place. The guy said that he would not let his legacy go to waste, but Rajavi had not died yet. During the break, Grace swore at his team, because even the disabled people from the animation department are giving them trouble. The guy said that he was completely crazy because Gray was constantly yelling and asking for the ball, and also threw from any position and did not hit the hoop. This dispute in the team was stopped by the coach, who did not approach them immediately. He said their opponent's best player was injured, so they just had to play their best. Gray immediately said that the coach was right, because Rajavi was replaced by that fat dunce who couldn't handle the ball at all. The coach only told him that this did not mean that he could now relax, and Gray should have shared the ball with number 11 more often, and not pulled the blanket on himself. The guy with gray hair clearly didn't like such statements, so he immediately tried to avoid it. Before the referee's whistle, the opponents' eyes met, and they promised to devour each other. After the whistle, the boys jumped as high as possible to bring the ball to their team. Gray managed to get the ball, and Batten just wanted to see how long that grin would last on his face. The 11th number asked to pass the ball to him because he was closest to the ring. The 6th number did not hear the coach and again said that he would figure it out himself. But his overconfidence did not lead to anything good, and the ball hit the ring without hitting it. Number 11 from the animation department team caught the ball and said that this guy missed again. He immediately passed the ball to Batten, because he knew that he would definitely hit the hoop. Being in the opposite half of the field, the main character set the ring as a target and asked everyone to disperse. Soon he threw the ball with such force as if a rocket had been launched, but his opponents did not understand it. The ball flew almost across the entire field with great speed. All the players only had time to look at it. To the surprise of everyone, the team from the animation department scored 3 points, and the score was already more ahead of their opponents. The audience was completely shocked. Someone even called Batten a real cheater. Kathleen also shouted that the main character was the best on the set. The match continued in the same spirit, and now the 4th and 11th numbers faced each other. Numbers 6 and 11 from the opposing team ended up together, and their teammate didn't know who to give the ball to. They both shouted for the ball to be given to them, although the coach asked to give the ball to number 11.
The poor guy was confused and didn't know who to pass the ball to, so he stood still.
Batten did not waste time and took the ball from him, saying that he would be safe with him. He immediately threw it into the hoop, but in a throwing technique that was incomprehensible to others. It was a clean shot, which brought the animation department team 3 points. Annie was very happy that the shot put technique worked so well. Gray considered the main character a freak, and did not understand how his balls flew across the entire court. The coach of the GamDev faculty team told everyone to block Batten's shots. The guy with gray hair immediately stood in the block and thought that this would interfere with the student. But the main character was not an ordinary guy, and therefore no block prevented him. He masterfully threw balls into the hoop in any way, even through the legs of his opponents. After some time, the referee announced that the game was over, and the animation department won with a score of 42 points. All the fans were delighted and praised the main character more than anyone else. His teammates said he exceeded their most optimistic expectations, but the joy was interrupted by an angry Gray who grabbed Batten by the shirt. He asked if he was pretending to be a badass in basketball on purpose, to which the guy just grinned. Nerves were on edge, and the guy with gray hair was ready to clean his face right on the landing. Annie stopped him in time, stopping a possible mass brawl after the match. Afterwards, the coach of the GamDev faculty team approached them and dragged away his participant. Finally, the guy said that in another game the operators beat their opponents with a score of 51 points, and the animation department would have to play with them. This figure scared both Batten and Annie a little, but they were still confident of victory. The next day in the evening, a team of camera operators appeared on the site. The cross-dresser noted that they looked scary, and they would have to work hard this evening. He also asked why the main character had not come yet, because the match was supposed to start soon. Immediately after this phrase, Batten appeared on the site and apologized for being late. To a million questions from Annie about where he was and what he was doing, the guy answered that he went to the workshop to draw. But there was no time to talk about it, and the guy had to warm up, because today they were playing against a strong team. The enemy team's coach pointed to a fat guy who had incredible accuracy, and recommended that he simply not let him shoot. Since Batten could hit the hoop from anywhere on the court, he was surrounded by 2 people at once. The student decided to use the old tactics and throw the ball from below, but his opponents were no slouch either. Behind the 2 guys covering the main character, there was another one who actually ruined his tactics. He passed the ball to the other end of the court, and thus a goal was scored in favor of the operators. From the expression on Batten's face, one could understand that it was really cool, and the old scheme didn't work in this match. Since at least 2 players are constantly guarding him, it means that one of the animation department team always remains open. All you need to do is set the open player as a target and simply give him an accurate pass. In the next such situation, the The main character noted that number 11 was open for a pass. Mentally, he thanked his partner for his trust and promised not to let him down at such a moment. Indeed, the newly changed tactics worked like a Swiss watch. Batten immediately realized that he needed to get the most out of this scheme in order to win the competition. Annie was shocked that the guy had learned to pass accurately, and he also had hope. During the match, the team's tactics did not change, and the animation department tried to even the score. The main character made accurate passes many times, and the other players threw balls into the hoop. Soon, the judge announced that the first 20 minutes was over, and the camera department won by 27 points. After the whistle, Batten was surrounded by players from his team and began to praise him. The crossdresser even burst into tears because he did not expect that this student would fit into the team so well. The student recommended not to cheer ahead of time, because the opponents might change tactics. And after them, the animation department team will have to change their strategy, and we must be prepared for this. At the cameraman's bench, a guy with green hair was indignant, because the coach said that the fat guy only knew how to throw into the basket. Then the coach said that everyone takes on an opponent, and one person blocks any attempts by the main character to pass. After the break, the match continued, and there were no more free players left to pass to. Then Batten decided to throw alone and immediately tried to do it. Everything went smoothly, and he scored a three-pointer, giving his team the lead. The fans were delighted, because the guy alone was able to beat such a strong team. Other spectators said that it was in vain that the operators changed tactics because two players had to hold the fat man. Someone said that nothing would help them, and he turned out to be right because the match ended with a score of 52 points in favor of the students of the animation department. For this victory, the system awarded the main character 0.1/10 of a champion's glory point, which he was very happy about. Annie suggested celebrating the victory and invited the whole team to dinner. But the guy politely refused, which is why the crossdresser had questions. It turns out that the first chapter of Dungeon Spirits is coming out today, and Batten asked everyone to like it. In the dorm, he took his laptop and called Sleepy Grandfather to ask if he was ready. Having received a positive response, the guy started broadcasting and said that he had just uploaded the first chapter. And to increase activity on the new title, he and Sleepy Grandfather have prepared prizes for viewers. To participate, all you had to do was add the title to your bookmarks, and after every 10,000, they would give away a small prize. After reaching 100,000, he promised to give away a big prize, and the first prize would be the first volume of the short story Dungeon Spirits. Before he could finish speaking, Batten saw that the number of bookmarks had already exceeded 10,000. The second prize will be a tankobon from his manga, The Adventures of a Community Lovelace, which he has been playing for several days now. The third prize will be 10 copies of the first to third volumes of the Dungeon Spirits novella. Well, in case all these books bore the audience, another prize was prepared. It was a handmade figurine of the main character from the Dungeon Spirits, also in 10 copies. The fifth prize will be a t-shirt with the inscription Spirits of the Dungeon, also for 10 spectators. And the sixth prize, according to the student, will be very intriguing and tempting. These are 5 female costumes for the beauty from the spirits of the dungeon, but they are still being sewn. Batten hopes that only the female spectators will get these costumes, but if the guys get them, they should still wear them for their health. Before the main character could finish talking about the 7th prize, he noticed that more than 200,000 people were watching. And since the number of bookmarks has passed the 100,000 mark, it's time for the big prize. The authors did not invent anything, and decided that 10 people would receive $888. The student also recalled that Sleepy Grandfather said that if the number of bookmarks grows to 200,000, then he personally will raffle off $1,888 for 5. Such a statement excited the grandfather because most likely he had never said such a thing. He found a way out of the situation and told the audience that Batten would also give away $1,888 to 5 winners. This was a stab in the back for the main character, but he told the audience that it was so. And since he has such grateful viewers, then there is no need to be angry with his grandfather. In addition, the guy has everything figured out and is making good progress in completing the spender's task. The number of viewers and bookmarks grew rapidly, and the streamer did not understand where so many of them came from. But 10 minutes later, the number of viewers was consistently high, but bookmarks were not increasing. It was clear that everyone who could had already bookmarked the title, and an influx of fresh audience was needed. The guy thought that he needed to start drawing or playing the remaining gifts, but he couldn't decide. Suddenly, the number of viewers on the stream jumped sharply, which shocked the student. As it turned out, a very famous girl came to his stream under the nickname Pink Bunny. She was one of the most popular summer players of the 8th station. Batten himself only visited her streams a couple of times, but did not understand for what merit she gained so many viewers. He immediately thanked the bunny for the treasure, because it was the first time he had received such an expensive gift. Then the main character remembered that this was the same girl who supported him in capturing that pervert. He had no idea that he then met the Pink Bunny herself, although this was not surprising, because she always wears a mask. Suddenly, the monitor showed an incoming call from the Pink Bunny, which he immediately accepted. The guys simultaneously greeted their viewers, and the bunny began her story about how she had long wanted to fly to his stream, but there was no suitable reason. And as soon as I found out that the student was working on Dungeon Spirits, I immediately asked subscribers to go to his channel. In addition, she has already shared a story about his heroic act on streams. Her viewers fell in love with Batten in absentia, so she didn't have to advertise his channel for a long time. One link was enough. The Pink Bunny encouraged her subscribers to add the main character's manga to their bookmarks. She also invited the guy to see what the number of bookmarks was now. Seeing that the figure had exceeded 180,000, the student almost screamed. The streamer said that it was time for big prizes, because it was time to reward her bunnies. The main character was only too happy, but first he had to pay off his debts. He held all the draws that he talked about at the beginning of the stream. All the winners were happy. For 200,000 bookmarks, the authors will give away $1,888 to 10 people. You just need to leave a comment. After giving out the gifts, the guy said that they had 3 more gifts that they kept secret. These were gifts personally from Sleepy Grandfather, so he will play them himself. Grandfather only said that these were very valuable gifts, including products from world brands. The first prize to be drawn was a whip from Louis Vuitton, which was the best gift for horse riding enthusiasts. In the chat, they started calling him a pervert, which made my grandfather a little angry because he called it a horsewhip. The second gift was candles from Cire Trudon, which can emit a bright aroma for 60 hours. And the last gift were bracelets for couples from Cartier. The finest handmade work, a real jewelry masterpiece. The Sleepy Grandfather repeated once again that these prizes are original products of top brands. To participate in this draw, you had to write a phrase that the grandfather himself had just dictated on the broadcast. The Pink Bunny, embarrassed to asked if the grandfather had taken off these bracelets. This question puzzled the guys because this was not in their script. The streamer realized that the situation needed to be resolved and said that girls were not particularly welcome on their stream. Therefore, she did not bother them and disconnected from the broadcast, taking the audience with her. At this time, the number of bookmarks on the Dungeon Spirits had already grown to 240,000, so Batten instructed his grandfather to do pranks. He himself began to look for the channel of this Pink Bunny to thank her. The channel was already at the very top, plus the main character sent her a lot of expensive donations. The girl also thanked the streamer, and her viewers noticed that she blushed. Reading the chat, it was clear that the student was misunderstood on this stream. In parallel with all these events, Sleepy Grandfather was already holding the last draw for today. It was the latest model iPhone. At the end of the stream, the first chapter had 272,000 bookmarks, which was considered a worthy result. A total of 620,000 have been collected on 2 titles, and the completion of the million bookmarks task is just around the corner. But so far, they had only given Batten about 30,000 in donations. It was still very far from reaching 1 million. It was necessary to come up with something to earn money on the side. Suddenly, a message came to the main character's phone from Kathleen, who did not understand what he had with the Pink Bunny. At first, the guy was shocked that the girl was also watching this stream. And then he realized that most likely she was jealous of him for the Pink Bunny. So Batten decided not to hesitate and video call Kathleen to ask directly. The girl replied that she was not jealous at all, and she was just curious to know what exactly happened there. According to the guy, there's nothing to tell. There's no point in taking it into your head. And he agreed to tell only on the condition that Kathleen admitted that she was jealous. On this note, the girl ended the call, which really scared the guy. Immediately, a message came to the phone, and the main character thought that everything was over between them. But this was a message about a student admitting to her jealousy. After that, the streamer told her the whole story of what happened that evening, and they wished each other good night. It seemed to Batten that their relationship had reached a new level, and he was already wondering what they would name their firstborn. The guy sat with a sweet smile on his face, and many female and male names flashed through his head. Catching himself at this thought, he slapped himself on the cheeks because there was no point in wasting himself on all sorts of nonsense. It is better to use the evening to do more useful things, such as manga. In addition, the main character was already on the verge of completing the illustrator task. After some time spent drawing, the long-awaited display indicating the completion of the task appeared in front of the student. He received plus 14 units in drawing skills and plus 4 units in imagination. And so I tried to randomly draw a couple of lines because the guy was already impatient to put this hand to work. And if you take the pen seriously, the eagle he had just drawn seemed to float between reality and the screen. All living creatures that Batten could only imagine turned out to be as realistic as possible. He didn't even understand how he managed to draw such expressive eyes for this girl. If there was a god of drawing in the universe, then today the main character has taken his place. And if you strain your imagination, you can draw very amazing and vivid images. The joy of leveling up a new skill was interrupted by Julia, who called Batten. According to her, a job appeared for the student. He had to draw a poster for a film. The guy was only interested in the price and the volume that needed to be completed. Julia replied that she needed to draw 10 options for 50,000, but she would have to pay the maximum. This meant that the streamer would receive 5,000 for each poster, which couldn't help but make him happy. The girl noted that her interlocutor was very excited and asked that he didn't have enough money to buy candy for his new girlfriend. He replied that this was not the case at all and thanked him for the order, already imagining how to complete a bunch of tasks. After all, if you sit and wait for donations, then the main character will not complete the spender's task soon. From this it was clear that it was necessary to earn money separately from Manga. His thoughts were interrupted by a message from his sister transferring money to his account. The guy considered this an insult when he called her via video call. Mary argued that as soon as she heard that he really needed money, she immediately came to the rescue. Batten, in turn, asked if he and the witch were discussing anything else besides him, and he himself just wanted to find a part-time job. But his sister, hearing the words about a part-time job, covered her mouth with her hand and said that his whole family had money, and they would always help. In response to this, he only asked not to shove money at him, but to ask around in his circle if anyone needed to draw a poster for the film. She can, of course. Small film companies will be ready to entrust the main character to draw their poster. But Batten wanted Mary to recommend him to large companies, and he would guarantee the best quality on the market. The sister did not believe these words and asked him to send him his latest works. The guy sent only 3 photos, but when he saw them, the blonde was already in shock. The girl realized how high his level of drawing was and promised to catch him a big fish. Immediately after completion, she received a notification from Baton that the transfer was rejected. Such actions of her brother touched Mary, and she realized how grown up he had become. The main character looked at his watch and noted that the time was not quite late. He may well have time to fulfill Julia's order for 10 posters. After about an hour of drawing, all the work was ready, and Batten finally went to bed. The next day, in a cafe, he met a customer who was shocked by his speed of work. The guy didn't know what to answer, and for a second he realized that he was in a hurry with this. Jumping up from the table, Julia asked her brother to confess if he was some kind of cheater. She already thought that the student had become obsessed with something otherworldly, as if someone was drawing him with his hand. This excitement from the interlocutor drove the guy more and more into a dead end, but he found something to say. According to him, the main character was visited by inspiration, a muse, or something of this category. The witch realized that he was chosen by the gods of art, who guided his hand. She also added that Batten is as chosen as his mother. After these words, she began to stand up and say that they were geniuses, and Julia was an ordinary craftswoman. Already at the door, the girl said that for now she would transfer his work to the customer. When she finally left, the main character realized that in reality he was not a genius, but a cheater. But he had to die for these cheat codes. A couple of days later, Batten began receiving messages from different film companies on his phone, and then he realized that his sister was still useful. He decided to add everyone who wrote to him to increase his chances of getting his first order. After accepting applications, he received a lot of messages describing films for which posters were needed. Even without reading half of it, the streamer firmly decided that he would take on all the orders. Over the course of 3 days, the student's card received numerous transfers from different companies. At the end of the 3rd day, it turned out that he had earned $355,000. Now Loaf can make concrete progress in completing the spender's task. But the main character did not know what he could spend such a large amount of money on. At that moment, he received news on his phone that a boy had fallen to his death on the rocks while crossing an old bridge on the way to school. Tragedy occurred in a mountain village where a child fell from a collapsing bridge because it was a short way to school. The news contained the contacts of the school director and a request to donate money for the construction of the bridge. Batten immediately called the indicated number and the school director answered the phone, who thanked the guy on behalf of all the teachers and students of the school. The student transferred $300,000 to the director, which helped him advance in the spender's task. As a reward for completing the 2nd stage of the task, the main character received 100 points. The guy was glad that he didn't have to rack his brains, and heaven itself gave him an option. Suddenly he received a message on his phone from an unknown number. It said that the director was looking for money for a bride price for his son. He could not be trusted. And if he really wants to help, he must come to the specified address to prevent the director. Batten was angry at the fact that someone could use his money for their own personal purposes. If the money is not spent on building a bridge, then there will be no point in progressing the task. The next day, the student was already at the airport and soon went to the other end of the country. Upon arrival, he rode first by bus and then by cargo motorcycle to get to his destination. When the guy reached the indicated point, he noted that the road was not easy. Then the streamer called the same unknown phone number from which the message had previously come. We didn't have to wait long, and the interlocutors immediately found each other. It was a girl named Betty. She worked as a teacher at this school. Loaf also introduced himself, and it flashed through his mind that this girl was very young. She also did not expect that he would really come, and especially that he would turn out to be so young. Betty asked if the guy was still studying or working, but he asked to get straight to the point. The girl did not like such straightforwardness, but she did not say anything out loud. The teacher just turned around and told Batten to follow her. They walked a short distance and ended up in a barn, but it was a school where children study. At first glance, everything was clear, but Betty decided to take him to another place. The guys walked along the creaky path near the rock, along which children walk every day. Soon they reached the very gorge and bridge from which the boy fell. The main character was outraged that no one had done anything yet, but Betty interrupted him. She said that even students from distant places had reached news of the economic backwardness of their village. Before Batten, many people donated money to correct this situation, but not everyone knows the truth. The girl told the truth to a student who came to their village. He only asked that if she was aware of all the chaos going on here. Then why didn't she tell everyone the truth? This question puzzled her, and she answered the question with a question. There are already very few people who are involved in charity, and if fraud is revealed, there will be even fewer, and people who really need help will stop getting it all together. The main character invited her along to check the veracity of Betty's words. If all these stories turn out to be true, then he will force the director to take the righteous path. She was only required to show where this director lived. The student would do the rest himself. On the day when there was a thunderstorm, the guy put on an invisibility cap, which, when worn, reduces the wearer's visibility to 0. In the house, the son asked his father how they would repair the bridge if they spent all the money on the bride price. But the father kept it simple. He was going to hire a couple of village guys and simply replace the most rotten boards, and his son asked if he would fly to them for this. Such questions infuriated the old man very much, and he said that he was trying for the sake of his son. Suddenly the lights in their house went out, which confused the director a little. This was very strange, because according to the son, the neighbor's lights were on. Having brought a candle, the guy suggested that the fuse might have blown. But before he could finish speaking, an incomprehensible wind blew out his candle. His father called him very cowardly, but after hearing his name, he changed his mind. From such a surprise, he fell to the floor and asked who was speaking. The voice replied that the child who had fallen into the gorge was now talking to him. The son moved closer to his father and said in a trembling voice that they had finished the game. The incomprehensible voice was Batten, who was sitting under the table and telling him to read a letter from the baby. Then he stood up from under the table and turned on the light while the director was still scared. The guy stood up first and said that it seemed to him that the boy had left the gorge. In addition, a piece of paper actually appeared on the table in their room. There, the kid from the gorge hoped that the director would give money to build a bridge. Otherwise, he and his son would end up next to him. While they were reading the mysterious letter, the main character made his way through the bushes to the road. Looking up, he noticed Betty and was confused as to why she had come here. Loaf came close and took off his invisibility cap, thanking the girl for the umbrella. This gesture really scared the teacher, and the guy apologized for it. Betty asked where he had jumped out so suddenly, and the student replied that she had simply not noticed him before. Of course, this could not have happened, but this topic was hushed up because Batten had news. He said that tomorrow the director would give her the money. Betty would be in charge of building the bridge. Judging by the expression on the girl's face, it turned out that the main character simply believed her. These words frightened the student. Very much beads of sweat appeared on his face. In response to this, Betty only laughed and said that he was not the only one who could scare her. However, the main character really trusts other people too easily. The guy said that the girl was right in her statement, because he really got excited with the transfer of such a large amount. He wants the money to be managed by a person who cares about the village kids, and that would be Betty. Otherwise, why would a young and beautiful girl with an education live in such a wilderness? Betty thanked the student for his kindness and generosity and promised to do her best. When the main character had already returned to his hometown, he was sad to go through it, because the picture outside the window reflects all the injustice of modern society. I remember how Batten initially perceived the spender's task as a mockery from the system, but now it took on a completely different meaning. Even after completing it, the streamer will try to donate money to good causes to the best of his ability. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by many vibrations of the phone on which messages were arriving. The first one he opened was a message from Kathleen. She was proud of him because a student helped the kids. Next came a message from Julia, who asked if he needed money for this. As messages came in, the guy didn't understand why everyone was already aware of his affairs. Members of the basketball team in Dove also expressed their respect and gratitude to him. He decided to ask about Kathleen, how he knew about it, and the girl sent him the news, which was recently published. It said that a student from the Batten Academy of Arts donated $300,000 for the construction of the bridge. All this admiration made the main character a little awkward, but more pleasant. The taxi driver broke the silence in the car and said that they had reached their destination. He asked not to forget personal belongings in the salon and wished all the best. Getting out of the car, the guy saw journalists crowding at the entrance to the hostel. They immediately noticed the local hero and rushed towards him with all their equipment. They were interested in who Batten's parents were, because they didn't know where an ordinary student could get such a sum. The main character was not ready for such a meeting, and did not even know what to answer. But then he collected his thoughts and asked why they were asking him all these insulting questions saturated with mistrust. He explained that they should not care about his parents, and besides, he earned these $300,000 himself. The chief journalist apologized and said that their job is to question everything, to look for pitfalls and reasons for scandal everywhere. Next, he asked Batten to describe the situation as the student sees it from his own perspective. This way, the main character will not only advance in the newsmaker task, but will also explain something about charity to a wider audience. After several minutes of silence, he also apologized for reacting so harshly to their questions. The guy said that in fact, the teacher from that school only reflected a beautiful happy ending in her post. But alas, the darkest side of this situation was left unaddressed. This statement shocked the journalists who interviewed the student. Initially, Batten sent the money to the school director, but then it turned out that he wanted to use it not for the benefit of the children, but for personal purposes. The main character did not tell all this in order to undermine people's faith in charity. He just wants people to not just give money to strangers, but to get to the heart of the problem. In our world, simply abandoning a problematic situation is not an option. Journalists asked how, in his opinion, charity should be carried out. And Batten replied that this experience taught him that one should not blindly trust strangers. The internet is crawling with scammers without a hint of conscience. And if someone wants a good cause, then they need to invest not only money, but also their soul. Over the next few days, the protagonist's hometown discussed the news of how he had donated $300,000. This was talked about in the news and on the radio, and it seemed that now absolutely everyone in the city was aware of this event. There were comments on social networks with the name of Batten's channel, and also that this guy was a TikTok star. The girls asked if the student had a girlfriend, and others said that he was dating a beauty from the traditional painting department. From these rumors, the blonde man standing next to him got really hot because Loaf took away all the popularity. But he soon regretted that he had treated his phone this way in a fit of rage. Because of this new benefactor hero, his nerves were already on edge. At this time, the main character walked next to him with Kathleen, who asked how he managed to convince the director to hand over the money. The guy grinned, and putting his finger to his chin, said that it was a secret. This only provoked Kathleen, and she ran after him right in front of that evil guy. The last thing he heard was their plans to go to the movies the next day. After that, the blonde called his friend and said that he needed to deal with someone. He already knew that Batten wouldn't have long to run around so happy. The next day, in the afternoon, students came out of the cinema and discussed points that they did not understand. Kathleen, without wasting a chance, asked again how he managed to convince the director. The main character realized that the girl still wouldn't let go of this topic and therefore was already getting ready to talk. As soon as he began to tell the beginning, some guys stood in front of him. One of them was with a bat and asked if his interlocutor was Batten from the animation department. The guy was embarrassed and in response to this asked who they were and why they came here. But he did not receive an answer because a crowd of guys with multicolored hair attacked him. The first thing the student did was push Kathleen away and tell her to run to safety. While he was doing this, a heavy bat was already hanging over the back of his head, which was about to hit him. A girl with pink hair noticed this and shouted for Batten to take care of himself. The main character was not the timid type, so he managed to protect him from being hit with a bat. A very strong blow fell on his hand, but he tried not to show it in front of Kathleen. The streamer reminded the girl that she should run to a safe place and call the police. Knowing his strengths and privileges, he promised to delay them for a while. The gang was serious and thought that Batten would not be able to do anything with them. At this time, the friend had already run far enough and only hoped that the guy would withstand their pressure. A crowd of evil guys attacked the main character with bats and fists. Suddenly, the student put on an invisibility cap and disappeared from the eyes of the attackers. The guys with multicolored hair were not prepared for such an outcome, and someone asked what they were doing here. Judging by the bits in their hands, they came here to be someone, but that someone disappeared. The leader of their gang, Jay, also did not understand why they came here. The guy with pink hair couldn't even remember how he ended up in this place. Perhaps the heavens gave them a sign. They want to tell them that guys are doing the wrong thing in life. The gang boss ordered everyone to go home and hug their mothers. The guys began to disperse in different directions, but Batten was going to deal with them. Kathleen had already called the police and said that hooligans had attacked them near the cinema. Also, the girl did not know why they were attacked, because it was very unexpected. One of the hooligans could not shake the feeling that someone was following him. Immediately after this phrase, the streamer, without taking off his invisibility cap, kicked the first bully. One managed to notice the main character, but he did not understand where he flew out from. Batten recommended that he better watch where his teeth fly out. When the gang leader turned around, 2 of his men were lying on the ground in poor condition. A few seconds later, all the hooligans were lying on top of each other and begging for mercy. Batten turned to Jay and asked about who set the hooligans on him. Jay recognized Batten, which made him very scared and shouted loudly at him. But then he pretended to feel bad and said that knocking was not in his principles. Then the streamer pulled Jay by the hair and asked if he was sure of his words. But it was not hair, but a wig, which was easily removed from the head. From such an action of the main character, Jay tearfully asked to return the wig to him and even told him who sent them. Hearing the familiar name, the student wrinkled his face and wanted to teach that guy a lesson. He was so lost in these thoughts that he even forgot to give the wig to Jay. When the police and Kathleen arrived on the scene, Batten stood over the hooligans as if he had attacked them. The beaten guys asked the policemen to help them and hoped that they were now saved. The man in uniform realized that the main character was the bully Kathleen was talking about. But the girl said he had it all wrong and the student was the victim. Already in the car, she noted that she did not think that simply giving evidence would take so much time. When asked if Batten's hand, which was hit with a bat, hurt, he sweetly replied that it didn't. Their dialogue was interrupted by the student's phone, which received a notification. It said that tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning there would be a ball-throwing tournament. Afraid that he would not be able to win due to his injured hand, he still showed up at the appointed time. Thanking the crowd for their support, the guy looked for Kathleen, but it seems she didn't come. Lyulka asked Batten if he would stream today and offered her help. The main character handed her the phone and told her to set everything up. But most of all, he was tormented by the fact that Kathleen did not come, although she promised. She had previously given him disposable ice packs, which needed to be changed every 10 minutes to ease the pain. You don't even need to untie the scarf, but simply push each new compress under it. Of course, all this was great, but Batten was embarrassed by the fact that he would always wear a pink bow. Before he could finish speaking, the girl hugged him for the first time. She promised to definitely come to the tournament and support the main character. After Kathleen left, the student was overcome with many positive emotions. The memories of good things were interrupted by Steve, who patted him on the back and greeted Batten. And he immediately complimented him on the pink bow on his hand. For the streamer, it was not just a bow, but a real bundle of love. This time, 30 people will participate in the tournament, divided into 3 groups. Steve invited his friend to go behind the machines as it was their time. Loaf approached his machine gun with a little fear, but the crowd believed in him. After several throws, he realized that his left hand was now only suitable for feeding balls under his right. Even just throwing balls under my right hand was terribly painful. Noodles and his friend realized that what they saw in the streams was not even close to reality. Dove noticed that the bandage on his arm was missing yesterday afternoon, and he was curious about what he did last night to hurt his arm so much. At the end of time, the main character was only able to score 698 points. Steve assumed that his opponent's machine gun had broken down and suggested going to the organizers. The student replied that the device was fully operational and that it was not the problem at all. After going through assumptions, the guy in the bandana finally came up with the idea and called the streamer a beetle. It seemed to him that Batten wanted to humiliate everyone in the end, because he already knew his tricks. The viewers on the stream were upset because their idol did not live up to expectations, and Lyulka tried to calm them down. She said that he deliberately took last place to lull the vigilance of his rivals. The main character understood that if he continued in the same spirit, he would not even get into the second round. There were 2 more attempts available, but it was necessary to somehow rebuild and change something. After the start of Group B, Steve said that their best would score a maximum of 780 points. Although, considering how many points he himself scored in comparison with the others, he is just a whipping boy. But he considered Batten one of the main contenders for victory in the final and asked why he hung his nose. The streamer replied that the fact is that yesterday he injured his hand, and now it is difficult for him to throw. The guy in the bandana immediately understood everything and looked at him with a grin. The student waved his hands and asked not to invent anything unnecessary. According to Steve, this damage was normal. He himself did not have a girlfriend. After the end of the competition in Group B, they actually scored the maximum 776 points. Batten asked how Steve guessed so accurately, and he said that he could see right through everyone. Only that day he could not see through Batten, who came to play for the first time. Since the guy in the bandana was such a predictor, he probably knew how many points he needed to score to get into the second round. The minimum required was 760 points, but it would be better, of course, to score more. The first time everyone throws it so-so, but on the second and third attempts, the result is always better. Moreover, in Group B, there are many strong guys, such as Alex. It is he who Steve considers the main rival of the main character. The first time he scored 809 points. It is unlikely that anyone else will be able to compete with him. But dumb Batten will think later, because first he needs to at least get into the second round. Before the start of the game, he asked that the wolf be in pain, the fox be in pain, and he should not be in pain. On the second attempt, the fans were especially worried and hoped that he would advance to the second round. While throwing balls, the main character understood that he had to forget about his injured hand. At the end of time, they began to announce the names of those who, based on the results of the first round, would advance further. The student was already desperate because he didn't hear his name, but it was at the very end of the list. This event delighted the fans, the cheerleaders, Steve, and Batten himself. Even Noodles and Dove hugged, although they had already given up hope of hearing his name. If the main character is eliminated after the second round, it will no longer be so shameful. But counting on winning the tournament would be too presumptuous. Suddenly Kathleen appeared in the game center, although the streamer thought that she would not come. He told her about it, to which she simply apologized because she didn't know what to say. According to her, on the way to the gaming center, some important matters arose. There was nothing wrong with that because Batten was glad to see her anyway. But, to be honest, the main character is unlikely to be able to impress Kathleen with her performance. The girl took his hand and said that the compress was binding her with its weight. Untying, she warned that it might be a little more, but her hand would be free. Kathleen pressed her fingers directly onto the sore spot and asked if the pain was bearable. It was clear from Batten's face that the pain was hellish, but he tried not to show it. After that, the guy gathered his thoughts and spirit and prepared for the second round. Just at this time, The start of preparations for the second round was announced for everyone. Holding a pink ribbon in her hands, the girl with pink hair wished the main character good luck. Suddenly, the streamer stopped her, which caused some questions from Kathleen. It turned out that he wanted to tie this ribbon on his forehead to give him confidence. In this form, he went to his machine gun, and the second round began. Enduring hellish pain, the streamer threw balls into the basket with great speed. He knew that Kathleen was looking at him, and no amount of pain would stop him from giving his best. All the fans and supporters stood with their mouths open, watching the competition. Steve has been throwing balls his entire adult life, but he can only dream and dream about such speed and accuracy. Dove suggested that all of Loaf's problems were in his head and he needed a bandage on his forehead, but Noodles said that it was the power of love. Kathleen herself looked at the protagonist with eyes full of hope, because she knew that he would not give up. At the end of the second round, the student scored 817 points. All sweaty and wet, he heard his name and was very happy about it, because he made it to the finals. But at that moment, Alex walked past him and said that he would not give in the finals. And despite the fact that his opponent is injured, he will not spare him. In response to this, Batten only advised him not to crap himself. Steve approached him because he knew from the beginning that he was faking it. He also suggested that the guy was saving his strength so that he could take aim at the record in the finals. The words about the record confused the streamer a little, and he asked again about this. The interlocutor replied that the current world record is 845 points. Batten said that first he needs to at least win, and then we'll see. If the main character manages to break the world record, he will not only be in the news, but will also be able to count on championship glory points. Before the final, you definitely need to recharge, and the energy gel helped the guy with this. After eating a couple of packs of gel, the student realized that the moment of truth was very close. The judge began counting down the time until the start, and the competitors appeared in front of each other in kimonos. It was as if they were preparing for a fight on the roof, just like Kathleen and Kate had done before. After the start, Alex decided to give it his all and threw balls. Loaf endured hellish pain and tried to provide at least some competition for Alex. According to the results of the first round, the main character did not perform very well, but the guys did not lose hope. His throwing accuracy was excellent, but he needed to increase the pace. In the second round, Batten managed to overtake Alex with a lead of 17 points. The guy with gray hair already thought that his opponent had set his sights on the record, and he also hoped that he would still do it because losing to the best in the world would not be shameful. Batten also understood that he had every chance to break the record, and he would do it. Steve shouted to him that he still had 5 whole seconds, and it was quite possible to break the record. At this time, the scoreboard showed the number 825 points. A second later, he scored 829 points. Noodles and Kathleen looked at him with delight. When 3 seconds remained, the guy had 833 points. Another second later, he scored 5 more points, making the score 838 points. At the last second, there were 843 points, which was close to the world record. When the 846th ball flew through the ring, time ran out and the tournament ended. Steve was the first to shout that his friend had set a new world record. Tons of compliments and joyful exclamations rained down on Batten. Noodles and Dove were especially happy for their classmate. Alex approached him and said that 3 years ago he took part in the tournament where the previous world record was set. And this time he was lucky enough to fight face-to-face with the holder of the new world record. The joyful protagonist thanked him for playing and said that it was an honor to fight him. Both guys laughed and finally shook hands firmly. The gaming center congratulates Batten on winning the city tournament and setting a new world record. The system awarded the student 1 point of champion glory, which was a very happy event. Kathleen also wholeheartedly congratulated the main character on such an achievement. He thanked the girl and said that it was now her cup, but she did not understand this. According to him, if it weren't for Kathleen, he wouldn't even make it to the finals. She replied that there was no need to be modest, and the guy would have become the best without her. But the main character insisted that she accept this cup. Before they could finish speaking, a crowd of journalists gathered around the streamer. He mentally noted that he had correctly predicted the appearance of journalists. Without even thinking, he called the journalists closer and told them to ask their questions. When the student walked away, Kathleen asked if Batten had always been such a fan of talking to journalists. Noodles needed to give an answer that would show his friend in the most favorable light. Then he began to say that the fact is that one of Batten's goals is to popularize sports through personal example. More precisely, he does not want to attract attention to himself due to his achievements. But after these words, Noodles was completely confused. Previously, the girl thought that he liked to stay away from other people's attention, which was a little contrary to his desire to give interviews. Considering that still not even all of his friends know about his family, his desire to share his emotions with others does not fit into the picture at all. Speaking his last words, Batten's friend tried to the maximum of his abilities. Immediately after the main character finished giving interviews to journalists, Luca approached him with a request. She wanted the student to say a few words about the victory to his viewers on the stream. Suddenly, a board appeared in front of him with the task Master of Streams, which was nearing completion. Another 70,000 views were needed before completion, but the tournament had already ended, and I wanted to complete the task now. Viewers already thought that the streamer had frozen, and then the guy said that he would restart the stream. He assessed the situation so quickly, and now old viewers will come back to the stream, and the system will count this as new views. But on the other hand, it was a dirty move, because Batten deceived his viewers for the sake of speedrunning a task that he would have completed soon anyway. The dark side of the main character apologized for this, and promised not to do it again. A minute later, the 4th stage of the Stream Master task was successfully completed. The student added 1 unit to his charm, and he asked his viewers if he had become more charming. And then he asked if they wanted to know how the guy managed to become so charming. His secret was simpler than ever. It was all because Batten was driven by love. Quite a lot of time had already passed, and it was time to end the stream from the tournament. And as gratitude for the love and support of the audience, Batten handed out red envelopes. After the end of the stream, the guy offered to celebrate his victory and eat. Noodles said that they already eat every day, and it would be better to go to karaoke in the evening. The streamer replied that his friend couldn't sing, and it was better not to embarrass himself in front of the girls. A friend told the main character in the ear that when he was giving an interview, Kathleen asked about him, and if they go to karaoke, he will tell everything. The student immediately changed his shoes and said that going to karaoke was a good idea. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Batten just found himself at home, and immediately decided to rest so that he would be full of energy in the evening. All day long, news came to his phone about setting a new record for basket shots. The main character was talked about in the news, written on the internet, and in local newspapers. They even talked on the radio about how the student set a world record. Even Alex reposted the recording with Batten, where he stands with the Champions Cup. Then a sign appeared in front of him indicating the completion of the 1st stage of the newsmaker task. For this, he received 100 points, 1 celebrity point and another charm point. Sitting at karaoke, Kathleen asked why the hero of tonight's party had not come yet. Noodles said that it would be fine without him. The main thing is that the student closes the account later. Immediately after this phrase, the main character entered the room with an apology for being late. His best friend asked if he was the only one who thought that Batten had become prettier. Kathleen also said that she had only seen the streamer for a few hours, and he had already changed so much. The guy replied that nothing had changed, and most likely she just imagined it. He told the guys to eat for now, and he would sing the song Radiance, which he dedicated to one girl. Dove and Noodles shouted in one voice that Kathleen and Loaf were the bride and groom. Then everyone fell silent in anticipation of better singing, but they didn't have to wait long. A hellish singing fell upon the guys, causing blood to flow from their ears. Noodles and his friend with green hair were very indignant about this. Kathleen also felt as if a large house had collapsed before her eyes. Batten's best friend jumped up to say about how he sings, but the blonde managed to stop him. There was nowhere to go, and since he was standing, it was necessary to say something to the main character. He couldn't come up with anything smarter than to say that the guy sings like a god, so the student offered to sing more. Noodles tried to take the microphone away from him and suggested they go get something to eat. The streamer thanked him and said that he was not hungry, he would first drink plenty and then eat. A friend with green hair suggested that he go to the restroom to do some business. Dove stood behind the microphone and said that he would now sing the song The Most Faithful Friend. Already at the toilet, Noodles told the main character that if he had known earlier that he was singing like a wounded boar, he would never have offered to go to karaoke. Such words puzzled Batten because his friend had just praised his singing, and the words that he was simply helping him save face in front of Kathleen literally pierced the guy. The guy with glasses also told him about bad singing, even terrible singing, and recommended not to scare them with vocals anymore. When the student was completely desperate and fell, a board appeared in front of him with the task Microphone Usurper. To complete it, you need to take possession of the microphone and perform 1,000 songs. He understood that after 1,000 songs, he would be left without any vocal cords at all. But if a streamer wants to get 1,000 points and 5 units for singing technique, then he doesn't have much choice. Yes, even if he is 1,000 times more charming than he is now, it still won't help. It still won't save the situation if the sounds of a hammer hitting an anvil come out of his throat. To complete the task, you can purchase a microphone that connects to any equipment with the power of thought. For a second, it seemed to Batten that he had already seen this miracle microphone somewhere. I remembered that it could be purchased to complete the show killer quest. The guy decided to buy this microphone, but in the real world it seemed to freeze, and his friends tried to wake him up. This made the main character very angry, and he furiously asked him to stop pinching him. Noodles, like a true friend, offered to come back and say that it was a joke, and he sang so as to amuse everyone. With a dissatisfied face, the student replied that only a moron like his best friend could come up with such a stupid excuse. But then he returned to Kathleen and said that he deliberately sang badly for the sake of laughter. A friend added that it's actually quite difficult to sing something so bad. You have to be able to do it. All the students laughed nicely, and the girl confirmed that it turned out to be quite funny. And then she added that she hoped that Batten would sing something for her in a normal voice. She really wanted to listen, and such a statement even made the streamer choke on his food. The girl got scared and asked if he was okay, and also offered him some water. The main character said that everything was fine with him and offered to sing for Kathleen next time. He managed to cleverly change the topic to the fact that the guys had not yet heard his girlfriend sing, According to her, the singing was not at the highest level. She was even a little embarrassed to do it. Hearing this, Batten began to hope that they both sang terribly. The girl got up from the table and went to the microphone to perform one song. The song is called Chasing a Dream, and Kathleen dedicates it to everyone present. From the first notes of singing, everyone in the room was shocked, as if an angel was singing. The main character did not understand that if she considered such singing to be mediocre, then how would she appreciate it? All the students praised Kathleen, and Noodles asked why she sat silently all evening, hiding her talent. Batten also did not miss the opportunity and complimented his friend's singing. Mentally, he knew that he had to find a way to complete the microphone usurper quest as soon as possible. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the students left the cafe and said goodbye to each other. And since the student was left alone, it was time to go to some karaoke again. I remembered that there was something right next to Batten's house, where he came. To begin with, he took himself a playlist of shorter songs, so that he could sing about 20 songs in an hour. It will take 50 hours to sing 1,000 songs, and if you sing 10 hours a day, you can do it in 5 days. The staff of the establishment, who passed by the room where the main character was singing, thought that someone was being slaughtered there. The guy has already performed as many as 5 songs, but for some reason the system did not count his progress. It turned out that singing alone does not count, because if a person is alone, then he is not a usurper. The streamer has already come to terms with the fact that it will be impossible to complete this task without humiliation. At this time, tea was brought to his room, and then the main character had an idea. He asked if the establishment had any staff who could keep him company. The waiter replied that they have a decent establishment here, and they do not provide such services. Apparently, the hero was misunderstood. He had nothing reprehensible. He needed something else. The man tried to leave as quickly as possible, but the guy did not let him do this and stopped him. There was hope that at least this waiter would keep him company and listen to the singing. This gesture embarrassed the employee, and he threatened the student with calling security. It was not surprising to him that such a psycho came to karaoke alone and also wanted him to stay with him. Having lost his last hope, Batten fell on the sofa and did not know where to look for company. He wanted to ask Noodles and even offered him an hourly wage to just listen to his friend sing. The friend apologized and said that he was not ready to listen to such singing for several hours in a row. Then the main character decided to lure someone he knew to karaoke and opened his friend's feed. He immediately came across Steve, who asked to take him for a walk. He promised a good mood. Without thinking twice, the guy called a friend and told him to come with the company to the specified address. A few minutes later, Steve was already at the karaoke, where a student was waiting for him. The guy expected to see Steve's friends, but for some reason he came in alone. Then the blonde called all the friends with whom he hung out before coming to karaoke. Suddenly, about 20 people who already knew the main character entered the room. Some watched all his streams, others saw him on TikTok, one was even proud of his victory in the tournament. Steve said that the more people, the merrier, the more the student is a true legend. Among them was Fred, who apologized for his behavior at that tournament. After this, the hero invited everyone to go into the room and make themselves more comfortable. But after 20 minutes and then an hour later, the microphone never reached Baton. After a while, the guy in the bandana offered to drink to his friend's world record. At that second, the winner noticed a microphone that no one was using and realized that this was his chance. He grabbed it and declared that he would now sing for everyone present. We didn't have to rejoice for long, as Steve came and said that it was his turn to sing. He encouraged the student that there was still a whole evening ahead and there was nothing to be sad about. Batten did not show it, and said that he would go to the restroom on business. Having completed his work, he noted that he had been at karaoke for a very long time, but there was no progress. His thoughts were interrupted by Steve's hellish singing, which made his blood run cold. The main character did not understand how one could sing so disgustingly, although he himself was no better. Suddenly, the guy had a brilliant idea related to a magic microphone. It can be connected to any equipment nearby with the power of thought, and it also provided additional skills. If Batten connects to someone else's equipment and starts singing, this will not count as microphone capture. In the next room, older people were relaxing and singing, and a man in a green shirt asked if they liked his singing. The older lady replied that it was as if that young stallion was still alive inside him. You could even hear it in his voice. The guy noted that this grandfather could only wheeze, although he was glad that they did not understand anything. But the system never counted this song, most likely because he only turned on halfway through. Next, the grandfather chose a rather complex song called Yabloshko. Batten understood that it would be difficult for him to sing like this, but then he didn't care about it. He began to sing into his microphone about the great day when the seed that was sown finally bore fruit. Grandfather also sang about what makes the sun rise every day for him. Suddenly, he noticed someone else's voice and turned around to say that he couldn't stand it when people sang along with him. Everyone stared at the man who was calmly eating a watermelon. Everyone suspected him. The gray-haired grandfather said that he had no hearing at all, and it was not recommended for him to sing even simple songs. His friend got angry because of this, because he did not see with his own eyes how he sang. Then all the guests pointed to the microphone, which was lying next to the man who was holding a watermelon in his hands. He repeated that this does not prove anything. While the gray-haired grandfather sang, he sat silently and ate a watermelon. During this argument, the incomprehensible singing about candles and burning continued. This justified the friend of the gray-haired grandfather, who was not allowed to eat watermelon. He had nothing to do with it at all. It couldn't be a soundtrack, because the man only turned on the minus track, and his voice was terrible. Suddenly, the resting women noticed that someone was standing outside the door. It was Batten who sang about devoting himself entirely to this. At that same second, the gray-haired grandfather walked out the door and angrily asked who this guy was. This appearance was very ill-timed because the main character only had a couple of lines left to sing. He decided to finish singing them, running away from his grandfather, because it was not in vain that he tried throughout the entire song. Thus, they ran a little through the karaoke club building until Batten did his job. At the last word, the old man managed to grab the student by the collar and teach him a lesson. Finally, a scoreboard appeared in front of his face, counting 1 song out of 1,000. The grandfather pressed the guy to the wall and asked who raised him to be so impudent. But Batten managed to take out his invisibility cap and put it on, disappearing from people's sight. He immediately pretended that he was not chasing anyone and asked himself why he came out here. The worst thought was that he had already developed dementia. The student really didn't want to do this to this grandfather and asked for forgiveness. Then he took off his cap and asked what the bill was for the 808th and 809th rooms. Batten was going to close the account of that grandfather, in order to at least a little make amends for his guilt. After he left, I wondered why I didn't put on the invisibility cap from the very beginning. In a whole hour of karaoke, progress has advanced only by 1 unit. Suddenly, he wondered how far his magic microphone could reach. Will the main character be able to connect to karaoke equipment while in his apartment? Having tested this tactic, the student began to sing into the microphone wherever possible. Everything went according to plan, and even over long distances, the signal was not interrupted. This meant that the guy could again combine the execution of several tasks at the same time. All this time, he carried out the tasks Microphone Usurper, Night Reveler, and Swift Walker. After 5 days, the main character received 2 units of speed, 5 units of singing technique, 3 units of voice power, and much more. Now it's time to check how Batten actually sings now. It's risky to sing in front of people, so he first let the app rate his vocals. The student sang 1 song for this application so that it showed the level of his capabilities. As a result, the streamer managed to score only 341 points, which was below average. He already had 7 units of singing technique. It turns out that he sang so poorly before that the system now rated him that way. Ideally, the main character would like a tree stump no worse than his friend Kathleen. But he quickly dismissed the thought because he just needed to stop sounding disgusting. Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone with a selection of stars caught lip-syncing. Among them was Jerry, who sang an entire verse holding the microphone upside down. Mentally, Batten called them freaks, since they extract a lot of money from people for concerts, and the artist cannot even sing. It seemed that the student had recently seen posters in the city about his upcoming concert. Since this guy was once caught singing under the plywood, it's unlikely he's reformed now. On the day of the concert, the main character came to the sports palace wearing an invisible cap to purge the ranks of pseudo-singers. This singer had quite a lot of fans who were happy to see him on stage. There wasn't much to sing here, and the singer couldn't do it without a soundtrack. Now Batten will turn off the studio recording and turn on the microphone in his hand. When the artist began to sing, everything did not go according to plan, and incomprehensible sounds came out of his mouth. The producer was angry because they heard his real voice, and the studio recording turned off for some unknown reason. The person sitting at the equipment said that all the settings remained the same. The only adequate explanation seemed to be paranormal intervention. Both the director and producer made a face at such an adequate explanation. The director ordered to turn off everything, even the lights. Then they would say that the artist felt ill. No one warned the artist himself, and he stood rooted to the spot after it became dark on the stage. From behind the scenes, they shouted at him that the singer should urgently leave the stage. The fans got excited. Some even suggested that their idol was singing along to a soundtrack. Through another microphone, the audience asked for forgiveness and said that the artist had a very busy schedule, so he was not feeling well right now. This announcement touched the fans. They hoped that the guy would not lose his voice. Since such a pseudo-artist was unwell, Batten decided to cure him. An angry Kevin walked into the producer's room and asked what was happening to them. The fact that this is the first time with them will not make things any easier for the singer. The guy with crimson hair said not to look for someone to blame, because now there is a crowd of fans outside waiting for an explanation. Kevin stood his ground and said that he would not go back on stage because they had already said that he was ill. The director suggested telling the audience that the artist's condition had worsened and the concert was being postponed to another date. The sound engineer noted that the same jam could happen next time. The blonde suggested simply canceling the concert because his fans love him so much that they won't even demand a refund for the tickets. For them, Kevin is like an idol and a living lord, and his health is more important than any money. All this time, what was happening in the sound engineer's room was broadcast on stage. And even those words about the sheep that will give him at least the last shreds of their wool. Fans were furious when they found out the whole truth about their idol, and Batten realized that everything turned out even better than he had previously planned. It was so good that the microphone could be connected not only to audio equipment, but also to cameras. The main character received 7 more points in singing technique and a lot of points. That same evening, he streamed and at the end invited viewers to listen to his vocals. They didn't mind, and the guy started singing the first song that came to his mind. The song was about a couple in love, which transported listeners to a night forest. Even the male part of Batten's audience listened to this singing, their mouths open in amazement. And I especially measured the girls because the guy had improved his vocal skills so well. After a few minutes, the student finished singing and wished his subscribers good night. He didn't expect that all the listeners would be so moved by the results of upgrading the voice power. Suddenly his phone received a call from Caroline, who was also moved. She said that they sent her a link to the stream, and after it, the girl had not cried so much for a long time. She was going to have a concert in a couple of days, so she invited a streamer to it. During this conversation, Mary came into the room and said that the toilet stank very much. Caroline asked why she never told her how her brother sang like an angel. This statement shocked the blonde because in their family, everyone up to the 5th generation of mom and dad can't sing. Listening to this story, Batten agreed to perform, but set some conditions. With a grin on his face, he said that his sister would have to attend the concert. After the conversation ended, the streamer found himself thinking that he couldn't wait to see her expression. Moreover, such an event can be an ideal occasion for recognition. 2 days later, Kathleen and Batten met at the sports palace, and she noted that the guy had recently begun to disappear. Therefore, she asked what the student had been doing all this time, but did not receive a clear answer. Soon, Carolyn came on stage and asked the audience if they were ready. The main character pointed out that the concert was starting and suggested we talk about it later. He asked Kathleen to help him with the stream, and he allegedly went to the toilet. The streamer had not been there for quite a long time, and the girl had already started looking for him around the hall. Carolyn said that she would first invite her friend Batten to perform one song. Hearing this name, the girl was shocked and even thought that her friend had a namesake. But no namesake appeared, and the main character himself appeared on the stage. The guy greeted everyone in the audience and introduced himself, while Kathleen was still sitting there in shock. Caroline's fans were upset because she invited a TikTok clown to her concert. Mary also did not understand what she was thinking about when she called for Batten, and the indignation of the audience on this score increased. Already on stage, the student realized that he had improved his singing technique, but somehow did not think about the fear of performing in front of such an audience. Time passed, and it was time to sing the song. The guy said the first line in a trembling voice. The same artist whose performance had previously been disrupted by Batten said that he could just as easily sing himself. At this time, the streamer could not pull himself together and overcome his excitement. Then Kathleen shouted to him not to worry, and he was doing great. The student heard this and smiled sweetly, which is why the audience stopped hating him. He was once told that in order not to feel nervous on stage, you need to imagine yourself singing songs for only one person. The guy should have stopped perceiving others and sung only for his beloved. And this helped him a lot because the trembling in his knees and voice disappeared. He sang, remembering all the moments he and Kathleen had together. Sweet and funny, unpleasant and inspiring. It really looked like the main character was not performing at a concert, but singing karaoke for a girl. Kathleen noted that he sings very beautifully and does it as if it were just the two of them. Mary also heard this vocal and already thought that the guy was really adopted. The crowd at the concert changed their minds, and some thought that Batten should perform solo. Until the end of the song, everyone in the sports palace sat in silence and listened to every sound that the student made. After the end of the performance, there was no reaction from the audience, which made John very tense. But then he remembered that Kathleen was delighted, and that was the main thing. Then the guy bowed and thanked everyone for their attention. Then the audience realized that the performance was over and supported the singer. In the dressing room, Batten asked Caroline if he had disappointed her, to which she replied that he had performed above all praise. Mary immediately attacked the guy with questions about where he learned to sing so well. And the answer that it was a secret angered the blonde even more, and she demanded to tell him. Batten ran away and only said that he still had plans for today. When he returned to the auditorium, Kathleen took his hand and told him that she had something to tell him. They walked for quite a long time, and the main character even asked where she was taking him. It turned out that the students came to the bridge, and there the girl asked if the guy wanted to tell her something. The streamer did not understand what she was getting at, and therefore replied that she wanted to say something. Since Batten had nothing to say, Kathleen turned around and pretended to leave. Suddenly, the main character collected his thoughts and said that he wanted their relationship to develop from friendly to romantic. But Kathleen responded negatively to the offer to become his girlfriend. The student did not expect such an answer at all. He was a little confused, but then said that there was nothing wrong with it. Still, he was grateful, because for the sake of the girl, he managed to become a better person, even though he still doesn't measure up to her. Kathleen wanted the guy to understand that he became a better person not thanks to her. He was a great fellow in his own right. He noted that he would have received 1 unit for the good man task, which he had already completed long ago. Then she came closer and said that she wanted to ask him something. She was only interested in whether the main character agreed to be her boyfriend. From such an unexpected turn of events, Batten blushed and sweat appeared on his face. The student said it again, only she was already shouting about it from the bridge. The streamer couldn't even imagine that they would start dating in such an environment and called Kathleen a goat. Batten decided to tickle her for such jokes and asked if she would do it again. She replied that she would not, and the main character said that he agreed to be her boyfriend. At that moment, the guy was so happy that he seemed to be flying in the clouds. But just recently, Kathleen seemed to him something completely unattainable. He didn't even notice how the night had passed, and he already jumped up at 6 o'clock in the morning. The first thought was whether what happened yesterday was a dream or true. To his great happiness, a message arrived on his phone from Kathleen wishing him good morning. The thought that this was not a dream even made Batten blush a little. The girl wrote to him that she was leaving for another city this week to help teachers at the exhibition. This made the guy sad because they had just started dating and she was already leaving. But then I realized that everything was still ahead, and they would still make up for it. Lying in bed, the streamer wrote that he would look forward to her return. He also added that you shouldn't run in that city, because you don't know what the air is like there. Although the main character has already lost enough weight and is comfortable in such a body, he still cannot stop running. The beginning of an official relationship with Kathleen can be considered an indicator of progress, but you should not stop there. While Batten was putting on his shoes, a sign appeared in front of him indicating the completion of the million bookmarks task. The guy was only confused by where such a large wave of new audience came from. He decided to see how many views his yesterday's concert stream got. It turned out that more than 3 million people watched the stream yesterday, and less than half were left to complete the task. Thinking that after a couple of such performances, Batten would complete the task, he received a call from Melissa. Mentally, the student hoped that she would ask him to perform at her concert. The girl apologized for bothering the guy with such an early call. It was clear from her voice that things were not going very well, as her voice was alarming. Going down the stairs, Batten said that he was no longer sleeping and asked if Melissa was all right. She replied that everything seemed fine, but it was about her charitable foundation. The main character asked what happened to the foundation if the girl had such an alarming voice. Melissa asked to meet in the evening because this situation was difficult to explain in a nutshell. The guy replied that he had classes until the evening, and after that they could see each other. As soon as the main character entered the classroom, he was surrounded by girls with compliments about how beautifully he sings. Noodles tried to calm the situation down and said that his friend already had a girlfriend. Then he asked his friend to tell the truth about what happened to him last time at karaoke. When asked if he really fooled around at karaoke and sang to the plywood yesterday, Batten replied that he had to guess for himself. In general, Noodles didn't care how his friend would become famous. The main thing was that through him the guy would have connections in show business. By the way, a parcel was left at the entrance for the main character, which Noodles helped him pick up. He said that his best friend had already started receiving letters from fans. After reading the inscriptions on the parcel, the student realized that these were letters from the village where a boy had once fallen into a gorge. The sound of a paper bag opening distracted the teacher, and she spoke loudly to be listened to carefully. The guy fenced himself off with a textbook on art history and pretended to listen. And I myself read letters where it was written that the bridge had already been built, and the builders allowed people to walk on it. Children from the village also wrote words of gratitude to the hero about how they are now not afraid to walk across the bridge. Even the boy, who was the worst student in school and most disliked writing essays, gladly wrote a letter to Batten. At the end, there were photographs of happy children and the teacher next to them. Suddenly, Julia said that she was waiting for the main character in the dean's office after the bell rang. The touched guy looked up at her with a frightened look, because he didn't know why he ended up there. Noodles reminded him whose class he was in, and asked how he was so touched by the fan's letter. A tearful Baton said that this was indeed written by fans and did not go into details. In the dean's office, Julia said that she did not call him because he did not listen to her in class. She already understands that the guy is already an established artist, and her lectures will not open his eyes to something new. The girl said that she called him to offer to open a joint illustration studio. Since she has already seen the posters that the student made, she quite considers him capable.
But once he has his own studio, he will be able to recruit other students and supervise their work.
According to the contract, the protagonist will own 49% of the company, even without reading half of it. The streamer said that he had enough work from current customers, and he didn't see the point in it. It was his sister's idea that when the guy has a studio, his work process will become more structured, and it will be easier to find clients. But she knew very well that Batten was lazy and would not do such boring work, so she asked Julia to take on some tasks. After this, the girl asked if the student was ready to sign the contract. He replied that he was ready, but he had one important condition, which interested the teacher. The guy wanted 30% of the company's profits to go to charity. The words about charity interested Julia, and she asked why he was so concerned about this topic. Then Batten handed her an envelope with letters from the village children. The girl was also moved by the words that were written in the letters. She returned the envelope and said that she understood everything, so in the future they would do as Batten wanted. But he doesn't want them to just throw money into some fund for show. We will need to do really useful things ourselves. Julia promised to do just that. In the evening, in a cafe, the main character met Melissa, a famous singer. He was a little scared by what happened to the girl's face because she didn't look like herself at all. Melissa replied that she just went out without makeup and with a painted scar. The guy asked why she needed this because she could have just put on dark glasses and a mask. But when a famous person disguises himself so clearly, he attracts attention even more and eventually gets recognized. And when Melissa goes out without makeup and with a painted scar, people then think that she just looks like a singer. During the conversation, she realized that Batten had already ordered all the artist's favorite dishes. In response to this, he smiled sweetly and said that he was still a fan of hers. Suddenly, the girl began to laugh, and the main character did not understand what caused this laughter. But then he remembered that he had forgotten how much his infectious smile affected her. Melissa herself said that his smile lifts her spirits so much, otherwise lately she's been completely depressed. The student decided to seize the opportunity and asked what exactly happened to her fund. It turned out that due to minor surgical complications, some of her wards did not receive a scholarship this month. And after that, the girl received many negative messages from them. She said it would be better if the streamer reads these messages himself. People wrote about how stars earn millions and are given mere pennies, but this time they didn't give anything at all. They threatened that if they did not receive the money within 2 days, they would write a collective statement to the prosecutor's office. When Melissa decided to support them financially, they were still in school and were completely different. At that time, she was just starting her career, and almost no one knew her. She wanted to help them in any way, and she decided that she would pay for each of them to study, and then she organized a fund so that her employees would deal with these issues. Since then, everything has changed a lot. Gratitude was replaced by hatred, and the girl did not know where she took the wrong turn. In truth, the main character did not even think about such a development of events. After such reviews, Melissa became very disappointed in people, and she lost all desire to do charity work. After all, people are complex creatures, and you need to be prepared for different reactions. You shouldn't expect eternal gratitude when doing good. And without waiting for gratitude, there is no need to become despondent. Moreover, there is no need to take their dissatisfaction with the work of the fund personally. The guy means that thoughtless goodness is of little use, and there's no need to be blindly guided by emotions. In his opinion, any charity should be meaningful. If people get everything very easily, then very soon they will begin to take it for granted. After that, Batten gave Melissa an envelope with letters from the village children. According to him, doing good deeds is not as easy as it might seem at first glance. You need to approach everything wisely, especially good, and the actress understood this. After reading, she returned the letter to the student and thanked him. She said that after this story, all her friends were angry with those guys, and only the main character helped her get to the bottom of it. Here the streamer didn't know what to answer, and simply said that he had already thought about this topic. Suddenly, Melissa started talking about a charity concert that would be held in a couple of days. The girl started talking about it because she wanted to perform on it in a duet with Batten. This statement shocked the student, because initially he did not think that he would speak. Melissa recalled that he had already performed at Carolyn's concert, and now he wanted him to perform with her. But the thing was that at such an evening, you wouldn't surprise anyone with amateur singing. So singers need to try to come up with something meaningful. The main character suggested drawing a manga on this topic and showing it on the screen while Melissa sang. The girl didn't like this option, and she suggested making a sand animation. From such an idea, the student got up from the table and declared that he would learn this business in a couple of days. They decided that Melissa would be the music and the guy would be the show. Moving forward, the streamer thought about coming up with a story about charity. But still, first he has to learn how to work with sand. After some time, he came to the sandography studio that Melissa recommended to him. Because in order to meet the short deadline, the guy needed a first-class mentor. The actress knew one such mentor, but her character was very peculiar. Remembering these words, Batten promised himself to endure everything for the sake of art. The student entered the room and said that he had come to ask the teacher to teach him the skill of sand animation. There was no answer, and the main character already thought that the teacher was deaf. It was a girl named Olivia. At that moment, she was playing with sand. The guy came closer and said her name again, to which Olivia asked not to make noise. At the moment, she was drawing another image using sand. Batten noted that it looked cool. The process and grace of the movements amazed him. After finishing work, the girl said that she had already received a call about him, and asked why he wanted to learn sand animation. At first, the streamer was confused, but then he said that he had dreamed about this since childhood. This question was followed by another question about why Olivia would teach him. It seemed that if the main character did not answer this question convincingly, she would simply send him away. Then he said that he has a strong artistic base. He quickly grasps everything new and does not have to spend a lot of time learning it. Olivia liked this answer and even called it convincing. Then the teacher called Marlon, her subordinate, who helped teach others. She said that she would go away on business and instructed him to take care of this young man. Loaf thought it was a test, and Olivia wanted to see if it was worth the time. Marlon asked the guy if he had ever worked with sand and received a negative answer. Everything became clear, and the guy invited the student to follow him into another room. There he showed him an ordinary tray with sand and suggested that he draw something simple. The main character responded with gratitude, but Marlon said that he would say thank you in at least an hour if he had enough time. For a second, it seemed to Baton that this guy was copying Olivia's manner of communication. First, the streamer tried to feel the sand in his hand and understand how to draw with it. After a couple of minutes, it was already clear how to control the speed and with what force to unclench your hand. Then the student tried to draw some primitive picture. Seeing the result, Marlon was shocked and asked if this was really his first experience with sand painting. The guy replied that this was indeed so and asked not to judge his results strictly. At that same second, Marlon called Olivia and said that someone from the other world was in their studio. When the girl entered the room and saw the picture drawn by Baton, she did not believe that he painted it himself. She asked the hero to confess if he had practiced this art before. Having received a negative answer, the teacher asked what Marlon had already taught him. He said that he simply brought the student to the tray and told him to play with the sand and feel it. At first, his movements were rather constrained and awkward, but then he seemed to understand how to handle the sand. After listening to this story, Olivia asked Baton to draw something in front of her. This was not difficult for the streamer, and after a few minutes he had already drawn a beautiful fish. The movements were fast, laconic, clear. He moved his hand confidently and smoothly, without making unnecessary movements. If you try hard, you can find a couple of minor flaws. But for a beginner, this is an amazing success. The teacher put her hands on the student's shoulders and said that she had never met such promising students before. She did not waste time talking about basic techniques and began to use the combined technique. She talked about chromatic aberration, but didn't talk about the basic ones. They were useless. After 7 hours of class, she continued to talk about the intricacies and interesting points. Suddenly, Olivia stopped and the guy asked what happened. The teacher did not expect that her student would be able to grasp everything after so many hours. Normal people's brains should start boiling after all this information like Marlon's. But the girl had already told everything she knew and told the main character to digest what she heard and practice. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Marlon asked if Baton was going to go to the dorm because it would close soon. He replied that there was nothing wrong with that. The streamer had a place to sleep. The guy with the glasses told the student to warn him when he was leaving because he lived in the studio. Not only is the main character talented, but he is also persistent. And if Marlon doesn't start doing more, he will go far ahead. So far, the beginner is not very good at working with layers, but he manages to build in an easily traceable plot. At this time, Melissa wrote that the organizers were asking to send a plan for their performance and a demo version. The girl also wrote a song for this event and sang a piece into the recorder. After listening to the song, the guy realized that there was little time left, and he needed to come up with an interesting plot for this song. And to meet the deadline, he needs to convert his 26 units of drawing skills into sand animation skills. On the first day, at 10:30 at night, we managed to convert 6 skill units. After 4 hours of practice, the transformation had advanced another 6 units. And by about 5 o'clock in the evening, 19 of the 26 units had been converted. Suddenly, the actress called him and said that if they didn't record a video for the organizers soon, they would put on a dance group instead of their number. This statement frightened Baton because he understood that he was not doing this to the maximum of his capabilities, but there was no other way out. He told Melissa that he understood everything and would soon send her the video she needed. The guy approached the teacher and asked if she could help him record a short video for the organizers of a charity concert. When she heard that her student would perform at a concert, having only been studying for a couple of days, the girl was shocked. She asked if he was really sure that he was ready to speak in public. Baton suggested that he first show her what he can do, and then the teacher herself will decide whether he is ready or not. 5 minutes later, Olivia was even more shocked than when she found out he was going to speak. If this guy doesn't give up and continues at the same pace, the day is not far off when he will surpass the teacher. Then Olivia turned to her student with a question about whether he decided to study sand animation just for this concert. This question immediately betrayed Baton, as everything was written on his face. He immediately apologized for spinning a story about these childhood dreams. It turns out that from the very beginning, he expected that he would be able to master a completely new form of art for him in a few days. The main character asked the teacher if she thinks he is ready to perform. For a second, Olivia thought she was jealous of him, but she shouldn't allow herself to be. Then she came to her senses and said that if their application for the performance was approved, she would help finalize his act. And immediately the girl offered her help to make a video for the organizers. The student only bowed to sincerely thank his teacher. The next day, Melissa informed the main character that at 8 o'clock in the morning, there would be a dress rehearsal for their act. There, the assistant director yelled at Baton because he was going to make changes to his program. Since there were only a few hours left before the concert, the man was very angry. The student stated that since he videotaped the demo, he has made significant improvements to the program. Ryan wasn't even going to watch it because the whole idea of sand animation seemed crazy to him from the very beginning. Then Melissa herself invited him to watch a new performance, to which he agreed. Inserting the flash drive with the performance, he muttered that it would be better if they started rehearsing what they had. 5 minutes later, Ryan's eyes almost popped out of his head at what he saw. He attacked Baton with words that he accepted their new program. In response to this, the guy asked if he should coordinate this with the director. But Ryan was adamant that the director would be delighted. He told the student that the original video was far from ideal, but the new program was already world-class. It was so beautiful because the main character had already converted all his drawing skills into sand animation by the time the video was recorded. He also did not forget to mention his teacher Olivia, who helped him with all this. The kind assistant director has already confirmed that this girl is the best in her business. He told the duo to get ready for rehearsal, and he himself went to give orders so that everything would be prepared for them. Already in the evening, the prosperous night concert began at the Sports Palace, and all the money that can be collected will be donated by the organizers to a program to combat poverty. The Rostock dance group took the stage first, and Melissa asked if her partner was nervous before going on. He replied that he felt great, and the table with sand was not complaining either. The backstage assistant told him that he would move his table closer to the stage. Batten only had time to thank the guy before he grabbed the table and carried it towards the stage. Not even a minute had passed when a crash and a scream was heard from around the corner, as if someone had fallen. Melissa and the main character looked around the corner to see what happened there. The streamer saw the assistant lying on the floor with blood on his hand. The guy replied that he was fine, but the table was badly damaged. When everyone looked in the other direction, they saw a table with a huge crack in the glass. There was a man walking near the incident who was angry because the assistant dropped and was standing next to him. He was yelling at the poor guy about ruining his clothes before the show. Batten looked at him with an angry face and realized that he recognized this man. This is the same mediocre cretin singing along to a soundtrack, who became famous only because of rumors. Recognizing himself in these words, the singer became even more angry and said to repeat what he had said earlier. Melissa realized that a fight might break out, so she said that her partner was talking to him, and she should be careful. They had already apologized to him, and the girl recommended that he go get ready for his performance. Leaving the main character, the pseudo-singer pushed him and told him not to stand in the way, calling him a fool. The singer reminded the guy that they would soon go on stage, and this was the most important thing right now. Then the streamer decided to relax and deal with the guy after the performance. At this time, the worker called his partner to bring a spare table for animation. Seeing the guy's reaction to the phone conversation, the artist became interested in what happened again. He explained that he asked a colleague to look at the spare table, but it turned out that it was not working. Melissa was very excited because they had to go on stage any minute. Batten said that since this was the case, he would try to come forward with what he had. The guy asked Melissa to trust him and just sing without worrying about anything. Finally, it was time for them to go on stage with a sand animation number. Watching the performance, the stage worker was shocked by how the main character skillfully covers the entire screen with sand. Ryan already realized that the plot of the speech was going a little off script. Although, since people like it, then let him create, because a real genius cannot be contained within the script. At some point in the song, Batten swung his fist at the glass, mentally knowing that without breaking the old one cannot build a new one. And on the line about the value of wealth, the guy hit the already broken table with all his might. Viewers of the concert in Batten's stream certainly did not expect to see such an outcome of events, so they looked at it with open mouths. This unexpected action made Ryan very nervous because he did not understand what this artist was doing. Viewers on the stream assumed that their idol had gone crazy. Someone asked if he really broke the screen, or if that was the case from the beginning. Poor Ryan has already spoken into the radio to the chief director that he takes all the blame upon himself. But the chief director did not seem to understand at all what his assistant was apologizing for. At this time, Melissa sang a song about kindness and charity, and Batten did the sand animation that was created for this song. He painted a girl who distributed food to poor and homeless children. Then I erased and drew another episode where she spends time with the children. At the end of the performance, the audience was delighted with such an unusual presentation of the song. And that same stage assistant was very glad that the performance was not disrupted because of him. After the concert was completely over, Batten noted that he managed to cope with everything. Next, he asked his partner how well they performed today. The girl replied that the guy shouldn't thank her because if it weren't for him, nothing would have happened. Suddenly, a sign appeared in front of the main character about the completion of the spender's task. For this, Batten received 1,000 points and plus 1 unit for luck. At first, he didn't understand how it happened, because the streamer didn't spend anything that day. But then it turned out that the system counted donations that people sent during his speech. The student also completed the 5th stage of the Master of Streams task, and received plus 1 point in Charisma. The system awarded him the achievement Master of Streams and bonuses awarded 10 points of Charm. Melissa put her head on the main character's chest, which made him excited. The guy said that the singer could thank him simply with words. On the one hand, Batten does not want gossip. On the other hand, the singer already knew the main reason. This main reason was that the student had a girlfriend, talking about whom he even blushed a little. Upon learning this, Melissa asked if this Kathleen was the one from the gossip and then added that she had secretly loved him for so many years. This statement threw the streamer into a stupor because he could have expected anything, but not this. The girl shook him by the shoulders and asked him to tell him if this was the right girl. Having received the answer, she immediately called Mary and reported everything she had learned. Batten himself thought that he came across her by accident, but she turned out to be a scent Cossack, since the singer saw that the guy was angry. She asked if he wanted her confession to be true. This frightened the main character even more. He already wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. Then Melissa said that there was no need to be so scared, because she was just kidding. Be that as it may, the actress is sincerely grateful to the student and wishes him happiness. At this time, the task board appeared in front of him again, causing him to freeze in real life. When Melissa called out to him, the guy turned to her completely different, because he received 11 units of charm. Immediately, the girl began to rub her eyes, because she herself did not understand what had happened to them. She wondered why this boy suddenly became so attractive. Judging by the girl's face, 11 units of charm were working as they should. After a few seconds of silence, the streamer suggested returning to the dressing room. Melissa replied that she would go to the restroom first and told Batten to go there alone. As soon as the guy turned away, the girl patted herself on the cheeks and drove away all stupid thoughts. When the main character entered the dressing room, the people there did not recognize him. Batten himself noted that there were a lot of people in this room. Someone remembered that this was the guy who had just performed a duet with Melissa. The student did not listen to these conversations because he was only interested in how Kathleen would react to these changes. When he sat down at his place, the same pseudo-artist whose name was Jerry came onto the stage. The vocalist did not understand why he was invited to concerts, because he had already disgraced himself twice with a soundtrack. Fortunately, Batten's magic microphone has not gone away yet. But if you disgrace Jerry, then the entire charity concert will be disgraced. And their work with Melissa will be devalued, and the very idea of charity concerts will be cast in a shadow. We can deal with this guy later because there's no point in ruining today's concert with scandals. At this time, a representative of the South Agency approached Batten and asked for some time for a business conversation. This was the same agency that produces Jerry, and therefore the main character thought that they suspected him. But in order not to show it, he agreed, and the men went to the nearest cafe. Before this, the student wrote to Melissa saying that he would leave so that she would not look for him. A couple of minutes later, he was sitting opposite an agency representative named Tom. He said that they have been following the guy for a long time and have seen his streams. They know that the main character becomes successful in everything. Company Yug values Batten's media potential very highly and wants to sign a contract with him. Since now the guy is at the very beginning of his journey, thanks to the company's experience, he can become popular like Jerry. The main character thanked them for the offer and said that he did not want to become like Jerry. The agent said that there is no need to refuse so abruptly, because the company provides excellent conditions. The streamer responded that they needed people who would do anything for money and fame, but he is not going to do everything for the sake of fame that the agency requires of him, especially one whose artists sing along to a soundtrack. Bitan is an ordinary guy who just wants to draw manga and attract readers on his own, and his plans do not include building a personal brand on lies and fraud. Tom said that it was time for him to grow up and stop being an idealist, because there is no place for principles in show business. Be that as it may, the main character is not going to go against the principles for the sake of enriching some agents. On this note, he stood up from the table and announced that he had more important things to do. Coming out of the building, the student noted how much this Tom's face was distorted. When he took a couple of steps, something suddenly fell on him from the upper floors. He turned around and shouted upstairs that there should be a bucket at home for garbage. But then I looked closer and realized that it was a ring with a real diamond. It was unclear whether this was a coincidence or the effect of +1 unit of luck. After this fall, the Super Spender task opened for Batten, where he had to spend $100 million. It's funny that the goal of spending $1 million at one time shocked the guy more than the current $100 million. The main character did not even guess when he would complete this task. His thoughts were interrupted by a man who came out into the street a few minutes after the ring fell. He asked if the student was okay and offered to take him to the hospital. The guy replied that he was fine and recommended closing the window next time he quarrels with his wife. The man thanked him for the ring and added that if he had returned without the ring, his wife would not even have let him into the door. He further offered to add his wishat, and if upon returning home he felt that he was not feeling well, he would immediately write to him. Suddenly, Batten grinned slyly and asked if the man was afraid that he would start extorting. But according to him, since the guy returned his expensive ring, then he cannot be bad. The main character managed to defuse the situation and said that he was just joking. Seeing his WeChat, he asked if he worked at the chocolate factory and if his name was Charlie. The stranger replied that they call him that because of the peculiarities of his surname. By the way, the streamer is a big fan of everything that their studio produces, and they are especially good at dubbing anime. Suddenly, Charlie invited his new friend to try his hand at this business. As it turned out, luck was not finding a diamond ring, but meeting a new person. As a child, Batten had a dream of drawing manga and voicing his favorite anime characters. It seemed to him that both of his childhood dreams were close to coming true. Before recording a sample voiceover for Charlie, the guy decided to see what kind of reward he was entitled to. You could choose either +10 units to a random characteristic, or +5 units to a selected one. Knowing the insidiousness of this system, the main character chose the second option. And then I wondered where these 5 units would look best. Of course, the best thing was to pump up luck, the most valuable characteristic. But luck belongs to the category of special characteristics, and it is impossible to pump it up in this way. It seemed to the student that this system was making up rules on the fly. Although it was quite logical, if for 1,000,000 spent he received 1 unit, and for 100 he would receive 3, then 5 units at once would be too fat. Since you can't choose luck, the streamer decided to upgrade skills that will help him in voice acting. First of all, it is imagination, and secondly, the power of the voice is pumped up. After leveling up, Batten decided to take on the task the plot was already indicated there. The school will soon be beset by an enemy threat in which only a few will be able to survive, and the master decides to expel his beloved student in order to protect him from death. The master sharply announced that from today the guy is not his student. He added that he should leave and not return, but the student did not understand this and asked for forgiveness. The master had already turned away from him, and he even knelt down and bowed to the floor, asking for forgiveness. The student was ready to accept any punishment, as long as he could remember. The master was always nearby. Now this guy can't imagine life without him, but the master doesn't answer. Then he turns around and declares that if his student does not leave, then he will only have himself to blame for what happened. On this note, the main character completed the voice acting and clicked and sent the work to Charlie. The job was done, and all that remained was to be patient and wait for an answer. At this time, Kathleen wrote to Batten saying that she had watched his performance yesterday, and then she added that she was also keeping up and sent news in her field. The guy saw a headline about the most beautiful restorer and thought that this was his girlfriend. In the Forbidden City, painting restoration events took place, and users paid attention to this event only thanks to one girl. She was part of the restorers, and her name was Kathleen. The girl is studying at the Faculty of Traditional Painting and became known for her bright appearance. The girl with pink hair was already waiting to board the plane when Batten wrote to her that she now had fans all over the country. Then, the student asked when she was going to return home because he wanted to see her as soon as possible. Kathleen said that she would be home in a couple of days and added that the guy would have another tournament tomorrow. When he said that it was time to go to bed, the main character thought that the girl was just tired and was already going to bed. But if it weren't for her, the streamer wouldn't even remember about the tournament today. In the morning, the student came to the tournament at 9 o'clock in the morning. It was already the state level. There he noticed Kathleen and went to her, bombarding her with questions about what happened. There were so many of them that in the end she said that the guy didn't even pause to answer them. After this, the girl noted that they had not seen each other for only a few days, but Batten had changed so much. The main character laughed and said that it seemed so to her because Kathleen fell head over heels in love. She did not answer this and asked if the guy was worried before the tournament. And then she added that no matter how careless he may seem, he should under no circumstances relax. Her speech was interrupted by the voice of the host that the tournament was about to begin, and the participants needed to go to the competition area. After the start of the competition, Batten knew that he needed to show others what he was capable of with 2 healthy hands. When the first round ended, the student scored 847 points and updated his own record. Kathleen shouted from the crowd that Batten was invincible and moving forward. On the faces of the other participants, one could observe an absolute lack of understanding of what was happening. In the second round, the streamer again updates the record, gaining 848 points. On the third lap, he scored 849 points, and in the first lap of the second stage, he scored 850 points. In each next round, the main character scores 1 point more than in the previous one and sets a new world record. He seems to mock the other participants, as if their presence here is simply pointless. The audience no longer faces the question of who will be the winner. All that remains is to find out whether he will be able to update the record in the next round. The guy understood that he needed to score exactly 2 more points. For this, the next ball must not land clean. The streamer set up a goal for the ball as a backboard to get 2 points instead of 3. But something went wrong, and the ball flew into the ring without touching the backboard, bringing the guy 3 points. Batten didn't understand how it happened, because he was aiming so as to throw it away from the shield. At the awards ceremony, the system awarded him another point of championship glory. Immediately, journalists bombarded him with questions about why he didn't score 1 more point in the last round, and whether the winner was going to continue breaking his records. The main character replied that he would not make any guesses about new records, but promised that in any case, he would give his best. Going outside, the guy said that the journalists couldn't keep up with him, so he apologized to Kathleen. She only added that all big victories will certainly be accompanied by great attention. Suddenly, Kathleen turned to Loaf and kissed him on the cheek, which the guy did not expect at all. After that, she said that now she too officially congratulated him on his victory, but their sweet conversation was interrupted by a call that came to the streamer's phone. The girl held his cup while the main character answered a call from Charlie. He said he listened to the tape, but right now they don't have any characters that fit the tone of Batten's voice. The student replied that he did not immediately pretend to voice the main characters, and asked to be allowed to voice the most insignificant character. The guy wanted to at least get in touch with this industry, so he decided to go to the office after lunch. At the appointed time, he was already in the Creative Studios district, but did not know where the chocolate factory was located. Suddenly, a man with green hair came towards him and asked if he was the guy who sings and draws manga. When this man said that he knew Batten, the student wondered whether he knew about him when he was sent, or whether he already knew about him. To the words that the singer had an appointment with director Charlie, he replied that he was now taking him to see him. A couple of minutes later, the student was already in Charlie's office, who bought some good tea and offered to try it. The main character sat down at the table, and the director was already starting a conversation with him. He said that there was strength in Batten's voice, but at the same time, the lack of any experience in voice acting was very noticeable. The man knows that the streamer has already succeeded in many areas and has performed on big stages, but dubbing is something completely different. If a person has no experience, then he will have to start with the most insignificant characters, and the payment will be appropriate. The interlocutor replied that one should not think that successes in other areas have gone to his head. He's serious about dubbing. Being a novice in this area, he would not have dared to put forward any conditions, and there is nothing to say about money. With these words, the guy convinced Charlie, and he invited him to move directly to the studio itself and try. The director gave him a character who has a warm and simple voice. He has few lines, but every time he says something important. John understood the task and tried to present himself as a wise adult man with a lot of life experience who speaks little, but his nephew needs his guidance. This uncle serves as a role model for his nephew, and Batten said his phrase about never betraying your dream. Charlie couldn't expect him to dive so deep for one line, and he couldn't wait to shower him with compliments. But since he had trained himself not to praise newcomers so that they would have room for progress, he said that the student's speech rate was not quite appropriate. The man suggested that he pause after the word never, after which the main character said this phrase many more times. After all the attempts, Charlie couldn't help but say it was perfect. Couldn't have said it better. Suddenly, Batten had a board with the task Studio Worm, where you had to voice 100 characters in order to get 5 points of voice acting skill. Finally, he waited for this task, because he was slightly disappointed when the system did not give it after recording the test task. The student logged out and attacked the director with a question about whether there were any more minor characters. After showing the scripts, Charlie realized that this guy was a true fan of the chocolate factory, and he could do some good. Within a couple of minutes, Batten voiced the man who was being tortured, but he was not going to betray his ruler and did not reveal any secrets. He also voiced a servant who did not know how to report to his master that the emperor had died. Thus, the streamer voiced quite a lot of minor characters with very different personalities. At the end of the recording, Charlie praised the guy and said that he was doing better and better every time. But their dialogue was interrupted by the guy with green stripes who brought a visitor to the office. As it turned out, Alan came to the director, but he did not warn about his visit, because he had urgent business. Charlie has not distributed all the roles among the actors, and Alan will have to find people himself to voice the remaining characters. The blonde apologized and said that he was just tired, and he had already found people to record and promised that he would record a demo version today. He sent Alan to sit in the office and drink tea, and he himself stated that the man would not have time to get bored before he would return with a recording. The guy with green hair was named Baxter, and Charlie assigned him to take care of the guest. The director immediately returned to the studio and told Batten that it was time for a real test. There is a cartoon for preschoolers, and for several minor male characters, actors have not yet been found, and Charlie needs the main character to help him out. In this cartoon, there is a grandfather pine tree. He is very old and wise. He loves children, and children love him. They often come to him to share experiences that they cannot share with others. There is also a Drake teacher, a kind, but at times strict, but still a good character. His voice should be more human when voicing him. Also in the cartoon, there is a big elephant, a crocodile, and an old turtle director. The pink crocodile is also a teacher, and the turtle director has memory problems. After a little more than half an hour, the streamer completed the voice acting of all the characters. Charlie said that he would go give Alan the recording, but the guy was busy looking at the scoreboard with the completed task. From a mission perspective, voicing minor characters has proven to be very rewarding for him. The student wanted to hear how he sounded with his new voiceover skills, but was prevented by the director who wanted to sign him to a contract. It was very obvious to Charlie that Batten had great potential in voice acting, and he wanted the guy to become one of them. The man offers very flexible conditions under the contract. The main character will be able to refuse uninteresting projects and even work with other studios. Once the contract is signed, the chocolate factory will act as an agent for the streamer. In other words, they will find him work and take a percentage of his fees. According to the contract, it is proposed to divide the fee 70 by 30. Given that the studio will find orders for the guy, this looks generous, so the student signed it. After this, the men shook hands, now like real colleagues. Batten noted that since the formalities have already been settled, we can continue to work on the voice acting. It seemed that the chocolate factory had another fan of the voice acting craft. On the way home, the guy realized that in just half a day he had voiced 29 characters. Suddenly, a board appeared in front of him about completing the newsmaker task, where he had to become a news hero 10 times. It turns out that yesterday's performance of the main character at a charity concert and today's victory at the tournament did their job. The tasks, of course, are being completed, but there are no fewer of them. There were much more unfinished ones than completed ones. You don't even have to complete the tasks, Crazy Liker and Reliable Man. But the guy will trust the champion, newsmaker, and super spender to fate. He could complete the million donations task by sending donations to himself from the money he earned. But this is already too blatant cheating. The guy has already completed the Stream Master, but he can't stop streaming after all. During this time, Batten managed to acquire a huge audience. You can run, draw, and do voiceovers in your free time from studying. And if you do everything regularly, the results will not be long in coming. And given that there are not so many compulsory subjects at the academy, there should be enough time for everything. Now every day from 5:30 to 6:30, the guy runs 10 kilometers. The walker completes the task, gaining 2 points each in stamina, speed, and strength, and at 6:30 has breakfast, and then draws manga. From 9 to 11:30, he attends classes at the academy, then has lunch and sleeps a little. From 13 to 18 hours, Batten works in the dubbing studio, completing stage 2 of the Studio Worm task. From 18 to 20 o'clock, he has dinner and walks with Kathleen, simultaneously completing the Night Reveler task. From 20 to 22 o'clock in the evening, the main character draws the manga Dungeon Spirits or voices it on streams. After 10 in the evening, the student runs 10 kilometers and then draws commercial orders for his studio until 2:30 at night. I remembered how in a previous life he hated getting up in the morning, but now John is in a hurry to wake up early in order to have more time. One day, Melissa wrote to him saying that she wanted to shoot a video for the song she composed for that charity concert. She needed the main character to participate in it with sand animation, but he was only free on the weekends. On Saturday morning, the streamer got to the film complex and asked Melissa where exactly she was. Walking further, the guy noted that there were a lot of people in this place and asked who they were meeting here. Suddenly, a Korean guy came out of the crowd along with security, accompanied by screams from fans. The fans were so crazy they pushed and shoved, not allowing one girl to stand calmly on her feet. It got to the point where the crowd pushed her right into this Korean artist, who turned out to be very angry. Without thinking at all, he gave a powerful slap to this young girl, causing her to even fall to the ground. This even made the guy's palm hurt, and he called her an impudent girl, and the guards almost beat her. The crowd was angry with the victim, because their only concern was what their idol would now think about foreign fans. The blonde recalled the conditions under which they allowed representatives of official fan clubs to be here. She said that you can only post photos and videos on social networks with their permission, but Batten was already very angry. He began to approach this Himchan and ordered him to stop. Pushing aside the blonde, who could only scratch with her tongue, he quickly walked towards the Korean star. The guards ordered him to leave, but the main character did not listen to them at all and killed the entire guard with one blow. And to Himchan's question about who he was, the guy replied that he was his daddy, while simultaneously slapping him with even greater force. Looking angrily at the star, he declared that it was time to start raising him. The beaten idol pitifully asked why the main character allowed himself to let go. An enraged Batten wanted to ask him the same thing, namely why Himchan hit one of the fans. In response to the fact that the artist did not hit anyone, the student said that he saw with his own eyes how he gave the girl such a slap in the face that it made his hand hurt. There were so many witnesses in this place, and the idol still had the nerve to deny it. But Himchan said that this was all a lie and asked his fans to confirm that he did not beat anyone. The fans did not know what to do in such a situation, so no one dared to protect the idol. Suddenly, there was one girl with bright hair who screamed that the idol didn't touch anyone, and the girl attacked herself. She also encouraged other fans to say that their idol did nothing wrong. Phrases about how the guy has such a character that he wouldn't hurt a fly, and that the girl was to blame drove the main character crazy. Batten wished all these people that in their next life they would be born as toads, and he shouted in Kim Chan's face that not only was he a freak, but his fans were bad. Then he turned to the crowd and said that they saw everything themselves. Then why are the fans covering for him? The student didn't understand how one could be a fan of a dude who gives out bream to his own fans. The crowd was dissatisfied with this statement. Someone even wanted to beat up Batten if he weren't so powerful. The streamer realized that talking to them was like throwing peas against the wall. Then he approached the victim and asked if she was okay, and also offered to call an ambulance. The girl replied that everything was absolutely fine, and she was not hurt at all. Then the main character pointed his finger at the celebrity, and asked if the girl wanted Himchan to apologize to her. The blonde turned out to be modest, and said that no apology was needed, because she herself was to blame for this incident. When the guy was about to leave, that smart blonde who reminded him of the conditions said that he couldn't get away with it just like that. This statement infuriated Batten, and he said that if any questions arise, he is waiting for them in the next pavilion. A couple of minutes later, he came to Melissa and Carolyn, who asked how the guy managed to get lost. The streamer replied that he got into a little trouble and the girls would be better off refusing to work with him for now, so that later, everything would not turn out sideways. Carolyn and Melissa were seriously scared, and one of them recommended telling everything in order. The main character tried to briefly talk about how he attacked the Korean idol and what kind of fans he has. Melissa noted that if she were him, she would also punch this Kim-chan, and Carolyn said that such situations are resolved in 1 or 2. This is not the first time that an idol hit a fan, but last time they managed to hush everything up. But if they are smart enough to bring charges against Batten, then they will not think much. They will demand a public apology and financial compensation from him. Otherwise, American companies will not work with him, and in Korea they will not even shake his hand. The gray-haired girl hoped that a video of Batten beating him would soon surface. She couldn't wait to see such a sight. Her partner thought that in their family his sister was a fighter and the guy was a brat, but she was glad to find out that she was wrong. After all the compliments, the student thanked the girls and said that they calmed him down because he thought he was seriously in trouble. Until their agent or lawyer showed up, the streamer could read the script for the video. This, of course, was good, but the guy was uncomfortable with the situation with that girl, and Caroline sent someone after her to make Batten feel calmer. Elsewhere, the blonde attacked Mr. Jackson because their side invited the idol to America. And here such things happen. He replied that he was confident that they would find a mutually beneficial resolution to this situation, but first he needed to clarify something. The first thing he wanted to clarify about Him-chan's behavior was whether it was true that he hit the fan. Of course, the girl answered negatively, but the victim's face said otherwise. This cannot be hidden. Everything happened in front of many witnesses, and if the lie is revealed, then the idol's reputation can no longer be restored. The blonde said that only representatives of official fan clubs were allowed to attend the meeting. They are reliable and endlessly love Him-chan. The guy himself demanded an apology and moral compensation so that the student would apologize until he got tired of it. Idol estimated his moral and physical damages at $5 million, and Jackson responded that his demands had been heard. After some time, the gentleman reported that he had conveyed their demands to Batten, and he categorically disagreed with them. The main character will go to the police if he does not receive an apology, and the entire incident will become public knowledge. The words about contacting the police scared the blonde, but she didn't show it and said that the guy didn't even have photos or videos. And to Jackson's suggestion that there might still be videos, she replied that this was impossible. The Korean side had absolutely no intention of apologizing because they demanded an apology quite rightly. Kim-chan did not let up, and in a fit of emotion asked who the master was in this situation. As he was leaving, Jackson promised to try again to talk, already regretting that he had contacted this artist. It cost him so much money and effort to bring this star-studded boy, but he had already messed up so much. And if Jackson goes against Melissa and Carolyn, then no one in the industry will deal with him anymore. Then the gentleman realized that this Korean asshole would go home, and he and his problems would remain here. Meanwhile, a video appeared online showing Him-chan getting hit in the face by the main character. The blonde has already contacted the author of the video and yelled at him because no one allowed her to post the video. It turned out that one of the fans bought a place in the trends and uploaded this video because she wanted to draw attention to the problem. The artist was very emotional, and at that moment threw his phone onto the floor with all his might, without thinking about its value. Melissa said that it turned out to be even better than she imagined. By posting this video, they shot themselves in the foot. Batten noticed that it had apparently already been removed, but that was not at all important because the train could no longer be stopped. At this point, Carolyn's assistant came into the room and stated that she had collected all the incriminating materials against Him-chan. The girl said to hold back this information for now, and instead send out various information to yellowish publications. The information should be about the root causes of the conflict, and the more absurd the better. Caroline told Batten that the scheme was quite proven, and in half a day the guy would gain more hype than in 10 concerts with her. Some news was that the Korean idol and the main character did not share a girl. Others that Him-chan was beaten for stepping on Batten's pet turtle. Someone thought that the student wanted to revive Him-chan, who was fainting from starvation, and someone said that the streamer was taking revenge on the idol because the latter killed his favorite character in the series. There were versions that the star pushed Batten with his shoulder, for which the guy was instantly punished. A couple of hours later, the clips where John participated with sand animation were filmed. Melissa was shocked, because in such a short period of time, the main character managed to shoot 2 whole videos. Soon Carolyn appeared on the horizon with a phone, who asked if this was Melissa's doing. She showed an article where a disappointed fan wrote about how she had been an ardent fan of Him-chan for 7 years, but she could not forgive such an attitude towards fans. The girl wanted all the idol's fans to see this video and find out how rotten a person their idol is. The gray-haired singer replied that it was not she who did it, and asked Batten if he had written the article. A little embarrassed, the guy immediately replied that he had been busy filming all this time. It was true, and in the end it turned out that this post was written by a real fan. Perhaps it was the first time she saw him in person, and he immediately hit a fan just like her, which is why all the scales fell from her eyes. Carolyn noted that Baton is some kind of super lucky guy, and he is clearly being protected by some kind of guardian angel. Then she said that the guy had done a great job today and invited him to refresh himself. Suddenly an assistant appeared on their way and said that journalists were crowded at the entrance and wanted to interview the student. The guy told Caroline that he did not want to become a show business star today, and would prefer to return home and draw manga. If he comes out to journalists now, then most likely the newsmaker's assignment will be over, and any communication with journalists will further inflame the scandal. People will start writing to the guy, maybe even threats from crazed fans. Since the public already knows the whole truth, Batten replied that he was not in the mood to communicate now. Then Melissa suggested that everyone leave through the back door of this building. Already getting into the car, the streamer noticed a girl who was sad on the bench and thought that it was the same victim. Coming closer, the main character asked what this girl was doing here. She replied that there were so many journalists there that she didn't know where to go. The streamer asked her to breathe out and tell everything slowly and in order. The girl immediately began to ask for forgiveness from the main character, because she considered herself guilty. The guy accepted her apology and gratitude, and said that he hoped that she would no longer easily agree to accept the position of the victim. Their conversation dragged on quite a bit, and Melissa already asked the student how long he was going to talk. At the end, Batten added that not all famous people are as unpleasant and arrogant as Him-chan. There are also good people on this planet. He knew at least 2 wonderful stars from whom it was possible to follow an example, and recommended that the girl learn to understand people. When Batten got into the car, Melissa asked what 2 wonderful stars he was talking about to the victim, and he replied that they were the people with whom he was sitting in the car. Jokes aside, they have not yet discussed the main thing, namely, whether the main character will be satisfied if he's paid $500,000 for 2 clips. He replied that he was happy with everything, and besides, he was right when he spoke about 2 wonderful stars. It seemed that the women had gone too far with the amount they could have given him, much less Batten would have been satisfied in any case. According to the student, initially he did not expect a fee, but simply helped in a friendly way. So he told him to transfer the money directly to Melissa's fund. The next day, Charlie, at the crack of dawn, called a new employee straight into the office. The point was that the director had a huge pile of work for the streamer. In addition to several minor characters, there is an urgent order to voice the main character from the new film, The Unscrupulous Swordsman. This news struck Batten, and he recalled that the man spoke about the lack of experience for such voice acting. Of course, Charlie still thinks so. But after his colleague screwed that Korean asshole, his hype will overshadow any lack of experience. The guy mentally noted how lucky he was, and he replied to Charlie that he would start immediately after he finished reading the script. In this anime, the swordsman said that now anyone can dress up and declare himself a celestial. But then he declared that it was time to test whether his opponent was truly immortal. Stretching the severed head forward, he turned to everyone kneeling and showed whom they were bowing to. But suddenly some people with weapons began to walk towards him, and then the swordsman wondered how they found him so quickly. When they were already very close, the hero said that they had come just in time, because he wanted to go after them. Mounting his horse, he promised to avenge the honor of the girl's house, and thought that all those guilty would be punished. He asked the girl not to be bored, because he would be back soon, and it would be stupid to refuse such a beauty. After a while, it was all over. He killed everyone who deserved it, but he couldn't come back. At this point, Batten finished his work on the voice acting and took off his headphones. Seeing the state of the people who were recording him, he asked if they were okay. At this time, a tired Charlie came into the studio and told the student to pay attention to the time. At this moment, the clock had already passed midnight, which also shocked the main character. The director noted that he had never met a person who would do something so enthusiastically and selflessly. The student simply apologized and said that he liked the script so much that he could not put it down. At that moment, the streamer's stomach began to growl loudly, so Charlie realized that the guy was hungry. He managed to get out of the situation and invited everyone else to the restaurant, but then he realized that he had not asked the most important thing, namely, whether the director liked his work, and he replied that this character seemed to be written for Batten. 2 days later, around midnight, the main character was sitting in his apartment and looking at tasks in the system. Suddenly, Caroline called him at such a late hour, which scared John a little. But she just wanted to ask why he hid the fact that he was doing voice acting from her. The guy was only interested in how he even knew about it, and judging by his voice, it was the first time he had heard about cutting. According to her, a small clip appeared on the internet, where Batten voices different characters. Apparently, Charlie made this cut to promote the unscrupulous swordsman. But Carolyn called because she would soon be taking part in a program and she needed a partner. John replied that he was not sure that he was suitable for this role, and asked whether the producers of the program would be satisfied with his candidacy. The girl stated that she would take charge of the producers, and only preliminary consent was required from Batten, and the guy agreed. When the main character hung up, he saw a message from his sister, who complained that she couldn't get through to him. It turned out that her sister's award ceremony would be held on November 11th, and she asked the streamer to come and support him. The student immediately remembered that in his previous life he was killed on November 11th. He died on this very day, November 11th, on a flight back from Japan. The guy clearly understood that there were more than 2 weeks left until the date of his death, and he never responded to a message asking him to come support his sister because he turned off the phone. When the main character tried to sleep, He was tormented by thoughts about whether to fly to Japan or not. Considering that in this life Dan was attacked in exactly the same way as in the last, then this time the plane will be hijacked. He was able to fight off Dan from those thugs, but what can Batten oppose to armed terrorists? After all, the streamer is no longer that unfortunate, desperate fatty who had nothing to lose. Now he draws his manga, does voice acting, and everything he has dreamed of since childhood. Besides, the guy is doing well in his personal life. He didn't know if he would dare to risk it all. But if a student chickens out and doesn't fly, will he deserve the system and everything he has achieved thanks to it? Suddenly, terrorists burst into the plane and order everyone to put their heads down and not move. The man sitting next to Batten is very worried and only says that they will all die. Suddenly, the main character decides to put on his favorite invisibility cap and confront the terrorists. He gets up from his seat and tries to take the weapon from the purple-haired terrorist. His blonde partner absolutely does not understand what is happening and why something did not go according to plan. But this terrorist with purple hair turned out to be difficult and hit Batten right in the jaw with his elbow. From such a blow, the invisibility cap flew off his head, betraying the student's self-willed heroism. It all ended with the successful and tough Batten being shot point blank by all the terrorists. Remembering all the people who were in his life, the guy woke up in a cold sweat and screamed that this would not happen. Looking at his watch, he was finally convinced that it was just a nightmare. The streamer attacked the terrorist, but he hit him and the invisibility cap flew off, and then he was shot like a dog. Perhaps it was a prophetic dream, and the system shows him one of the scenarios for the development of events. While thinking, the guy came up with the idea to inform the police about everything that was coming in advance. But nothing has happened yet, and no one will believe him only if they manage to get some evidence. To freshen up and put things into perspective, the student decided to go jogging at the stadium. While jogging, he met Kathleen, who was concerned about his poor appearance. She stopped the guy and asked what was wrong with him, because his complexion was somehow unhealthy. The girl noted that if he is sick, then he should hold off on jogging for now and not torture himself. Kathleen said she'd better take Batten aside so he could rest. Suddenly, he asked that if it turns out that he's actually a coward who is shaking over his own life, then will the girl leave him? She was confused by this behavior of the main character, and she asked why he suddenly asks such strange questions. And, without waiting for an answer, she hugged Batten from behind, saying that when he was scared, he would remember that Kathleen was nearby. In general, for this girl with pink hair, the streamer is the bravest in the world. When the student asked whether this was true, she answered positively and asked to tell him what happened to him. He replied that today he had a nightmare where terrorists hijacked a plane, and he became a hero and died because of it. After this, everyone who was dear to the main character and everything he loved turned to ashes. And after waking up, the guy felt nothing but fear. He felt disgusted with himself. If out of fear of death, Batten preferred to pass by and bury his head in sand, then Kathleen would in no way despise him. After all, she loves this man and is convinced that he can overcome any fear. She also added that there is nothing shameful in fear, especially when death is threatened. For a second, the student wondered whether he could resist terrorists with weapons. Be that as it may, there is no need to attach such serious importance to the nightmare, because it is better to go have breakfast with Kathleen. Sitting in class, Batten was also not himself. He even stood out from the main crowd. Noodles noted this condition and asked if his best friend was sick. The main character did not go into details and replied that he simply did not get enough sleep today. Then a friend recommended that he go get some sleep because lately he has been trying to be on time everywhere and is not taking care of himself at all. Hearing that Batten said thank you, Noodles realized that everything was very serious. Leaving the audience, he saw a bunch of messages from his sister who asked to answer them. The student just wanted to write that he would not come. Then he came up with something to do. But before sending the message, he received another notification. Carolyn reported to him that the producers had agreed to his participation. Filming will take place next week. And before that time, the streamer must familiarize itself with all the materials that she will send. The next message she sent was an excerpt from the script for Between Life and Death. There, an unknown person was carrying a girl somewhere, which a young couple noticed. Then that guy with green hair saw that this corpse was someone's daughter. He told his girlfriend that the girl had died a terrible death, and the police needed to be called urgently. And since the police may not be in time, they must not lose sight of the suspect. Suddenly, he saw that a knife was being stuck into his back while he was trying to save the girl. The girl with pink hair asked what he saw, and the guy replied that if he went to save her, he would die himself. This was because he has the gift of divination, so there must be a curse. He asked his girlfriend to forgive him for not being able to keep his promise and marry her. If a guy buries his head in the sand and walks by, he'll have nightmares for the rest of his life. Batten immediately remembered that when one of the terrorists was about to shoot his neighbor, he intervened and died, after which no one died. But if this time the main character is not on the flight, then perhaps this man will die. And without his intervention, absolutely all the passengers on that flight could die. After today's nightmare, the student thought only about his fears, but did not even think about the worst-case scenarios. He understood that it was impossible to risk the lives of many people because of the risk of the death of one, even the main character. After this thought, he typed a message to his sister saying that he would come to the awards ceremony. The next day, the streamer called a taxi and went to the martial arts center. Once he has come face to face with his fear, it would be wise to approach this meeting in full combat readiness. 10 minutes later, he was already in the center and told the girl at the registration that he came here for the first time. Batten wanted to develop combat skills in the shortest possible time, and according to the blonde, he came to the right place. Suddenly, she recognized the main character as the same guy from TikTok and asked if it was really him. The girl took him to the hall for honored guests and said that she would send the head coach to him. A couple of minutes later, the senior coach came in and introduced himself as Mike. The guys greeted each other, and the coach invited the guest to sit down. Next, he asked what the guy expects from training, whether he prefers to train in a group or individually. The answer about personal training was not long in coming, because the guy wants to master a set of the most practical self-defense techniques. Mike stated that he would be taught self-defense, but martial arts cannot be learned quickly because you need to understand the basics first. After all, without fundamental skills, you can only end up with an ear of clay on legs of clay. The interlocutor thanked the coach and once again reminded him that he had very little time. And when asked why he has little time, the streamer replied that he studies and works at the same time. Batten wants the best trainer to create an express course for him at triple the rate. When the student offered to pay the quadruple rate, the coach replied that it was not a matter of money at all. Then he suggested that the client check his health to see how he could be helped, to which the guy immediately agreed. After passing the test, Mike thought that something had happened to the equipment, because his strength did not correlate in any way with muscle mass. Seeing that the coach froze while reading the results, the main character decided to ask what happened to his body. Suddenly, other trainers appeared on the horizon who, through rumors, learned that one of the clients was ready to pay a triple rate. They immediately began advertising their martial arts to lure Batten. Mike didn't like this behavior, and he rolled up his sleeves and headed towards them. Without hesitation, he grabbed the first trainer by the clothes and easily threw him into the bend. Having scattered a couple of these guys, he asked if they had lost any clients since they came here. The Muay Thai coach replied that they had everything and apologized to the senior coach. At this time, the student mentally noted that there was a serious struggle for clients in this center. Mike said he impressed the trainers with just a few moves from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and asked if it would work for his client. The young guy replied that everything suited him and ran to pay for the lesson. When they changed clothes, the trainer offered him a course of 8 lessons of 2 hours. Then he started talking about how he was an American champion in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and had a black belt. Unlike other martial arts, Jiu-Jitsu does not give you a black belt just by practicing for 5 or 6 years. This belt must be added over a period of at least 10 years of winning competitions. Batten replied that he already understood how cool his coach was. He wanted to learn something today. The man with pink hair mentally noted that his client was the type who likes to rush right off the bat. The trainer called his 2 assistants with lower ranks to show them the basic techniques. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is based on techniques that can be used by anyone to successfully defeat even a more powerful opponent. This style of fighting includes various throws, chokes, and submissions that can be used to force an opponent to submit or disable him. During this time, Mike showed the most basic throws and grabs. They will not learn more complex things yet. And also everything that Batten learns here, he should not use against the weak or for illegal purposes, only for self-defense. After all the speeches, the coach finally suggested starting training with basic throws. First, he decided to study the simplest type of throw, which is done over the shoulder or in a deflection. You need to grab your opponent's clothes with one hand and grab his hand with the other. Before throwing, turn your body into a comfortable position. At the same time, the opponent will lose his balance. After turning to a comfortable position, you should find the enemy's support point. And then you should suddenly apply force and throw your opponent to the ground. But at the first training, something did not go according to plan, and the head coach was unable to abandon the new student. Mike didn't understand why this happened, because Batten weighed only about 100 kilograms. And besides, he had never had problems with opponents of such dimensions before. The assistants were talking about how the coach couldn't leave the main character because he underestimated him. The man with pink hair tried to throw it a couple more times, but the student stood rooted to the spot. To get out of the situation, he said that before you learn to throw, you need to learn to fall. The trainer advised his client to relax and feel the direction in which he was applying force and not resist. After saying that the streamer had completely relaxed, Mike tried to leave him again. But all attempts were in vain, and the main character still stood in place. This was a huge shame for Mike because if he really relaxed, then why couldn't the coach leave him? The short-haired assistant said that Mike really couldn't even move him. At this time, their coach thought about throwing someone else. He called the guys who had just talked about this over to him, which scared them. Mike said that Oliver would work with his client and Patrick would work with him. He has already explained the throwing technique, and all that remains is to show how it should look. He abandoned Patrick and asked if everything was clear to the student, if he had caught the movement. Of course, everything was clear to the guy, because not a single nuance would fly past his 4 units of observation. Batten took the fearful Oliver's hand and announced that he would now try to practice the throw. The streamer threw his opponent with such force that the vibration from the impact went throughout the entire floor.
The coach saw this and recommended that I no longer throw with all my strength, but rather focus on technique. The next time, the main character took into account his mistake, and Oliver told him that things had gotten better. Before this, the partner himself stood in a comfortable position, but now he will not do so. But this did not stop the streamer, and he threw Oliver to the mats with the same success. Mike clapped his hands and noted that his student was grasping everything on the fly. Now he had to try to throw over his back with his arm over his shoulder. First, you need to grab the hand, and then simply throw the opponent over your back. Then he tried different variations of throws, such as the windmill and the arm grip throw. The guy did especially well with the neck grab throw and the leg grab throw, but the throw with both legs needed a little more work. An hour later, Oliver tearfully asked the coach to stop making different throws. Patrick supported him, and Mike told his assistants to get some rest. The loaf asked Oliver for forgiveness for possibly denting him, to which the guy replied that everything was fine. The man praised the student, because in an hour he mastered a basic set of techniques when others take weeks to do it. But the future fighter believed that this was not enough for him, because it is unlikely that in a real fight, the opponent would also stand and wait until he was knocked over. Mike recommended that he rest first, and then they would learn submission techniques. The main character noted that today he made more than 200 throws, but the system has not yet given him the task. He will probably have to upgrade his fighting skills using his own strength, without additional boost. Watching the streamer improve, the coach noted that people like him are doomed to success. He said he would sneak up from behind and the student would try to pick the right moment, turn around and throw it. From the first time, Mike saw the enormous speed of his student's hands, but this did not help him much. Batten was almost throwing the coach onto the mats, but the usual scenario did not work, because the man grabbed his arm and used one of the simplest painful techniques. He noted that without studying painful techniques in jiu-jitsu, you will not get anywhere. It is hellishly difficult to defeat an opponent with just throws. So in order to put an end to the fight, he must be forced to collapse in pain. After this theory, the coach suggested the guy try it on his own. Batten tried to do the same as Mike showed, and he said that he was doing everything right. Suddenly, a board appeared in front of the main character with the task Painmaster, where you need to defeat the enemy 1,000 times using painful techniques. He was very happy about this gift from the system, and without noticing it, he almost broke the coach's hand. While the student was wondering why the system didn't give him the throwing assignment, Mike was still in severe pain. Since the trainer was experienced, he used a leg hold against the main character. This capture forced the guy to come to his senses and exit the system in which he was studying the tasks. Mike asked why his student didn't lower his hand when he said this, asked if Batten wanted to break it. The streamer scratched the back of his head and said that he was thinking about his own things and did not hear the coach's voice at all. The evil master only said that during a fight, you need to think only about the fight. In his heart, he didn't understand what was happening, because this guy had only been training for 2 hours, and Mike was very scared when he twisted his arm. If the main character had applied a little more force, he would have gotten out of it. Mike decided that today's lesson was over, but the student did not like it. He reached his hand towards the coach's back to draw attention to himself, and he thought that the student wanted to beat him again. Batten just wanted to say that he wants to master painful techniques to the fullest and train them for double pay. The coach was shocked by this statement and asked if his ward was still tired. He didn't even know how to teach this guy more dangerous techniques, because he was a beginner and did not feel well the weight of others and his own strength. But then the idea came to him that he would call Tyler, a trainer who specializes in submissions. A couple of minutes later, a black man entered the hall and said that he had been asked to be a sparring partner for Batten. The streamer apologized in advance for suddenly hurting him, but Tyler was ready to endure it for payment at double the rate. After this phrase, the main character immediately grabbed the trainer to practice another painful hold on him. Tyler asked him to pay attention to how he responded by grabbing his arm and going for a submission hold. The student noted that the coach has an excellent reaction, and his observation allows the guy to learn instantly. In one easy motion, he throws Tyler onto the mats, thinking the workout will be easy. Already lying on his stomach, the sparring partner said that only a few managed to keep him on the floor. The thing is that in such situations, others give up from pain or fear of injury, but not Tyler. He asked Batten to treat him more harshly and asked if he had any strength left or if he wanted to lie down. The guy mentally noted that his mentor was a tough nut to crack and would have to work hard before cracking it. The black trainer stated that a good submission requires speed, accuracy, and toughness. The streamer is doing well with the first 2 components, but it lacks rigidity. 10 minutes into training at full power, Tyler was already howling in pain. But the student did not calm down and did not react in any way to the request that he should stop. The coach said that Batten was not a human being, and if he had understood what he was getting into, he would not have agreed to the triple tariff. An hour later, the Painmaster task awarded the main character 221 points out of 1,000. After this time, Tyler, like Mike, said that that was enough training for today, and added that he usually has no difficulty in getting out even when several people are holding him. The streamer offered to pay 5 times the usual rate if the double rate was not enough for the trainer. He replied that it was better to leave the previous prices and stated that he was much more exhausted than his student. Then John offered to go out to eat at his expense. Unless, of course, Tyler still had classes. Coming out of the hall, they saw many young girls crowded around another coach. They asked the young guy if he would conduct additional training tomorrow. Tyler explained that this is a taekwondo coach from Korea, the main handsome man of the martial arts center. He can be considered a star among trainers. The entire female clientele is here just for him, and he understands this very well. Batten asked that since this Korean coach was showing off so much, why couldn't Tyler resolve all the issues with him in the gym? In response to the assertion that he was afraid of the Korean, the black man angrily declared that he could easily defeat him with just his left hand. But it was a business, and this star-studded Korean brings serious money to the center, thanks to girls in love. But ordinary coaches like Tyler just need to understand their situation and accept what is happening. After this phrase, he suggested going to the cafe because he didn't want to see this asshole. When the guys were almost at the exit, the girls suddenly realized that Batten was in the same center with them. The student, having heard that girls could not stand him, did not understand what was happening here. The coach also paid attention to him and realized that this was the same bastard who disgraced Himchan a few days ago. He blushed and ordered Batten to remain in place, while he himself angrily walked towards him. Grabbing the guy by the shoulder, the coach asked if it was true that the main character was standing in front of him. He said that they did not know each other, but he had heard a lot about the student. His name is Taejun. He came from Korea because this center needed a top coach. From the conversation, the master realized that his enemy was training in the hall where taekwondo classes were being held. Taejun knows him because he saw a video of Batten sneakily beating his fellow countryman Himchan. In the comments to that video, some began to write that Koreans are weak, that one American gave bream to 3 Koreans and the like. Today the chance has come, and Taejun has met the offender, so he challenges him to a fight to avenge his compatriots. In another way, one could say that the Korean wants to beat the main character. The student has every right to refuse the fight, but then he will have to admit his cowardice. The words that the streamer defeated Himchan only because he attacked from behind infuriated Batten, and he said that the idol fully deserved the blow to his face. The coach claimed that the victim came to this country as an invited guest, and he publicly humiliated him. It was not yet known whether he really hit that fan. The girls confirmed that this video was fake, because they believed that their idol could not hit the fan. They wanted the coach to teach the guy a lesson. Suddenly, Batten loudly declared that he was not a coward, and punished Himchan for his deed and did not regret it. And to the cries of the crazy girls, he replied that they were completely crazy about their Korean idols. Taejun said to stop making excuses and decide whether his opponent accepts the challenge or is a coward. The main character asked Tyler if he would be imprisoned for accidentally killing a Korean. The blonde heard this question and jokingly asked who he was going to kill there. He said to stop chatting and follow him, because soon the streamer would be recording an apology for Kim Chan on camera. When Tyler's student left, he only wanted him to be gentler in battle, because this is the tree on which their money grows. Although, the black man didn't care about him because he himself had long dreamed of putting this asshole in his place. Perhaps Batten would make his dream come true. Before the fight, the opponents stood a few centimeters apart from each other, looking straight into their eyes. At this time, Mike appeared in the hall, who immediately realized that things were going very badly. He asked what Taejun was doing, and he replied that his opponent had already accepted the challenge, and asked him not to interfere. Mike stated that the Korean could not defeat him and offered to talk to him instead. Taejun would apologize, and they would separate like ships at sea. The blonde replied that the guy with pink hair is the only one in this center who can at least do something against his powerful kicks, and the rest of the trainers are shocked by his technique. But if the Korean only knew that other coaches play admiration only because they laugh at him, and there is hardly a coach in this center whom he would defeat. The taekwondo fighter promised that he would not beat his client too much, so he would remain alive. But Mike understood that Taejun could simply lie under the skating rink or in the guillotine. The result would be the same. Soon he began to think the same way as Tyler, that is, for Batten to put this star in its place, and he realized his real level. Resigned, he practically begged his student to be gentle with Taejun and not break him too much. By the start of the fight, Mike's assistants also came to the hall, and they immediately realized that the taekwondo coach wanted to avenge Himchan. If he wanted to take revenge for that scoundrel who hit his own fan, then Patrick dreamed that the main character would destroy him. Before the battle, Taejun was firmly convinced that he would soon shut the mouths of all these haters. Since they were practicing different martial arts, at the beginning, the streamer was simply defending himself. Taejun thought that no one could counter his super kicks, so he didn't fight with his hands at all. During his defense, the student noted that this Korean kicked quite painfully. The blonde stopped for a second to tell Batten what a coward he really was. After that, he immediately raised his leg for a crushing blow and asked where his opponent would dodge this time. At that moment, John realized that this was the perfect moment to grab him, and grabbed his left leg. Instantly, the Korean fell face first to the floor, causing vibrations to spread throughout the entire room. That wasn't all, and Batten used his favorite submission move on Taejun, causing the blonde to scream in pain. When the guys separated, the taekwondo player was not in the mood to lose. He decided to act in a different way.
Tyler managed to shout to the streamer that he was in danger where he did not expect it. It turned out that this arrogant Korean also decided to hit his opponent on the sly, just as he did with Himchan. Thanks to the protagonist's lightning-fast reaction, he managed to grab Hyejun's leg right next to his face. Falling face down on the floor again, the blonde didn't understand how the guy managed to react to such a sharp blow from behind. The others didn't understand how he could be a coach and not observe military morals. He doesn't even know how to lose with dignity. The enraged Batten was already throwing his opponent with all his might, trying to squeeze all the juice out of him. Hyejun fell many more times, waiting for Mike to intervene in this fight. The streamer's support group shouted that the Korean had a chance to take advantage of a painless defeat, but he missed it. The trainer approached the client and said that such throws could cause bad things to happen to his colleague. According to the hero, their battle was not over yet. And besides, he did not even know how to end it correctly. If the guy stops and walks away, the blonde can then say that his opponent fled the battlefield and he won. And considering how rotten a person he is, he will do just that. Throwing his opponent to the floor again, he asked what he should do in this situation. Hyejun was just hoping for help from his colleague Mike because if he didn't help, the blonde would really die soon. Mike understood that on the one hand, this was what he needed. But on the other hand, for their center, it was a most valuable asset. It was necessary to act now, because Batten again headed towards the opponent. The trainer blocked his way and began counting down 10 seconds as the fighter was lying on the floor. Already losing consciousness, the Korean heard this score and was very happy, because he was literally saved. The man did it so quickly, from the accelerated counting to the announcement of the victory of the main character, that the student himself did not even understand what had happened. Mike immediately asked to urgently call a doctor for the half-dead Hyejun. The black coach even announced that starting today he is joining streamer Batten's fan club. Suddenly, the system gave the streamer the throwing tyrant task, to complete which you need to defeat your opponents with throws 1,000 times. This confused the guy because he had already made throws many times and the task appeared only now. He decided to figure out this task later, because he thought that he would have to throw a person until he lost consciousness every time. Tyler again suggested that his student cool down a little and finally go eat. The main character replied that he was not that furious. He was even grateful for this provocation, because then he would not have received a new task. The coach still didn't understand him and asked if his head was clouded with anger, or maybe he was afraid that he had hurt him badly. The streamer no longer knew what to answer, so he blurted out that he was simply worried about his health. According to the black man, this fool was afraid that he would be killed, and now he's pretending to lose consciousness. When the doctor applied all the necessary bandages, Hyejun began to slowly come to his senses. Everyone understood that this blonde was simply pretending, and Oliver noted that he managed to play the loss of consciousness very naturally. Mentally, the Korean sent everyone looking at him and already admitted that he had deeply disgraced himself. For him now, it was better to lie with his eyes closed so as not to cause trouble. Mike publicly announced that the show was over and everyone could go their separate ways. The girls who saw this fight immediately realized that they urgently needed to look for a new coach, because Hyejun was so attractive, but also useless. When everyone left the hall, Mike told the blonde that he would stop pretending. There was no one left to look at him. The half-dead taekwondo fighter said that his colleague was obliged to avenge him. But he replied that the Korean himself challenged him to a fight, and he should have thought about the consequences earlier. In addition, the head coach warned that Hyejun would not defeat Baton, but he did not listen to anything. Their dialogue was interrupted by Robin, who ordered the blonde to admit defeat and shut up before he broke his neck. Mike turned in his direction and fearfully asked why Robin came here. Without giving an answer to this question, the man with long hair asked where this student was now. The colleague replied that the streamer had already left and asked if he also had any complaints against the guy. He only replied that these claims had nothing to do with his Koreans. He had just wanted to punch this Batten in the face for a long time. At this time, Kathleen was in her dorm and was thinking about how fast her boyfriend was running now. She couldn't catch up with him even when she was doing her best. And I also thought that the cold would soon come, and I would need to knit something for him. When she returned to the room, her friends said that the main character was again making waves all over the internet. The news was that an art academy student assaulted a martial arts trainer. The girl didn't understand when the streamer managed to sign up for martial arts, and even at the very center where her brother works. Something urgently needed to be done, and Kathleen called Batten first, but he did not answer the phone. Then she called Seventh Brother and asked if he was at his martial arts center now. He responded positively and asked if she was calling because something had happened, or if she was just bored. She said that she wanted buns that were sold in a bakery near their center and asked her brother to bring them. In response to the answer that the bakery only opens at 8:30, the girl said that she wanted to eat right now, and the brother replied that he would bring something within half an hour. Half an hour did not suit her, because it was no more than a 20-minute drive from the center to the hostel. Already running towards the center, Kathleen begged him to come quickly, because she would soon die of hunger. Without noticing, she slammed the door to the dorm, which made her neighbors think that something serious had happened.
But her brother understood that she didn't want to eat at all because he had known her for a long time now. It will take him 20 minutes to get there, but he has another business in the center. The man considered his sister poor because this idiot had such a bad influence on her that she started lying. The master was going to beat the hell out of this bastard in a couple of minutes and go get some buns. Robin entered the hall and ordered the little black one to leave him alone with Loaf. The guys stopped training, and Tyler asked what their best coach was up to. He repeated once again that he had already said to leave the battlefield and asked if his colleague was deaf. Tyler told him that if he wanted to avenge the Korean, then he was very wrong. In response to the little black one's statement that he would not go anywhere, Robin said that then he would have to hit both of them. The main character thanked the coach for his support and said that this was his business, which means he must deal with it himself. And the fact that Robin is a top-class martial artist only made the student happy. The master called him a daredevil and promised that he would tear him apart only with the help of throws and painful holds. Something happened inside Batten, and he asked if they had never met before this incident. He received a negative answer and the addition that if they had met earlier, he would now be eating through a straw. But despite this statement, the streamer's facial features definitely looked very familiar. And since Robin has been wanting to beat him for a long time, it means this has nothing to do with revenge for the Korean. The student's time to prepare ran out, and the master rushed at him with great speed. The guy appreciated this speed and noted that he no longer had time to dodge, so he could only rely on the speed of his hands. The top-class master was very angry and had already executed the first throw on his opponent. Before this fight, the main character had no idea that throws could be so painful. Tyler has already realized that no matter how capable his new student is, he is still powerless against Robin. It was difficult for the student to withstand such a powerful throw, but Robin ordered him to stand up and hold on like a man. All sweaty and tired, the streamer stood up with all his strength and asked if his opponent could repeat it. He grabbed Robin by the body and tried to practice his best throw on him. To do this, the main character grabbed his opponent by the clothes, as Mike had previously taught him. Still, he managed to put the man with long hair on the floor, but he knew that he could easily get out of this situation. Robin rushed forward with great speed, trying to quickly overcome the student. But Batten was also not a timid person. He was even able to turn the master upside down. All this time, the man did not understand where this brat had so much strength. Suddenly, he broke his promise and used a technique that his opponent had not yet learned. Tyler reminded him that the master was only going to beat him with throws and submissions. Robin realized his mistake and, as a penalty, told the streamer to attack while he just stood there. When the guy was one step away from hitting him, he suddenly realized that his facial features were similar to those of Kathleen. And Robin himself did not understand what the hell was going on, and why he wanted to kiss his enemy. Suddenly, the main character remembered that the girl had told him about his grandfather's generation, his 7 brothers and their surnames. After that, he decided to take a time out, and asked if Robin's last name started with U by chance. The master angrily replied that it was none of his business, and asked not to call him dear brother anymore. Then John asked what kind of brother he was, if not dear, to which he received the answer that he was the 7th. This made Robin more and more angry, causing him to once again throw his opponent to the floor with all his might. Then he asked why he didn't dare to dodge and suggested that the guy had underestimated him. But Batten said that the master could be with him as much as he wanted, and when he took out all the anger, he would simply explain why he beat him. The interlocutor said that there is no need to even hope that after everything that has been said, he will be able to avoid his punishment. And he added that if the main character does not continue to fight, then without resistance he will get even more. The man furiously asked him to beat him, even ordered him. But now the streamer will not dare to lay a finger on him. At this time, Tyler had a lot of questions for these two, but none of them had an answer. Then he assumed that the guys didn't share any girl because he'd never seen Robin be so out of sorts and want to destroy someone. Chernish considered himself very smart and continued to watch the show, wanting to eat watermelons for this purpose. The master said that he would beat Batten harshly, and he would have to beat him back, and added that he would not allow him to be with Kathleen, only through his corpse. The student replied that what happens to the girl is their business, which does not concern either the 7th brother or the 5th grandfather, and, besides, he is not going to step over anyone's corpse. Robin can only express his blessing, but this is of his own free will. In response to these words, the man promised to bless his opponent in every way so that they would carry him out of here. The streamer decided to agree with him on the shore that, when he beats his brother, he will not run to Kathleen to complain about her boyfriend. The master again ordered not to call him the 7th brother, but the student did not want to listen to him at all. Loaf promised to take his sister as his wife, and Robin replied that when he breaks his arm, the latter will not even be able to take a spoon. A clever Chinese idiom came to Tyler's mind, but he couldn't quite articulate it. 15 minutes later, Kathleen ran into the center asking that her brother not hit her boyfriend. But it happened that way, and it started at the moment when the main character lifted his opponent above his head. She was still worried about Batten. She thought that the 7th brother had already finished him off, but here it was. Approaching the guys, the girl asked what the hell they were doing and whether they wanted to drive her crazy. The fighters immediately declared that they did not want to upset anyone, and then pretended that they knew nothing about family ties. This behavior angered the young girl even more, and she, threatening her fist, said to stop playing the fool with these cretins. The main character said that when he trained with Robin, he felt something familiar in him, and it turned out that he was her brother. And Robin said that if he had known that he was fighting with the same baton, then instead of a masterclass, the guy would have received a liulai. Then he apologized to his sister and said that he was already going to change clothes, since that bakery had already opened. By the way, the black guy was to blame, who asked the master to show his student a couple of techniques, which is why he was distracted from the roles. Tyler doesn't feel well, and he, as an older comrade, had to help him out, and then he forgot that Kathleen was waiting for him. Blackie at first did not understand that all the blame had fallen on him, but then he realized that it was better not to anger Robin and Batten, as they could injure him. Since Kathleen is higher than them on the food chain, she doesn't need to lie either, which is why Tyler pretended that he wasn't feeling well. But this girl was not stupid, and said that there was no need to make a fool out of her, since it was clear that the black one was playing along with them. And she added that since they love to fight so much, then let them continue, and she will look at it. The guys replied that there was no talk of any kind of fight. Robin just showed a couple of techniques to the newcomer. The seventh brother tried to change the topic, and reminded that Kathleen wanted to eat and said that her brother would feed her now. The girl broke away and asked the student if he was okay, to which Batten replied, and again called Robin the seventh brother. This greatly infuriated the top-class master, and he furiously asked not to call him that. At this moment, the student caught them, because the streamer could not know why he was the seventh brother. She reminded Robin that they had already talked about this 1,000,000 times, but he still did it his way. And she promised to talk seriously with Batten, but in the evening, because now she didn't have time. She didn't want to deal with their daycare, so she said that if they wanted to fight so badly, they could fight until the hell out of him, and he wouldn't interfere. At that moment, the rivals looked at each other and realized from each other's eyes that this was certainly not their last fight. Robin went after his sister, saying that he would not allow her to meet this boy in the evenings, since it was very dangerous on the street in the evening. Tyler mentally noted that he had never seen the master so ingratiatingly. Immediately, the fighter turned towards the little black man who was pretending to tie his shoelaces on his bare feet and kicked him with all his might. After Robin left, Tyler tried to ask his student what was happening to them, but he did not receive an answer and immediately flew to the mats as the main character was furious. He just said that the master had distracted them and it was time to continue working on the technique. The streamer mentally noted that he needed to try to complete the Master of Pain task before Kathleen's brother returned. Without even changing his clothes, Robin invited his sister to go eat some buns, but she had already lost her appetite. She told the driver to take them to the art academy, and the man asked if she was still angry. With rage, the girl replied that she could not help but be angry, because they had already talked about this so many times, but he did not hear her. Robin still insisted that this brat was not a match for her. Kathleen was already an adult and would decide for herself who her match was. Then the master said that this was not the first time that this Batten got into scandals where he beat someone, and this meant that not everything was right with his head. The sister replied that the seventh brother had beaten many more people in his life than him, and by this logic, Robin was going to beat his wife too. He replied that this is completely different, since this is his job, and he himself is a professional. In response, Kathleen said that today the man showed the student that his girlfriend has someone to protect, and he will mean it. And if in the future the streamer ever offends her, then Robin will definitely beat him up, which he just confirmed. But then he caught on to the mention of the future, and asked if his sister was going to continue dating him, to which he received no answer. After an hour of training with Tyler, the main character finally completed the Painmaster task. For this, he received 10 units for painful holds, 3 units for hand speed, and 100 points. The next day, a top-level master came to the martial arts center and asked if there was a baton there. Mike replied that the guy had a class in the afternoon and was long gone. Then Robin asked him to leave, and the coach gave the command to his assistants to train themselves. A man with long hair demanded to know what Mike managed to teach this brat. According to him, a student came to their center for the first time yesterday and asked to teach him the basics. Then he fought with a Korean. This guy has excellent physical characteristics. He came here with 0 level and is already showing such results. It's scary to imagine where the boundaries of his potential end. Mike asked if Robin was thinking about the same thing as him, namely to take him seriously and prepare the main character for competitions, especially since they, together with the little black one, could make him a cool fighter. But the master got angry and said that from this he forbids him to teach Batten something new, but if it were his will, he would not even let him into the doorway. After this statement, he ordered the coach to leave, and he was lost in his own thoughts. If this puppy has reached this level from scratch in just a few hours, then with further training he will turn into an invincible monster. At this time, Kathleen was walking with the streamer and would like to apologize to him for her 7th brother. In fact, he is a good person. He's just used to being very protective of his sister, and he has a quick-tempered character. Of course, the girl has already talked to him, but she is still afraid that he will not listen to her and asked Batten if he could no longer go to that center, since he still had to study and learn. The guy replied that things in that center were not finished yet. This was followed by a question about why the main character was training so hard, and whether anything bad had happened. The streamer replied that he did not want to abandon the paid course halfway and promised that he would try to avoid conflicts with her brother. But Kathleen was still very worried about the student and was determined to see the worst. Then the guy took her hand and told her not to worry because he could stand up for himself. Seeing this post on his sister's account, Robin became very angry, as if a huge fire had broken out. The next morning, Batten was practicing again, and Tyler asked where he learned such an unusual move, since he himself did not know how to perform it. If we admit that the main character learned more techniques from video tutorials than from him, then such news will be a spit in the soul for the black guy. Therefore, he decided to drag in his seventh brother, from whom, according to legend, he learned this technique yesterday. At that same second, Robin appeared in the doorway, who again and again asked not to be called the seventh brother. Until that moment, everything was fine, because the guy came here specifically at such an early hour so as not to interfere with the master. Looking at his opponent with an angry look, Robin asked when he managed to teach him any techniques. Batten no longer knew how to get out, so he said that it was a dream. While he was sleeping, the seventh brother passed on his secret knowledge to him otherwise. Where else could he have learned such rare techniques? The master did not intend to talk with the guy about films and wanted to quickly clean up his face. Since the main character claims that Robin taught him something, then you need to check what exactly the master taught him. Judging by the crazy expression on his face, the man is in the mood to tear and throw today. He said that if Batten were to become Kathleen's protector, he would have to learn more than just the basics. The man had already grabbed the student by the clothes and asked what technique he still needed to teach. After that, he performed a fighting hook, a Kimura move, and the fact that the girl interrupted them yesterday will not happen again today. There were phrases about how one of the rivals did not know that the other had so many mean tricks in his arsenal, and about how the main character promised his girlfriend not to beat her brother anymore. After some time, Mike came into the hall and asked Tyler what was happening here, to which he received the answer that you just need to enjoy the spectacle. 10 minutes later, the angry phrases from the rivals towards each other continued, but then both fighters fell from fatigue but still threatened to deal with each other. Robin said that if a student has balls, then he should come here tomorrow, to which he received the answer that he could continue right now. But then Batten told the master to stay at home because if he came here again, the guy would break him in half. Suddenly, Tyler called the other guys who were working out in the center to watch this confrontation. They both realized that if someone filmed their fight and posted it, Kathleen would know that they were fighting again. Everyone will also find out that some newcomer was able to spar with the master on equal terms, which is why the rivals decided to stop fighting for today. In the break room, Mike talked about how if they didn't make Batten a professional fighter, it would be a real tragedy. As much as Robin didn't want to admit it, the coach was right, because even today he clearly felt that the streamer had become much stronger than he was before. He told Mike that he needed to think, because before that he had hoped that he could intimidate the guy and break his will. Tyler also noted that today Batten squeezed all the juice out of Robin so much that after the fight, he could barely move his legs from fatigue, and his dirtiest techniques did not help him break his student. And the fact that his opponent didn't get enough sleep today is only his personal problem, and besides, the main character is inferior to him in grappling. Today, the student managed to fight him on equal terms because he distracted him with painful techniques that he trained yesterday. But if he shows up again tomorrow, he will need to be put in his place once and for all. And to do this, you need to improve your throws, which is what the streamer asked his coach Tyler to do. In other words, he wanted the black guy to teach him how to grapple so he wouldn't lose face in front of Robin. But the coach replied that he himself was mediocre in this type of fighting, and he would not teach anything supernatural. Batten said that he needed to learn the most basic things, and then he would cope alone. Before the training, they agreed that the main character would use all new techniques only against Master Robin. At first, the black guy showed such positions as mount and back mount. In these positions, the enemy would not be able to carry out a strong blow or any technique. But the attacker, on the contrary, has access to a huge range of all kinds of actions. For example, he can hold an opponent, apply a painful hold or choke hold, and is also comfortable throwing strikes. Half an hour later, Batten got so excited that he forgot about his promise not to use new skills on Tyler. During this training, progress in the throwing tyrant task advanced by 8 units. The next morning, the student was already practicing new skills on a top-class master. And by the end of the day, he managed to advance almost 300 units in the throwing tyrant task. On the morning of October 30th, the 7th brother and Kathleen's boyfriend met again in a duel. And in the evening, the guy trained with the little blackie, advancing in the previously mentioned task. On November 1st, Tyler had already accepted that he would constantly be so exhausted in training. But this day was strange, because at this time Robin usually came to the hall, but today he was not there. On the other hand, this was a very good thing for the streamer, because now he can devote the whole morning to completing the task. At this moment, Tyler was already happy because he thought that his student was tired, but that was not the case. After 3 hours of training, the throwing tyrant task was completed, and Batten received 10 units in throws, 3 units in strength, and 100 points. But all this time, the student was only worried about the fact that the 7th brother did not come to his training. Then the main character suggested that the coach go to a cafe for lunch, which the little black one did not refuse. The streamer thought that if Robin didn't show up after lunch, he would have time to test his improved throws. Tired Tyler only realized that the student was going to torment him after lunch. This was indeed the case, because upon returning to the center, the main character felt invincible, and the coach called him a cheater. He had to train for years what Batten mastered in just a few days, while reaching a level that he would never reach. The student replied that the black guy had guessed right and he really was a cheater and offered to give him a massage. Tyler wondered if the main character was now able to defeat Robin, but unfortunately, he would not come today. This is due to the fact that the master went to another city in order to train MMA fighters for competitions. The student replied that this was due to the fact that his opponent got scared and came up with a reason to leave the city. Suddenly, the coach recalled that Batten and the master made out with such passion every day that it seemed that a spark had flared up between them. The little black one would not be surprised at this turn of events. They say that from love to hate there is one step, but it happens the other way around. The main character recalled that during this time they made out with him no less, which confused the interlocutor. He said that he just wanted to tease the streamer and reminded him that he has a girlfriend, and Tyler is not at all what he thinks. Meanwhile, the guy said that he would not be able to come to the gym in the near future, so the coach has the opportunity to take advantage of this moment and heal all the sores. He dared to assume that his student was going after Master Robin, but this was not the case. Finally, Batten hugged the little black one because he knew that he might not see him again. He thanked Tyler, who wished him to come back soon because he would miss their training. At that moment, Coach Mike entered the hall, who was a little shocked by what was happening at the moment. Neither the streamer nor the little black one thought that this could happen, so they were scared. It turned out that Mike just wanted to invite Batten to take part in MMA competitions. Having received a negative answer, both coaches were at a loss, and Tyler asked why he was training so hard then. The guy only replied that it was for self-defense, and that would make him much calmer. The man only added that it would be a shame if the main character refused, but the streamer did not change his decision. On the way home, he realized that he had prepared as best he could, and all that remained was to wait for the day of his own death. The next day, the 2nd of November, the student thanked his teacher for everything he had taught him. On the 3rd of November, he brought all current orders to the workshop, and noted that Julia should send all the profits to charity. On November 4th, the guy came to Charlie's office to also thank him for making his childhood dream come true. On November 5th in the dorm, Batten gave his neighbors valuable things, namely a tablet which a friend with green hair had wanted for so long. He wished the pigeon to be more selective in choosing sexual partners and to take care of his health. And the student gave Noodles a bunch of toilet paper, since he is soon celebrating his 2nd anniversary with his girlfriend. But then all three came to their senses and asked what was happening to their neighbor, if he was saying goodbye to them. The main character did not answer anything, but simply hugged his friends who had been with him all this time. Afterwards, he finally plucked up courage and said that everything was fine, he just missed him. He did not delay this and simply wished all three to take care of their lives. Finally, Noodles said that they understand that Batten is now supposedly an athlete, but if anything happens, he should not hesitate to contact them. On November 6th, in a TV studio, the streamer voiced a hero who said that before he saw his death, he did not know how beautiful this world was. He didn't notice how beautiful the sunlight was shining through the trees, and he never looked at the stars at night. At the end of the dubbing, all the people in the studio said that he did it simply divine, and they were guaranteed high ratings. In the car, Carolyn told Melissa that the producers never stopped thanking her for offering them Batten. Suddenly, the guy asked if there were any suitable candidates besides him. This alarmed the girls, and they asked if the main character was going to leave the show. According to Caroline, in such projects, there is always a plan B, but she doesn't even want to hear about it. When asked where the guy got such thoughts, he replied that he was just worried. The next day, Batten arrived at the film set where his sister was. He said that he had previously only seen her play on screen, and now he wanted to see her work live. And the student did not answer his sister's many questions about all sorts of things, but only hugged the girl. She asked me to tell everything straight and to the point without any tricks, and she would try to help. When the main character said that he was always proud of her, the sister was seriously scared. But then he made a funny grimace and said that she was so blown away that even her brains were swollen with fat. This angered his sister, and she again shouted at him that she was gaining weight only for her new role. All this time, Batten pretended to laugh at her, but in the end, tears welled up in his eyes. On November 8th, the streamer met his girlfriend on the embankment, and she asked what was bothering her boyfriend. Sometimes his life seemed like a dream, and sometimes the dream seemed like reality, and at times something in between a dream and reality. Kathleen asked if her hand seemed real to Batten, and promised that after the trip it would remain just as real. At the end, he simply added that he did not want to part with her even for a few days. Already at the airport, the main character called his mother and asked if she was still visiting her father. Then I realized that apparently I had not chosen the expression very well, and simply asked how they were doing. The mother asked whether he was calling on business or not, and if there was nothing urgent, then it was better not to distract them. The son said he understood and suggested that they were having a honeymoon there. It was good on his part, because if the main character is gone, then at least the mother will have a father. In his place, Batten looked at how many tasks from the system he managed to complete during this period of time. The guy remembered the whole story from the moment he first woke up from his bed. I remembered my first marathon, my first manga, my victories in the tournament, and my first kiss. The system awarded him many bonuses, namely hand speed, endurance, throwing accuracy, and the like. When the plane was in the air, the system gave him the Master of Survival task, where he had to stay alive until the 12th of November and get to Japan. Logically, the timing fits because the student was killed on a flight to Japan on November 11th around 11 o'clock in the evening. The Sisters' Award ceremony will take place on the 11th. In the morning, we had to live until the 12th. The terrorists are probably already in the process of preparation within the next 2 days. The streamer will need to find at least some clues. Upon arrival, he remembered that he would be flying to Japan from the second terminal. Although the guy did not see the entire faces of the terrorists, if they caught his eye, his pumped-up powers of observation would help him recognize them. With these intentions, the main character took out a magic camera and sent it to the second terminal. He watched the people for several minutes, but nothing suspicious happened. Soon the guy was interrupted by his younger sister Jenny, who came to meet her brother at the airport. Right off the bat, she said that she didn't recognize Batten because he had lost weight beyond recognition. In response to this, he stroked his sister on the head, which made her angry, since she is one of the main beauties of the university. And then he generally stated that they already have enough beauties in their family. Jenny can be a simpleton. She changed the subject and said that she knew about Batten's girlfriend. She asked if her name was Kathleen. My sister saw her photos. She also thinks she is a beauty. But then why did the guy choose her, since they have enough beauties in their family? He replied that Kathleen is very talented, and even her mother is delighted with her. After that, Jenny suggested going to a cafe, which is located next to her university. On the night of November 9th, Batten, being in the hotel, asked the system to turn on the recording from the camera for today. The guy sped up the video 2, 4, 8, and even 16 times, but saw nothing. After 20 minutes of watching, he asked to go back to the very beginning of the recording. Suddenly, the main character noticed something that he ordered to go back a minute. At the moment when the flight attendants arrived at the airport, he asked to enlarge one of them. Then it dawned on him that this blonde was the same flight attendant from a past life. And at that same moment, the thought occurred to me that the flight attendant looked like a famous Japanese porn star. The student has not yet discovered the terrorists, but the flight attendant is already good, because the airline employees probably helped them. Then Batten instructed the camera to follow this blonde to find out her location. Apparently she just got off the next flight and is going to rest. At the same second, a girl with red hair knocked on the door of his room. The student realized that she was drunk and said that she had the wrong number, but the girl said that she was right on target. The main character did not understand her, and suddenly this girl fell right on top of him. Apparently she wanted to kiss him, which made the streamer wary. Suddenly he closed his eyes and said that apparently he would have to do it. But you will have to not kiss her back, but use force to force her out of the room. The main character asked what the girl needed from him. It seemed that this was some kind of local scam. She replied that she was very drunk and just got lost while asking for forgiveness. Batten said that nothing terrible had happened and sent her on her way. The girl didn't want to leave and said that something might happen to her if she left alone. Without letting her finish, the streamer replied that everything would be fine with her. And then he leaned out of the room and shouted to call security for this beauty. An unexpected guest asked if the guy really thought she was some kind of scammer. This was not entirely true because she simply saw a student in the hall and really liked him. In case Batten changed his mind, she said that she lived in room 9 on the same floor. When she finally left, the protagonist wondered if charm would really become a curse for him. But suddenly he realized to himself how this could be used for good. At night, Batten went to the park where the same flight attendant was and accidentally touched her with his shoulder. Then he caught her and used all 17 units of his charm and 4 units of an infectious smile. The girl's heart began to beat wildly, as if she had fallen in love at first sight. For her, he was a delightful young man. His face, voice, smile, and temperament were beautiful. Moreover, in all romantic TV series, this is exactly how the main characters meet. The handsome guy asked if the blonde was okay, but she was so fascinated that she didn't answer right away. Mentally, Batten asked Kathleen for forgiveness, as this was necessary for his survival on the voyage. The streamer only said that he did not notice the beauty, and asked if she spoke Chinese. Then he added that her face seemed very familiar, as if they had met somewhere before. Some people say that the blonde looks like a famous actress. Batten said that this is not so. Suddenly, the flight attendant suggested that she could previously come to him in his dreams.
In this situation, everything turns out even simpler than the main character expected. He introduced himself and called himself Loaf. The girl said her name was Olivia. The guy asked if he wouldn't mind taking a walk, since they were going in the same direction. Olivia asked if her new friend had come from America by chance, to which he answered positively. She further said that she works as a flight attendant, mainly flies on flights between Singapore and Japan, and the day after tomorrow she flies to Japan again. Batten replied that, by a happy coincidence, he was going to fly there to rest. This made the blonde very happy, and she offered to exchange contacts to meet in Japan. As it turned out, she and her colleagues agreed to go to a theme park tomorrow and invited their new friend. The main character immediately realized that she had to go, because one of her colleagues could help the terrorists. He replied that their plans magically coincided, and tomorrow the streamer would go to the same park. On the way to the hotel, the student ordered the camera to continue monitoring the second terminal. At the theme park, he also watched the camera footage, but nothing happened. He was interrupted by Olivia, who came to introduce the guy to his work colleagues. She introduced Perry first, who was with his girlfriend. The guys shook hands and said that they were both glad to meet each other. Then she introduced Rudy and Albina. They looked very intimidating. Albina noted that Olivia was right about Batten being handsome. Rudy was out of sorts and taciturn. He just said hello and said his name. The main character immediately realized that this blonde man was one of the terrorists. This Rudy guy seems like a normal guy, and he seemed a little annoyed when his girlfriend called Button handsome. Otherwise, he's quite positive, and he treats Albina very courteously. But her loyalty is in question. She flirts with the student too often. He seemed to come here with Olivia and she with Rudy, but she winks and touches her shoulder. The strangest thing is that Rudy looks at him not with irritation, but with some kind of guilt in his eyes. He himself probably feels embarrassed for his girlfriend, but be that as it may, he behaves very dignified and has never expressed his dissatisfaction to the streamer. Perry's girlfriend said that they approached the pavilion with transformers. As for Perry himself, Batten more than once noticed his wary gaze, sometimes even with hints of aggression. His girlfriend Martha looks at him with such loving eyes that she doesn't even need a student with his mega charm. It was unlikely that it was about Olivia, because if Perry felt something for her, then the guy would have noticed it. There was only one option left, namely that Albina had something with Perry. His thoughts were interrupted by Rudy, who drew attention to the Transformers, and Albina said that she would wait for him in the cafe. Martha also said that she loves Transformers, and Perry said that he would go get her a drink. Then the girl with pink hair asked if Batten and Olivia would go with her and received a positive answer. Judging by Rudy's reaction, he is not at all indifferent to Transformers. He even has a limited-time watch with Megatron. The main character decided to talk to him about this topic and said that he wanted to add all the exhibits to his collection. And when the blonde asked about this, he replied that this media franchise is his favorite. Batten drew attention to the limited edition mechanical watch that Rudy had obtained after a lot of effort. The streamer replied that he also tried to get his hands on one of these, but so few of them were released, so he asked to take a closer look at them. In 1 second, he ordered the system to insert his magic microphone into this watch. After that, Batten offered for them an amount 4 times more than they were worth, but the guy would not sell them even for 10 such amounts. On the way out, the main character asked the seller to send all his purchases to his home by mail. Martha suggested that Olivia find Perry and Albina, but she also wanted to go to the Waterworld section with Loaf. The girl was not upset and wished the couple to have great fun in this section. Before entering Waterworld, Batten said that he would go to the restroom for a while. Sitting on the toilet, he asked the system to turn on the simultaneous translation function so that he could understand what Rudy was saying. The guy only started eavesdropping on the conversation halfway through, so he didn't quite understand what was going on. The blonde told the girl not to worry and said that he would look for them outside, and in 10 minutes he would definitely return, with or without them. Batten didn't see it, but Rudy headed to the Egyptian complex for unknown reasons. Soon he found a code written on the stone, and told himself that with time, everything would become clear. He also said that this was great, and at the same time he would send that whore to the next world. Apparently the terrorist received a message indicating the time of the terrorist attack, but it didn't seem at all like he decided to take this action only because of his girlfriend's infidelity. Judging by this behavior, the guy had other reasons for joining terrorism. Rudy probably has a sad life story, but that's no reason to kill innocent people. When Batten was almost out of the toilet, he heard that someone was going to meet someone at the airport in the conference room. It seemed to him that Rudy had just spoken to one of his accomplices. At the same second, the main character ordered the camera to find the meeting room. When he finally went outside, Olivia noted that the guy's face had turned gray, and he was just thinking about Albina and Perry. She felt sorry for Rudy because all the crew members had long known about what was happening between Albina and Perry. Only he remained in the dark. In fact, the blonde is not a sugar either. He once raised his hand against a girl, and then begged her for a long time not to leave him. And what happened next can be described in other words as the fact that she simply took revenge on him. Now it was clear why Rudy went crazy, and the streamer asked if everyone else had gathered. Olivia just called the guys, and they said that everyone had left. Only the 2 of them were left. Batten said that he had already agreed to have lunch with his sister, and he also needed to go.
When asked what the guy would do in the evening, he did not give a clear answer. Olivia asked this because she didn't know when they would meet again, because she had to fly to Japan tomorrow. But the streamer made her happy and said that he would fly on the same flight with her. While at the hotel, the main character watched the entire meeting of workers from beginning to end, but did not learn anything new. This tired him very much, because he watched it only to hear something important, and they talked about work matters. But after the meeting, there were 2 people left in the room on whom the camera focused. The blonde said that they agreed on tomorrow, at 11 o'clock in the evening, and asked if everything was ready. The man replied that there was no need to worry and said another phrase, which for some reason the system could not translate. Since he was not among the terrorists that time, it was necessary to take a closer look at his badge. It turned out that this man worked for the company as a baggage inspection inspector, and most likely it was he who would help smuggle weapons onto the plane. But what the inspector said at the end worried Baton. Maybe it was a code or an air leak. Suddenly he remembered that he could connect the camera to someone else's phone and copy all the data from there. Without a moment's hesitation, he did it, but he failed to copy absolutely everything. Since the inspector reached for the phone, the main character ordered to urgently stop the copying. The man was only embarrassed by the fact that his phone's screen was on in his pocket. The student was carried away, and he did not burn out on this. He also wished that he could not buy another miracle camera for glasses. At least with the microphone, he can continue to follow Rudy to find out where they are hiding the weapons. If you record this on camera, then you can go to the police with this material. After checking, there was nothing useful in the inspector's phone, and there was nothing suspicious in the recording from the camera at the entrance to the airport. At this time, Olivia wrote to him, and the guy realized that perhaps she could decipher the inspector's phrase, which the translator did not recognize. In the evening, they met in a restaurant near Batten's hotel, and he said that he had gotten hold of a recording that needed to be translated. She thought that the student could not confess his feelings to her directly, which is why he slipped such a puzzle. The girl said that she didn't understand anything. Then the streamer asked to listen to this phrase even more carefully. Maybe it would evoke some associations. According to Olivia, he just slipped her a random set of incomprehensible words. She immediately asked what Batten wanted to tell her by this, whether he was embarrassed to express his feelings directly. But he just wanted Olivia to try to understand the meaning of this phrase. Perhaps it was their professional jargon. After this phrase, the interlocutor realized that feelings had nothing to do with it, since the guy was too serious. Now she tried her best to listen as much as possible to this strange phrase. Then the girl said that perhaps she was mistaken, but it had something to do with the marking of luggage at the airport. Batten thought about it and said that most likely it was so, and he himself was absolutely sure that the inspector was in cahoots with the terrorists. Olivia asked again why her friend was asking such strange questions. He decided, instead of inventing something, to tell her the whole truth so that she would help him later. The guy used all his super charm skills and asked if Olivia would help him. She melted and replied that no matter what he asked her, she would give 200% to help. The main character began to talk about how this is a matter of life and death, both his and hers, and the girl needs to trust him completely, and the guy will trust her in return. Olivia trusts him unconditionally, and even put his hand on her heart and said that such a heart cannot lie. After that, Batten said that terrorists were planning to hijack their flight tomorrow. From such information, the girl's face became very frightened. She did not even immediately believe that this could happen. The guy argued that when he went to the toilet, he heard Ruta talking to someone on the phone, and then he added that he would send the whore to the next world. It turns out that he himself already knows about her betrayal, and Batten already knew about it all day. The streamer understood that he needed to tell her everything without mentioning the magic camera and miracle microphone. After visiting the theme park, the main character followed Rudy. He met someone else. In a moment, John asked the waiter to bring him some papers and a pencil to draw the man. The girl noted that such a handsome guy can also draw very quickly. A minute later, the drawing was ready and Batten asked if Olivia knew this man. She didn't know his name, but the man in the picture looked a lot like one of the baggage inspectors. This only meant that all the guesses fit into a single puzzle. According to legend, Rudy met with another person. His entire face was not visible. He told about him because he remembered the face of another terrorist and hoped that the blonde would be able to recognize him. The guy also added that perhaps this is not an airline employee. He will fly under the guise of a passenger. Then the girl decided to open her passenger database and compare this drawing with the database. After 15 minutes of searching, she found a photo of the terrorist who was checked in for the flight. Immediately, Olivia was about to call the police, but Batten said they shouldn't scare them off with a careless act. We cannot allow them to escape justice, especially since they may make mistakes, so it is better to follow the main character. On the night of November 11th, the guy asked the seller at the airport to pour him the hardest apples. The seller noted that Batten was the first to come to his shop with such a request, but still chose the toughest ones for him. In another store, he bought groceries and asked the cashier to give him change only in coins. She only replied that they must have coins somewhere for such an occasion. The student is done with his shopping, and we can assume that he is equipped with a legal weapon. Meanwhile, the plane was more than an hour away from departure. Olivia and the rest of the crew had already boarded the plane. Suddenly, a man came into his field of vision who turned out to be a terrorist on his previous flight. He ordered the camera to film him from above at a distance of 3 meters, hoping that it would lead him to the remaining 2 terrorists. When large cargo was loaded onto the plane, the inspector ordered one of the boxes to be more careful. In another part of the plane, Albina noted that her friend was somewhat absent-minded today. She saw his name on the passenger list and asked if something had happened to her and Baton. Albina wanted to hear all the details because he looks so strong, and is probably also good in bed. Looking at the time, Olivia realized that luggage was being loaded right now. The girl tactfully told Albina that she didn't want to talk now and suggested we chat at another time. The brunette only noted that the girl very abruptly left the conversation about loaf, which means that they definitely already had something. Olivia locked herself in the toilet and called the police to report the illegal transportation of weapons. 5 minutes later, the police had already arrived at the plane into which weapons were being loaded. They tied up the baggage inspector first, and he only thought about who checked them in. 2 minutes later, an order came for available police officers to open all the boxes. The denunciation turned out to be true, and in one of the boxes they found a machine gun and a pistol with ammunition. The chief officer reported to the center that a box of weapons had been found among the luggage. Rudy and the co-pilot were also on the plane, and the police were already running into the cockpit. They ordered everyone present to remain seated and raise their hands up. In the waiting room, a man in a cap with a cola in his hands very often exchanged glances with his accomplice. There remained one more terrorist who had not yet shown himself in any way. Suddenly, boarding for the flight to Japan was announced in the waiting room. Judging by the sounds coming from the microphone built into Rudy's watch, the terrorists on board have already been captured. But it was not clear why boarding was announced. Perhaps the security service did not want to provoke panic. In general, until all the terrorists have been captured, such tactics take place. On the bus, Batten noted that last time the plane drove straight to the gate and boarded through the sleeve. Now the plane is waiting for passengers far from the airport, apparently for security reasons. Suddenly, police jumped out of the plane and ordered everyone to stay put. The officer asked the people to assist them and not make unnecessary movements, as they would conduct a search of the passengers. 2 terrorists who were walking under the guise of passengers decided to take a grandfather and a little girl hostage. The guy noted that they made a weapon out of a Coke can before landing. The main character tried to calm down and think about how they could be neutralized. Before he could turn around, the last terrorist took him hostage. He thought that since he couldn't figure him out, he was the smartest, but he turned out to be the dumbest. Although, judging by his face, he himself was shocked that he chose Batten. His visibility clearly played a role here. The remaining passengers did not have time to blink an eye, as the terrorists had already taken 3 hostages in front of the police. The officer advised people not to panic and not to approach the terrorists under any circumstances. The mother of the little girl being held hostage began to go crazy and begged for her daughter to be released. Suddenly, one of the terrorists announced that they needed a car. The woman begged the police to give the boys everything they asked for, if only they would let the girl go. The man again stated that they needed a car and added that in 1 minute the car should be standing next to him. And he ordered the girl to shut up because her crying really got on her nerves. The situation is heating up. At some point, one of the terrorists may lose their minds. This cannot continue. Batten decided to use his invisibility cap for the benefit of the girl. The stupidest of the terrorists squeezed the guy even tighter and ordered him to stand still. At that second, one of the hostages disappeared from the hands of a man with purple hair. His partners immediately asked where this crying girl had gone. He himself was perplexed, and then also asked who he was taking hostage. The main character decided not to hesitate, and threw the first terrorist into the bend. Another called the guy a scumbag and cut his hand with his homemade weapon. Suddenly they hit him very hard in the back. They promised that they would finish him off. The streamer was prepared for this fight in advance, and took out the coins with which he had previously received change. He threw them into the eyes of the 2 terrorists, thanks to which they were able to distract them for some time. Meanwhile, the student told his grandfather, who was also a hostage, to run away quickly. The men had already started beating the main character in full because he had thwarted their plans. One held the guy by the hands, and the other hit him with all his might right in the stomach, and all this happened in front of other passengers. The grandfather asked why the police did not shoot. They said that they might miss and end up with a hostage. The man with purple hair said that if they go to the bottom today, Batten will go with them. If they wanted to scare the streamer before he died, then they ran into the wrong thing, because he was already dying. The rest of the hostages were safe, so the guy no longer had any reason to stand on ceremony with them. The next second, he began to apply all the skills he had learned in life. Batten was the first to throw the terrorist with purple hair. He did it with such ease as if throwing a pillow. One look from the main character made all the terrorists' blood run cold. With lightning speed, he approached the next one and threw him to the ground just as hard. The dumbest of the terrorists asked if his rival was a monster. With an even more intimidating look, the student announced that now it was his turn. This man was very cowardly and began to run away in the other direction, and the guy already thought that he was so scary. It was not for nothing that he had previously prepared hard apples. Now he took only 1 piece, because he relied on his accuracy. The policeman said into the radio that others would not let the terrorists leave if they had to. They would shoot. But Batten said that it was better to save the cartridges, and he could handle this guy himself. He used all his skills, from hand speed to throwing accuracy. The streamer had already dragged the last terrorist to the rest of the pile and asked if they were really going to hijack an entire plane. In the end, he dared to report that the terrorists they made were only so-so. Suddenly, the main character ran away from a great distance and declared that now they would experience real terror the hard way. After this phrase, he fell with all his weight on the already weakened terrorists. Neither the police nor the passengers understood whether this was all happening for real, or whether they were making some kind of movie. Soon the police came to their senses and ran towards the terrorists to neutralize them. The girl, who had previously been held hostage, did not understand why her parents were not paying attention to her, and her parents wondered for a second if they had taken their daughter with them. The guy came up to her and said that it was all over and there was nothing to be afraid of. When he took off his cap, the girl said that she no longer needed her mom and dad. She asked why they didn't notice her anymore. They probably didn't like the girl. Batten explained that he used magic and made her invisible, but now he removed the spell and then everything will be as before. The student smiled sweetly and assured her that mom and dad still loved her. Next, the girl turned to her parents and asked if they could see her now. The main character said that now she should not tell this, so that it remains their secret. In the end, he patted the girl on the head and sent her to her parents. One guy took a photo of the hero and the girl and posted it on the internet. Eyewitnesses said that those freaks were unlucky to run into such a fighter. He even took the apples with him, just as he knew. He probably could have been a professional baseball player in real life. But according to the passengers, he is a hero first and foremost. The streamer noted that it turned out very well and no one except the failed terrorists was hurt. Immediately after this thought, his vision blurred, and 30 seconds later the guy fainted. Passengers noticed this, and one of them asked to call the doctors because Batten had lost consciousness. Lying on a stretcher, the guy could not think that fate had decided to laugh at him like that, because he had already eliminated the threat. At the hospital, doctors said that he had a large but shallow wound on his back, but due to the fact that after receiving the injury the hero actively moved, internal tissues ruptured. Now the student requires a blood transfusion, and during the fight he was hit on the head. A few minutes later, Batten woke up and immediately purchased energy gel. Since he could not move, he ordered the bags to go into his mouth on their own. Another doctor said that the head injuries cannot be considered serious, and the cut on the back is not life-threatening, and a transfusion will not be needed. An IV will be enough. Hearing that his life was not in danger, the guy was upset because he had already purchased a lot of gel. One of the assistants noticed that the patient was chewing something, and Batten decided that he would eat the rest later. The worker soon concluded that the student had finally regained consciousness. Then a nurse came to him and said that all he needed now was rest, and they would take care of the rest. The arrow had already crossed midnight, but the system still had not notified John that the survival master had completed. He thought that the terrorists were not the only ones who could threaten lives, or he was missing something. But then he looked at the system and realized that he still needed to get to Japan. The guy asked the nurse what was happening with that flight to Japan and received an answer that the flight was canceled, and all passengers were taken to the restroom. Some of them suggested that everyone was specially taken to a room where all signals were blocked so that they could not publish anything on the internet. The men were already indignant that the airport administration should bear responsibility for what happened, and they are trying to shut the mouths of eyewitnesses. A couple of minutes later, a representative of the airline came into the restroom with the news that a press conference was being organized with the participation of representatives of leading media. On behalf of the administration, he offered his deepest apologies to the passengers and assured that very soon the public would learn about everything that happened. One of the passengers asked if there would be any compensation for this incident. Besides, he had to be in Japan tomorrow. The representative said that flights would begin boarding within the hour, and that anyone who did not want to fly would receive a double refund from the airline. He further introduced Batten as Mr. M, and as additional gratitude for his heroism, he would be able to fly on flights of this company for free for the rest of his life. According to doctors, the hero's life is not in danger at the moment. The company is also forced to ask passengers to sign non-disclosure papers. This is necessary for the safety of Mr. M, as they want to avoid leaking his personal information. This sounded quite logical, and if it comes to the safety of the hero, then the passengers should fulfill this request. One man said that while they were near the runway, he managed to share this news on the page. The representative asked to look at this news because Mr. M was in the photo. It was good that the student's face was not visible, but it was still better to delete this post and not publish anything like that. Suddenly, Olivia looked into this room and asked to borrow Mr. M for a while. She personally asked him to follow her and promised that it would not take much time. In the corridor, the girl said that Batten would have to fly to Japan without her, since she was a witness in this case, and asked whether the guy met her only in order to get closer to the terrorists. Then she immediately changed her mind, and said that a hero like him would not play with a girl's feelings. Olivia compared him to Spider-Man, where people think he lives an ordinary life, but in moments of danger he comes and saves humanity. To this, Batten didn't answer anything. He just thought that he didn't have to make excuses, and her fantasy did everything for him. She said that the guy shouldn't worry, because she wouldn't tell anyone about his secret, and asked if they would meet again. Batten invited her to fly to America, where he would introduce her to his friends and girlfriend. Well, of course it would be stupid of Olivia to assume that such a guy doesn't have a girlfriend. The blonde suggested that the protagonist's girlfriend was still a beauty and invited them to Japan. The streamer did not answer anything and only said that he owed her an apology. The flight attendant said that there was no need for an apology, and they ended the conversation about it. Olivia's colleague had already told her to hurry up because they had to prepare the plane for departure. Be that as it may, she is in any case grateful to fate for having met the student. Afterwards, Batten mentally apologized for taking advantage of her and playing on her feelings, but it was a matter of life and death. On the local news, the presenter said that on November 11th, at about 11 o'clock in the evening, an attempt was made to hijack a plane. Fortunately, airport security and police managed to prevent the terrorist attack. No passengers were seriously injured as a result of the operation, and the airline has already prepared another aircraft for the flight. All injured passengers will be paid compensation while the investigation into the incident is at an early stage. All of Batten's acquaintances were worried after this news because the guy was on this particular flight. The presenter also said that a photograph from the scene of the incident had leaked online, showing a young man resisting the terrorists. Judging by the photo, he was wounded in the back area. The media hopes that everything will be okay with him. After these words, the protagonist's close people immediately realized that the streamer himself was involved in this. His friends immediately started calling him, but they couldn't get through. Apparently, the guy was still on the plane. At this time, Melissa edited a post on the social network that Carolyn forwarded under the tag "Appeal to a Celebrity." "We urgently need to send the link to all our friends so that they start reposting this post to protect their brother." Kathleen called her seventh brother, who was about to fly to Japan for an MMA competition, to ask him something. When the plane with the main character landed, his phone began to burst with notifications. Friends who were worried, his sisters and his mother, who called him a fool, wrote to him. What pleased the guy the most was a message from Kathleen, who asked if he was okay. He immediately apologized for making the girl worry and said that he had already arrived in Japan. She decided to immediately video call the guy to make sure he was really safe. Immediately, Kathleen noticed the bandage and asked if Loaf had suffered a serious injury. According to him, it was just a scratch and there was no need to worry about him. Kathleen's brother is flying to Japan tonight, and the student must find him or send security to pick him up. In general, until Robin arrives, under no circumstances should the streamer go out anywhere. The main character said that it was time for him to get off the plane, and he would call when he checked into the hotel. When the guy got off the plane, the system notified him that he had completed a special task, Master of Survival. On his way out, he was stopped by the parents of the rescued girl and asked what hotel Mr. M was staying at to drop him off. He replied that he was staying at the Anman Hotel, and if it was not difficult for them, he would not refuse to be dropped off there. The parents were a little taken aback because it was the best hotel in all of Japan. Then an old man came up to him and introduced himself as Goro, gave him his business card and said that if the guy needed any help in Japan, he could contact Goro. The card also had the name of the man who produced Shining Organization and Werewolf Tale, and many more such works. Goro noted that Batten was knowledgeable about manga and offered to give him a tour of their publishing house. Already at the hotel, the main character talked to his sister on the phone and said that the hotel she booked was too luxurious. He further asked if it was her doing, to which he did not receive a clear answer. After a telephone conversation, the guy saw that a message had arrived on his phone saying that he could visit the publishing house. This is a very rare opportunity, and it would be nice if the student could take his manuscripts with him. At that moment, the system gave him the mangaka task, for which many bonuses are given as a reward. At the moment, his artistic skill and hand speed should be enough, but if his imagination and writing skill were higher, it would be better. The airport had just transferred $100,000 to Batten, and he also had a stash, which should be enough. To complete the task, the total income for online manga must exceed 1 million. He decided to start receiving compensation for his work and decided to upload the cover to the site. From all the rough material, the guy chose a story related to the Book of Mountains and Seas. Having quickly come up with a title, he uploaded only the cover and sent the manga for moderation. Batten immediately called the editor and asked him to quickly check the new work. The editor was very happy and asked not to hang up because he would check it quickly. But when he saw that it was just a cover, no content, just a title and a short description, he went crazy. The man tried to calm down, because while this guy himself contacted him, while he could create and sign contracts, these were just little things. He said on the phone that this must be released and promised to achieve better conditions for Batten. Batten added that he hasn't quite figured it out yet, and if he wants to sign a contract in the future, he will definitely contact them. The editor hung up and decided to give him a trial period first. After all, he is a cool and creative author. A couple of minutes later, the main character received a notification that the cover had been moderated. Now he took his money to complete a new task from the system. That day in the office, other men were on this site and noticed that Batten's manga had received a reward of 100,000. The guy who was pouring himself some boiling water also came up to see what kind of manga it was. Out of amazement, he even spilled this boiling water on a sitting colleague with green hair. He really didn't like this act, as the guy received a severe burn. But the man with the tie did not pay attention to this, because he was still in shock. A few seconds later, a reward of $200,000 and $300,000 was received. When the notification of the $500,000 reward arrived, all the office workers were, to put it mildly, in shock. One of them decided to go to his computer and check what was going on there. This turned out not to be a hallucination, and $1 million was credited for this manga. He added that all this was from Batten, and the office workers seemed numb. At this time, the system awarded the main character the million rewards task, and awarded 3 units for drawing skills, and the same amount for screenwriting and design. Now the guy can think about improving his skills. The most important things for him are imagination, design, and screenwriting. He decided that he had added 3 units each to screenwriting and design, and 4 units to imagination. Also, the function of exchanging points for units of characteristics has been unlocked for him. 1 unit costs 1,000 points. The student asked the system how many points he currently had, and it returned that he had 11,885 points. It would be a good idea for a streamer to trade overall points for stat units. Next, he asked the system to open the current value of his characteristics. Now Batten will need imagination, observation, and the skill of staying awake. He added 5 units to imagination, 2 to observation, 2 to wakefulness, and 1 to hand speed. He was interrupted by a call from the editor, who asked whether the main character had really donated $1 million to himself. He replied that he thought he was an excellent painter. And besides, no one forbade him from sending donations to himself. The man understood everything, except why send money to himself? According to the streamer, their readers have nothing to donate for yet, and even this may attract attention to the work. The guy said that there was no need to worry, because he was already starting to work. Since he wants to take it to publishers, he should start with a black and white sketch, and then transfer it to an electronic version and make a color version there. First, you need to put together the various ideas Batten has accumulated over all these years and organize them. The system provided him with a broadcast of rough material, starting with the first scene. It showed contradiction, conflict, critical moment, motive, and character of the hero, as well as contrast. I didn't forget about my worldview, humor, touching moments, and aspirations. Next came the basics, legends, mythical creatures, and the like. There are firearms and living cars and monsters here. Chinese mythology, myths of the northern peoples of Europe, Greek mythology, ancient Roman legends, and others were united. But still, the plot needs to be developed slowly, the details revealed in the middle or even closer to the end. Batten made the carefree and confident optimist Albert the main character. The story takes off when he meets a dog based on Shan Kai-jun from Shanhai Jing, but then he realized that Shan Kai-jun was too difficult to pronounce, so he named him Yufa. The essence of the manga is about a boy and his goofy but cute pet animal. And the story will begin with a description of the life of the inhabitants of a small town. The first volume will tell about how the main character got a dog. In Batten's fan group, they discussed the student's action when he donated $1 million to himself. They agreed that a worthy work had finally appeared and decided to donate too. The office began receiving notifications about different amounts of donations for manga. Someone suggested that it was transmitted contagiously from Batten to the fans. The guy with green hair thought that most likely this news had flown to the top of social networks. The editor opened the page, and it actually turned out to be true. The workers assumed that this was just a lucky coincidence after an eccentric act. He wanted to call the streamer, but he didn't pick up. He's probably drawing at home right now. In this case, the script is a very important and highest priority thing. To write it, you need to think about every detail, and by the time you get to the next scenes, consider half the job done. After 7.5 hours of work, the entire floor of his room was strewn with scraps of paper. After an hour and a half, the guy has almost written everything he needs, but first he will eat, buy papers, and start writing a new chapter. In the dead of night, the script was ready, and the student decided to begin the first draft. He drew the main orphan character, whose name was Albert. He grew up in the village. All the villagers were very friendly and nice to him, especially when he was stealing food. But suddenly something strange happened. An old van was bitten by an unknown creature, which is why he died. People were afraid that something bad was happening in their mountains. They had recently heard strange sounds in the evening. Batten drew this chapter with great speed. In a couple of hours, it was almost ready. The main character furiously attacked the cattle, which killed many people. Suddenly, something knocked the weapon out of his hands, and the guy asked who it was. An old man with a long beard and mustache held a dog and said that Albert was mistaken, because this is just a beast from the mountain, and not a killer of the villagers, since this killer has long gone to the east. The sage said that this guy was predestined to be chosen, connected with him by fate itself, so he left him this mountain warrior dog. The old man also ordered him to go east, where they would meet again when Albert found the real killer. The guy only grabbed the dog tighter and begged him not to leave, and Batten finished drawing the animal's paw. At 18 minutes past 2 in the morning, the streamer finally finished drawing the first chapter. In the second chapter, the story will be about a mountain dog warrior with great difficulty.
It turns out that he attacked people against his own will. By 7 o'clock in the morning, the main character had finished drawing the first 3 chapters of the manga. The first chapter consists of 38 pages. The second consists of 25, which can be considered a normal length. The meeting with the people from Jie Ying Publishing House will be at noon. The student still has time to check everything a couple more times. At the appointed time, he called a taxi and said that he needed to go to Akihabara, to the Jie Ying Publishing House. A few minutes later, the guy was at the publishing house, where he said that he had previously arranged a meeting with Mr. Aikiro. Walking further around the room, Batten is surprised by the works hanging on the wall, and Ben tells the guy that he has about an hour for the meeting. Also, he should not ask the gentleman about the plot of Straw Hat, and he should not talk about topics not related to the manhwa. During this dialogue, the student kept looking at the walls where different figures stood. Soon they reached Mr. Aikiro's office, where a meeting was scheduled. As soon as the main character appeared in the doorway, the gentleman stood up to greet the guy. Batten greeted him and said that he had heard a lot about Aikiro, and it was a great honor for him to continue his work. Half an hour later, the blonde became embarrassed and looked at his watch, because the guest had been pestering the gentleman for a long time. In his opinion, this was very impolite, so the man decided to go remind him about it. He entered the office and reminded that the student still needed to drop by the Jie Publishing House. The gentleman in turn asked the guy if he was in a hurry, and warned that if Ben was busy, he would send his assistant to see Batten off instead. The blonde was surprised by this situation, but quickly pulled himself together and left the office, apologizing for the disturbance and saying that he was in no hurry. Mr. Aichiro reminded the guy about the manhwa and offered to show the drafts. The streamer happily handed him a pile of papers, expecting the gentleman's criticism. Aichiro carefully looked through the samples of what he had written and returned them to the guy without saying anything. Batten was confused by the gentleman's reaction and only asked how bad it was. The man reassured him with a smile, assuring him that the younger generation was indeed not a mistake. He also said that the guy has a very outstanding drawing. Moreover, the story is easy and effective, although there are some small flaws, but these are all minor things. Batten was very surprised and delighted at such praiseworthy words from the gentleman, making sure that he was serious when he said this. Aikiro verified the student's intention to go to Jie Publishing House and submit the manuscript for review, and assured him that this was the right decision. A minute later, Mr. Aikiro handed the guy a letter of recommendation on his own behalf, which would help the guy in the publishing house, which made Batten's face glow with happiness and anticipation. Already on the way to the Jie Publishing House, there was a dialogue between Batten and Ben, in which the blonde was increasingly doubtfully surprised at how the gentleman devoted so much time to him, more than an hour to be exact. Moreover, Batten is a mangaka, and the gentleman wrote him a letter of recommendation. The guy didn't pay attention to Ben's dubious tone. He just smiled and politely replied that it was all thanks to his connections. The blonde interrupted the guy's joy and replied that he had no merit in this. He needed to thank his sister, and also added that Batten was much cooler than he thought. Ben's words gave the guy even more self-confidence, and his eyes spoke about it. He spent the rest of the trip thinking that this time he would definitely succeed. Already at the Jie Publishing House, the publication's editor, Bill, carefully reviewed the guy's drafts, relying on his sharp mind and complete dedication to his work. Batten sat impatiently, only tenaciously looking at the editor and observing his reaction. But inside he was burning with anticipation and was tormented that something might go wrong and his efforts would be in vain. Finally, the man looked up at the guy and said that there were a few errors in the drafts, but overall, they were not bad. There was a possibility that they would be published. And now, the editor said in a decisive tone, they need to resolve other issues. Looking warily at the man, Batten said that he was listening to him, but inside he was cold from what was coming. Having decisively outlined the condition, Bill stated that the fact that the guy was a foreigner was not a problem. Their editors had already collaborated with several manga artists from America, but the guy would have to move to Japan. He will live in a dormitory if necessary. They will organize entrance exams for him to the university. This way it will be much more convenient to negotiate about the comic. Secondly, they enter into individual contracts, so the guy's comics, which are published in his homeland, need to be suspended or completely stopped. Thirdly, their publication contains a lot of mangaka, and the man also repeated that the guy's comic is very good, but it won't be possible to publish it immediately. As for the rest, since Mr. Aichiro recommended the guy, and his comic is really written at a high level, they will sign a contract with him, which they consider the best. Taken aback by such abundant information, the guy reflected that although there is serious competition between manga artists in Japan, such conditions are not suitable for him due to the quality of his comics. Also silently, he looked at Mr. Bill and recalled his genuine arrogance in his eyes from the very beginning of their meeting. Not losing heart from such a meager attitude towards himself, the guy gathered his strength in front of what was coming, and assured himself that he would not give in to it just like that. Slowly, and believing in himself, Batten began to explain that they live in the age of technology. There is no need to move to Japan,
And secondly, as far as he knows, their publishing house also practices a cooperation agreement. Without bending under the student's convictions, the editor said questioningly that since Batten knew about this agreement, then he knew about its terms. Without waiting for an answer, the man continued what he had said and stated that under such an agreement, it is simply necessary that the mangaka be known in professional circles, and the guy is just a beginner. Batten did not give up under such pressure from the editor, and continued that he was confident in his comic, even believing that it would become a classic work in the future. And if he ends the contract with their publishing house, then all copyrights of the comic will be transferred directly to the publishing house, which does not suit the guy. The man repeated to the student, as he probably repeated more than once to people like him throughout his entire career, that they only enter into exclusive contracts with newcomers, and everything else is then discussed if desired. Extending his hand to conclude an agreement, the man began with promises that if he agreed, he would recommend him to Weekly Jump. The main character was thinking about the man's words, trying to make at least some decision because he liked the comic book. But about the contract, he didn't know what to think and do next. 2 minutes later, the guy got up and said that he was thinking everything over carefully and would make a decision. You just need to give him a little time, thanking the man for his time. Relieved, Bill stood up, reassuring the guy that everything was fine. He was giving him 2 days to make a decision, and handed him his business card so that he could contact him at any time. Leaving the office, Beaton called Takashi-san and asked for a meeting at the publishing house, to which he agreed at any time convenient for the guy. After finishing the conversation, the student was thinking about his upcoming visit to the Jungtan publishing house, and it would be good if he concluded a cooperation agreement with them. If it doesn't work out, then he'll wait until he becomes a famous manga artist and competes with Japanese manga artists in sales volume. Despite the fact that the guy likes Japanese manga, he hopes that domestically produced comics will finally be able to settle in Japan and destroy it. Already in the evening, Betten was at the Jangtan publishing house, where Mr. Takashi met him. The man offered the student tea and informed him that a little later they would visit the Siabi publishing house. The guy thanked him and said that he had actually come about the comic book, and really wanted to hear the gentleman's opinion on it. After running his eyes over the guy's sketches, the man was very surprised by this result from the student and asked if he really drew it. Without looking up from the pages of the comic, he continued to praise it, noting that the art and storyboarding were top class, and the story itself was very interesting. 30 minutes later, Mr. Takashi asked the guy where he would like to publish the comic, and if he would let him be the editor, the man would publish it in Teen Weekly. Baton was surprised by such a high assessment of his creation and thanked Takashi, but asked to listen to him to the end. The man was a little embarrassed by the guy's serious attitude, but said that he was ready to listen to him. The guy began his speech by admitting that he had previously visited the Jiayin publishing house with a letter of recommendation from Mr. Ichiro, where the conditions did not suit him. Now he wants to conclude a cooperation agreement with their publishing house on his own terms. As for the anime copyright, he also wants to work with their publisher, and maybe he's going too far, but he wants to clarify everything from the very beginning. The man was completely confused and did not expect the student to ask for an agreement. He stated that it would be very difficult, because with an individual contract he could provide the guy with the best conditions. But if not, then even with all his efforts he would not be able to give him a place in the Weekly Teen. Taken aback by what he heard, Batten realized that not everything was so simple. Apparently he was too daydreaming. However, he did not give up, and in hope asked what if it was a different magazine. With sadness, the man explained that he understood that if the guy had agreed to sign an individual agreement, he would have signed it at the Jiayin publishing house. And if this was another place of publication, then it would not be so difficult to conclude a cooperation agreement. Nevertheless, Takashi agreed and asked to wait for him in the office, going to discuss everything with management. 3 hours later, it was already dark and the tea was cold, and the guy still sat waiting, having lost hope for the best. Suddenly, Batten heard the quiet sound of the door opening, through which Mr. Takashi entered. The man met the guy's gaze with sadness, apologized, and said that he had done everything in his power. The main character reassured him that despite the management's response, he had achieved the man's recognition and was already grateful for it. With sadness, the man continued his speech, announcing the decision that if published in the Weekly Teenager with a cooperation agreement, they would only pay 60% of the fee. Baton interrupted the editor and joyfully exclaimed that despite all this, Weird Shanghai will still be able to publish, and the fact that the fee is low does not bother him at all. Already in the evening at the hotel, the guy called his girlfriend to tell him the good news about concluding a contract with the publishing house. She was very happy for him and replied that she always believed in him. But then she threateningly added why the seventh brother couldn't get through to the guy, which made him dumbfounded. After all, out of joy, the main character completely forgot about this meeting for his safety. Quickly recovering, he told Kathleen that he would definitely find him as soon as he had dinner. Already at night at the Japanese stadium, Batten was joyfully greeted by a dark-skinned athlete. He expressed his gratitude to the guy for his talent, to which Batten warmly replied that he was no worse than him.
The athlete said that they were heading to Robin, who had a fight with Japanese star Shirai, and they should hurry. Standing in front of the ring, waiting for the start, the guy told Batten that this was an Asian MMA, which brought together America, Thailand, the Philippines, Japan, Mongolia, South Korea, and others. The guy also added that this fight is the final one for Shirai. The seventh brother and Shirai are longtime enemies who have already crossed paths 3 times in official competitions. 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw. And although this time it is not an official competition, both of them have more than enough passion. The ring announcer began his speech with the rules of the fight, where the competition consists of 3 rounds. Each fight lasts 5 minutes. Rest is a minute. Kicks and elbows are allowed. Victory is awarded in case of knockout. Judging stops in case of technical knockout. The host announced the start of the first round, and the fighters furiously rushed into battle. Shirai managed to avoid Robin's first attack, after which he used an uppercut, causing his opponent to easily escape. 5 minutes later, the first round was over, and Batten wondered why the seventh brother did not fully show his strength in this round. However, Shirai's powers are also on par, and he may also be skilled in his craft. The second round began, and Robin immediately applied an elbow lock, which Shirai did not expect. He tried to resist the same, and subsequently ended up knocked out. The second round was over, and Batten and his friend began to lose hope that their brother would win, because both fighters turned out to be quite strong, and both had equal chances of winning. The third round began, at which time the ring was already filled with the blood of the fighters in the end. Both were knocked out, and the competition was over. Everyone stood in complete shock because it turned out to be unclear who won and who lost, and the judge's decision would now depend on which fighter showed more skill. In a hot sweat, having spent all their strength, the athletes waited for the results of the battle to be summed up, when suddenly the presenter declared a draw. The whole stadium was shocked, and people began to loudly protest that the decision was unfair because Shirai was much cooler and Robin committed a violation. Batten could not stand it and asked the protester to answer for his words, to which he received the answer that he was a shameless American. The seventh appeared on the site with the words that his ancestor himself was an American, which made his anger increase even more, and he caused the crowd to attack the athlete. With fire in their eyes, some of the people rushed to attack him to beat him severely. Completely taken aback by such chaos, Batten did not notice the sharp blow to his back and exclaimed why he hit him. The guy told him that he was on Shirai's side, and it dawned on Batten that they were all part of the southern team. Suddenly the guy heard Tyler's voice, who shouted to him that his brother was surrounded and beaten by the crowd. He needed protection, because he had spent all his strength in the ring. At that same second, the main character lost all patience, and with fire in his eyes went to help Robin, because these terrible people dared to touch the seventh brother. He saw them mercilessly striking the athlete with terrible words, and furiously rushed at them. In a second, he flew with his whole body into the offender, pushing him away so hard that everyone was horrified. Afterwards, he shielded his brother, to which he quickly told him to quickly get out of this chaos, since it was not his responsibility at all. But the guy was not going to leave. In his thoughts, Batten understood that all these people were thinking only about themselves and decided to simply take advantage of the situation and ditch his brother. In a second, he noticed an incoming kick from his leg and fought back in time, fiercely defending Robin. Grabbing the offender by the neck, the student furiously slammed him to the floor, causing blood to fly out of his mouth. He looked at the crowd with an inhuman face and said clearly that he would also look at whoever dared to touch his seventh brother. The crowd rushed at the guy, and the guy looked at them carefully with the eyes of a monster, ready to tear everyone to pieces. At the same second, he dealt sharp blows to everyone, throwing them aside like insects. Suddenly, he received a blow from the left, but without feeling any pain. Batten demolished the offender with a return blow, the force of which slammed him into the wall. At that very second, they began to run around in fear. However, the streamer was not going to let them go so easily without punishment, and grabbing one of the offenders, threw him into the crowd like garbage. Surrounded by a monstrous aura, the guy did not notice at all how his dark-skinned friend was nearby, trying to reason with him. Through the darkness, Batten still heard the guy's words that one should not give in to the lust for murder, and it was better to stop in time before he began to rush at his own people. The guy immediately grabbed the boy who was behind Chernish by the collar and told his friend that he wanted to hit him. Then Tyler realized everything, quickly turned around and hit the enemy in the face. The opponents were so frightened that they denied the incident and made excuses. The main character looked at them mercilessly and told them to move away, that they were just going to deal with everyone. The spectators looked at the guy in bewilderment. They had no idea about his strength and considered him a monster. Finally, the police burst into the hall and began to restore order. Loaf and Tyler were shocked, causing them to freeze in amazement. Then the student and the seventh brother sat on the stairs, beaten and tired. The seventh brother laughed until the streamer hit him on the shoulder with his fist. After this,
a notification appeared in front of the main character's face that he had completed a task where he had to hit 1,000 times. In the main office on the big screen, the game developers watched as the main character fought. The men speculated about who this fighter was and where he came from. They were amazed by his fighting abilities and wondered how strong he was. One of the men said that the guy was very strong, but they objected to him that the opponents were taken by surprise. The blonde man with glasses interrupted the conversation because they still needed to discuss their sheep. The men sat at a large table and discussed punishment for the offenders. But they did not know what to do with the unknown, since it was not part of their area of responsibility. The blonde replied that the situation would soon appear on the internet and they should take action as quickly as possible. He also tiredly closed his eyes and promised to deal with the problem person. Seeing the news on the internet, the Japanese fighter watched and read the news and promised to challenge this baton. The fighter from South Korea also promised to challenge and avenge his loss. At this time, the main character flew back to America and was already waiting to meet Kathleen. He was already imagining meeting the girl and remembered that she promised him a massage. Unfortunately, the streamer did not see the girl at the airport, but received a message from her that she would not be able to come. Soon Batten reached the house and found that the door to the apartment was open. The student was already prepared to attack the thieves and stood in a fighting pose. But a girl was waiting for him in the kitchen in an apron, who prepared him a meal. Batten was happy about this surprise, but asked Kathleen how she entered the house. The girl winked at him and said that she could open any door. The main character enjoyed imagining how they would spend time together. But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a menacing scream and a powerful slap in the face. The guy's mother, Kate, who opened the door to his girlfriend, stood angrily. Kathleen called the woman affectionately and asked her to change her anger to mercy. But the woman did not calm down. She grabbed the student by the ear and ordered him not to make a fuss anymore, as her heart might not stand it. Later, she released her son because she did not want to disgrace him in front of her daughter-in-law. Kate calmed down and said that she had done everything she wanted, and it was time for her to go. The young people asked Mother to stay for a while and eat with them. But she was already standing at the door and almost left, giving a sly wink to the lovers. The students were embarrassed by this gesture, and soon Batten decided to go wash. Kathleen pushed him towards the bathroom as he didn't want to leave. When the guy hit the corner, the girl laughed at her lover. While the main character was taking a shower, a girl suddenly entered the bathroom and wanted to treat his wounds. Because of this, the streamer was incredibly embarrassed and blushed heavily in front of her eyes. He joked with Kathleen if she really wanted to look at him naked. In response to this, she slammed the door in embarrassment and ran off to prepare soup. At this time, Batten was lamenting that he had said something stupid and embarrassed the girl. When he came out of the bath, the girl met him with ready-made food. Still, they saw a wound on my arm and decided to help change the bandage. Meng was very embarrassed. He liked that the girl was taking care of him. Kathleen laughed at him as he had previously pressed for pity on the phone. The girl applied ointment to her hand, and Batten was glad that she came to him. Suddenly, the man was distracted by a phone call and went away to talk about work. Over the phone, the editor confirmed his readiness to work and made an appointment at 3 o'clock. The beauty knew that her young man would definitely succeed. Immediately, the streamer became embarrassed by the praise and invited Kathleen to the table. Soon, Batten found himself in the studio discussing the upcoming chapters of the manga with his colleagues. After reading the drafts, the men were delighted and praised the work. The man with lilac hair was worried that the Japanese side would make claims. The main character assured the publisher that he had fixed the situation in Japan and had not signed any agreement. He was completely confident in his words and also decided to take a sip of water. He allowed the studio to take all rights to the manga, but retained some rights for himself and the Japanese side. The same man with lilac hair ran away from the author, saying that if he transferred the rights to them, it would be the right decision. The streamer replied to the editor that in terms of money he is losing some, but for him this is not the most important thing. The men whispered behind his back they were surprised because the writer does not need money. The editor suggested leaving Baton with the right to video adaptation and giving all other rights to them, since they could give the best conditions. The main character happily agreed and thought to himself that his plan had worked. People in office clothes also asked him about the rights to the anime. The guy answered the editor that he would enter into a contract with the Jiangtan publishing house, because he believes that Japan makes anime better, and that through cooperation with them, America will gain useful experience. After some quick deliberation, the men agreed with the mangaka. The editor thought that a talented person thinks not only about his wallet, but also about his development. Batten thanked the men and said that he would use every opportunity. They shook hands and agreed to sign a tripartite agreement. The next day they met with representatives of Jiangtan Publishing House. The head of the magazine told those present that he was not ready to send so many changes to print. The guy's former editor thought to himself that an author could be super productive if he wanted to. But he was surprised when he heard from the student that he was only willing to release 2 updates a week. The guy assured everyone that he was ready to promise quality and corrections if they were needed. He also suggested that if everything is fine with the quality, then he will continue to print the comic. The publishing house agreed to the terms. We'll discuss everything. They shook hands. Everyone left the office joyfully and gathered to celebrate the agreement with delicious food. when suddenly the main character's phone rang loudly with Robin on the other end. The streamer picked up the phone, and the seventh brother told him about the upcoming battle. The guy was shocked, because fighters from Korea and Japan wanted to organize a fight and pay well. He also spoke with dissatisfaction on the phone. He had plans, and he did not want to fight. Robin and Tyler discussed their client's refusal to participate in the battle. Because of Tyler's joke, Robin got angry and abruptly pulled him upstairs. The seventh brother was worried that he was suspended from the competition and was forced to bother Batten. The dark-skinned man assured that the student could refuse, since he was not on their team. After the flight to Japan, the main character was all business, and after signing the contract, the hassle became even greater. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the student drew manga and did other work before the official publication. Batten also did voice acting, and the voice of the star participated in the show. The main character became very popular after the show, and his name was in the top searches on the internet. The seventh brother also watched the show and rejoiced at the success of his ward. The dark-skinned man reminded the seventh brother of how he used to treat Batten, when suddenly Robin exclaimed at what he had just seen on his phone. Then he showed Tyler the information on his smartphone and said that they were completely crazy. On the screen was a promotional video for the competition in Macau, and below was a list of participants. The dark-skinned man was shocked when he saw their loaf on the list. Robin grabbed his phone and started calling to find out why his brother-in-law was on the list. He furiously asked the reason for the appearance of the main character's name in the battle lists. The dark-skinned man was very nervous from the conversation he heard his brother swearing. The seventh brother said that the organizers want to attract more attention and publicity. The brother cursed and found out what else the organizers had come up with to attract the student. Brother scolded Lin Jundao and said that with such dirty tricks, they would only alienate people. As a result, the man angrily disconnected the call and almost broke the phone. Tyler reassured his brother, although he was worried that Batten would soon find out everything. Robin thought that if Batten refused, America would be disgraced. The seventh brother decided that he would nominate himself instead of his brother-in-law. In the evening, along the embankment, the streamer performed a task where he had to run 1,500 kilometers. The guy was also happy as his endurance levels improved. When the man finished his run, he began to cool down after running, but the people behind him started whispering and pointing at him. Then they wanted to take a photo. One girl immediately approached Batten and asked him to take a photo. And then immediately a lot of people rushed at him, wanting to take pictures. People called the guy the Iron God and wished him good luck in the upcoming battle. The streamer did not understand what they were talking about until he was told that he was taking part in the battle. He said goodbye to the fans and said that he needed to rest. Already at home, Batten opened the news where they conveyed information about him. He saw that he was included in the list of participants. The guy was very angry. There was Juan Liuya, a professional fighter. No American fighter had ever been able to defeat him. Fujito, a Japanese fighter who declared war on American fighters. And our hero, an art academy student, mangaka, voice actor, defeated fighters at a competition in Japan. Batten considered them scoundrels because thanks to the hype, they forced him to fight. If he accepts the challenge, they will get what they want. And if he doesn't, he will disgrace America. A notice flashed before the student's eyes that he had become a news hero. Loaf tiredly fell onto the bed and thought about what he would do next. He decided that since he was involved, he would show everyone what he was like. The white-haired man turned to his colleague and talked about how the fighter called Baton a coward. He asked the boss if they would really let such an insult pass. James soon reassured Lin and said that it would not harm them at all. Lin argued that they needed to react so that the fighting in America could develop. James said that Lin is too young and does not understand the main idea, which is to conquer the market. Lin objected because Batten was not a member and was not affiliated with them. James said that for him, the main thing is business. Nothing else matters. Regardless of whether Batten agrees, people will still watch and buy tickets. The blonde's brother called, but the boss said that they could invite him and other American fighters. Robin screamed loudly and swore, and also blamed the organizers for everything. Soon the man was surrounded by soldiers and asked how the conversation ended. It turned out that they were offered to participate in competitions and sign a contract. Despite the disqualification, he decided to accept the fight and sign the contract. Other fighters joined him. They said that their honor was at stake. A fighter nicknamed the Amur Tiger is ready to take on the most arrogant opponent. The Amur Tiger told the participants that he would provide additional rewards for those who joined them. The seventh brother was asked why the Amur Tiger signed a contract with the UFC, because they are equal in strength. The blonde got angry and said that first they would solve this issue, and then all the others. The man turned his head when there was a knock on the door, and his sister was on the threshold. They apologized for disturbing the participants, and Tyler said that he could not stop her. Batten sent her and told them not to interfere in his affairs. He would sort everything out himself. All the participants asked the girl at once where Batten himself had gone. Meanwhile, Batten walked through the South Korean airport wearing sunglasses and then took a selfie. The participants were shocked that Batten ended up in South Korea. Robin told his sister that her boyfriend would definitely get into something, but she assured him that everything would be okay. Kathleen said that the main character will definitely keep his promise. Suddenly, Robin decided to go to Korea too, but his sister warned that Batten would be offended. Meanwhile, the streamer was standing in the Injung dojo where he was going to fight. He smiled sweetly at the secretary and asked to take him inside the dojo. She let him inside while everyone else tried to figure out who he was. It seemed to the man with blue hair that he had already seen him somewhere. Batten introduced himself to everyone and said that he came here to kick their asses. The men were shocked by this news and were completely unhappy with the guest. The man with blue hair said that Batten had already been challenged, and it was unclear why he came here. Since Hwan is a representative of South Korea, then the guy decided to start with fighters. The fighters swore at the student and considered him unworthy of fighting with the strongest fighter. Batten told them that he would definitely meet face-to-face with this fighter. The main character asked the men if they knew how to fight, or if he would tell everyone that he won. The man with blue hair grabbed Loaf and they discussed the details of the fight. The blue-haired man asked him what conditions were needed to win. The streamer removed the man's hand and said that it would be clear in the process. He was angry and promised that he would beat Batten so much that he would have teeth in the dojo. Coach Jin was ready to take the fight from the hero, with the fighters supporting him. But the coach did not notice how quickly Batten ran up and already grabbed him. With the next blow, the guy knocked Coach Jin to the floor on his shoulder blades. All the other wrestlers were shocked and called Batten a monster. The main character watched as his points increased for the task. He began to ask the other fighters if they were ready to attack him. He was also shouted at for using dishonest skills to win. While the men were screaming, Coach Pei entered the hall and silenced them. The man shouted at Baton that he had done wrong and should have accepted Hwan's challenge. Coach Pei boasted about his achievements because he was a strong opponent. Baton grinned. He thought that fighting such an opponent would be even better. Pei gave Baton a minute to leave their dojo and the fight would not take place. The guy replied that he would leave only when he wins everyone here, because he does not intend to lose. The video in this battle were quite strong evidence of the protagonist's strength. The coach thought that he had no right to make a mistake, and he had to show his class. He developed a plan that first he needed to wear down his opponent, and then take him to a painful hold. Suddenly the trainer began to fight and used his sharpest blow against Batten. Pei was about to think that his opponent had bought into the deceptive maneuver, but that was not the case. At that second, the student grabbed the coach by the hand, and he flew face first into the carpet. The enraged Batten believed that he could defeat him in this fight. The guy had already grabbed him from the back with his legs and was performing a chokehold. As he walked away, he said that their top three also turned out to be not the strongest and coolest. Pei stood up with a red face and stated that he had underestimated his opponent. He asked to fight again. Batten replied that he should get in line because his comrades also wanted to fight. The streamer asked him to wait, and when there were no fighters left, maybe he would give him another chance. Suddenly, the terrifying silhouette of the fighter Jiang Hu loomed over the main character. This man, without hesitation, ran into the guy. His blows were very fast. During the fight, Batten noted that he had fierce attacks and perfect defense. You definitely need to find a gap in his defense and only then attack. Then there will be at least some opportunity. Jiang Hu ordered his opponent to stop dodging his blows. The last blow was especially painful, but the main character managed to find its weak point. A couple of minutes later, the menacing man Jiang Hu was already lying on his stomach under the weight of the student. The guy said that the man with purple hair lost, but he tried to break free, and Batten simply demonstrated the Kimura hold on him, which Robin taught him. In the end, the guys thanked each other for the fight, and Jiang Hu admitted defeat. Sweaty Loaf asked if there were anyone else interested, and if not, he declared his victory. The other men decided to attack in a crowd and never let him leave this place. Therefore, they shouted that every single one of them wanted to fight the main character. Batten noted that he could barely stand on his feet and asked to give in to him, but the enemy was serious. It looks like they bought it, because in order to gain experience, the guy even turned off the air drying effect. And now it's time to show them what 10 units of stamina are. The next second, he began slapping everyone who came to hand, and 15 minutes later the guy stood on the floor among the exhausted fighters. Since no one else wanted to fight, Batten said that when there are no opponents, it is too boring. After that, he posted on his social networks that he had destroyed the first dojo and beaten 26 people. An hour later, a post appeared that he had destroyed the second dojo and beaten 11 people. The man with green hair was angry and did not understand what this loaf was trying to achieve. Another man said that the guy had definitely shown that he didn't want to dance to their tune. For a second, he thought about the fact that he warned them not to play dirty, but now they were in trouble. The man with the cross on his forehead thought that he was finished because this tyrant even defeated Jiang Hu. The official in charge of the MMA competition in South Korea assures members of the OFC meeting that he will not allow Batten to leave the country. Another man in charge of an MMA competition in Japan jokes about the hidden murder of an American striking down countless worthy fighters. The man, not appreciating the joke, offers to send the strongest to Seoul, counting on the fact that the main character will not be able to win. They will achieve victory only when the American is defeated in battle. The colleague is indignant that all the problems that have arisen were their own fault, and there is no need to complain about suffering. Overconfidence in actions responsible for fights is not such a bad thing. A proposal to invite Jin Xuan to the fight, deciding that Wan Liuya is not an opponent for this level of fighter. Jin Xuan is so good that he is now preparing for the UFC in America. He is #1 among South Korean fighters, therefore he should defeat Batten. The fighter is loyal, and if the martial arts world needs his help, he will return. But at the moment, the person in charge of the MMA competition in South Korea is sure that his help is of no use. They themselves will be able to destroy the intrepid student. Mr. James tells Kobayashi that he needs to prepare for the fight with Batten. Trouble happens. Many American fighters, including Robin, want to terminate the contract with the UFC unilaterally. The gentleman is so furious with this news that he does not believe what he heard. He's so mad that when he reads a message on his phone, he smashes it to pieces. He believes that in this way, the fighters themselves destroyed their future and wants to punish them for such betrayal. The man offers to calm down the gentleman, saying that even if the fighters pay a huge penalty, the UFC market in America will collapse overnight. The blonde asks to urgently arrange a ticket for Mr. James to America. Then there were indignations that the American people had recently become too stubborn. Lin Jun warned a long time ago that America and its fighters are no longer the same as they were a few years ago. The editor is told that after watching the video of Batten's fight in South Korea, one feels admiration, but at the same time, a little anxiety. If he returns to Japan and continues to do the same thing and becomes the object of everyone's hatred, then the comic book with his participation under contract, published tomorrow, will probably not meet with approval. The editor understands the man's anxiety, but cannot help but influence the fighters in any way, and therefore, they will just have to do their job. The old man understood the editor's instructions. He can only hope that everything will be all right with the comic. The next day, visitors began to come to the Japanese publishing house from the very morning and were interested in books. Batten is happy about the recently released comic, and is already going to leave his review on the social network. He asks everyone not to switch because the show will continue, but after the commercial. Upon arrival in Seoul, Batten was immediately surrounded by many interviewers, eager for a bright sensation. With a slight maneuver, he diverts everyone's attention from himself and calmly walks into the building of the South Korean Martial Arts Center. He is met by many fighters who, most likely, are already preparing to fight him. He grins because, judging by the guy's pose, they are clearly not in the mood for a warm welcome. The door was locked either to play their dirty tricks or to prevent anyone from filming the carnage and posting it online. But Batten has a magic camera and he's not going to miss such anticipatory carnage. He introduces himself and, captivating with his attitude, warns those present that he will defeat them. The fighter threatens Batten that if he does not ask for forgiveness, things will not be sweet. But in response, he receives a refusal. Having dodged, the first time he grabbed the athlete's hand and twisted it, causing him to wince due to pain. The main character scoffs because the fighter only seems strong in appearance, but in reality, he immediately gave up. Another fighter suddenly swoops in from the side and delivers an unexpected kick to the jaw. Apparently, they agreed in advance to attack in turns, without even stopping. Despite his speed, Batten blocks all subsequent attacks with the blue-haired fighter's foot. Getting angry and intercepting the attack, he throws the athlete to the floor with incredible force. Suddenly another guy appears behind him and is about to throw through his chest. But he was disgraced because he could not even raise the baton to make his attack. The guy shows the loser a real masterclass, demonstrating everything on himself. He knocked the white-haired guy over his back with one hand and laid him down so that he would not continue the fight. The boys' coach is sure that Batten will not last long and tells them to continue in the same spirit. But within 10 minutes, he continues to defeat fighters. Their number has already reached 17. The coach understands that Batten has come to win by any means necessary and gives a sign allowing the two of them to attack him. Ignoring the screams, he continues to grab the purple-haired fighter's arm and is unaware of two more behind him. He receives a powerful blow to the stomach from his foot, causing him to start spitting blood. And even though there were two of them, he hit first one, then the second. The exhausted fighters fell down and did not continue the battle. Enraged, the brave Batten suggests not to be modest and to attack him all at once. All the guys instantly jumped out of their seats and rushed to Batten, who took a ready stance. It is unclear to everyone what he decided to do. He grabbed the hand of only one guy. Having spun around with it in place, Batten used it as an object and knocked down everyone who surrounded him. When the poor guy's hand slipped, he flew into his comrades who were nearby. The loaf was so fast that, dodging, the opponents could not keep up with him and attacked their own. Clearly determined to win, the guy with green hair jumps to throw a punch. But this was beyond his reach, because only as he approached did he receive a blow and slowly sag.
The guys are angry for their comrades. They want to kill Baton by attacking him together.
A fight ensues, during which they all get hit, but they also manage to hit the loaf. The hero's anger knew no bounds under its influence. He famously dealt with all the professional fighters in the area. A trembling ran through the coach's body. He saw a real monster in front of him, and not only his students could not cope with him. The journalists behind the door are indignant, because everything that is happening is hidden from their eyes, and they are at a loss as to how so many people cannot cope with one loaf. The South Koreans are seriously enraged and are ready to commit murder on him. Foreign students from America, on the contrary, are very worried and ask the Iron God to come out quickly, marveling at his sportsmanship.
Loaf finally appears in the public eye, and everyone can see the consequences of what was hidden from observation behind the door. People greet Iron Man with delight about his non-mental victory over 100 people. He is immediately surrounded with questions about what is happening inside, his condition and tactics of action. But asking to wait, Batten takes a smug selfie and leaves the others at a loss. For safety, he is offered to get into the car and drive away, to which he agrees and thanks. A post appears on the streamer's page saying that he is jubilant at once again defeating another martial arts center. The Iron God posts a video showing how he single-handedly struck down 68 people, and it starts getting comments. An hour later, a post appears saying that the fourth dojo did not open the door for him, so he hit him without a fight. The loaf continues its journey across Japan, and every hour captures more and more combat centers. He has already hit 12 dojos, and judging by the route, he is heading south in search of the strongest fighter, Jin Xuan. Standing in thieves' glasses, he is as confident as possible in himself and is already going to Busan, his last stop. The guy shouts to Xuan that he arrived in Korea on time and they need his help. At the moment, everything begins to depend only on him. But the guy gets hit in the face, because the fighter is not in a very good mood, and shouts how he even dared to open his mouth. Xuan sends the guy and continues to swear despite the fact that his comrades are already calming him down. He tells the guy to kill himself because his mere existence is a real disgrace to heaven. The coach makes a remark to both of his students, warning that their enemy is already on the threshold and they should take this more seriously. The mentor explains the situation to Jin Xuan, saying that he himself gave the guy instructions to sit out. They need to defeat Batten in Busan, and then their reputation will be saved. Otherwise, they will suffer its collapse. Xuan humbled himself and agrees with everything the man suggests because he's his first mentor. The main step is to make a decision whether to accept the battle and develop tactics, or to refuse and not touch on this topic anymore. Thoughts about how good it will be if he wins Batten, and I don't really want to think about what will happen if he loses. The trainer advises them to abandon the fight, so that their dojo will not be considered defeated by the rest of the martial arts world. Everyone supports the decision to ignore the incident, in which case the team spirit and reputation remain with them. The fighter of the small detachment considers all this to be self-deception, expressing his opinion that people are not stupid and will understand everything. For him, the idea of turning away from a fight is terrible, because even if he has to die, it is better to do it in the ring. His point of view is also supported by the other guy, thus showing the fortitude of his spirit. The others also took their side. None of them want to be a coward and hide their heads in the sand. The coach cannot object to his students and offers to discuss tactics if they do not want to evade. His tactic is to reduce the number of fighters, and, in addition to Xuan, he invites 6 more who are willing to be brave. He asks non-participants to leave, becoming as serious as possible, to instruct his students and discuss tactics. Batten has already arrived and is receiving many questions about that very video, whether he is going to Japan and whether Xuan will accept the challenge. Ignoring those who want to interview him, he walks past and enters the building. The door closes again, most likely with the same intentions as last time. He didn't expect to see only a few people there whom he had already defeated, and does not yet understand whether Jin Xuan will be there. The fighter admits that Batten is strong and asks for forgiveness for what he said earlier on the internet. He bows, admits that he cannot win, and hopes that with this, Baton will return to his country. But Batten does not fall for this trick, taking it as if they are trying to please him. He ignores the guy and offers to start quickly, because he wants to finish quickly and start his business. The coach wants to continue the conversation with Batten, admitting that he is strong, but he is interrupted. The guy reveals their tactics and calls on his comrades to fall on the fighter, as agreed. They begin to hold him from behind and use caustic phrases, anticipating revenge for everything he has done. Batten understands that this time the guys have developed some kind of plan and are working harmoniously. The attacks begin to occur more often. Batten does not have time to react to them and misses a blow to the stomach. Only after freeing himself from the hands of some, he misses the sweep and falls to the floor. 4 guys immediately lean on him and press his limbs, thanks to which Batten became immobilized. Suddenly, a bald guy jumps from above and delivers the final blow to our hero. Blood spits out. He lies with his eyes closed, as if he is not going to continue the battle. Xuan appears and begins the countdown. It turns out that this was Batten's insidious plan, and he is very happy about the appearance of his main rival. Jin Xuan scoffs, saying that the guy looks pathetic and is clearly not ready to meet him. Self-confidently, he exclaims his victory as he prepares to deliver a key kick. But Batten is not going to give up because the time has come to use the invisible cap. His body begins to slowly disappear into the air, leaving his opponents at a loss as to what they are even doing here. While the fighters are looking for him, he stands up sharply, realizing that he has outwitted everyone by using a secret technique. The strongest fighter is scared. He does not understand how his opponent disappeared and realized that he was lured out on purpose. Baton is not going to talk in vain. Grabbing his hand, he is going to throw Xuan from behind. But the fighter successfully avoids the attack, bouncing off the baton, and realizes that the continuation will be very interesting. Xuan attacks and successfully bypasses the counterattack.
because he has already become familiar with all the techniques of his opponent. He exclaims that he cannot be immobilized this way and performs a tackle from behind. Batten wins by force, opens the hands of the holder and twists one of them, breaking his shoulder. Xuan's comrades understand that he cannot cope and rather move forward to help with a general attack. The loaf demonstrates a real choke, a dangerous technique that can lead to death. With requests to let go, Xuan's comrades try to drag the enemy away, but nothing comes of it. He continues to count and choke. No one knows how to help, and this lasts until the moment Xuan gives up. The coach intervenes, asking him to stop, and says they will admit defeat. Even after admitting defeat, Batten did not plan to stop, but decided that it would be better at the moment. He asks if there are still applicants, and warns that if they are absent, he will recognize himself as the winner. The coach wonders if he will leave the country, since there is no one left in South Korea to fight him. The answer suggests that it will be as Baton himself decides. The coach is shocked by how much he wants to humiliate them. But the main character says that he started first, and if he had not put them in their place, they would have continued to mock them. He leaves, receiving an apology from the best trainer from the entire martial arts world. The poor old man is hysterical. He laughs at his own shame and says that Batten has no reason to stay in South Korea. When he left the building, he was met by many journalists shouting about his victory. People from the migration service appear. Apparently Batten has problems since he is asked to provide assistance. Unauthorized distribution of material is prohibited once it is discovered. There will be an investigation according to the law. The newspapers publish a sensation that the main character was arrested and does not communicate on social networks. The last battle was fought in Busan, in which 7 fighters were defeated. A new post about how everything is fine with Batten. He is going home because he was deported by the migration service. The Japanese State Tourism Office writes that it is glad to see him coming to the country. Upon arrival in America, he meets 2 people and clearly does not expect to see them here. These are people from the migration service. They ask his household to sign for him, and then he will be able to leave this place. He says that he warned his sister before the flight, hence she should do it. The sister is very angry and hits him on the head because he said that he was going to paint, but in reality, he got into a fight with everyone. She signs the documents and gives them back, but the girl from the migration service is surprised that she is the hero's sister. The blonde asks to keep it a secret. She is understood and told not to worry about it. A suggestion to disperse in different directions to avoid attracting attention from others. She says that Batten himself will understand why such a proposal is made when he goes outside. Having opened the door slightly, he can already hear enthusiastic cries about Iron Man and his victory. Even in America, a crowd of people crowded together. Fans and interviewers asked many questions of a bright personality. They intercepted Batten from all sides. His idea to wear an invisibility cap was good, but it was too late. He begins to pressure the public into pity that he is injured and tired and trying to return home quickly. All the girls showed compassion and rather took one photo and sent it home. The photo was shared. He smiled awkwardly among most of the girls, but everyone was happy. The system notified that the 3rd stage has been completed and the title of hero has been received. Charm and celebrity have been added. Due to his increased charm, all the girls in the area are madly in love with him. Quickly putting on his invisibility cap, he disappeared from prying eyes and quickly rushed home. When he was at home, the kind girl took the initiative to quickly treat the fighter's wounds. She, of course, will not be able to hold him if this happens again, but she warns that she will not help him with his wounds every time. Loaf hugs the girl and promises that he will try to prevent this from happening again. But suddenly the phone rings. The girl defiantly turns away and says that she is not going to disturb him anymore. A friend calls him and asks if he's busy to invite Baten to his dojo. He defiantly shouts that he is busy, but silently warns that he will sort things out and come. He wonders why his friend wished him luck and whether he continues to make his jokes or not. Robin is up to something and is glad that Batten agreed to the offer and will come to his dojo. The guy notices 2 old men jostling in the aisle who are clearly not happy to see each other in the same room. 2 head coaches are swearing at each other. They both showed up for the same reason and do not want to see the second one nearby. Both attack the 7th brother most likely. They are tired of waiting for Batten because the guy says that he himself has business with him. The head judo coach gets angry, asking the guy not to clown around and since he came earlier, to help. The guy says that he doesn't know when the hero will be free, and if the trainers are ready to wait for him, then let them stay with him. The old men agreed to wait, but they continue to swear and argue because they continue to be sarcastic to each other. The fighters train with the Iron God and are excited to receive practice from a fighter they admire. But Batten refuses, because he also has his own business and there is no need to rush so much. He enters the room and asks the 7th brother why he was looking for him. Robin introduces the hero to the 2 head coaches of the national team, which makes him a little worried. Leader Xiao approaches the guy and touches his shoulders, saying how powerful he is. Immediately, the old man is pushed away by the leader Wilson, beginning to praise Batten in his own way. The guy, in a very awkward position, starts joking with his brother about whether the trainers are selling people. Otherwise, they behave very strangely. Leader Xiao turns to the main character and with a smile on his face invites him to his judo team. But Leader Wilson pulls the blanket over himself, inviting Baton to the wrestling team. The student is very excited. He cannot even realize that he has the opportunity to play for the country.
This is strange for him, because he's not even listed among the official athletes. Is it possible to get into the national team so easily? This is difficult for an ordinary person, but Batten has natural talent, ability, and success in battle. Mr. Xiao tries to dissuade him from choosing wrestling, saying that there was a rumor about the exclusion of this sport from the Olympic Games. Wilson gets angry and asks not to listen to this. Yes, they said it, but in the end, they didn't remove it. They continue to argue with each other, but it's about whether there will be wrestling at the Olympics. Mr. Xiao tries to win Batten over by saying that he can participate in several seasons of the Olympics, and should choose judo. Mr. Wilson argued with this, but the other old man countered the discussion admirably, remaining his ground. The swearing continues about which sport techniques Batten most often uses in his fights. Robin suggests first listening to the opinion of the hero himself before starting a feud. Both, sucking up, turn to the confused boy with the question of what he will choose after all. He believes that if the country needs him, then he agrees to compete in the national team. However, there is one thing. Both coaches are interested, and ask him to quickly put forward his demands in their direction. Batten suggests not to quarrel with each other, and puts forward the idea of choosing two sports at the same time. The coaches are shocked by this proposal. They did not consider this option. They think that many cannot succeed even in one, and he wants to choose both types. But in principle, this is acceptable because he already has a mixed technique. The seventh brother is surprised by this, because before he refused any proposals from MMA, but now he agreed so easily. But Batten's priority is only to complete one of the tasks of the system. In fact, you can choose two types, but leaders Hu and Xiao also have their own, but they are afraid that they will lose all their efforts and want him to have a priority sport. The coaches began to bombard him with many questions about the schedule, the contract, and time. The seventh brother comes up with an idea that might help solve this problem. He says that he needs to be accepted into both types and registered through the martial arts center. There is no need to worry about training because he trains on his own, and the present strength was achieved by Batten alone. He says what the guy wanted to say. It's as if his brother took the words off his tongue. This proposal will not only help solve the problems, but will also show that they care about individual athletes. If everyone agrees, Robin offers to go and apply, assuring that he will convince Batten to participate in the National League. The coaches don't understand what the catch is, because Batten's position was very firm, but he succumbed so easily to persuasion. They agreed with the guy and began to leave, saying that now they needed to discuss something in private. When the men left, Batten asked if Robin wanted to tell him something in private. Seventh brother began to talk about how, when he was the first fighter on the national judo team, Xiao Yunlin was his coach. He knows all the local rules, and the student will sign everything that is handed to him, and then he will regret it. Although the streamer is indifferent to money, the distribution of income from representation and advertising always entails bickering. In addition, the guy did not initially grow up in an atmosphere of resource consumption. He is free and does not have to jump into this swamp. Of course, the national hero will always and everywhere come first. Robin recommended participating in competitions, getting well-deserved fame, and besides, what should belong to the guy will be his. The main character was interested in whether the national team would agree to such conditions. The brother replied that both sports were not in the best position in America in wrestling. They were able to receive only 2 gold medals during the entire Olympics. Judoists are doing a little better, but this is all a matter of the last decade. In addition, those gold medals were brought by women, while men did not receive a single medal in both sports. Batten's appearance signifies the possibility that the men will finally bring home gold medals, which is especially important for men's wrestling. So the student should not underestimate himself. He should just sit quietly and wait for news, because they will tear their ass just to get it. The streamer said that he understood everything and thanked Kathleen's seventh brother. And to his question about why his brother was looking for him, Robin replied that he was sent to ask Batten if he wanted to enter into an agreement with the UFC. Also, the guy should wait with his career, since he is going to compete for his homeland, although he himself is not particularly interested in any fights. Next, the main character asked about the fact that Robin terminated his contract with OFC and will now fight for the UFC. He confirmed this and added that he had 2 fights left in the OFC. He completed them and moved to the UFC. Suddenly, the man showed on his phone that the Japanese Martial Arts Association wrote to Batten on Twitter. Looking at the screen, the guy saw that the Japanese Martial Arts Association was inviting him to cooperate. He said that he was originally going to go there, but only wanted to visit individual dojos. But he admits that after such an invitation, he cannot refuse to travel throughout the country. The seventh brother shares his opinion that the Japanese have always admired strong people, and their admiration for Batten is not surprising. Batten admits that it is this feature of the Japanese that fascinates him, but at the same time scares him. When they like you, they almost revere you, and when they fight with you, they hit you like crazy. The seventh brother gets up and pats the loaf on the shoulder soothingly, inviting him to go and spar a little. The streamer laughs it off, remembering how he gave the seventh brother a thrashing. In the doorway, Robin declares that she won't let him do it this time. The main character replies that there are still a bunch of masochists outside,
thanks to whom he can farm experience. During a sparring with the seventh brother, the system counted points for Batten towards the task, hitting 1,000. In the evening, Noodles called the main character and asked why he didn't come to them. The guy replied that he was going home now and invited them to his place to eat together. The friend replied that they were currently in the workshop, and the streamer told them to order food, and when he arrived, he would pay. 15 minutes later, the main character came to the apartment, where friends and hot food were waiting for him. He was quick to point out that his brothers didn't treat him any differently, despite his recent celebrity status. The guys noted that they ordered more beef skewers, which Batten loves so much. All the students were happy, and the streamer said that he had not eaten barbecue for 100 years. Suddenly, the silhouette of a woman appeared behind them and asked if they had finished all the work. When she came a little closer, the guys realized that it was their teacher, Julia. Batten told her that his friends were so tired, so he thought it would be nice to treat them to food. The girl began to attack the main character, saying that he missed several classes and did not answer calls. Noodles stood up for him and asked the teacher not to spoil their mood, since their friend returned to his homeland in health. Julia was very angry because they dared to say that she was ruining their mood, but then she changed abruptly and said that such an event should be celebrated and offered beer. The main character said that the teacher played a cool prank on them, and said that he would now show them his skills. The guy masterfully opened all the bottles in different spectacular ways. Everyone was in awe of his skills and said that their friend was pretty damn cool. Before drinking, Noodles wanted to say a few words from all his friends in honor of Batten. He said that his friends are proud of him, and that he is a hero. But the student's health will always be important to them. And Noodles also asked if his friend would give him a couple of his manuscripts, since he was becoming more and more famous, and Noodles would definitely be able to sell them later for a high price. The main character, of course, was not prepared for this scenario, but said to wait for it. Soon he returned and said that in addition to the manuscripts, he also had socks with his personal scent. After this, the dove objected to why they drink one bottle for half a day and offered to drink it to the bottom. Suddenly, Batten's phone received a call, and he said that he would answer it quickly. The interlocutor suggested that he publish the comic as a separate tankobon since 3 million people had already added it to their favorites. He was asked to submit the drafts, and when the 10th chapter was published, the tankobon would be released. As soon as the streamer returned to the room with the feast, his phone rang again. This time, it was the sister whom other people called and offered Batten to become the face and sales representative of the brands. According to her, the company will pay at least $1 million, but the main character did not understand why his value had increased so much. If you think like that, then too much will fall on the main character. He will need to publish 2 comics, work in voice acting, and take part in wrestling and judo training. The sister began to say that they could involve the guy in show business, and this would not lead to the life he wanted for himself. Therefore, Batten made a decision, and asked his sister to help him refuse them all. He thought that by giving up something, he could get even more. Julia said that the phone in their workshop was also ringing off the hook, and the student responded to tell them all to refuse on his behalf. At that moment, his phone rang again, and the guy promised that this was the last call for today. He received a call from Steve, who said that the organizers of the Premier Basketball League could not reach the baton by phone, and asked if he would participate in the final. The final is scheduled to take place on the 25th of this month, in Shanghai, not far from them. The main character realized that this was not just a holiday, it was also his birthday, which he should spend next to Kathleen. But if the guy becomes the winner of the Premier Basketball League, he will have a second championship title. Therefore, he had to choose between the championship title and his beloved girl. He can get fame in any case, but a decisive moment has come in his relationship with Kathleen. Batten told Steve to tell the organizers that he couldn't say for sure because it all depends on the circumstances. After this conversation, the streamer turned off his phone and asked what his friends give girls for Christmas. Julia was the first to answer and apologized, saying that she didn't have a girlfriend yet. Dove will give the girl his beautiful body, and Noodles wants to give his huge smile. This answer did not suit the main character, and his green-haired friend said that he would give him a set of luxury cosmetics. The teacher said that Kathleen is an unusual girl. This should be a gift from the heart. The girl offered to give her eyeshadow, highlighter, blush, and all this from the luxury segment. While walking, Batten asked how his girlfriend was going to spend Christmas Eve and Christmas, and she replied that she did not celebrate them. But this year, Kathleen has someone to celebrate her birthday with. In response to this, the streamer laughed sweetly and asked if she knew that it was his birthday on the same day. The girl got angry and asked if Batten knew when her birthday was. He asked Kathleen to say this date, and he would remember it for the rest of his life, but she told him to guess for himself. According to him, even if his beloved does not write or say, he will still find out about it. Meanwhile, the main character asked that the girl had prepared someone for this. She abruptly turned away from him and immediately declared that she had already changed her mind. This behavior shocked Baton. He noted that women are changeable like the weather as soon as anything happens. Suddenly, Kathleen turned back and threw a knitted scarf over him, kissing him on the lips. While the guy was in a state of confusion, she stated that she had knitted this scarf especially for him. When Kathleen walked away in the opposite direction from him, the streamer only felt spring.
Suddenly, Batten's fans came out of the windows and said that they had just seen the fake Iron God. One of them said that she would now call her boyfriend and he would ask them. The guy told them that there was no point in staring, as if they had never seen lovers. On December 23rd, he received a call with the news that Baten had now been accepted into the national team. Half an hour later, the guy was already at the sports academy where Coach Wilson met him. It was clear from his eyes that he understood that a gold medal had come to them. The man greeted him and said that he was the director of a sports academy, and next to him were wrestling and judo coaches. It seemed to the main character that he was standing next to the same Howard, who in his youth became an Olympic champion twice. The streamer said that he saw the video of the director's competition, and working with him is a great honor for the guy. One of the coaches said that there was no need to stand at the entrance, since they still needed to evaluate the athlete. According to the results of the test, the student was embarrassed because his weight was less than 200 kilograms. The last time he thought that he was exercising too hard and therefore had lost control of his eating. The coach said that the result was not very good because according to the rules in both judo and wrestling, Baten would fight heavyweights. Next, the man suggested completing the checks and then discussing everything. The men were amazed at the strength and tremendous speed of their new athlete's hands. Wilson also looked at them and asked if Baten had lifted a barbell before, to which he received a negative answer. The old man brought him to the gym and told him to demonstrate how the main character bench presses 200 kilograms. Of course, the technique was not ideal, but the student benches 200 only by focusing on physical strength. Wilson then asked if Baten could raise 250, to which he agreed. After a successful attempt, the trainer ordered the weight to be raised to 300 kilograms. As soon as he recommended the streamer not to strain himself, the system gave him a task where he needed to lift a total of 10,000 tons of weight. There was also a note that lifting weights less than your own body weight is not taken into account. This addition probably means that lifting people up will not count. There is also a technological rod in a special store that costs 1,000 points. The user can adjust its weight, and it also increases its weight using body weight. The guy thought about this while holding a barbell, and decided that he would buy a technological barbell at home, because those around him would not understand his sudden immersion in himself. Then Wilson asked Baten to take the tests again. Obviously, he was up to something. The guy replied that if the coach wants him to do weightlifting, then he has never trained for this and does not understand the techniques and poses of this sport. The old man just wants to know the student's potential, and if he is truly capable, it would be best to train in that area too. The main character smiled sweetly back at him and mentally noted that since he started this business, he needs to bring it to the end. In the gym, the trainer will show him the lifting technique on a training barbell with light discs. He says that you should not try to complete this action at once, but rather do everything gradually. Seeing how the streamer easily lifted a barbell weighing 100 kilograms, Wilson realized that he had underestimated his strength. The coach decided to raise the weight of Baten's barbell to 200 kilograms, and he lifted it too. This guy just lifted 200 kilos with zero training, and if you give him technique and posture, then he has a good chance of competing for a medal. While Wilson was thinking about this, the student was still holding the heavy barbell above his head, and asked if it could be lowered. After the training, the old man suggested submitting an application to accept the protagonist into the national weightlifting team. He agreed, because he would still have to complete the tasks of lifting the weight, but the main thing was that there were no problems with the schedules. Wilson assured that he would bring good news, and they agreed to meet in a maximum of 5 days. Robin and another trainer told Baten that they needed to talk about his current weight. The man with blue hair said that the guy has a problem with his weight, and compared to the heavyweights, it will be very difficult for him, so he wanted to ask if he would be more comfortable with. The seventh brother said that it would be better to gain weight, since in a short period of time, he would need to lose about 10 kilograms, which is dangerous for training. The streamer didn't like this option at all, because he already had a hard time losing weight. He understood what the coaches were thinking and told them not to worry, because he would show them everything in practice. When Baten finally got home, he was happy because now he could finally buy a technological barbell. Taking it in his hand, the guy realized that at the same time it was so small but very heavy. According to his calculations, everything was correct, and if you multiply his weight by 0.1, you get 10.8 kilograms. Then the main character said not to change the weight of the barbell, but to change its size, which is why it grew rapidly. This rod was magical, so it could grow to the very ceiling of his house. While testing the purchase, he did not notice that Kathleen was at home, so she saw this huge barbell. So the guy ordered the dumbbell to become small so that it would fit into his fist. The girl said that she just thought she saw a huge barbell, and then there was a flash of light and everything disappeared. Baten replied that most likely Kathleen was tired and offered to cook her something to eat. She probably just heard that her boyfriend was going to do weightlifting, so she imagined all sorts of things. Kathleen asked how the main character would manage everything since he would have to do judo, wrestling, weightlifting, and draw a comic book. He replied that we just need to complete the schedule and increase efficiency. The girl wanted to mention walking together, but Baten said that there was no need to worry, because he would find time to meet with her.
After that, she said that tomorrow she was going to Shanghai to help the teacher find a place for the exhibition, so she invited the guy to go together. The main character immediately realized that Kathleen remembered his schedule and wanted to go with him to make it easier for him. She also added that she wanted to introduce him to her mother on the way. On the morning of December 24th, a young couple arrived at the Shanghai train station. Batten and Kathleen unexpectedly meet their seventh brother. He says that he returned yesterday, and they need to come home as soon as possible, since their mother is waiting for them. On the way, the student says that he needs to buy a gift for their mother. Robin gets annoyed and makes a sarcastic joke about how she needs to buy a yacht. 10 minutes later, they finally reached home and their mother happily greeted them. Seeing that Batten brought gifts, she says that she shouldn't have done this. And then she scolds her brother for usually coming empty-handed. The main character came up with the idea that for every force there is always an opposing force. After scolding her son, the mother becomes kind again and invites everyone to sit down at the table. Sitting at the table, the woman says that Robin told him that a student should not have any junk food, so she prepared lunch from selected ingredients. Robin said that he was sick of such communication, and his mother viciously slapped him in the face. Observing this, Batten noted that they had a very family atmosphere at dinner. Mom heard the lovers talking and asked what they were talking about. The guy replied that he told Kathleen that she took after her mother in beauty. The woman replied that now she was old and ugly, but in her youth she was very good. Mother Kathleen. The daughter says she was a beautiful actress in the drama theater. Legends were made about her beauty. She continues her daughter's story and explains that she had to give up her career for the sake of her family. At the moment when the woman said that she had moved on to behind-the-scenes activities, Batten thought it sounded familiar. The student also noted that the aunt is still very beautiful. When her daughter asked where Dad was now, the aunt replied that he was in Thailand. Kathleen and Robin's dad is still crazy about antiques, and he should be back in a few days as well. After the feast, the main character offers to wash the dishes, but the mother declares that the guests should not wash the dishes. The aunt added that she bought tickets for the lovers to Disneyland, and that they would return home after the walk. The streamer thought that the woman wanted to leave him overnight at home. It immediately comes to mind that if he doesn't refuse, that will be a plus for the task. Don't refuse anyone. Kathleen intervenes and states that they still want to watch the fireworks, so they won't be spending the night at home. Hearing this, the seventh brother screams furiously, as if lightning appears around him. Mom again grabs the now-grown man and tells him not to yell so much. Batten himself doesn't understand what this phrase about fireworks from Kathleen meant. The woman remembers what an adult her daughter is, but advises her to still be careful. Half an hour later, the young couple was already walking through Shanghai Disneyland, and Kathleen was amazed at its beauty. The girl noticed that her boyfriend had become thoughtful since they left the house. The streamer justified himself by saying that he wanted to sit with her on that Ferris wheel. Already when they were in the Ferris wheel cabin, Kathleen said that she had wanted to be here for so long with the person she liked. The lovers looked and enjoyed each other in the silence of the night. Suddenly, Batten began to sing, using the skills he had developed before. The song was about a Ferris wheel, and during the song, Kathleen reminisced about their moments together. At the end, the girl asked if the main character would always treat her well. The guy, with his mouth wide open, shouted that he would treat Kathleen well and love her alone for the rest of his days. After this confession, the couple looks at the fireworks, and the girl says that she wants to make a wish. After a few seconds, she asks what wish the student made. He replied that the wish cannot be spoken out loud, otherwise it will not come true. According to her, in order for some wishes to come true, you just need to say them out loud. Soon they arrived at the hotel, where the guy asked if they had any rooms available right now. The friendly blonde replied that they had the Beauty and the Beast room available right now. Hearing the name, both heroes immediately blushed, but did not refuse the armor. When the lovers entered the room, they saw a large bed and pink walls. At this moment, the system issued a task where you need to accept invitations from people of the opposite sex of different ages 3 times. For such a task, Batten became angry with the system because Kathleen for him is not just some kind of opposite sex, but his beloved. Since the guy freezes in real life when he logs in, the girl asked if he was okay. The main character realized that now is not the time to deal with the system, and he needs to bring everything to the end. Suddenly, he takes the girl by the hands and blushing addresses her by name. Kathleen interrupts him and says she needs to get him a birthday present. Such a gift makes them blush and squint even more, and the girl runs off to the shower. Batten's heart flares up even more, and he makes a firm decision. After the shower, the guy looks at her with loving eyes and removes his hair from his face. The next moment, the towel gracefully flies off the girl who just got out of the shower. She blushes and feels embarrassed during the process, but doesn't say much. And when asked if Batten's hand still hurts, he orders her to shut up. After this, Kathleen now knows what it's like to love someone and wonders where the guy was before. Her last thought before going to bed was that the main character was just like a real beast. The guy apologized for perhaps overdoing it and thought how lucky he was with her. Suddenly he realized that he had missed the congratulations of the others because he had turned off his phone. Batten quietly turned on the phone, from which numerous congratulations poured in from friends and sisters. Some sent just money, some sent a box of Smurf cards, and Mom cursed why he wasn't answering the phone.
But then she realized that Kathleen wasn't answering either. Apart from the sisters, everyone else is playing the fool, even the father of the main character. By the way, it looked like Batten's mom and dad were spending Christmas together too. In the morning at the amusement park, a man was cursing because their player still had not arrived, and the game would start in 2 hours. Another said that there is no need to worry because the guy was seen at Disneyland, which means he is already in town. These worries were due to the fact that their popularity depends entirely on him, and he himself is not at all interested in a gold medal for the game. Then this man with dark hair ordered to do something so that their hero would come faster. At this moment, an assistant runs up to the manager and announces that Batten has arrived. He immediately ordered the fan group to warmly welcome the main character. A minute later, Batten got off the bus with his girlfriend Kathleen. The guy thanked everyone for their support, and some noted that their idol was walking arm in arm with a beauty. Steve also noted that this dude is becoming more and more charming, and just 3 months ago, he was a savvy, chubby guy. One man said that this boy should be the spokesman for this match, no matter how much it costs. Kathleen's mother and all her sons also came to the match to support her daughter's boyfriend. The aunt began to list everyone by name, which made Baton a little confused. One brother said that the aunt should not list everyone by name, since the main character would not remember everyone anyway. Suddenly, the student noticed that this guy looked very familiar and asked if they had crossed paths before. The blonde remembered that incident and said that he was young and very stupid then. The student was not angry at all and was only surprised that it was a blonde man. Fans asked the Iron God to draw them an avatar and help them record the song. In response, Kathleen told them to wait until the match was over so they could talk to him. There are 24 players in this match. There will be a total of 3 rounds and 3 attempts each. From the start, Batten realized that his hand speed had increased significantly since the last match. Of course, he has no doubts about his victory, but today he will use some trick. In his first attempt, the guy scored 854 points and scored the last ball with his head. In the second attempt, the streamer scored 855 points and threw the ball with his chest. Steve declared that the outcome of the competition was a foregone conclusion, and his friend with glasses asked if he wanted to see what else Batten would perform. The rest of the participants said that they were not suitable as rivals for the main character, and he himself felt a little embarrassed in front of them, but if thanks to the student they are motivated and overcome their limits, then that's also not bad. In the second round, Baton scored the 857th goal using the volleyball player's pose. The fans rejoice and ask the guy to score a goal in the next round in the pose of a football player. He listened to them and threw the last ball into the hoop with his left foot. The guys shouted that the Iron God should have gone to football, not basketball. In the third round, Batten set himself the goal of throwing the last ball and ending his basketball career. At the end of the time, his scoreboard showed the number 886, which is a world record. The commentator again said that the main character set a world record. At the same time, the audience admired Batten's brilliant victory. The man declared Baton the winner of the world in the final game of the Premier League basketball in the Christmas match. The hero received 5 champion titles and an increase in all characteristics by 5%. He fearlessly looks to the future and believes that their flag will fly to the echoes of the national anthem. The next second, journalists ran up to the winner with questions about further career development. The guy couldn't answer them because he walked away to answer the call. Over the phone, the hero learns that a problem has occurred in his friend's workshop. He understands that something really serious happened since his interlocutor never hung up. He went there with Kathleen and she told him not to worry, but to just go inside first. There was nothing wrong there, and the friends congratulated the guy on his birthday. The loaf smeared a piece of cake, given to him for his birthday, across his friend's face to take revenge for the stress that the hero had experienced earlier. The friends started a birthday cake fight despite the fact that one of them came in new clothes. The streamer was happy because he is surrounded by such people and dreams of spending every day with them as much fun as today. In the morning, the director called Robin, which scared him very much since it was very early. The director said that there were some problems with Batten's medical examination. The athlete was informed that he did not pass the urine test because ractopamine was found in his blood. Because of the news, he was afraid that he could not compete. The old man replied that in order for him to be able to participate in the competition, he would have to go on a strict diet starting today. For successful test results, Loaf will have to abstain from hamburgers, snacks, barbecue, ham, and meatloaf. He is shocked by the prohibitions he heard because he cannot imagine his life without fried food, pork, beef, lamb, pickled vegetables, and a number of other foods that cannot be drunk. The hero tries to pretend that he is fine and not at all shocked by the news. To be on the safe side, the director agreed that the martial arts school would be responsible for his meals. For Batten, this is a good offer, firstly because he lives nearby, and secondly, the school is well equipped and can be used as a training ground. He agreed with the conditions proposed by the director and assured that everything would be as he indicated to him. The director believes that the latest wrestling and judo competitions are at a high level, in any case. Participation in them to gain experience will not be superfluous. At the weightlifting competition scheduled for March, Batten is in the 109 kilogram category. He could not understand the reason for his candidacy, if there was already a contender for this weight. The director replied that if he did better than him, he would be able to participate.
The hero believes that it would be good if someone like him could work on problems and compete for his country. But it also seems unsightly for him to displace the place of outstanding athletes because of himself. Batten decided to gain 2 kilograms of weight in order to move up to a higher level and play in the next weight category anyway. For wrestling and judo, he would have to do this. It turns out that all the fighters in this category weigh more than 130 kilograms, so there is a big gap between them. The hero recalled that last time after returning he was able to lift 240 kilograms with a jerk so he can be trusted. Since Batten insisted, the director agreed to return and discuss this with the top. He trained hard for days on end to move up to a higher level. The coach explained to him that in judo competition the most important thing is to become familiar with the correct movements and never relax. When lifting a barbell, Batten should pay attention to position and strength balance, and train every day until muscle memory is developed. Other athletes wonder how he has the patience to practice basic exercises thousands of times in a row, and how he remains so energetic after training hard from morning to evening every day. If only they knew that he runs 10 kilometers in the morning and evening and draws comics at night, and don't forget about part-time work and meeting a girl, then they would definitely think about what they are doing. After flying to another country, Batten was met at the airport by his coach. He wanted to introduce the athlete to the members of the national team who are participating in the Grand Prix. The guys were very happy to meet such a celebrity and perform on the same team with him. After a nice greeting, the coach announced the start of training so as not to waste much time. The guys didn't go to practice, and the coach decided to scare them with a beating and rush the athletes. Members of the national team really want to compete with Batten and declare sparring with him a tradition. The hero was easily able to put all his opponents on the tatami, leaving them completely exhausted. Soon the coach reports that Batten's urine test is now in order, but to be sure it needs to be repeated again a little later. The main character was given a bag with his team uniform so that he could change. The coach reports that the tournament will take place on the 8th and Batten needs to work hard. After putting on the uniform, Batten felt more confident and a little surprising. The coach was about to collect a list of matches and suggested that he go and familiarize himself with the venue. Another coach and his athlete were surprised by Batten's presence at these competitions. The man tells his student that Batten is the highest-rated player in America, but he was replaced. The opposing coach reassures his athlete not to be afraid, because the jelly plays mainly against European and American players. Wilson is surprised that in the first bout of the qualifying round, the favorite to win in the 130-kilogram category, last year's world champion and last year's Olympic champion Turkish star Kayap. He supports Beytan because he has information about the enemy, and this is an advantage. Moreover, his characteristics are no worse. Batten convinces the mentor that he is not one of those who gets upset because of failure. Wilson invites the athlete to discuss tactics over food, to which Batten reminds him that you cannot underestimate your opponent when thinking through tactics. And in battle, you need to perceive him as someone who is stronger than you. Competitions in the weight category of 130 kilograms are divided into qualifying and repechage tournaments and the final, and then the participants in the qualifying round are divided into groups A and B. On the day of the competition, spectators from the stands could not believe it when they saw Batten among the participants. They realized that the athlete, after his last time in Korea, was going to compete for the national team. The streamer noticed that his girlfriend was sitting in the stands, who came to support the guy. The athlete approached her to ask why she had come, because it was very cold outside. The girl explained that she had to come because it was his first performance. In response to Batten's concern that he would be nervous when he saw her, the girl replied that she would come specifically so that he would get used to her presence. The guy ran away to train so as not to embarrass himself in front of her in a duel. It was announced that in the next fight, the famous wrestler from Turkey, number 21, would compete against him, Batten, number 22. Robin advised the girl to watch the fight carefully, and not her boyfriend. The judge was perplexed by how loudly the spectators from the stands supported Batten. Number 21 knew that Batten was not a professional, and he realized that the enemy was almost the same height as him and heavier than him, so he would not need to be reckless. In heavy sparring, Batten should not dodge, because the opponent will receive 1 point. The opponent gradually began to act, and then Batten realized that the opponent's hands were a little stronger than the hands of any fighter from South Korea. Suddenly, the referee stopped the guy's fight with a loud whistle, due to the fact that one of them received a fine. Batten receives a warning from the referee for using a submission hold, and number 21 receives 1 point. The audience discusses the reason for the main character's use of a painful hold, and comes to the conclusion that perhaps he still has little experience in such fights. Robin realized that Batten's opponent was deliberately provoking him to commit violations because the guy was still inexperienced. The coach was upset because what he was most afraid of happened, but he believes in the hero. Batten realized that the enemy wanted to cheat, because a long fight is a bad idea for an inexperienced fighter. Number 21 wants to attack him by wrapping her arms around his upper body, taking advantage of the fact that Batten is shorter. The opponent tries to force him to touch the floor with his knees. Not to be outdone, the hero launched a counterattack, throwing himself across his chest, clasping his opponent with both hands. After the throw, the referee stops the fight and the student receives 3 points in his favor. Robin and Kathleen, as well as all the fans and friends, rejoice at Batten's first success. The angry opponent quickly gets up so as not to lose points under any circumstances. But before he could stand up, his American opponent threw him over his shoulder. Batten took control of the situation, and the enemy will now have to resist. Soon the wrestler from America wins with a score of 8 points in his favor. Because of this, the angry Turk, lying on the floor, decided to kick the winner from behind. But Batten managed to dodge the blow thanks to the help of his girlfriend. Number 22 leaves the competition site, realizing that there is nothing to talk about with his opponent, because he could not adequately admit defeat. The audience is perplexed that the fight lasted only 20 seconds, but it turns out that the real fight lasts 3 or 4 seconds. Everything else is preparation. The coach and close friends as well as fans shout congratulations to the winner. Wilson hurried to put the jacket on the athlete so that he would not catch a cold before the next competition. Other fighters do not believe in Batten's success and believe that he won by accident. In the second round of the competition, Batten competed against young talent from Group 4. The American wrestler gets 3 points 2 times in a row. It was an easy victory with a technical advantage. In the third round, the fight takes place between the Chinese Baton and the Russian sports star Alexei. In a second, the student throws it with a grab and immediately puts it on his shoulder blades. The spectators watch what is happening in awe, so they do not make a sound. The coach told the guy that after this, he would go to the final round of Group B, that is, to the semifinals. The next opponent comes from a family of athletes, as his mother is a shooter and his father was a weightlifter. And his uncle is a wrestler who has achieved very serious success in sports. And his younger brother received gold in the boxing tournament at the last Olympic Games. In the last sparring, he won with a score of 6 points in his favor. Wilson instructs Batten that he should not relax, despite the victory over number 21. The coach of Batten's next opponent suggested that he rest before the fight with him. The wrestler says his bouts took a total of 6 minutes, while his opponent's took 40 seconds. Therefore, he is worried that he will not have time to recover before the fight with Batten. But the coach suggests that he make a decisive move for him and finish the fight as quickly as possible. They can take the initiative into their own hands, which is quite possible to try. The semifinal of this tournament features newcomer Batten against a sensation from Uzbekistan. Dusmarov took the initiative and tried to use a powerful attack to throw Batten over his shoulder. But the main character was strong and full of strength, and his opponent did not have time to recover. Unfortunately, the Uzbek fighter has not yet had time to fully recover, while Batten is as strong as a rock. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Batten knocked his opponent to the mat, receiving 2 points. Having made the grab, the hero tried to push the opponent to the passivity zone, for which he received 2 more points. The loaf makes a beautiful lunge and immediately gets 3 more points in its favor. The fighter from Uzbekistan goes outside the circle and Batten gets another point. The streamer won the fight with a score of 8 points in his favor, for which he needed only 7 seconds, and now he advances to the finals. The enemy approached his opponent to express his admiration. He will wait for the final of the loaf, and also hope that he will defeat his opponent in 13 seconds, so that his total time will be 1 minute. The Iranian athlete from Group A and the winner of Group B from America, Batten, are participating in the final. Robin asked Kathleen to wait for Loaf to win before calling him out. The hero's new opponent realized that he could not win even though he had reached the finals. So he decided to just have a good time. Batten understands that he must not let his guard down during the final match and remembers that pride leads to defeat. The enemy suddenly took the initiative and grabbed Batten. Taking advantage of his strength advantage, the American wrestler grabs him and throws him over his chest. After the throw, he still continues to hold the opponent on the floor and receives 3 points, 2 points, and 2 more points. The judge announces that Batten, with a score of 8 points in his favor, wins the tournament in just 11 seconds. The athlete from Uzbekistan is very happy for him because he ended up winning all the fights in 58 seconds. The coach of the former opponent does not understand the happiness of the athlete because Batten simply won, but he explains to him that he has gone down in history. Wilson runs with cries of joy to Batten to hug him and congratulate him on his victory. But the guy suddenly grabs him and throws him over himself onto the carpet. All acquaintances, spectators, and fans who saw this throw were horrified. Getting up from the floor, the coach laughed and called his student an asshole. The guys in the stands were not at all surprised by this turn of events. You can expect anything from someone like Batten. Fans from the stands vigorously and loudly congratulate him on his victory. On the pedestal, the main character enjoys the victory and hears the echoes of the anthem. While he is being tossed around, he realizes that the struggle in America is reaching a new level. Suddenly, Batten escapes from the journalist and runs to his beloved Kathleen. The guy takes off his medal and puts it on it, dedicating his victory to her. Kathleen stands with a bouquet of flowers and is very proud of her boyfriend and his victory. Congratulating, she kisses the main character on the cheek. The reporters, having learned that he was in such a hurry to see his girlfriend, felt awkward. The journalist congratulates Batten and asks him to share his impressions of the tournament. He shared that due to his inexperience in such tournaments, he had some violations and the judge gave him warnings. It seemed to the journalist that the wrestler was underestimating himself a little. The interviewer asked about the new record that the athlete managed to set, but he replied that first of all, it was important for him to show himself well, so he did not worry about the time. It seemed to the reporter that he was showing off with too restrained answers, so he decided to ask questions to which he would give immodest answers. The winner was also asked about the incident when he threw the coach over his chest, who came out to the athlete on the carpet. To this, he replied that they agreed in advance, but simply realized in the moment that they wanted to celebrate the victory in this way. Wilson came up from behind and confirmed the athlete's words about the throw. A group of journalists were interested in how Batten began playing for the national team, to which the coach replied that he was a special member of their team. Fans really asked the new star to give them an autograph and take a photo. The girl tells him that she will not be able to attend the next competition, because tomorrow she has an exhibition of paintings, and she is flying away tonight. But the guy is not upset, and thanks her for coming to them today. Kathleen was shouted from home that they might miss the plane. Batten said goodbye to the girl and asked her to tell him when she would arrive. Very soon articles about the new winner appeared on the internet. There was a line at the box office for tickets to the competition the day after tomorrow. People are informed that tickets for the freestyle wrestling competition, which will be held the day after tomorrow, have run out. The cashier understands that there is such a stir for the first time since the construction of this sports complex. The next match will take place between Batten from Group B, number 27, and the famous fighter from Georgia, number 28. Most of the fans loudly support the young American star. The coach is worried that the people putting pressure on Batten will put even more pressure on him if he loses. Batten's new opponent is a man who took third place at the Olympic Games. He is good in leg locks. He cannot be underestimated. The coach warns him to be careful, throw steady punches, and make sure his opponent is not using a leg lock. After the start of the fight, the opponents first began to feel each other out. Peter is the first to decide to go on the offensive, but Batten attacks and throws him through his chest. He managed to complete the round in 3 seconds and get 3 points. The guy standing next to the coach is interested in the meaning of the sign that Batten showed him after the victory. In the second round, the opponent again tries to get out of Batten's grip. The spectators shout at him not to let his opponent escape and to finish the round quickly. Still, Batten took the advantage into his own hands and earned 5 more points. In the end, the match ended in 6 seconds with the score 8 points in favor of Batten. The blonde guy notes that Batten is again showing the sign to the coach. The spectators are angry that the match ended very quickly. They didn't even have time to arrive before it was already over. Batten's opponent didn't even have time to understand what happened. The coach reassures him that this is a difficult opponent, and he did everything he could. When the coach wanted to take the athlete away, he wanted to stay and watch the next losers who would lose to him. The coach thinks it won't hurt him to watch the next fights. Maybe then he'll calm down. In the next match against an athlete from China, Batten went on the offensive. The loaf gets 1 point, and then another point for keeping the opponent on the mat. After restraining the opponent again, for which he received 2 more points, the main character wins in 9 seconds with a score of 7 points in his favor. The guy throws across his chest and wins in 3 seconds with a score of 6 points in his favor. In the 4th round, he throws the Italian over his shoulder beyond the passivity zone and wins in 8 seconds with a score of 9 points in his favor. The Russian wrestler Resonyavsky and the American wrestler Baton took part in the final. He threw the enemy beyond the passivity zone and received 4 points. Batten wins by 9 points in 12 seconds and makes history by becoming a champion in 2 different styles of wrestling by winning the wrestling competition. The main character became the winner of the Intercontinental Tournament and received 3 glory points. The guy called Kathleen via video and said that he had another gold medal. During the conversation, Batten noticed that Kathleen was in a bad mood. She explained that she was tired because she stayed late at the exhibition and hurried to hang up. He understands that something happened to her, because even if she hadn't slept all night, she wouldn't have been in such a terrible mood. Kathleen didn't want to burden the guy with her problems because he still had a competition on the 15th, and she said, but he shouldn't worry because her brother is doing this. He asked the girl not to move away and tell her what happened. She reports that her father has suddenly disappeared and begins to cry heavily. The concerned guy asks how this really happened. Kathleen says that when they returned to Shanghai, Dad and Uncle decided to go to Thailand to look at antiques. They did not contact for 4 days, and yesterday it was discovered that they were missing. The guy knows that in the antique business everything is not as simple as it seems. He learns that Kathleen's brother left for Thailand this morning. The girl is worried that Batten will not have time to prepare for the next competition. He asked her not to think about it. He would find a way to get everything done. Batten calls and tells the coach that he will not be able to participate in the training camp because he urgently needs to leave. He assured the coach that he would not be lazy and relax and would return as soon as he could. He then called Kathleen's brother and said that there were no direct flights to Thailand today, so he would go to Shanghai first. The brother replied that he and his 17-year-old friend, who had come from abroad, had now checked into the hotel in Shizi City, where his father was staying, and were checking the surveillance cameras.
Robin is glad that the guy went to Shanghai first, so his soul will be calmer. He hung up because there was interference on the line. The guys learned that Dad and Uncle were registered 8 days ago, but the videos from the cameras have been erased since that time. But they are trying to restore them. It just seems that if they are restored, they still won't find useful clues. Robin wonders if it is possible to find out who they met and what events they attended. The friend replied that it is not easy, but he will try to compile a list of shareholders, private events that have been held over the past 6 months, and filter them. Robin is waiting for at least some news from the police, but his friend advises him not to rely on it. The main character met his girlfriend at the airport from where he was supposed to fly. She added that as soon as the guy got on the plane, her dad called because he and his uncle had been kidnapped. Although Batten was prepared for the worst, he did not think that something like this could actually happen. The kidnappers said they wanted 3 of her father's collectibles and her uncle's Jasper regalia, which he had spent half his life searching for. The student learned that Kathleen's uncle was currently being screened at the airport. The guy suddenly turned around and explained that he was going to buy tickets to Thailand. He went to the ticket counter and asked for a ticket for a certain flight that Kathleen's uncle was taking. The girl replied that there were no first-class tickets left for this flight, and since the guy said that any seat would suit him, the girl handed him an economy-class ticket. And due to the fact that there was little time left, Batten immediately went through security control. At the end of their meeting, Kathleen asked him not to do anything stupid, as they were just things. He replied that he promised to return everyone safe and sound, and he would also discuss everything with the 7th brother. Kathleen's brother is too impulsive, so it's best not to listen to him. Entering the plane, Batten thought that if the kidnappers specified the things they wanted, then they were watching their family. There may also be an assistant to the kidnappers on this flight, and the guy needs to prepare for the worst and keep an eye on this guy. Soon he took out a magical surveillance camera and ordered her to fly to first class. In economy class, Batten bumped into fans and was a little embarrassed about it. It was bad that he was recognized, because he himself did not know whether the kidnappers knew whether the streamer was connected to Kathleen's family. In order to avoid unnecessary attention, the main character should wear an invisibility cap. So far, passengers in first class have not done anything suspicious, and perhaps Batten is panicking in vain. He doesn't think kidnappers with hostages in their hands would waste time on a plane. 4 hours later, the student arrived in Thailand and ordered the camera to follow his uncle. A couple of minutes later, Robin met him and asked if Loaf had arrived with him. Then a message came to the 7th brother's phone, saying that the streamer was attracting too much attention to go with them, but would be in touch. The man said that it was time for them to go and said that Batten would soon catch up with them. But deep down, he hoped that this asshole wouldn't cause any fuss. Batten himself thinks that a not very pleasant situation would have arisen if he had told the driver to follow the car in front. Kathleen's brother was driving towards the city, and if they change lanes, the guy will ask the driver to turn in the same direction. Kathleen's uncle stated that the kidnappers told them to go to Chiang Lai. Then Robin ordered him to stay in Bangkok, and he and Richie would go there. He asked his uncle not to worry because he knew how to swing his fists and would not do anything stupid. The very surprised man sweated and became nervous from what he heard from Robin's lips. Perhaps he was not delighted with his train of thought, but apparently he didn't have much of a choice. The driver doesn't want to take the man so far, so he gets angry he still doesn't even know how much money the passenger might pay him for the trip. Seeing a wad of money, which sounds quite profitable for his decrepit pocket, the taxi driver agrees to take the boy to the ends of the earth. From a strange hologram, Batten learns about the possible arrival of his brother after an hour, but he is not completely sure of his conclusion. The man intends to sit and gain strength under the tree, because he is quite sure that he has at least a little time to rest after a long night trip. Having rested a little, our hero again learns some important information. Being in a little surprise, most likely he is not particularly happy that he needs to go somewhere again. Baton, once again in the taxi, with a good mood, reports the place where he needs to go, because he is definitely sure of his direction, thanks to the information from the screen. The man is slightly distressed and shocked by the sudden message from Robin, who claims that he needs to go in the other direction, and this is quite logical because he's in pursuit. Baton is not happy with the fact that he has to drive in circles. He is depressed by the thoughts that their target of pursuit is very important big shots, but he does not plan to give up. You need to calm down, because most likely the goal of the kidnappers is to see if the 7th brother is after the tail, or the police. It seems that these kidnappers are the most careful people. Fortunately, while Batten was following Robin, he changed taxis. While Richie and Robin were getting to their destination, they were surrounded by motorcyclists. Some blonde guy looked through the window and asked if Richie's things had been brought, but he had nothing to do with it. Robin looked menacingly at the fair-haired man and declared that he had brought everything. To the blonde, this strange man seemed very dangerous towards him, and he advised the driver not to do anything stupid and to follow him. The 7th brother pointedly pointed the gun at Richie and ordered him to go where he needed to go. The blonde was getting more and more nervous because this man was really scary and his driver was very unlucky. Soon a dirt road appeared ahead, and if Batten followed Robin, it would be easy to expose him. So he got out of the car and put on the invisibility cap to use his running speed and stamina.
But he didn't have time to move because Kathleen called him. She cried into the phone and asked who she was calling, because this contact was recorded as Beast. It must be one of her close people, but for some reason she forgot him. The worried guy replied that even if the whole world forgets him, she must remember him. When the streamer said his name, Kathleen immediately remembered that it was her boyfriend. She did not understand how she could forget her loved one and asked for forgiveness. Batten replied that he should apologize for making her worry. The crying girl asked why she suddenly behaved this way, and if anything had happened to him. The student told the silly girl not to worry because he was completely fine and would soon bring everyone home safely. Kathleen is constantly stressed, so now she should sleep. And when she wakes up, Batten will bring her good news. The girl agreed with him and said that she was glad that the guy was okay and that she must be really very tired, and was also waiting for his return. Now the guy's most important task was to ensure the safety of the abducted, because then Kathleen would be calm. 10 minutes later, the guy discovered that the girl's brother was already at his destination. By then, the thief was already knocking on the driver's window to take the keys. He said in fear that he didn't need any trouble and would do anything voluntarily if only they would let him go. The man snatched the keys he needed from his hands and only laughed at the boy's cowardice. Robin climbed out of the car after the man, looking at him incredulously and receiving instructions to follow him. Unable to bear such suspicion, he pointed a gun at him and said that before starting any actions, he wanted to see the kidnapped people. The man just laughed at this and explained that they were not planning to kill anyone. They just needed money, and if he brought things, then he would take them away safe and sound, and there was no point in the fact that he brought weapons with him. The next second, he motioned to his men, who surrounded them on all sides, pointing their weapons at the seventh brother. The guy was not taken aback, and as a sign of warning, exposed part of his torso on which the explosive was attached, saying that until he sees his people, they will not receive the things. The leader of the gang was taken aback by this, and rather stopped the guy from his subsequent actions. He couldn't believe that any of the Americans would actually dare to do such a thing, but Robin could very well be bluffing, and it would all turn out to be fake. If this turns out to be true, he needs to ask for permission, so the man stopped his men. Having reached the place and seeing what was happening, Batten was taken aback by what he saw, because he had never expected that Robin would take such measures. Quickly coming to his senses, the guy decided to remain calm because the explosives were most likely fake, and his brother did it to scare the kidnappers. But the kidnappers had real pistols anyway. The guy decided not to hesitate and exchange his points for something useful before meeting with the scoundrels. At the same second, he was assigned 10 speed units and a couple of useful items. He also purchased 5 energy gels and a sports drink to make sure he was fully prepared. Now he was at full speed and moving with inhuman speed to help his brother. At that moment, the kidnapper was going to report to his boss about Robin's actions and their critical situation. Boss Yun looked completely calm and did not react at all to the news of the explosives. Behind his boss's back, Mr. Chi informed him that the guy was an MMA fighter and was quite strong. The man only laughed at what he heard because he was only worried about the money that he had with him, and he had seen a lot of people like this boy. Just as he was about to go to meet the guy, he heard an offer from his master to take Kathleen's father with him. He also warned him that it would be best not to kill anyone, since the next day 2 groups of antique appraisers would appear, and if there was blood on everything, they would have to look for another place for the exchange. After some time, the kidnappers stood face to face with the relatives of the captives. Seeing his family in terrible condition and at gunpoint, Robin exclaimed. To this, Yun mockingly muttered that because of his uncle's annoying screams, they had to shut his mouth. As for the wound on his face, he explained that his comrade is very hot-tempered, but in general his uncle is in perfect order, and in a few days his face will completely recover. Unable to bear the bastard's tone and the turn of the situation, the 7th brother pointed a gun at him and ordered him to remove the tape from his uncle's face. One of the 6 kidnappers tore the plug from the man's face, subsequently causing serious damage to his jaw, which the others did not expect. Boss Yun was furious at such an act of an idiot and kicked him to the ground because he was trying to kill the master. Robin was seething with rage and readiness to tear off the madman's head, and would have done it right away if not for his father, who was being held hostage. Yun indifferently apologized for the guy's action, as if nothing serious had happened. The 7th brother tried to calm down and immediately asked his uncle how he was feeling. The man could only helplessly nod his head in response to him. To Robin's next question about where his father is, Yun, with cunning in his eyes, answered that not everything is so simple, because first he must see the money and be sure that he will not be at a loss. Immediately after this, he invited everyone to take a step back and said that they were ready to release the gentleman now. But in exchange for him, they would be given sapphire dragons and jasper regalia. Approaching the master, he invited him to go first because the 7th brother did not trust them. The guy immediately escorted the exhausted uncle to the car, ensuring his safety. Without wasting any time, Yun reminded the guy that he had fulfilled his condition, and now it was his turn. He also quickly intimidated him that if he did not do his part, they would blow up the detonator on him. Continuing, he warned him not to act recklessly because he needed antiques and the guy needed life. As for his father, he can simply call another person from his family, who will come immediately. Realizing his predicament, the fighter decided to give away the antiques. Having quickly obtained what he wanted, the man handed it over to Old Man D for inspection and became convinced of its authenticity. Immediately after this, he asked to bring Kathleen's father, but then turned to the guy. He said that he was aware of Robin's skill and courage, but did not believe that the explosives were real. The bandit offers a deal: shoot the detonator, and if it explodes, he will return 2 antiques. And if it doesn't explode, then the guy will die in vain, and the bandit himself will receive 2 antiques, naturally letting his father go. The bandit reminds him that he said earlier that his interest lies only in money, and he doesn't care about stupid games. So there is a proposal to remove the explosives. The guy stands his ground and reminds him that he doesn't need money. People's lives are important to him, and if they are pressured, they will not be friendly towards them. He showed a sign behind his back to an acquaintance who was sitting in the car, and the guy with blue hair realized that he needed to press the button. The trunk opens and 4 drones with small white boxes fly out. The long-haired guy says that since they came here, they are not afraid of gangster tricks. An explosion erupted from one box, and the vast space was filled with fire and acrid smoke. The bandits are at a loss, because this thing is much more difficult to handle than explosives. The guy scoffs, offering to shoot one of these drones at home and see which of them will die faster. The bandit is indignant at how some American was able to get so many explosives, and tells him not to try to scare them with this. Since they know that the guy is into mixed martial arts, they had to find out what his uncle's son does. It turns out that the son will receive a doctorate in the field of explosive materials and ammunition engineering and explosive technology. In fact, the guy in the car was the strongest, but it was hard to understand, because differences in culture are an insidious thing. Boss Yoon asks his subordinates if this family really has a person in the field of explosives. The poor people began to worry because there is someone who is studying excellently, but it is not particularly clear in what. The boss is very angry and asks to bring the old man quickly because the sky is full of explosives. Mr. Chi is offered to leave his boss because right now an opportunity has arisen that has alerted him. It appears to take antique lovers with you and leave them with each other. Let them sort it out themselves. Mr. Chi worries whether their subordinates will be enough to escape from Boss Yoon. Enough, his partner tells him. And there are enough cars to go straight to Myanmar. He has to be careful that because of the boss's attention, there is a chance of getting into trouble in the future. Their people need to be gathered at the bamboo house. And when everyone gets into the cars, they will shoot down the drones and let the boss sort out the rest himself. Having run to the bamboo house, they noticed something strange. All the guards outside had been defeated. When they went inside, they found untied ropes, empty chairs, and no people. 15 minutes ago, one of the bandits dragged a beaten and tied man into this house. It was Kathleen's father, and due to his shackled limbs, he collapsed on the floor, only grunting because his mouth was sealed with tape. The bandits found it funny how the man resisted, calling him a typical American bag of bones, and assumed that it would last about a minute. They laughing ask the old man to warn him when he begins to kick, and only in this case will they lift him up. Out of nowhere, a threatening voice burst out across the entire room, telling the pathetic bandits to laugh while they can. They immediately got scared and turned around, making faces but didn't see anyone, and the invisible guy continued to scare. The bad guys got what they deserved and fell to the floor from the powerful blows that hit their bodies. The kidnapped people began to panic when they saw a large figure flash by and decided that there were ghosts here. Then Loaf appears, turning off his invisibility abilities, and removes the improvised gag from Robin's father's mouth. The kidnapped man wonders who his savior is, because he sees such a person for the first time. Batten asks to be silent, unravels the ropes, and raising the old man, asks to follow him. But behind them there were still the kidnapped, who, seeing hope of salvation, began to make lowing noises, asking for help. Batten agrees to save the others too, because at the back door he has already eliminated all the obstacles. He releases them from the ropes and allows people to remove their gags, but for the sake of safety, he asks them to remain silent. Taking Kathleen's beaten and barely standing father by the arm, he asks all the abducted to follow him to the exit. No one believes their eyes and cannot understand who he is. A man, a god, a ghost, or a mystical creature. Seeing the explosion from the drone, Batten immediately guesses in which direction the seventh brother is. He watches what is happening from his camera and admires how cool it is. He's happy to see the Doctor of Science in the car, and is not surprised why his brother's choice fell on this guy. But Batten still needs to hurry up to save people before the situation gets out of control. He opens the car using the keys found in the pocket of one of the bandits and invites people there. He instructs people to tow these cars out of the car as quickly as possible, and everyone immediately agrees with him. Baton attaches his highly versatile microphone to Robin's father's shirt. Having finished saving people here, he rather goes to help his brother. The man is perplexed as to who just spoke to him and why he doesn't remember anything. People forget Batten as soon as he leaves their sight and stops intersecting with them. The man doesn't understand where the keys come from in his hands, but now is not the time to figure it out. The main thing is to escape. The cars drive away, The instinct of self-preservation itself should lead people to a safe place. Just in case, the guy is going to smash the remaining car, enlarging the object several times. Batten stops at the fact that he pierced the hood of the car, because in fact she will not be able to leave. On the way to his brother, while he is running, he thinks that he still needs to be a less impulsive son-in-law. After all these events, two subordinates appear who are going to betray Boss Yoon. Batten, who had not gone far, hears their conversation from the neighboring bushes and pays attention to it. Wearing an invisibility cap, he watches who is participating in the conversation and hears their plan. The streamer is furious. He is angry at how vile these subordinates are acting. He comes up with the idea to take advantage of this and set them against each other. But he pushes these thoughts aside, because this is too painstaking work, and there is no point in stooping to their level. He waited until they all gathered in one place and began to cut down one by one, the first to fall under the hand of Mr. Chi. Having coped, Batten notices a red case opening it. He recognizes his uncle's artifact and takes it with him. With his enlarged weapon, he breaks all firearms so that no one can use them. Boss Yoon wonders why the guys still haven't brought another person here. It makes him worry. Brother Robin wants to see his father as soon as possible and make a deal with the bandits. At this time, Batten, using the same weapon, destroyed the luxury motorcycle of one of the bandits. A loud sound attracts attention, and its owner heads out with a gun to know what's going on there. The guy is scared. He can't even think that Batten is standing next to him with a smug smile. Two bandits suspected something was wrong and were ready to defend themselves from a possible ghost. They get hit in the face by the main character, who is not happy about being called a ghost. He appeals to the seventh brother with a request to dismantle his drones, because they are too dangerous. The guy is very happy to see his friend because during the brawl he almost forgot that he was also here. Batten is worried about drones because they have a long range and dodging will be a problem. After this thought, one of the explosive devices heads straight towards our hero. He manages to react before one of the drones reaches him. With a dumbbell that comes to hand, he shoots down the flying device that is so zealously trying to fly into the main character. The drone falls, and Batten immediately falls to the ground, thinking that there would be a strong explosion. But nothing happened, and the device dropped the package it had been holding all this time. The guy thought that the explosives could be activated remotely, but not explode upon impact. However, at that moment Robin approached him, and explained that the bomb was not real, as they had nowhere to get that much explosives. Then the guy felt confused, because it was extremely risky to try to scare the enemies with a fake. Boss Yoon only now realized that he had been fooled. He was extremely irritated by the fact that he had been so easily deceived. However, his displeasure only fueled Robin's rage, since the bald man clearly had no say. And since Yoon woke up so easily, the man decided to hit him a couple more times. Baldy tried to retreat, but a sweeping kick immediately landed in his chest. Without ceremony, Robin made a grab, wrapping his arm around the dark-skinned man's neck. Leaving him, the man went to the second bandit, clearly intending to hurt him. He took a handful of earth in his hand, saying that the guys like to show off their tongues too much, so the dirt immediately ended up in the mouth of the dark-skinned man with dreadlocks. But such cruelty was unjustified, as Batten immediately noted when he stopped Robin. However, it was already a little too late, because the bandit's face looked as if he would never be able to wake up. Having calmed down, Robin finally realized that everything was behind him. Now all they could do was think about what they would do next. Suddenly, Robin remembered his father, but Batten immediately stopped him, saying that he had figured everything out. The man visibly perked up as he asked if their father was safe. Batten didn't expect Robin to say it that way, but later he replied with a smile that he had freed the old man and the other people who were there. The man also noted that the main character refers to his father as a common one, clearly hinting at their growing connection. A little later, he handed Uncle San a small box, saying that it belonged to him. The old man took the box and immediately recognized what was in it. However, they were interrupted by a guy who got out of a black car that had just pulled up. He asked the hero about his condition, but he replied that he had escaped with only a slight fright. The bespectacled man explained that his name was Wu Yuan-di, and that he was the 17th son and eldest. The two guys finished the formalities, and then Batten asked if the explosives were really fake. He also said that they had little time and materials, and therefore there was only one drone with explosives, but even that had already been used. Baton was loaded with scientific terms, and was pleasantly surprised by how smart the 17th was. While they were thinking about what to do next, they heard a police siren. Meanwhile, the kidnapped people had already managed to bring the police with them. One of them asked if they could trust the Thai police, but the plump one replied that he was on good terms with their chief inspector. Meanwhile, Caitlin's father began to remember how Batten had saved him. He was grateful to the boy, and now he became interested in what was happening to this nice guy. Right now, they were on their way with the police to help him and the others. Batten realized this, and decided to tell his brothers that they would arrive here soon, and therefore, they needed to get out. He was clean before the law enforcement officers, because he had not killed anyone, but still, an explosion had recently occurred here. 17 said they needed to get the kidnappers' fingerprints and pin everything on them. Robin said that they had too little time. Batten decided to do as the 17th said, and the rest they would improvise. And the police raced along the uneven road, getting ever closer to the scene of action. And after some time, they finally arrived. Caitlin's father immediately jumped out of the car and the boys greeted him. They explained that they were okay, and the man was very happy about this. He immediately rushed to Batten and hugged him tightly, as if he didn't believe that he was still alive. The father's soul trembled at this moment, and stingy tears flowed down his cheeks. The kidnapped men immediately recognized Batten as their savior, and the main character noticed their intent gazes. But they looked away, as if to show that they knew nothing. A little later, an officer approached Batten and asked him to explain what had happened there. He was from Warden Zhang's group, and there were two versions of what happened. Either there was a feud between the kidnappers, or their group heroically dealt with the criminals. The plump man approached the law enforcement officer and said that Senior Inspector Sucha should have warned the man that he, Luang, was ready to cooperate with them. But Batten did not understand this move. However, the officer immediately grabbed Luang's hand with both hands. He thanked the man with a smile for his help in solving the kidnapping case. He also shook Batten's hand, but the hero did not understand why the officer's mood had changed so abruptly. What was incredible was that just one phrase changed the entire investigation. The officer also praised his subordinates, saying that the Thai police did an excellent job. Baton didn't argue with this, but only looked at them in confusion. Luang invited the hero and Mr. Wu to a meal in connection with the disclosure of the crime, and Caitlin's father sincerely admired his future son-in-law, who single-handedly saved people from kidnappers. The guys went to eat, but the hero suddenly stopped and said that he needed to make a call. The connection was weak in this remote area, and so a voice came over the phone a little later. His girlfriend was surprised that Meng Fan decided to call her now, but he didn't want to keep her in suspense and asked her to wait a second. Her father appeared in the frame and joyfully announced that he was okay. The daughter's joy knew no bounds, because there was a chance that she could lose her father. They finished talking, and after a while Batten was already anticipating how full he would be. The food looked very appetizing, and Luang asked the guy not to be shy. And although he ate very diligently, he kept in mind that he would soon have a competition, and therefore he needed to be more restrained in his eating. However, the boy was so hungry that the roast duck began to talk to him. Batten said that he would definitely eat it, and she said that a guy should back up his words with actions. The baked duck, crayfish and hot sauce and beef steak completely blew the guy's head off. He could no longer contain his desire to eat everything he saw. After the meal, they went to the airport. Batten asked his seventh brother to return to Shanghai, while he would go to Hua City to prepare for the competition. Finally, they had to part. The 17th son stayed with Batten and decided to ask him about something. He was curious about the guy's relationship with Mei Kai Tang. Batten was very surprised that the 17th was familiar with his older sister. There was a pause, and the bespectacled man also asked if the main character was in Shizi when she received the award. Then the sister said that she was dating Batten, but later the 17th found out that he was dating Toon. And although he wasn't sure that the guy wasn't a womanizer, he was still curious about the relationship between Meng and Mei. However, he sternly stated that they had a brother-sister relationship, since she was the daughter of his fourth uncle. Then the bespectacled man asked if she was his older sister. Baton was surprised by his insight and asked how he understood it. The bespectacled man replied that it was a long story. After Batten started dating Tong Tong, the guy saw a lot of news about them, and in particular, there were rumors about the relationship between the hero and Bai Ji. 17 realized that the hero didn't know Su Ching Chen, and thought that the guy had a much closer relationship with Mei Chai Wei. And if you remember Bai Ji, then obviously the next thing that comes to mind is Mei Kai Wei, who is also from the city of Wen, and has the same surname. The main character was surprised by the guy's train of thought. And then he realized that the bespectacled man liked Mei Tsai Tang, and although he tried to justify himself, his face completely gave the guy away. Mei Tsai Tang was the most beautiful and talented girl, and while many guys were chasing her, he admired her from the sidelines. So he asked Batten if he would mind if the guy started courting her. The hero said without hesitation that he was against it. Glasses was unhappy, and said that he didn't mind Batten courting Wu Tong, and in general he doesn't care that some guy is against his love. The main character just smiled in response to this. He said that the 17th should continue to maintain this attitude, and he understood what his brother wanted to convey to him. After some time, the hero reached the city of Hua and immediately called Mr. Xiao to report that he had reached the athlete's dormitory but could not enter. Batten was asked to wait, but he became worried that he would be forced to wait there until dawn. Then he decided to look for a hotel nearby for now so he could return here tomorrow. But before he had gone far, someone's voice suddenly called out to him. The coach caught him red-handed, already thinking that Batten wanted to withdraw from the competition. The man said that the judo competition should be a priority for the boy, since only 16 of the world's best fighters can participate in it. To the old man's surprise, the boy repented and apologized for making him worry. Now their dialogue became less tense, and the man expressed his joy that Batten had returned. There were still 3 days left before the competition, so the hero had time to train. He managed to rest overnight, and the first stage of preparation was familiarization with the rules of the competition. There are 4 levels of scoring in Judo Ippon: Wazari, Yuko, and Koka. Batten stopped the old man's speech, saying that he knew the theory, but he lacked practice. However, the man insisted, saying that although the guy understood the theory, the readers did not know all the details. Ippon is the highest score awarded to a fighter if he throws his opponent onto his back, holds his opponent in a hold for 25 seconds, or if the attacked judoka submits. Wazari is awarded for a partial victory if, during an attack, a fighter quickly knocks his opponent down, but not all the conditions are met. Yuko was awarded if the attacker had laid the opponent on his side and was in complete control of him for 15 seconds. A Koka is awarded for throwing an opponent onto the hip or shoulder and holding him for 10 seconds. But there are penalties called Shido, for which 1 point is deducted. After a brief introduction, the trainer decided to move on to the practical part of the lesson. He also said that he had brought medicine with him, and suddenly asked someone to come into the hall. These were other judokas whom the old man had called as sparring partners. Batten thanked them in advance for their cooperation, and in his mind he noted that they looked like professionals. A little later, the battle was in full swing, and the coach was commenting on Meng Fan's fight. It was unusual for him to do this, and therefore the old man often scolded him. His movements must be consistent in order to throw the opponent to the floor, but intentionally avoiding the opponent counts as Shido, and if Batten is lying down like his opponent, he will not receive points. He also could not attack a lying opponent, as this was considered a foul, and when the hero went for a painful hold, the old man immediately stopped him, saying that they were prohibited. Batten should have remembered that in judo competitions, painful holds are only allowed on the elbow joint. Also, under certain conditions, a choke hold can be used. Several days of hard training passed, and finally, on January 16th, the day of the tournament arrived. The competition was held for men weighing 100 kilograms and above. The audience was excited that they would finally be able to see the Iron God in action. Some filmed and recorded everything they saw, hoping to study Meng Fan's technique. He, in turn, was already on his way to the arena, since he was in Group A under number 1, and his fight was the first. The audience screamed because they finally got to see their idol. However, some jokingly tried to tease the guy, which he immediately noticed. Looking around the podium, his eye caught a girl sitting in the middle of everyone else. It was Toon Toon who sincerely supported Batten. Her relatives were also sitting there, which is why the guy felt unexpected inspiration, because if they came, then he had to give it his all. The commentator began announcing the start of the international judo competition among senior men. The first to take to the tatami were China's Meng Fan and Austria's Steven Heideck. The opponent was 22 years old, but already at this age he was ranked 11th in the world international rankings. The gong sounded, and their duel began with a sharp lunge from Steven. He used a technique where he leaned on his opponent's stomach to knock him down. However, his foot felt like it had hit a brick wall. The move didn't work, as he couldn't move his opponent, so Meng Fan went on the attack. He immediately performed the Masutemi Waza technique. The hero fell to the floor, knocking over Steven's body. He tumbled backwards, and the commentator declared that this technique showed Meng Fan's true professionalism. The spectators weren't even surprised by how easily the guy dealt with his opponent. They found it funny, because for some reason the judge decided to award Batten a whole 100 points for this move. Other athletes frantically wrote down everything they saw so they could begin to learn these techniques, and Meng Fan's coach congratulated him on his victory. 20 minutes later, the second round of the competition began, and it was between Korean Kim Sung-min and Meng Fan. Viewers were interested to see how the main character's new opponent would perform, and Kim Sung-min's coach encouraged him, telling him not to be afraid. However, it was easier said than done, since the guy was already losing to Meng Fan. Meanwhile, Batten was thinking about the coach's words about having to give it his all even against weak opponents, and so his barely visible aura immediately burst out into the world. Meng Fan was extremely serious. He remembered that Kim Sung-min had strong legs but weak arms, and therefore they should be given priority. Like a wild cat, he put his hands forward and made a sharp lunge forward. Kim Sung-min dodged his attack, so a point was deducted from him and given to his opponent. The Korean felt extremely bad because he was unconsciously afraid of Batten. Trying to overcome his fear, he finally moved forward. Meng Fan took this as a challenge, and his gaze became extremely piercing again. This again threw the opponent off balance and he backed away, receiving another penalty. The judge immediately announced this for all to hear. Meanwhile, Meng Fan already had 2 Yuko-type points. The spectators were surprised by this fight, because usually Batten knocked everyone out in a few seconds. At this point, their fight was interrupted for a couple of minutes so that the referee could talk to the Korean. However, the hero thought that this was all part of a cunning plan. which is why he decided to become even more serious. His gaze became much more focused, and a menacing obsidian dragon seemed to appear behind him. Kim Sung-min seemed to be paralyzed and he stepped back again. For this, Batten received another point. The Korean had 3 penalties, and Mungfan already had 1 point from Wazari. Finally, Batten got tired of this farce and decided to end the fight with one move. He rushed at his opponent, but the latter began to literally run away from him. His feet tangled, he stumbled, and after falling, the judge awarded Mungfan an Ippon point and the match was won. But Tan was even upset, because he didn't consider this a real victory. The audience began to laugh and mock the cowardly Korean, and Batten's coach didn't even know what to say. Kim Sung-min understood that losing without a fight would be an indelible shame. His mind was at war with itself, because he did not understand how it was possible to fight against such a monster. And it was better to lose shamefully than what would have followed if the boy had overcome his fear. The South Korean coach came out onto the field and started cursing at everyone, saying it was an unfair victory. He protested, because in his opinion the judges' decisions were unfair, and the last 2 penalties were false. After the penalty was awarded, the referees should have allowed the coach to resolve the situation. However, they stood their ground, saying that a rematch would not change anything. The coach, in turn, began to get hysterical and demand a rematch. However, his student had simply begun to go crazy, because he did not want a rematch under any circumstances. Batan supported the opposing coach, because the guy was not happy with this match. One of the judges cleared his throat and thought for a moment. He said that the coach's protege would suffer further psychological trauma if the man achieved revenge. He still stood his ground, and then the judges sternly stated that he could appeal after the tournament. But for now, he had to leave. However, the coach did not want to calm down. Then the judges started to lose their nerve, and one of them said that if one participant avoids a fight 3 times in a row, the judges have the right to give his opponent Ippon. He stood up from the table and began to glare at the man, saying that if the coach continued to behave inappropriately, his right to appeal would be taken away. Ultimately, he could simply be suspended from competition for 3 months. Swallowing his pride, the South Korean coach hurried away, but at the end he stated that he would definitely file an appeal. Meanwhile, one of the tournament participants watched this whole performance with narrowed eyes, anticipating the battle with Mung Fan. 15 minutes later, the 3rd match of Group A began. The same bearded man began to walk out to the center of the ring, just like Batten. This time, the main character had to fight with Siva Rafael from Brazil, who was ranked 5th in the world and was a former Olympic bronze medalist. Soon their duel began, and Mung Fan started it with a grab. The man understood that the guy's flexibility left much to be desired, which meant he had to use high-speed techniques against him. He was one of the best at fighting in a prone position, but Mung Fan was not afraid of this. The Brazilian was surprised by the Chinese man's resilience, who refused to fall. However, Batten decided to follow his opponent's wishes and fight him on the ground. After performing a difficult move, he turned his back towards Rafael's chest with one sharp turn, and the momentum left over from the sharp turn caused the Brazilian's body to flip over his opponent and fall to the tatami. There was a brief pause, which Mung Fan decided to take advantage of. He applied a painful hold on the elbow joint, not allowing the Brazilian to move. The judge awarded the guy Ippon and announced that he would advance to the finals. The audience was taken aback by this performance, as the guy continued to defeat the best of the best, using minimal effort. Batten was enjoying the attention, but suddenly a Brazilian appeared in front of him. He sincerely apologized, saying that he had been too arrogant towards him. The hero didn't know what to answer and accepted the apology with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the Batten brothers were unable to attend the competition, but watched it live on the broadcast. The blonde announced that this would be his 2nd time commentating on a match by Mung Fan, who, in addition to his fighting skills, is a record holder in arcade basketball. Noodles also stated that he is also good at voice acting. Meng Fan's next opponent was Japan's Hisaki Harasawa, who took 2nd place at the last Olympics. The commentator also announced Batten, saying that he had already won 3 clear victories, receiving Ippon. His brothers were rooting for him, believing in his victory. The fight began. The commentator quickly announced that both fighters began to test each other, but a second later he loudly declared that Mung Fan had won, receiving Ippon. The judges gave their scores and no one had any objections. Batten received the title of Master of Sports, and his gold medal is in no way inferior to the medal of the world champion. This was the first gold medal in judo since 1983. Meanwhile, Mark finally approached the laptop, asking if the competition had started, and 2 guys with empty eyes declared that it was already over. The blonde felt as if he had been struck by lightning, because he had missed all the fun. The commentator said that the match went by too fast, and that they would now watch it again at 10 times slower speed. Meng Fan saw a weak spot in his opponent's defense and immediately grabbed his arm, sweeping him and throwing him. But his opponent quickly reacted and retreated to prevent the guy from throwing, and at that moment, Mung Fan instantly changed his stance, performing a throw with an outside arm grab, distributing his force perfectly. It was such a beautiful and smooth jerk that the commentator decided to watch it again several more times. And as a result, Hisaki was laid on the tatami. The guys confirmed that it was very powerful. And after the live broadcast ended, they turned off the laptop. Next came the awards ceremony, which was too boring to watch. Meng Fan took the honorable first place, smiling at the audience. For his victory, he received 3 points of champion glory, now having as many as 14 points, which gave him a 7% increase to all characteristics. One of the journalists waited meekly for Meng Fan to approach him, since he was no longer going to run after the guy. However, he first approached Tun Tun and asked if this medal was heavier. She said that it was, and her mother said that this medal looked better than the one her brother received at the Asian Games. The journalist overheard their dialogue and was extremely surprised by such strange phrases. However, he immediately decided to approach Meng Fan, asking him how he felt after winning this time. He first of all thanked the national judo team. After all, the coach arranged a 3-day training session for him so that he could get used to the rules of judo, since Batten had no experience in this sport. The journalist was simply taken aback by the fact that the guy won without knowing the rules. Now Meng Fan thanked his girlfriend Tong Tong and her family, and although he said that everyone was helping him with his nerves, the journalist saw that he was as calm as a boa constrictor. Suddenly Batten was distracted from this little interview by seeing a familiar face. His coach was walking towards him, and Meng Fan immediately moved towards him. The old man hugged him warmly and congratulated him on such a great victory. Then all his friends and acquaintances began to congratulate Batten, throwing him into the air. After the award ceremony, Meng Fan met with the old man again and asked if he had any other competitions planned. But he refused, saying that no one would hold such a thing around the new year. Batten was already hoping that he would be able to pause his diet. The old man did not want to upset him and said that the guy could afford a little more than usual. Batten was incredibly happy with this news. He said that the coach shouldn't worry, and he asked the guy to stay in touch. They said goodbye, and the hero was already looking forward to eating beef cooked in the Kaoshin region. Suddenly, the door behind the old man opened slightly. He heard the sound and immediately turned in that direction. They were fighters from another team who were looking for Meng Fan. Then the old man asked why they were looking for him, and they just bowed and said that they wanted to visit the guy and ask him about martial techniques. They were very eager to learn something from Meng Fan's experience. However, the old man was not very surprised by such zeal. However, he hastened to disappoint the guys because Batten was returning home today. Then the leader of their group asked to exchange experiences with the old man's team. Their team already sends 1 person to Japan for exchange, but this number could be increased to 5. The old man, however, saw this as a great learning opportunity for their entire national team. The coach then said that he would call and ask Meng Fan about it. Meanwhile, he was already sitting in the establishment, eating food. He said he didn't think it was a good deal because they would be teaching their opponents that they would have a better chance of beating them. They may look polite on the outside, but on the tatami they won't be as soft. He asked the old man to think of something to refuse them more gently. After this, the coach approached the Japanese and said that Meng Fan would not be able to come due to his urgent business. The boys said goodbye to the old man and walked away with sad faces. Then the coach thought that they also needed to pay more attention to Meng Fan's techniques. When he returns, he needs to apply to create a research team so that they can study Batten's tactics in detail. And then they will turn Meng Fan from a secret weapon into a strategic one. When Batten was already home, Tun Tun asked when he was going to go to his parents, but he said that his sister would be celebrating the new year with a film crew, and his mother would only return at the end of the year. He had nowhere to rush, so he asked the girl to stay with him for a few days. She agreed with this proposal and offered to go get groceries if he was hungry, but he said that it depended on how hungry Tung Tung was. She said she wasn't particularly hungry. Then the guy asked her for help in practicing some judo techniques, and when Batten led her up the stairs, he realized something. And then he stated that further images are not recommended for viewing by children. The next day they didn't go outside until the evening, and Meng Fan was surprised by how much snow had fallen. And although the girl complained that the guy lay in bed for half a day, he mocked her, saying that it was for her that he fought to the last. Suddenly Tun Tun leaned over and picked up some snow in her hands. It was very sticky, so she asked Loaf to make a snowman, and at that fateful moment, a strong wind blew over Meng Fan. He immediately flew into a tree whose branches were right above the hero's head, and all the snow decided to suddenly fall on Batten's head. There was no need to make a snowman, because Meng Fan himself became one. Tun Tun thought it was really funny, and she decided to take a photo with the guy while he had this sad expression on his face. And although his smile looked forced, the situation was truly funny. Passers-by also noticed Meng Fan's sad look and asked to take a photo with him, as if he were a landmark. And he reluctantly agreed, thinking that the system had promised him 1 point for luck. Passers-by took a few photos and told Batten to be careful, as he could freeze something. Then, like a dog, he began to shake off the snow, which immediately flew at the others. Tun Tun took his hands and asked how he felt, but but he said that everything was fine. This warm scene caused a fit of envy among passers-by, and they resolutely began to disperse. Laughing, the girl asked why the guy was so unlucky, and he said that he spent all his luck to meet Tun. However, such a compliment only raised more questions, and she sternly declared that, on the contrary, she should have increased his luck. The guy playfully declared that he had deliberately poured so much snow on himself so that his girlfriend would smile. However, she didn't believe him. On the way, they met the director, who immediately recognized Mung Fan. Charlie saw him on TV and said that Batten never ceases to amaze him. The guy immediately apologized for not having time to finish the voiceover due to competitions, and then added that in the near future, he will be promoting his one-episode series called Eccentric in the Outback. Then he would be able to mention another work, which the man was incredibly happy about. Charlie thanked him for the service he had rendered. In the evening, Batten turned on the live broadcast and greeted the viewers. There were a lot of happy messages on the screen, and the guy mentioned that pre-orders for his manhwa had recently appeared. There were a lot of toxic people in the chat, which shocked Batten a little. That's why he hesitated a little, and the phone on his desk suddenly vibrated. It was none other than Coach Xiao who called him, so he apologized to the audience and said that he needed to answer a call, and in the meantime, they could listen to Tung's song. Sitting on the toilet lid, he listened to the old man frantically report that Lin Dazhao had been attacked by his fans. The guy congratulated his colleague on social media. However, fans noticed that he was the only one who did not come up and pick up the Iron God, meaning that his intentions were not sincere. Batten read all this while sitting on the toilet, and his hand began to shake nervously. He was so enraged that he couldn't contain himself, and his phone screen started to crack. There was no face on him, and now he was already going up to his computer, where Tun was sitting. She saw her boyfriend and asked the audience to wait, getting up from the table. It wasn't hard for her to understand that something was wrong with Batten, but he pulled himself together and said that he would tell her everything after the broadcast. He sat down at the computer and apologized for keeping the audience waiting. He went on to say that it had been a while since their last broadcast, and he realized how strange their stream looked right now. He is grateful to everyone for their support, but now he wanted to ask new subscribers why they criticize old fans. They explained this by saying that they were calling him fat, which is completely unacceptable. However, the guy did not tolerate this. Those people called him that because they love him, and have been watching him since the time when he was really huge. They were with him at every stage and witnessed everything he did to himself. They are different from new fans, because they are all his old friends who have been with him all the way from the very bottom. And these people weren't trying to offend him, but the overreaction of new subscribers offends Batten. He had experienced cyberbullying and understood very well what it was like to feel insulted and misunderstood. And the guy didn't want these new people to hurt those who were really dear to him. And if this is all because of personal animosity, then they will not dare to accuse him of rudeness. All the soft-hearted viewers immediately left the stream after seeing Mung Fan's sharp gaze, and their number immediately jumped from 112,000 to 80,000. Suddenly the guy heard quiet and light steps approaching him. It was Tun who was looking at him with a smile, and stroking his head she cooled his ardor. Drawing remained the main theme of the broadcast, so he planned to give away today's painting to subscribers who had pre-ordered the book. During his work, he will sing and voice his actions so that the audience does not get bored. He also hoped that they would love his book more than him, and therefore he asked them not to just buy his work if they didn't like it. Although of course he didn't mind if, in addition to comics, they also loved him. He playfully added that, frankly speaking, everyone likes him with his appearance, but his manhwa is much more beautiful. His controversial statements became a subject of debate in the chat, and the atmosphere became much more friendly. Half an hour later, he decided to give away 10 tickets to the film Madman, in which he took part in the dubbing. Before the upcoming prank, he theatrically sang his character's most popular phrases, and when it became completely dark outside, his stream ended. He and Tun went to bed, but the guy was still looking at something on his phone. He was still stressed about the situation where some guys beat up his colleague. Tung sensed his confusion, and suddenly said that such behavior was the result of a kind of brainwashing. Some people are campaigning, taking advantage of their popularity, profiting from it, and if you look at it that way, they are victims of sorts. This calmed the guy down a little, but he thought too much about his guys who were forced to listen to all this. He had a hard time holding back, and the girl said that the angrier he got, the less right things he said. Tung's wise words cleared the boy's mind, for which he thanked her. The next morning, Mung Fan wrote on his social media account what he thought about the situation and apologized to Lin Dazhao. Many apologized in the comments under that very post, but some still stood their ground. This upset Mung Fan, but Tong tried to calm him down, saying that human nature cannot be fought. The guy sadly stated that he had overestimated his capabilities. However, the girl clung to him, saying that he had done everything he could. After all, the higher you climb, the stronger the wind blows. But the hero could not be afraid of this, because the girl would always come to him, and he will say that he is not a god, but a simple man. Tong Tong was able to find the right words again, causing Meng Fan's sadness to immediately disappear. A little later they had to leave. He told the girl that he would first take her to Shanghai, and then return back to Wenzhou. Suddenly his phone vibrated. At that moment, the editor called him, who immediately began babbling something frantically. The guy realized that something had happened and asked the man to speak more slowly. Toon Toon also became worried, and asked if it was because of the comic. But Meng Fan's face changed so much that it was immediately clear that something completely out of the ordinary had happened. Toon Toon's voice trembled and she asked worriedly what happened. Meng Fan smiled happily and loudly announced that their comic was already on sale, and the first 180,000 copies had been sold out. It was truly amazing. The very next day, the 27th, Meng Fan was already heading to the bus station. He was met by two cousins, Meng Chailan and Meng Chaihui. He thought they didn't have money for travel, but the girls made an effort to meet him. There was some incident nearby, and some girl was arguing with some guys. It was Meng Cailian's sister who was scolding the guy whose car crashed into another. She said she would beat him up for it, but the man started to provoke her. And the girl actually gave him a hard slap in the face. His friends stood up for him, saying that the girl was finished. However, the other guy's fist was stopped by a strong hand. It was Meng Fan who managed to save his sister from being beaten. He asked what happened here, but she said that they would discuss it later. While entering a fight, the girl crushed the foot of one of her opponents with her heel. He felt incredible pain and immediately retreated. His friend didn't think twice about this and started attacking the woman. However, a huge lump of tight muscles named Meng Fan immediately appeared in his line of sight. Now the sister explained that the car on top belonged to these idiots, and there were people in the back seats below. Meng Cailian had already called the police, so she wasn't afraid of them. Then Meng Fan decided to solve this problem himself, because access to the rear seats was blocked. The parents tried to free their daughter, who was stuck in the back seat of the car. This couldn't continue any longer, because the roof might not hold up and be pushed right into the cabin, and the guys who ran into the white car were just waiting for the crane. And while the mother of the family was calming her daughter, Meng Fan was thinking about how to help her. However, there was less and less time for this, because the car was being pushed downwards more and more. The little girl was increasingly panicking, as there was a chance that she would simply be crushed. And the hero realized that from now on there was no time to wait. He decided to take action by asking the car's owners for permission to help. Suddenly one of them began to guess who this guy was. He climbed onto the front of the lower machine, thinking that he would have to use force here. However, no one believed in him, because moving the SUV was an extremely difficult task even for a group of people. Meng Fan immediately spoke up, saying that he needed 2 strong men to hold the roof up to prevent it from falling. The girl was already crying and tearfully begging for help, but Batten convinced her that he would save her no matter what. Having encouraged the boys, he asked them to simply trust him. The girl's parents also hoped that everything would work out for him, and when everyone had taken up their positions, the guys reported that they were ready. Meng Fan grabbed the front of the car and took a deep breath. Finally, his hands came into action, and he pulled the car up with all his strength. With a strained cry, he lifted the car a whole meter into the air, and later he even turned it over in the other direction. People couldn't believe their eyes, because Meng Fan's strength was comparable to that of a bear. The guys tried to open the jam door, but they were unsuccessful. Then Batten took everything into his own hands again and tore it off along with the hinges. The people around him froze in shock, because no one expected such terrifying power from Meng Fan. The girl was finally able to escape from the trap, and Batten made sure that she was okay. By turning the car over and tearing the door off with his bare hands, he was able to save the poor baby. The parents warmly thanked their savior, who urged them to go to the hospital as quickly as possible. However, the guys were not so happy about this situation, because their car flipped over and started smoking. They were more concerned that they all had to wait for the police to arrive in order to properly handle the situation. And such inhumanity made Meng Fan feel righteous anger. He coldly asked what was more important to the guy, a person or a machine. And he answered without a doubt that he would prefer a car. Then Batten grabbed him by the clothes, saying that he was giving him another chance, and he suddenly screamed that he meant that the car was of no importance. Having received the correct answer, Meng Fan let him go. Then his sisters started running up to him, showering him with compliments. Meng Cailian couldn't believe that this was the same fat man she remembered. However, the guy immediately declared that he was very hungry. And then the girl realized that it really was her little brother. And since everything was going well, Meng Fan urged them to set out on their journey. However, someone suddenly grabbed the girl by the hand. One of the men said that they couldn't leave because his car was damaged, and there was no one to answer for it. Besides, his brother was crippled. The girl immediately pulled her hand back, threateningly declaring that these impudent people did not bother to help people, and now they want to make them feel guilty. Meng Fan decided to take matters into his own hands, asking the girls to go to the car. Although he was hungry, it was bearable for now. However, The father of the family approached them and said that they would sort everything out themselves, and Batten and his family could leave. Meng Lian's tone immediately softened, and she said that they shouldn't take all the blame on themselves since they weren't the ones to blame. So she gave him a business card, saying that if he had any problems, they could call her. And if these impudent fellows shirk responsibility, the girl will find a way to deal with them. The man accepted the business card, leaving it to thank the lady later. And finally the Meng family set off on their journey. They reached their expensive car and began to sit down. And later they set off on their way, passing near the scene of the incident. The perpetrators of the crime realized who they were dealing with only when they saw her Bentley. Not far from them, someone stood on a hill, filming everything on his phone to post it online. Meng Fan was surprised by the kind of car his sister bought for herself. She offered to buy him the same one, but he refused. The girl playfully said that this upset her, because she liked giving gifts. Kai Lian was the richest in their family, Kai Ju was the most famous, Kai He was the freest, and Kai Tang was the most educated. They decided to give Fanya the honorary title of the fattest in their family. Kai Lian suddenly said that they would go to her today, since Uncle and the others would not return today. The girl's mother was waiting for them there and immediately greeted them. Meng Fan immediately paid his aunt several compliments, as she remained as slender and beautiful as ever. However, the woman did not remain in debt, noticing how handsome the guy had become. But the girls stopped their exchange of compliments, saying that they were very hungry. A little later, the aunt warmed up the food and they began to eat. Cylin worried that at this rate, Meng Fan would get fat again. Her sister was of the same opinion. However, the guy resorted to blackmail, saying that he would now eat all the crabs, which is why the girl apologized to him. The third sister asked him where they would go after dinner. Auntie didn't give Batten a word, saying that they wouldn't go anywhere and would play mahjong with her. It would be a terrible test, because she never loses, and the video of the Iron God flipping a car was already online. The comments were filled with conspiracy theories, as one subscriber discovered that Tei Shen and Kai Wei share the same surname as the main character, Meng. Meanwhile, the action moved somewhere into the mountains. The plump woman carried 2 buckets of water, but at the most unexpected moment, a stone fell under her foot and she tripped over it. Her body began to tremble, and the buckets of water only made it more difficult to get out of the situation. And then they fell, spilling all the liquid out of themselves. For the girl, it was like a death sentence. Pure horror was visible in her eyes. There was practically nothing left in the buckets. And then the girl screamed helplessly, drowning out all her inner despair. The director waved his hand and said that this take was filmed perfectly, but another one was needed. Suddenly, one of Zhang Yemo's charges ran up to him. He showed him the latest news, the headlines of which said that Meng Kai Wei and the Iron God were probably brother and sister. The actress with the buckets was that girl, so the director called her. He asked if it was true, and Kai Wei confirmed it. Zhang Yemo was very happy, because they were on the first page of queries. He also asked the girl to contact Batten and ask him to play a cameo role. Although she promised to ask him, Kai Wei didn't think anything would come of it. Meanwhile, the Meng family sat and played mahjong. Auntie looked closely at her gaming pieces, and she thought hard about what to throw away, a 9 or a 1. She spent a very long time calculating the combinations in her head, which is why the young people got bored. 15 minutes later, she finally decided to start the game with an 8, and she put the gambling chip in the center of the table. Baton was delighted with this outcome of events, and the aunt managed to be surprised, because she clearly expected something different. However, Kai Lian immediately hit him on the leg, telling him not to even think about cheating. Then Meng Fan had to accept the new rules of the game. He looked closely at his chips. However, his phone didn't allow him to finish his thought. It vibrated sharply in his pants pocket. The guy needed to answer urgently, so he left the table. And when he answered, he realized that his sister was calling him. She said that they were trending in search queries, and he just boredly replied that he didn't care about it. In any case, it was only a matter of time, and so the girl asked him to confirm everything, to which he agreed. She also talked about wanting to invite him to play a cameo role in the film in order to promote it. The guy needed time to think about it, but first, he added that a girl doesn't necessarily have to use it to become successful, because she can simply do what she loves. In his opinion, his participation could lead to unpleasant consequences. It's like when the names of stars are printed on posters, but the audience comes and finds out that they only appear in a small part of an episode. Then the girl understood what he wanted to convey. She didn't think about it because she is an experienced actress, but sometimes she is stupid in such simple things. However, Batten only said that he knows better from the outside, so he suggested recommending the film to his fans after its release. She agreed with a smile and added that she was going to come to them on December 30th. The action shifted to that date, when the family was gradually getting ready, and the blonde began to talk about how she needed to be on the set the next day. Her mother mockingly said that their superstar was too busy, but she countered this by saying that the woman had once left for Dubai in her 3rd year. Batten correctly noted that the blonde is just like her mother, and the latter's face reflected anger. The sister kissed her brother because he allegedly stood up for her. A second later, someone took a photo of them. And this photo, like the others, ended up on her social networks, where she proved that they are brother and sister. Baton responded to this post on his profile, once again confirming his fans' guess. Meanwhile, the action moved to the gates of Mungfan's residential complex. Some guys were watching him to get an exclusive, but it was not they who called out to him, but a little girl. Her parents immediately approached them, greeting them, and the girl screamed joyfully, saying that she knew she would meet Baton. The father explained that NN knows that the guy lives nearby, and that's why she wants to meet him every time. This scene was secretly filmed on camera. Baton stroked the girl's head and invited her to go and play with him. The guy who was taking pictures of them realized that he had seen this scene somewhere before. He realized that it was he who was that very nameless hero. The loaf was already on camera when he saved NN. The guy already thought that he had found a real sensation. His partner asked in surprise if he was sure. As proof, the first one said that only Mungfan was capable of such a thing. Plus, the current photo was taken from the perfect angle, making it immediately clear who is who. However, the partner was not happy about this, because earlier on the internet people tried to protect their new hero by not revealing his name. He expressed his concerns to his client, saying that there was a reason why no one had tried to uncover his identity. Chubby thought that all this was because people were too stupid. But the mustachioed man explained that in reality, no one talks about this because Baton is a hero, and if they publish it, it will be a matter of conscience. The guy had a different opinion, because people should know the truth. But this truth could kill people, which the man immediately said, ordering the photo to be deleted. They could die of starvation if they didn't sell the material, which is what the boy planned to do. But the mustachioed man was convincing. He tried to snatch the camera, but they both ended up letting it go. She immediately rolled out onto the asphalt. Baton approached the bushes to ask why the two of them were quarreling here. Besides, the camera is not to blame for anything, so there is no point in throwing it away like that. Then he picked it up and handed it to the two men. It was clear from the mustachioed man's look that he admired him, and so he immediately thanked him. The hero said he wasn't a fan of being followed, but he still had to thank them in return. And after that, he retired to his home. The boy took the camera in his hands and started doing something with it. After this, he decided to delete the photo himself. The mustachioed man smiled when he saw this, and he asked his partner not to worry, because they would be able to find another job, since there were a whole sea of criminals in the city. A little later, evening came. Baton trained and realized that the current dumbbells were not suitable for him. Then he picked up the barbell. Now his maximum was 100 kilograms, but the goal was to reach 200, which was an extremely difficult task for ordinary people. To avoid getting bored, he decided to turn on a video of the weightlifting team. Suddenly, the idea came to his mind to sell a few bars and buy new ones instead to free up space. So he immediately sold them to the system and bought a new one from there. After 3 days, he had managed to change somewhat. Although his weight increased by 4 kilograms, he did not gain weight, because he was only gaining muscle tissue. The result was not bad, but he still thought it was far from ideal. He was curious how his girlfriend would react when she saw his new look. However, she was already standing in the doorway, looking at this performance with embarrassment. Baton's face also turned red, and he asked when she arrived, but Tuntun was simply afraid to call out to him while admiring herself. The situation was extremely awkward, but still, the girl showed that she really liked the way the guy looked. Another 3 days passed, and now they were discussing the fact that the girl's studies were starting soon, and she needed to go to the Imperial Palace to prepare for the exhibition. She would be working on the Forbidden City for about another month, which meant they wouldn't see each other for a long time. However, the girl could not refuse this opportunity, because she wanted to implement her projects. The guy simply responded by saying that for him she was the best in the whole world. But the girl suddenly approached him and whispered in his ear that if he ate more than he was allowed behind her back, she would eat him. Then all he had to do was obediently obey his queen. The next day, school started, and the girls inside the school were already discussing how some beauty was looking for an iron god in the classrooms. She had a gift in her hands, and so some thought that she wanted to confess her love to Baton. It was known that the hero was dating Wu Tong, so everyone was curious about who would dare to challenge her. Meanwhile, Baton met her, and she was indeed holding a gift and apologizing for disturbing him. This was the same girl that Meng Fan saved. Her name was Shui Yingying. The guy didn't recognize her right away, because the makeup worked incredible miracles. The girl added that she was studying in Hangzhou, and had learned that he had classes today, so she came to thank him in person. It was a small gift from their family, and she hoped he would accept it. He wanted to refuse her, but she said that it was something inexpensive, since she made it herself. Baton liked things made with his own hands, and so he gladly accepted it. The girl happily said goodbye to him. The audience was unhappy, because they thought that the girl was confessing her love to him. Nobody got to see what they had dreamed up. Meanwhile, Baton was walking to his class, and more people were watching him. so he showed his signature smile, asking if they had looked enough. The guys jokingly promised that they would not tell his fiancée that he accepts gifts from every woman he meets. A little later, the bell rang to end the lesson. People began to emerge from their classrooms, enjoying their freedom. Meanwhile, Batten kept holding the gift in his hands while Noodles and Mark told him that rumors could not be nipped in the bud. The hero asked the black-haired man to take the box to the dormitory. He thought that the boy was afraid that Wutong would find the gift, but Batten dispelled his guess, saying that he would now go to the hall. However, Lapsha did not believe him, saying that the hero should not hide this gift from the girl. He began a lecture on how tough and honest a man should be. And as soon as he started saying something about fear of his soulmate, he saw his girlfriend. His opinion suddenly changed to the diametrically opposite, and the fair-haired girl confirmed his words. Her hand tightened on his shoulder so much that Lapsha wanted to scream, but the girl ignored it, asking Batten if he could take the black-haired man with him into the hall. Then the others volunteered to go with him. A little later, they arrived at the Budokan gym. Lapsha was inspired, and Batten explained to him that he shouldn't take on too much. However, the little one said that he shouldn't be looked down upon, since he was a boxer in his past life. The hero said that he was too weak to fight anyone, but Noodles suddenly challenged him. People around heard their conversation and whispered in surprise, saying that some brave man had decided to fight the Iron God. Even the real professionals hid, but Lapsha didn't back down. Then the boy felt proud, even though he couldn't answer for his words. Baton decided to teach him a lesson. He lifted the guy by his clothes, and he began to squeal in fear that he was afraid of heights. Meanwhile, they reached Batten's personal room. It even had a bathroom, which surprised the guys greatly. Some wanted to bathe in it, but the hero said that they could go to public showers or take a shower here, but not a bath. Lapsha called on him to take off his crown and was dissatisfied with this answer. A little later, Batten decided to warm up before his trainer arrived. To achieve this achievement, he had to lift a total of 10,000 tons. An hour later, someone called out to him. He saw Coach Xiao and Director John, and later asked what they were doing there. John explained that the coach was looking for a young man. The old man said that after the competition, their judo team created a special research group to study Batten's fighting style, and now he would like to conduct sparring. The hero was extremely surprised by this news. The coach, pointing to 3 guys, added that these were recruited by Old Man Hu, and therefore they could be ignored. And although Batten didn't have enough time for training, he couldn't disappoint his mentor. He said he only had an hour to spar. However, the old man said that this was more than enough, since the boys would be training on their own most of the time. Director Jean wanted to push Batten even harder, but the coach didn't allow him to do so. And while they were arguing, Robin intervened in their dispute, explaining that this place, in fact, belonged to him. They had no right to demand anything, because at the time the man had not asked for anything. Xiao asked since when he started reproaching him, but Robin advised them to grow up. Then their dispute flared up even more intensely, and now 3 parties were involved. However, Batten had his own opinion. People decided to listen to him. He explained that Zhang could add a few of his own guys, and Ji doesn't have many requirements for training a large team. Then the couple immediately agreed. A little later, all the necessary people gathered at the special training center. Batten explained that they would be practicing throws for the next hour. There were judokas and fighters there, which made them doubt that this type of training would work. However, the hero said that the boys were incapable of anything, and besides, this type of training would help Batten remember the rules. By breaking people's hearts, he explained to them their mistakes. He also took revenge on the judokas, throwing them to the floor. But this also benefited Batten, because he began to understand the rules of wrestling. An hour later, he was using mixed wrestling and judo techniques. However, the assistant coaches understood that nothing would come of this. They suggested that Batten take a rest and exchange a few words. Then the boy allowed the students to take a break and left. The men explained that the hero's method of training had confused the boys, and their violation rate had increased. But he said that they would get used to it after a while. But if their technology is as dirty, he won't waste their time anymore. 3 days later, the 6 people returned to the Qinhuangdao training base, and Batten continued to train, lifting weights. It's been half a month now, and he's made noticeable progress. The director informed the guy that he had already submitted an application to participate in the competition. Suddenly, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. It turned out to be very fortunate, because at that moment he received a call from the weightlifting and wrestling center. He answered the call and said he was listening to them. However, a moment later, surprise appeared on his face. The man grabbed his head and said that they should follow the agreement. Batten thought something was wrong with the competition, but the director said that they had arranged a weightlifting competition right after the wrestling competition abroad. The guy was surprised by this news, and a short time later they were already landing in Qatar. It was an extremely picturesque region, organized by human hands. The director explained that they would stay here for 5 days. He also said that the guy should not underestimate this opportunity, because he could receive an invitation to the Olympics. One of the tourists screamed when he saw the tiger. This was also surprising for the main character, and he looked sharply in that direction. There really was a tiger standing there on a leash with some Arab sheikh. Some people have heard that people in the Middle East are rich and keep lions and tigers, but now they have seen it in real life. The animal felt someone else's attention, and then he bared his teeth, looking at the people. The tigress especially didn't like Batten, and then the sheikh had to restrain Amy. The hero panicked, but his moral code forbade him to run away, leaving the people alone. Then he asked everyone to run away, and the tigress immediately pounced on the guy. He caught her in mid-flight, preventing her from biting his throat. Saliva dripped from the wild beast's mouth, and Batten's gaze, in turn, also became like that of a predator. The sheikh immediately ordered his guard to shoot the animal with a tranquilizer. Meanwhile, Batten held the wild animal, but then he decided to switch to a judo technique, grabbing the tigress by the head and turning around. The sheikh was simply taken aback by such a surprise. Then he threw the tigress to the ground, sat on her, and began to beat her on the head with his hands. The guy didn't need tranquilizers to subdue the creature. After this, the system gave him a new task to tame 100 beasts. He was surprised by such an unexpected occurrence, and then noticed that the tigress beneath him was squealing pitifully, and she looked even more pitiful than what Batten had to face a minute ago. Somehow he managed to tame her, and the animal soon began to cuddle up to the guy. He stroked her head, and Amy's tail happily beat the ground. The boy completed the first stage of the quest, taming one animal and receiving the taming skill along with 10 points. The sheikh looked at all this with bulging eyes. He couldn't understand when his tiger turned into a huge, obedient cat. That's why he immediately asked if Batten had ever kept such an animal. However, the guy was in no hurry to answer, rudely asking why he didn't apologize first. However, the man did not show off and immediately apologized. Batten thought that the tigress's behavior was influenced by the presence of the guy. Even though he was angry, they were now even. The hero agreed to the offered compensation, and the sheikh asked for an answer to the previous question. The guy said he was Meng Fan, an athlete from China, and he had never held a tiger. Then he hurried away. And after the man, he said that big cats are very cute, and penetrating the sheikh's soul with his expressive gaze, he added that he should keep a closer eye on them so that no one would get hurt. The predatory gaze did not escape the tigress, who also became frightened and stood rooted to the spot. A little later, the sheikh called his cat back, and the guard handed him a new collar. The man then placed it around the animal's neck and said that they should go and find out who this Meng Fan really was. The security guard promised to take care of it immediately. Meanwhile, the director's team discussed what they had seen, since not every person could stop a tiger with their bare hands. But their discussion was interrupted by Batten. Now they started asking him how many tricks this rascal had up his sleeve. Later, all this made it into the news, and people couldn't believe their eyes. The sheikh made sure that this guy was indeed a Chinese athlete. However, there was something else that the guard dug up on him. The man read everything he found with a surprised look. The guy was a cartoonist, the author of a popular work, a dubbing actor, a wrestler, a judoka, and also the strongest man in all of Asia. He was a truly amazing man when you add up all his achievements. Then the sheikh asked the guard to arrange a meeting for them. The action moved to Dubai. Batten's mother read the news and became scared. Her father heard her sighs and asked what had happened. She showed him the news on her phone and said that their son was almost eaten by a tiger today. Redhead was very surprised by this, but then he said that it was not a problem because he was just petting the cat. However, the woman was still worried. Besides, they were close to Qatar, so she wanted to go to the competition to support her son. A few days later, everyone watched the competition where Meng Fan won the Greco-Roman Wrestling Championship final by a wide margin. He won again in a landslide, again in the 9th second. All his friends and acquaintances were rooting for him and were happy for him. And even Wu Tong found time to watch her lover's progress. Meanwhile, Kai Wei was getting ready to take a shower, but a girl stopped her. She didn't understand why she needed to watch the live broadcast if the fight was already over, and the door slammed shut. However, she said that this was not the case, because she had just seen Kai Wei's parents in the hall. The blonde was very surprised by this news. Meanwhile, the award ceremony for the winner was in full swing. Batten was the only one to receive flowers personally from the president of the International Federation, because it's not every day that we see athletes who can prove their invincibility time and time again. This level of passion is a lifeline for wrestling, whose popularity has declined to such a point that it will soon be thrown out of the Olympic Games. So in the eyes of the Federation, Meng Fan is a kind of panda savior. The parents were very proud of their son's achievements and looked at him with a smile. Meng Fan's gaze caught their attention, and he realized that they had indeed come, and so he immediately handed them his medal. The mother took it and handed the previous medal to the father, looking at him with irony. Dad just laughed doomedly at this situation. And while they were playfully sorting things out, Meng Fan decided to go give an interview. Meanwhile, the sheikh approached the parents and asked the man if he was Mr. Meng Chuan. Asali said they met last year when the redhead was hired as the chief designer of a high-rise building in Lucé. The man seemed familiar to him, but he couldn't tell his interlocutor that he didn't remember him, because that would be too rude. He assumed the sheikh was staying close to Mr. Jaber. The sheikh thought that it was actually his father, but it was still really him. He also guessed that they were his parents, and so he told them that he wanted to invite Meng Fan to dinner, since he had recently been attacked by a tiger. The mother said that now they are free, but everything will depend on their son. The sheikh was satisfied with the answer and thanked the couple. Meanwhile, the coach addressed his team, saying that the Qatar National Sports Committee wanted to organize a reception in honor of their team, and therefore the people could rest. A little later, Meng Fan and his comrades were walking towards the palace. It was the mansion of Asali and his family, and the hero was surprised at how rich the man was. The sheikh's parents met Meng Fan's relatives and greeted them. The man said that he was very glad that these people were there now, because he had just started working on a construction project and was looking for a meeting with them. Meanwhile, the action moved to the garden. The protagonist walked forward and noticed Amy, who was spinning around somewhere nearby. He called her over, and she responded, immediately beginning to cuddle up to her new owner. This time, everything was fine with the tigress, which the guy immediately noticed. It was no wonder that almost all people love cats so much. Suddenly, one of Meng Fan's escorts asked to pet the tigress. She approached the animal and began to pet Amy cautiously. And as if in response to this, the bushes nearby immediately began to move. Meng Fan and his friend looked in that direction with apprehension, expecting danger. But the guy decided to go and see what was in those bushes. He came across another tiger, noting that this one was clearly larger than Amy. Therefore, he immediately asked the girl to move away so that the animal would not attack her. Meng Fan looked the tiger in the eyes and asked if it was really sure that it wanted to attack him. In response, the boy received only the predatory gaze of an animal whose muzzle was covered with old scars. However, Meng Fan did not remain in debt, giving the tiger a sinister look and an offer to pet it. The striped one immediately became frightened and began to back away. Then the hero asked why the tiger was afraid of him. He calmly said that the animal might not be afraid of him and might just come up to him. But the tiger decided to act differently, immediately making a dash towards the hero. People nearby became scared again, and Asali immediately realized that the situation had repeated itself. Meanwhile, the tiger grabbed his prey and tried to examine it with his eyes. However, the striped one did not take into account that in fact, there was only emptiness in his paws, and his claws were released for no reason. He began to look around with displeasure, searching for his opponent. But Meng Fan was already behind him, taking the tiger by surprise. The guy, smiling, hugged the animal from behind and lifted it to a level above his head. And with a sharp lunge, he threw the striped one over himself, hitting his head with a loud thud on the ground. Then Meng Fan decided to put his plans into action before the tiger could even realize it. His hands immediately fell on the beast's neck, beginning to frantically scratch the body part. The tiger thought that they were trying to catch him, and therefore a ferocious cry pierced the area. But he suddenly felt very pleased, which made the striped one relax. Like a house cat, he began to drool and closed his eyes in enjoyment. Their battle ended, and Meng Fan laughed and said that the tiger was no longer as fierce as it had originally been. For this, the guy immediately received another taming point. The scratching was finished, and then the boy pulled away from his new pet. The tiger was unhappy because he received too little affection. Meanwhile, Amy approached Meng Fan and also began to cuddle up to him. The tiger looked at her angrily, and the hero asked him to stop because there is nothing good in jealousy. The people around thought that Meng Fan was some kind of magician who could easily tame wild animals. Asali understood that Tai Li was different from Amy, because he was an adult male who should not be tamed at all. Meng Fan approached the sheikh and asked if he had many big cats. The man said that he only had 2 such pets, and Amy was his youngest. Tai Li was the eldest. Asali's younger brother had cheetahs, and the rest of the family had lions and chimpanzees. Then Meng Fan asked to give him a tour. The first enclosure contained dogs that were raised by Asali's mother. The dogs were quite cute and had no intention of attacking Meng Fan. The guy confirmed his suspicions that local rich people like to acquire northern breeds and keep them in their tropical climate. Asali said he wasn't sure when local women developed this urge, but his mother couldn't stay away. Meanwhile, the hero was glaring at one of the dogs. Asali invited Meng Fan to go for a walk with them, but he refused. The man also said they had more than a dozen Saluki dogs. This is their favorite breed of dog, possessing great endurance and speed, which is ideal for hunting antelope in the desert. And when they started to enter the hall, all the dogs immediately rushed towards Meng Fan. He noted that they were not very friendly, and this was indeed the case, because all the dogs were standing behind the fence and baring their teeth at the guy. Asali didn't understand why they were so aggressive, but the guy decided to come out from behind the gate straight to them. His hand immediately rushed out in a swift jerk, beginning to stroke everyone within its reach, and the dogs immediately began to come to their senses. Now they all bowed their heads and surrounded the guy, starting to fawn over him. The man behind him, in turn, did not understand why his dislike for Meng Fan instantly turned into wild affection. For tamed animals, the hero received the second level of Beast Tamer and 100 points. A little later, Asali showed the boy an Akalteke horse that his friend had given him, but it had too strong a temperament and no one dared to ride it. In response to this, Meng Fan looked at her as if challengingly. 3 minutes later, the guy was already riding the dark horse, and it was closing its eyes with pleasure. Asali couldn't say a word. After some time, Meng Fan's cunning hands reached the chimpanzee. After that, they met Asali's older brother's cheetah. In the end, Meng Fan was caressing his head with the lion of his father and uncle. And when they were leaving the palace, he said that he had had enough for today. Asali asked him if the guy liked Tai Li. The guy didn't understand this question, and asked again for clarification. The bearded man then explained that Tai Li was quite an adult tiger, and he was going to send him to the zoo. But if Meng Fan liked him, he would prefer to give him away. The hero was extremely surprised by this news, but he first needed to understand this idea. Asali explained that he really wanted to give the tiger as a sign of their friendship. Until the very end, the guy thought that this was some kind of prank and that they wanted to deceive him. The bearded man stood his ground, but still asked what was bothering Meng Fan. In the end, the hero refused, because firstly, the legislation of his country would not allow this, and secondly, he has a girlfriend. And although Asali could understand the first reason, the second one didn't fit in at all. Suddenly, the bearded man realized what the guy meant. Meng Fan was not thinking about the level of intimacy the sheikh was suggesting. And then the latter explained that he also had a girlfriend. And a little later, she came out to them. The hero asked who this girl was, and the sheikh explained that it was his girlfriend Barbara. Meng Fan's heart immediately relaxed, because this was very good. Then the guy took the sheikh by the hand, and said that his girlfriend was now a witness that the two guys were now friends. Meanwhile, the blonde greeted Superman from China. He couldn't pronounce her name and greeted her simply as a beauty, and she said that she was his fan. The hero was extremely surprised by such a statement. She responded by handing him her phone, saying that if he didn't believe it, he could check it out. There was a page open with works by Meng Fan, which he himself had drawn. The guy was surprised by this, and noted that everything had been read 100%. The blonde enthusiastically began to list all the hero's merits, as if not believing that all of this could be attributed to one person. And while they were cooing sweetly, Asali looked sadly at Barbara's back. He said that he already regretted becoming friends with him, but Meng Fan only cheerfully said that the bearded man was very cutely jealous, and then they all laughed together at this situation. However, after some time the day came to an end, as did the guy's trip. He didn't want to come here, and now he felt a little sad. Finally, he, of course, stroked the tiger and tigress, calling them clever. And now, I was sitting in the airplane cockpit, and thinking about how the emotions of animals are much more honest than the emotions of people. And since he can't get such a big cat, he could get a kitten. But he didn't know if he had enough time to take responsibility for it. Meanwhile, Tung Tung was walking around the office, getting ready to go home. And behind her there was a guy who wanted to approach her, but his friend talked him out of it, because the girl already had a boyfriend. However, the man was adamant, because Tun Tun was not married, which meant he could easily hit on her. Then his friend did not argue, and resignedly suggested that he do whatever he wanted. So the guy stood up, waiting for Tun Tun to pass by him. He greeted her and offered to give her a ride home from work. She was surprised that the man had already finished his work. However, he said that he still had something to finish. So the girl pressed him on the fact that the project wasn't being done fast enough, and if he had any work left to do, then he had to finish everything first. Besides, it was still early, and the cleaning had to be finished before the museum closed. He couldn't say a word, and Tun Tun was already leaving. Then his friend approached the man and said that even if the girl didn't have a boyfriend, he would be out of luck anyway. A little later, Meng Fan arrived in his city and sat playing with cats. He stroked the cats that came up to him and began to cuddle. Suddenly, Tun Tun, who was just walking nearby, noticed him and was surprised that the guy had already returned. Meng Fan explained that he had been waiting for her outside the museum around that time to give her a surprise. Then the girl immediately threw herself into his arms. But they were interrupted by a white cat, which immediately rushed to Meng Fan's chest faster than Tong Tong. The white cat didn't let the girl near, and she was mentally surprised that the hero said that he didn't really like animals, but he himself fed them. Moreover, Tong Tong was surprised that the cats in the museum were very arrogant, but for some reason these ones approached Meng Fan. The hero explained this by saying that they simply could not resist his charm, and the girl suggested that in a past life he was a cat. Meng Fan responded by saying that if he were a cat, he would always run after Tong Tong, and then asked if she liked animals. She replied that she couldn't say whether she loved them or not, but if the guy liked them, then she didn't mind. He wanted to get a cat, but he couldn't decide even though they didn't require a lot of time. The girl said that Yanan really loved cats, but he couldn't keep them, and therefore if Meng Fan couldn't cope, he could bring the animal to the studio. In addition, it can be a common pet for all employees. It is quite popular now to have a cat in the office, and they can take it away at any time. There were only advantages everywhere. Meng Fan hugged his girlfriend and happily said that she was simply smart, and he finally decided to do what he had been thinking about all this time. The action moved forward 2 days. Meng Fan walked with Tong Tong, and she suggested that they leave their things first and then go to the studio to surprise the workers. On the way home, they were met by a security guard who called out to the hero. He said that the guy received a package, but it was too big, so they left it with him. They became curious about who could have sent this package, and Tong Tong immediately read that the sender was Liang Qin. The hero immediately realized that it came from Meng Fan's mother. He wondered why she did it, but the girl suggested doing the unpacking at home, taking the suitcase in her own hands and giving the parcel to the guy. Suddenly, another man called out to Meng Fan, saying that someone had arrived in a car today and said that it now belonged to the guy. The car was now parked in his space, and the man was holding a box with a key in his hands. Meng Fan couldn't believe his ears. The messenger also handed over a business card, saying that it would be needed in case the car needed any maintenance. Meng Fan thought that his mother did this too. Bad thoughts immediately came into his head, because he thought that these could have been deathbed gifts. Without hesitation, he ran into the apartment and called his mother, asking if everything was okay with her. She made a pained expression on her face and quietly said that she didn't have much time left. However, she then smiled slyly because her son had fallen for the trick. Meng Fan realized that he had been tricked, and so an angry look appeared on his face. The mother jokingly apologized and added that all these gifts were presents from Asali. She also explained that the man was so generous because he was working on the same project with Meng Fan's father. Tun Tun appeared behind the hero and also greeted the woman. And when a little later they opened the gift box, there was a whole drawer with various expensive jewelry. For the guy, this was definitely too much, because they also gave him a car. Meanwhile, a red supercar was parked in the parking lot, and people began to crowd around it. The neighbors couldn't understand what such a cool car was doing in their neighborhood. Suddenly they were called out by the Iron God, whom they immediately recognized. He asked irritably whether they had questions for the car or for him, but the people immediately made it clear that they were not going to get into trouble. Tong Tong asked the guy to stop acting tough, and Meng Fan invited her into the passenger seat of the supercar. A couple of seconds later, the doors opened and immediately slammed shut. Meng Fan grabbed the steering wheel and looked at it with anticipation. Next, he put the key in the ignition and shifted into first gear. The foot automatically pressed the gas pedal, and the beast's engine roared with a furious roar. They hung around in the parking lot for 10 minutes, and the guy couldn't even get out of it. Tong Tong couldn't understand how Meng Fan had even gotten his license and asked to drive. And although the hero appeared, the woman took everything into her own hands. Meng Fan was scared because he thought his girlfriend didn't know how to drive at all, and when he fastened his seatbelt, they immediately took off. Dust rose behind the car, and the beast itself began to move. Without showing any emotion, Tun Tun began to turn the steering wheel like an experienced racer, and they drove out of the parking space in literally an instant. A little later, they finally drove out of the local parking lot onto the city road. Their journey continued for some time, but in the end they reached their destination with the wind in their hair. All this time, Tong Tong hadn't even intended to stop, and so at the end of the journey, Meng Fan's face looked extremely puzzled. He was surprised by her skills, and she said with annoyance that she hadn't even had time to warm up, since their speed didn't exceed 40 miles per hour. Finally, they entered the cipher's office. The girls immediately noticed Meng Fan and began to greet him joyfully. And just a second later, they were all over me like cats. The boy immediately thought that this greeting was certainly worthy of a cat god. A little later, they decided to get down to business, and the hero asked what kind of cat they wanted to take in. Without thinking twice, they put forward all their suggestions, naming several breeds of cats. But the guy said he had recently seen several stray cats in the area. One of the girls said that it was a joke, and that they actually wanted to take one from a shelter or from the street. But such cats are too shy. This was a piece of cake for Meng Fan, as his animal taming skill was already at level 2. Sometime later, the hero's entire team gathered for this important task, but they were unsuccessful. Noodles was completely caught in a biological weapon that one of the cats unleashed on him. Meng Fan was playfully petting the cats, but the girls asked him to stop messing around and help the guys. For some reason, the cats weren't drawn to them, so the task became much more difficult. However, in response to this, Meng Fan only smiled slyly, and the fluffy ones were drawn to him as if to a magnet. A second later, all the cats that were nearby were sitting in his arms. His friends were surprised at how easy it was for the guy. Meng Fan asked them to move on, because the hero still had to bathe the furry creatures and vaccinate them. Suddenly he turned to the blonde man, asking if he had a license, and then they got ready to hit the road. Noodles immediately realized that something was wrong here, and his expectations were confirmed, because soon he saw a real sports car in front of him. Meng Fan explained that his mother received a gift from a friend and decided to give it to Wu Tong. Noodles screamed enviously, saying that this was too much. While he was shouting, Mengfan also added that that friend had given him many more gifts that he couldn't use. The black-haired man realized that something could happen to him too, and his disfavor suddenly changed to love for the hero. Suddenly, the bespectacled man also declared that he could drive, so Mengfan promised to let him drive when they returned. A little later, they arrived at the veterinary clinic. The veterinarian accepted all the cats that the team brought, and after all the necessary procedures, it turned out that one of the cats was actually white, not gray. Now they didn't look like ordinary yard cats, and Mengfan and Mark were surprised by their beauty. Even the ugly cat looked cute now, and you could tell from Mengfan how much he loved furry creatures. After this, the hero visited the gym. He was met by a coach who said that there was more than a week left before he took part in a weightlifting tournament. But some of the boys' movements were not polished enough. This meant that Mengfan Yu would now be given a hellish training session. And a little later, they got down to it. The guy couldn't do a lot of things, so he repeated the movements over and over again, trying to do everything perfectly. Beads of sweat appeared on his face and his muscles bulged like balloons. The week flew by, and soon it was time for the men's National Olympic Games in weightlifting. The audience gathered in their seats, and the host announced that they had a new champion in the 109-kilogram category, Yan Zhuo. People knew a lot about weightlifting, so they wondered where Mengfan was now, but he was in the 202-kilogram category. Trainers from other categories watched all of this with interest, simultaneously discussing whether it was true that the hero could lift so much. Coach Mengfanya decided to go to the toilet, not wanting to listen to their gossip. The men yelled at him in displeasure, but he only said that they would see for themselves. After that, they continued to discuss Mengfan, but no one wanted to believe that he could reach such heights so quickly. The men's snatch competition in the 109-kilogram and overweight class has officially begun, with Wang Yun taking the lead with a 160-kilogram barbell. Half an hour later, Noodles and his friends were watching the tournament and were surprised that they still hadn't seen their fat man. But the bespectacled man explained that the order of performances was determined according to the declared weight. Mengfan had the highest declared weight, meaning he would be the last to perform. But besides him, there was another person who would speak at the end. In the restroom now stood Ai Yunan, whose snatch weight was 185 kilograms. His coach came up behind him and asked if he was nervous about Mengfan. The old man said that having a boyfriend should, on the contrary, motivate him, and the only thing Ai Yunan should think about is to surpass himself. After some time, it was time for his performance. He started with 185 kilograms, and in the end, having overcome his fears, he was able to lift 195 kilograms. Next up was Mengfan, who was aiming to lift 202 kilograms, a national record in his weight class. Lapsha finally waited for his friend to come on stage. Suddenly, the host announced that Mengfan had unexpectedly asked to change the weight of the barbell. The workers added another kilogram, which meant the guy was about to break the national record. The coaches from other categories watched this in surprise, but everyone thought that Mengfan was just trying to show off. But his coach believed in the boy. However, the hero also doubted his actions, mentally hoping not to make a mistake. He sat down and began to breathe in air. This was the most tense moment, because if he coordinated himself correctly at the beginning, he could do the impossible. Mengfan immediately pulled the barbell towards himself with all his strength. But before he had time to come to his senses, everything was already over. The movement was executed perfectly, without a single flaw. His waist was also straight and did not shake. The legs stood straight and the support gave no reason to doubt. All the judges counted the result, and the host announced that Mengfan had broken the national record in the snatch. Noodles immediately jumped up and began to shout joyfully, congratulating his friend. The coach was also proud of him, but the other men just froze in surprise. They said with irritation that the old man really trusted in fate. But Laojer didn't answer and immediately ran to Mengfan. He put a traditional tracksuit on him and praised him, but said that there was still one more attempt ahead. The presenter announced that he himself was interested in finding out how much weight Mengfan was going to lift in his second attempt. And in the meantime, the broadcast went to commercial. And when they spoke to the judges, their eyes widened, asking if the hero was really so confident in his abilities. After all, now Mengfan has decided to lift 217 kilograms. No one could believe that he would increase the weight by 14 kilograms, because this was the world record weight. The bespectacled man asked his friend why he did that, since there was also an Asian record. But he replied that that record belonged to an athlete from Georgia, Lashi Talakadze. But their conversation was interrupted, because the scoreboard started flashing again, and the competition continued. The weight increased by another kilogram. Everyone immediately realized that the Iron God had come here with the goal of breaking all conceivable and inconceivable records. A little later, Mengfan was already standing in front of the barbell. Just like last time, he sat down and took a breath with a calm face. And then he raised it above his head in fury. He stretched out his legs and stood up, supporting twice his own weight on top of him. The crowd began to cheer, because this was a new world record. Even his coach was stunned by the power of this young talent, and the team's athletes were convinced that their colleague was truly a monster. Even the leaders of the weightlifting and wrestling center couldn't believe their eyes, and Director Joe even asked to pinch him. Instead, Director Shun decided to slap him. Then the man in glasses realized that he really was not sleeping. But there was a catch: such records within the country are not recognized internationally. However, now China's record was higher than the world record, and that already meant something. Suddenly, Meng Fan lifted another weight, and it reached 233 kilograms. No one could even doubt that the guy had gone crazy, and that nothing would work out for him. However, the board started flashing again. It was stated there that Meng Fan had given up the attempt. Everyone was surprised by this unexpected turn of events. The host announced that the snatch competition was over, and that the clean and jerk tournament would be next. The old men laughed, saying that Meng Fan could get on the nerves of even the most seasoned trainers. The action moved to the break room. The coach praised his athlete, but said that before the Olympics he shouldn't reveal all his cards to people. He should have saved his energy in the clean and jerk, as his technique left much to be desired. Half an hour later, everyone was already discussing what they had seen, confirming that the Iron God was truly a frightening person. Meanwhile, he took hold of the barbell. He lifted another weight into the air again, his gaze furious. However, the coach noticed that he had inadvertently bent his elbow. This puzzled him greatly. And so, with a heavy heart, he decided that this would not do, and it was worth visiting the judges. He said he had just noticed an error in the elbow position, and one of the referees suggested looking at a video replay. The presenter asked the audience to wait, as the committee members doubted Meng Fan's results. Everyone started whispering and noticed that it was the hero's coach who approached the commission. It was surprising that the old man would drown his own athlete. The coach continued to protest, saying that the referees don't take their job seriously, since it was a minor mistake, but still a mistake. In his opinion, Meng Fanyu should not be given any leeway under any circumstances, since they are responsible for his future. The men looked at him thoughtfully, and then the host announced that, following the unanimous decision of the judicial panel, Meng Fan's first attempt with a weight of 251 kilograms was annulled. Nobody could understand what kind of games his coach was playing. In the break room, Meng Fan tried to figure out what had happened, but the old man only explained that his elbow was bent. The guy didn't notice this, and so he asked in surprise if it was true. The coach said that the hero begins to overestimate himself by making such stupid mistakes. However, if Meng Fan comes to his senses and remembers this lesson, then he will become much better. On his second attempt, the hero decided to lift 257 kilograms, which was a world record weight. Then the coach took him by the shoulder and told him that he should try harder. And finally, the Iron God came onto the stage. He sat back down, taking a deep breath. The words his coach told him were etched into his head, and Noodles began to worry about him, because Meng Fan was sitting at the barbell too thoughtfully. The old man immediately realized that his words were to blame for this, and so he immediately began to reproach himself for having said stupid things. The directors were thinking along roughly the same lines, but the oppressive silence was broken by the cry of Tun Tun, who wished the guy good luck. Even if Meng Fan was stronger than others, he couldn't underestimate the enemy when that enemy was himself. And his hands immediately gripped the bar tightly, and his eyes filled with rage. He began to lift the weight, throwing the barbell higher, and this time the arms were perfectly straight, as are his legs. This only meant that all the movements were performed perfectly, and the coach realized that he had become disillusioned with this talented guy too early. The audience began to applaud and shout words of encouragement again. Meng Fan smiled meekly at them, but a fist suddenly flew into his chest, pushing him weakly back. Coach G tilted his head forward slightly, and his body began to tremble slightly. He shed a stingy manly tear and declared that Meng Fan had practically given him a heart attack. The old man then hugged the young man and asked him for forgiveness for the harsh words he had spoken earlier. Meng Fan decided to make fun of him and said that G shouldn't cry because the guy would buy him something sweet after the competition. The old man pulled away from him and protested angrily. On his third attempt, Meng Fan decided to lift the weight to 258 kilograms. The old man asked the boy to continue to monitor the equipment and wished him good luck. Now Meng Fan was 100% confident in his abilities, and one of the directors noted that if the guy's attempt is successful, he will break the world record. Meanwhile, Meng Fan's friends were wondering whether the hero would change his weight or try to overdo it. The Iron God, meanwhile, managed to lift the weight above himself. The presenter then announced that the judges had accepted the result, meaning Meng Fan had won the championship in the 190 kilogram category. He also broke the world record for the highest number of points per kilogram, and the system immediately awarded him a reward for completing the task. All new and old skills improved by 11%, and an additional 2 points were added on top. After some time, several people watched the recording of the broadcast. An Iranian weightlifting coach was surprised by the Chinese's results, but the screen suddenly went black. The coach from Uzbekistan stated that this achievement is unlikely to be recognized by the International Federation, since it may have been done intentionally. The Chinese have always shown good results in national competitions, but abroad, all their record holders have never won at international tournaments. The Georgian coach confirmed the words of the speaker above. However, there were also those who disagreed, as Meng Fan had become quite a famous and outstanding figure. The coach from Kazakhstan knew that the guy was capable of being the best in several disciplines at once. But the man from Uzbekistan was confident that there was no point in being afraid of this newcomer, who didn't even understand much about technology. Meanwhile, Meng Fan walked and talked with his coach. The guy was surprised by the old man's offer, because he had said something about supporting the brand. Zhai said that they had recently received a business proposal from a large company. Although the old man understood Meng Fan's confusion, he suggested thinking about this possibility. After this, Zhi conveyed the terms of the agreement to him, and the guy carefully read the text written on the pages. The offer was very lucrative, but Meng Fan still took some time to think about it. In the evening, the hero's blonde sister contacted him. Meng Fan decided to consult with her about the contract, since she was much more knowledgeable about such matters. The guy asked her to look into the matter, but the girl said that she would contact the necessary specialist for this. After that, their conversation came to an end and they hung up. Meng Fan, meanwhile, thought that if he agreed, he would be able to use the money for the benefit of society and also attract people's attention to jiu-jitsu. But there could be risks. The next day, the hero decided to visit the training hall again. He was studying quietly, but suddenly someone called out to him. It was Hu Yijin's sister, the gold broker. They greeted each other, and she said that she had brought photographers to him. But Meng Fan invited them to his office. And when they sat down, the woman said that she had spoken with Sister Wei, and their answer was clear. The guy had to agree. He didn't understand what she was talking about. But Jin explained that all the proposals received were currently being considered. But in order to begin contractual activity, Meng Fan Yu needed to sign at least the first agreement. The first step was to get a cool photo for the magazine cover, and the hero asked the photographers to make him look really good. Jin replied that it couldn't be any other way. She then suggested that they stop talking and get down to business. But Meng Fan nervously stated that he was not ready yet. However, the theme of today's shoot was his daily workouts, so now was the perfect moment. Jin gave the photographers instructions, and they set about their work. The shots turned out very impressive, and one of the photographers remarked that Meng Fan was extremely photogenic. The girl said roughly the same thing, noting that she had never met anyone who looked so good in photographs. Filming then began in various forms. He dressed up in both a judo uniform and a national team uniform, but this did not detract from his beauty in the least. An hour later, they were finished with the photos, and the photographers happily announced that the photos wouldn't even need to be edited. Meng Fan also looked at the photos and said that they turned out quite well. Jin suggested that the children choose the best shots and send them to the hero later. They decided to finish for today, and so Meng Fan would finally be left alone. He, in turn, thanked his sister. A whole week had passed since then, and Lao Xiao was currently thinking about the fact that another category had been added to international competitions, men's and women's mixed team competitions. However, the time did not coincide with the one usually allotted. Suddenly, Lao Hu yelled behind him, ordering the old man not to even think about it. After all, even with Meng Fan on their team, it will be difficult to win, and the guy now has perfect statistics and medal after medal. She said pitifully that he didn't even have time to say anything, but Lao Hu was adamant, and yet they all understood everything without these stupid, playful quarrels. Suddenly, a man next to them announced that there was a permanent competition before the qualifying matches. He handed over the schedule to the old men, and there was Meng Fan, who managed to take 17th place in Olympic points in the Wrestling Federation, and if he wins this competition, he will gain the required number of points, entering the top 16, and later even directly qualifying for the competition. This only meant that they needed to arrange a points match as soon as possible. The two old men were at each other's throats again over differences of opinion. The catch was that the tournament table would change, and even if Meng Fan won future competitions, he might not make it into the top 16. They couldn't agree on adding the hero to the team, because if he was there, the chance of winning would not be 100%, and yet he had to be there to score points. And while they were squabbling, Meng Fan suddenly came to them and asked them to listen to him. He said that he would definitely give his all during any of the matches. Team judo competitions seemed like a very interesting and attractive idea to him. On March 21st, at the tournament in Lausanne, Meng Fan won the Greco-Roman Wrestling Championship and took 15th place in the Olympic rankings. On March 23rd, the hero won the freestyle wrestling tournament in the 130 kilogram category and took 14th place. On March 28th, he attended a tournament in Moscow, where he won the freestyle wrestling championship in the 110 kilogram category and took 37th place in the Olympic rankings. It was a very grueling tour, during which Meng Fan didn't really have time to rest, and finally he found time to just lie on the bed. Tun Tun came into his room and asked with a smile if her champion was tired of endless victories. Meng Fan immediately jumped up, because he did not see that the girl was in the house. She asked him if he was so tired that he had become stupid and blind, and the guy asked her in response if she wanted that. The protagonist teased her, but the girl did not succumb to provocation, and asked him to lie on his stomach so that she could give him a massage. He immediately did as she asked and thanked her, calling her wifey. Tun Tun made fun of her in response, but still accepted this appeal. The national team's Olympic jersey immediately flew off to the side, and when the girl started giving him a massage, she said that she thought the guy shouldn't participate in the judo tournament, because with his current number of points, he still wouldn't make it to the Olympics. He started to make excuses, saying that it would still be a good experience. But in his head, he kept in mind that all this was being done for the sake of assignments from the system. Tun Tun decided to hit on the sore spot, namely, the guy's lack of time, because in addition to competitions, he needs to draw comics and find time for dubbing. Meng Fan explained that he does everything for love, and an awkward silence fell between them. Tun Tun became embarrassed, and the guy suddenly stood up and said that they should do some exercise. In response, the girl only blushed even more, but did not resist, and after a while it was deep night outside. On April 16th, Meng Fan was at the qualifying tournament in Lyon, where he won the freestyle wrestling championship in the 110-kilogram weight class and earned a ticket to the Olympics. Xiao praised his athlete, saying that he was simply incredible, but the hero had it pretty easy, since most participants in such tournaments only got in based on their points. But the old man immediately put the guy in his place because he started to get too cocky. He promised Meng Fan the Masters in the next tournament, but the hero said that he would gladly accept their challenge. This made Xiao even more angry, and he gave the athlete a bump. Suddenly, the hero's smartphone began to vibrate, and an incoming call appeared on the screen. It was Mei Kai Tang who asked for a meeting, but Mei Fan smilingly called her shameless, because she didn't come to his competition, and was even dragging him out somewhere. However, she justified herself by saying that all his tournaments were the same, and then invited him to a concert that would take place the day after tomorrow. He was supposed to have a team competition, but the girl insisted on her own, offering to go there after his tournament. She didn't tolerate any excuses, and immediately hung up, leaving Meng Fan alone with his thoughts. On April 18th, the mixed team judo qualifying tournament began. 16 teams were divided into two groups, A and B. The losers were not allowed to replay. Those who reach the semi-finals receive a ticket to the Olympic Games, and each round consists of 6 matches. If they win 4 games in each round, they win the game. If there is a tie, the number of points will be counted, and if they are the same, then technique will be taken into account, and so on. In the first round, they will play against Uzbekistan. Their result at the last Olympics is identical to their bronze. In terms of strength, they were also equal. Therefore, Xiao explained that in this round, Yang Chen, Lin Dazhao, Meng Fan, Zhang Linlin, Li Hong, and Xu Hui will play against each other. All of them could not let their coach down. In the first round were Yan Chen from China and Ronla Kabilov from Uzbekistan, men in the 73-kilogram weight class. The participants hurried to begin the duel. Yang Chen immediately took the initiative and attacked first, trying to take first place. But Ronla gathered himself in time and dodged the throw, intercepting his opponent's arm. He earned 1 point for his team. However, Xiao urged them not to worry, as they still had a chance. Next, Yang Chen used another aggressive technique. However, Xiu saw that he was in too much of a hurry, which meant they lost another point. Ronla applied all his strength and went into a straight throw, winning the fight. The old man said that there was nothing good about being a teacher, but Meng Fan urged him to calm down, as it was only the first round. Li Dazhao assured him that he would win in the next round. However, something was bothering Meng Fan. The guy was too confident in his abilities, which was what made the hero nervous. Li Dazhao felt a lot of pressure on himself. In response, Xiao barked menacingly at Meng Fan, ordering him to shut up. The hero could only mentally wish the guy good luck. Now Dazhao from China and Rozbilovsky from Uzbekistan, men in the 90-kilogram weight class, compete against each other. Spectators remembered this young man who was attacked by malicious commentators, fans of the Iron God. Meanwhile, Rosby launched an aggressive attack, leaving Lin Dazhao at a disadvantage. He tried to rectify the situation. However, the Chinese were immediately caught in a trap. Rosby made a successful throw, putting his opponent on the mat and earning a point for his team. The Chinese immediately realized that his opponent was much stronger than him. Xiao, meanwhile, had hopes for the boy, since he had recently taught him an effective technique. The worse the situation, the calmer you need to be. It's finally time for round 2. Dazhao remembered his coach's words and cast aside all his fears for a moment. Clearing his mind, he immediately went for a grab, but Rosby grabbed him again, slamming his trap shut. Everyone thought that the outcome of their fight was already decided. However, Da Zhao was waiting for this. He chose the most unexpected moment for a counterattack. The guy created a support from his head, making a sharp lunge forward, knocking his opponent's body to the floor. With this extremely risky move, he was able to turn the tide of the fight. Thus, he earned the first point for his team. And now there was extra time to earn another point and win. Da Zhao's colleagues cheered for him, shouting words of encouragement. Meanwhile, the guy was going over in his head what he had said, that he had done everything possible to win. But this was far from the case. He then took advantage of his opponent's confusion and tried to throw him over his shoulder. However, he held on and the two men reached a dead end. Meng Fan loudly encouraged him, and Da Zhao's mind picked out his voice from the crowd, giving the boy strength because the hero was a role model for him. However, he was also his teammate, and so it was unforgivable for the guy to let the Iron God down. And having overcome his limits, he was able to throw the poor fellow's body over himself. However, Rosby managed to brace his hand against the ground in an attempt to save the situation. However, his position was extremely awkward, so Da Zhao simply went for a painful hold, earning another point for the team. Li Da Zhao became the winner of this match. Meanwhile, a bright scoreboard showed that China and Uzbekistan were now in an equal position. This made Meng Fan happy, and made Xiao calm down and breathe a sigh of relief. Next came the third match, Meng Fan from China against Rishota Sobirov from Uzbekistan, men in the over 90 kilogram weight class. Xiao began to give advice on how to fight, and the hero obediently remembered his recommendations. If there is a draw at the end and the teams have 3 points each, they will still have an advantage in terms of scoring. Meng Fan went to the center of the hall and promised to do his best. He will cope in any case, because his head was given to him for a reason, and most judokas train only their body. The athletes approached each other and bowed respectfully. The round began, and Rishad immediately went on the attack. However, Meng Fan took advantage of the situation to shift the man's center of gravity and perform an over-the-shoulder throw. He brought his team a point, and although he could have taken advantage of the situation to earn Ippon, the maximum score, he did not do so. In the next round, the guy used his throwing technique to knock Rishad down, earning another point. Then there was another throw, and for each of these he received an efficiency point in his system. And only at the end did he manage to take control of his opponent, receiving Ippon. He finally won this match. The stands roared in praise of Meng Fan. Everyone had already gotten used to his victories by large margins, but they were still just as exciting to watch. And the guy, returning to the team, asked the girls not to be nervous, because they already had 2 points. But they didn't even think about being nervous, because his game gave them strength. In the fourth match, Zhang Linlin of China defeated Lia Tarasova of Uzbekistan. In the fifth match, Li Hong of China earned a point for her victory over Sima Jiawa of Uzbekistan. Xiao's team was able to take the lead, earning 4 points in a row and winning the tournament. Xu Hui was unable to compete because the competition had already ended. However, Xiao consoled her by saying that their next match would be against India, where she would definitely be able to prove herself. He also approached Meng Fan, saying that the guy had some kind of magical abilities, because his fight had encouraged the entire team. The Indian team was not the strongest, and therefore their team was ready to attack, and Meng Fan promised to do his best to cheer for them. However, this did not help the Indian team much, and a little later, the Chinese team won again. Xu Hui was unable to fight again, which made her extremely sad. And yet, in the mixed team competition, China defeated India, and their team is now going to the Olympics. China will face South Korea in the semi-finals this afternoon. This news surprised the team, and they began asking Xiao questions. Meng Fan was glad to meet him. He laughed and said that he had to prove himself. However, his coach did not share the joy, saying that South Korea has always been one of the leaders in any judo competition. But Meng Fan did not allow himself to despair, knowing that he would try to snatch victory with his teeth no matter what. In the last match, one of their best players, Kim Sung-min, was slightly embarrassed by their team. However, one should never underestimate the transformation that shame can bring about in a person. Meanwhile, the action moved to South Korea, to the break room. Kim Sung-min was training hard, but suddenly he fell to his knees. With horror in his eyes, he told the coach that he did not want to take part in the match against China. He did not want to accept such statements, saying that Kim Sung-min was the best in their team. And besides, it was not at all necessary that Meng Fan would be the one standing against him. But the mustachioed man stood his ground, saying that he was now completely uncompetitive. Then the coach did not feel sorry for him, and began to angrily kick the man out. He immediately agreed and ran towards the exit. The coach started throwing everything he could get his hands on at him along the way. For him, this was a real disgrace. He should have excluded the scoundrel from the list of Olympic participants in advance. And turning to the other guys, he said that if any of them decided to give up in the future, then they might not even think about their future. They reluctantly agreed to this. The China vs. South Korea tournament has finally arrived. It looked like pandas had attacked bamboo stalks. Korea was unable to withstand the onslaught of China, collapsing in the face of its natural enemy, and Mungfan's team won, earning 4 points in a row. And the South Korean coach couldn't believe his eyes, because he had placed his hopes on the rest of the fighters on his team. Then he thought that the judges had deliberately underestimated their team's results. And while Mungfan was happily chatting with Xiao, Xu Hui stood sadly to the side, because during all this time she had not been able to speak even once. Meanwhile, the stage where battles will take place between China and Kazakhstan has begun. She said that the teams from Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan are approximately equal in strength, and if they were able to defeat the latter, then they can also handle the former. The whole team folded their hands, and together they promised each other that they would definitely win. Their fighting spirit had risen noticeably, and they were ready to cut. Half an hour later, Mungfan was already standing on the podium, taking first place. He completed the task, receiving 3 champion honor points, and his stats increasing by 17%. A little later, he decided to drop by the school. It was already evening outside, and while he was making a phone call, he was being filmed by a video camera. On the screen, you could see his sister running towards him. She hugged him and they both smiled sweetly. And later they got into a conversation. After that, they went to the car, getting ready to hit the road. The photographer decided to call a taxi. He asked the taxi driver to keep an eye on Mungfan's car, and he did not refuse the guy, and thus the surveillance began. The guy, meanwhile, decided to call the editor at his studio and tell him what he saw. He thought that Mungfan had met some random schoolgirl and taken her away in his car, and yet another journalist decided that he had found a real sensation. Meanwhile, the boys were driving in the car, and the girl was talking about how she was going to take part in an important research project next week. Mengfan guessed that she wanted to become a research fellow. She proudly declared that she already was, but the guy did not understand what she was talking about. A little later, they arrived at a large stadium. The concert began, and a certain famous band was performing on stage. The group's lead singer was Shisha Wu, for whom many fans decided to sacrifice their free time. And during the break between songs, the guy said that he often writes songs for people whose voices he likes, and once at a concert he heard such a voice, but put off releasing this song. He spoke of him as a very talented person, and after asking the people for their guesses, they unanimously shouted out Mungfan's nickname. One of the spotlights immediately separated the guy from the crowd, and he just wanted to disappear into the ground. Meanwhile, the band's lead singer wished Mungfan good luck at the Olympic Games, and also thanked him for the Iron God coming to his concert. The hero thanked the guy through the microphone held up to him. The man responded by asking what song Mungfan wanted to hear. He in turn asked to perform a song called Aries Dreams. This surprised the lead singer, because it was one of the few unpopular songs that was written for himself and for one Aries. He asked if Mungfan was a Aries, but the hero replied that his sister had that zodiac sign. The journalist was also at the concert at that moment, and he clearly heard that the schoolgirl was the sister of the Iron God. He immediately realized that he had screwed up, and although he reported this to the editor, the latter decided that he could sensationally blow it out of proportion. Suddenly the lead singer asked if Mungfan would like to perform his song as a duet, and although he hesitated, he agreed, adding that at one time he preferred singing to studying. The boy immediately began to remember his childhood, when Sai Tang ran after him, saying that she had come up with a new game. He knew how it would end, and that's why he always tried to run away from her. But the guy was too fat, and so she caught him every time. The boy asked her to leave him alone, but the girl was adamant, and only the guy's loud singing helped him get out of trouble. His sister asked him to stop, and singing became his main weapon in the fight against his sister. Mengfan briefly told the story and concluded that from that time on, Kai Tang began to despise him for his vocal abilities. So now he decided to ruin her favorite song together with his idol. The lead singer jokingly said that he had the feeling that it was not Mei Fan at his concert, but the former at the latter's show. The hero asked the guy to start first, and the first verse was left to the beautiful singing of the handsome man. But instead of singing out of tune, people got Mungfan's furious yet melodic singing. Everyone's template was simply broken. No one could have imagined that the Iron God had such striking vocal abilities, and the song, performed by him, began to sound completely different. The soloist was surprised by this, and thought that it was impossible not to follow the owner of such a voice. He suggested that the guy continue singing, and Mungfan was not against such a possibility. His voice was so bright and loud that the lead singer felt like he was standing next to a tractor. In close proximity it was even harder, but as the song finally came to an end, Mungfan's tone softened. He sang the last lines dreamily, and his sister became emotional. The soloist was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The guy thanked the man for letting him sing this song in front of his sister, but it didn't end there, and he decided to express all his wishes to his beloved sister. He wished her not to stop there, and now that she had taken the first step towards her goal, she should not stop. He also addressed other people, wishing everyone who has a dream that their wishes will come true. Even Kai Tang was moved by such an emotional speech. Just like other people who came here not at all for the sake of the Iron God. And even though he took away someone else's performance, everyone was moved to tears. The lead singer said with annoyance that his Meng Fan was truly an amazing person, because he destroyed not only his songs, but also his concert. The hero realized that the atmosphere around him had changed to something completely different from what should be present at a concert, and asked the man to be himself, ignoring the Iron God. Suddenly, the lead singer said that Meng Fan's cover was wonderful, and he would like to write another song for him. This greatly surprised the hero. He pointed out that the man should think twice, because if the song flopped, Meng Fan would be blamed. But the soloist was not afraid of this. So a little later they said goodbye, and the journalist continued to follow his target. He told the editor that Meng Fan had interacted with Shiwu at the concert, and this would probably become the most talked about topic. And the next day, photographs of the hero with his sister were published, but the context was completely different. Suddenly, someone in Meng Fan's office screamed loudly. Lapsha was cleaning the cat litter box, but it wasn't him who was screaming, so he turned around sharply at the sound. It was the squeal of his girlfriend, who was sitting at the table and reading the news on her phone. The guy asked what happened, but she only suggested watching what his friend was up to. And while he was reading, his queen looked menacingly at him. He promised not to come another centimeter closer to the Iron God and asked to go to the toilet. Along the way, he thought that in any case, his friend's name was Meng Fan, and not some kind of Iron God. The door to the men's room soon slammed shut, and Lapsha began to hastily write to Meng Fan about what had happened. He couldn't believe this news, so he decided to find out everything from the guy personally by writing him a message. But his lady knew what he was doing, and so she informed him through the door that she had already written to Wu Tong about it, and soon she really saw it. The girl immediately rushed to the door, and running out into the street, she tried to catch a taxi. And by the evening of the same day, she was already at the training base. Without hesitation, the girl walked deeper into the complex, entering Meng Fan's territory. There were beaten men lying around there, and she thought she was too late. And looking into the office, she thought that Meng Fan was sitting there. However, there was only Robin and one of his students there. The girl immediately started shouting and explained that Meng Fan had been slandered. However, the man only smiled, saying that he trusted his son-in-law no less than Tong Tong. She was surprised by this, but the man confirmed his words. Then the girl asked what happened to the students who were lying beaten near the doors. Robin wanted to lie about something, but Wu Tong asked the guy sitting next to the man for an answer. The black man immediately began his story. 5 minutes ago, Robin was full of rage. All the students held him at once, trying to restrain the madman. The black man whispered in Robin's ear that nothing had been confirmed about the Iron God, and besides, a man would not have been able to defeat him. But the master became even more enraged, scattering all his students. And although they tried to stop him until the very end, they had little success. Robin called his brother, who said he was at the concert. The mustachioed man didn't care where he was, and then he explained that Meng Fan was a freak who walked left on the streets of Leon. The bespectacled man didn't understand his pressure, and explained that the Iron God was currently at a concert with his goddess. He also explained that his goddess is Meng Kai Tang, and he is standing in line to be with her. Robin immediately realized his mistake, but at that moment, he saw Wu Tong moving towards them. And so he immediately ran into the office, dragging the black student with him. And it was just this guy who was now finishing his story. Literally all of Meng Fan's relatives were now rolling on the floor, laughing heartily at this stupid situation. And new news started circulating on the internet, because someone found out the name of this girl, and that she is a scientist. Meanwhile, the editor sat at the computer and laughed like an evil genius. He was pleased with his sensation. However, a recording of the concert soon emerged, in which Meng Fan openly addressed his sister. However, this was part of the editor's plans. Now it's time for the third attack. He posted a photo of Meng Fan presenting the gold medal to his parents in Doha. It was revealed that his father won the Pulitzer Prize, also known as the Nobel Prize in the world of architecture. His mother was a renowned master of traditional Chinese painting, and is the youngest recognized representative in this field. The internet was immediately flooded with comments about how lucky Meng Fan was. Now all of China was watching this show, and his aunt at that moment was thinking that this news was an excellent source for the title of a new magazine. Meanwhile, Meng Fan himself was unaware of everything that was happening. He was saying goodbye to his sister, who thanked him for the evening. He asked her to stop crying, and also said that he was flying out tomorrow. The girl protested, but Meng Fan only laughed in response. A little later, they finally said goodbye to each other, and the guy's phone began to vibrate and ring loudly. And when he looked at the screen, genuine surprise immediately appeared on his face. He saw everything that the editor had done by spreading rumors and information on the internet. And at that moment, Hu Yijin suddenly called him. The guy was surprised that she was still awake, but she immediately started talking about business, saying that she had gotten him the cover of a leading Russian fashion magazine. He thanked her for this and asked why she still wanted to cooperate with him. But Hu Yijin ignored Meng Fan, saying that they urgently needed to meet and take photos. In response, he said that he was returning to China tomorrow morning, and the next day he was already standing in the studio taking pictures with his cats. Filming was going smoothly, but suddenly the guy's cell phone rang. The sound began to get annoying, so they had to stop working for a while. He asked the man for forgiveness and said that he needed to answer a call. And when he left the studio, he realized that Asali had called him. However, Meng Fan's face immediately distorted. He was extremely surprised by the news he heard. He had to hang up the call immediately, saying that he would come right away. So he approached Auntie Jin and said that he could provide them with some much more interesting photos if they agreed to go somewhere with him. The team agreed, and a little later they set off for their destination. Wutong drove Meng Fan's car and talked about Asali, because his behavior was as if he was in love with the Iron God. The team was interested in where they were going, but the aunt herself didn't know. Suddenly, after some time, they drove up to the entrance of a certain zoo. Jin was surprised by this, because it was completely different from what she thought. And when Meng Fan walked forward, one of the workers asked him to wait. A little later, Asali finally came out to them. They greeted each other, and the bearded man met the girl of the Iron God. Meng Fan decided to compliment her by saying that the most beautiful flowers already have an owner. And later, they started talking about business. The guy immediately asked how Tai Li was feeling, and Asali said that everything had already been settled with him, and all that remained was to sign the papers about his adoption. It was a little sad, because the bearded man wouldn't be able to see him. But at least this way he would be able to give his new friend what he promised by dragging the tiger to the zoo. Meng Fan promised to visit him as often as possible, and at the official ceremony, the Iron God was asked to sign a document adopting the tiger. Without thinking twice, he left his signature on the document, and now he could come to meet the tiger at any time. He wanted to do it now, but the zookeeper immediately reported that Tai Li was currently under a lot of stress after the flight. However, Meng Fan stated that the tiger is now in need of support. After this, he turned to his aunt, saying that they would have to film from here. The photographers were extremely excited, as they would now have the opportunity to photograph the tiger close-up. A Wutong asked her boyfriend to be careful. Opening the cage, Meng Fan slowly walked towards the tiger. However, he didn't even move when they tried to call him by name. The guy walked up to him and tried to pet him, but the tiger reacted as any wild predator would. He attacked. Tun Tun's heart sank, and she thought that her lover was finished. The tiger knocked Meng Fan down and began sniffing around. Then the guy grabbed him by the face and asked why he didn't recognize him. But only now was Tai Li able to see his master. Like a small child, he rushed towards Meng Fan, drowning in his embrace. And while the boy promised the tiger not to abandon him, all the people behind him looked at this scene in shock. Tai Li immediately calmed down, and Meng Fan decided to show him his new home. The cat was glad that he was not alone, and some semblance of a smile could be discerned on his face. And everyone around immediately started filming the tiger. Asali was also surprised, because Tai Li never behaved like that with him. After some time, magazines appeared with Meng Fan on the cover. People liked these pictures because the guy looked very manly. Some wanted to buy several copies at once, so that one would be in the collection, the second for reading, and the third as a talisman. Meanwhile, Auntie Jin was busy with her work. Many companies wanted Meng Fan, but the woman, as an experienced secretary, turned down almost all of them. She studied all the proposals and cut out the unnecessary ones, because the Iron God was now in great demand. On April 26th, Meng Fan was currently training at the peak of Budokan. His coach said that the Intercontinental Weightlifting Qualifying Tournament was supposed to take place the day after tomorrow, but for the guy, it would just be a waste of time. However, at the last competition, there were many doubts that he had broken the world record. However, there was no reason for Meng Fan to worry. But the old man was thinking about something else. He wanted to mislead people by deliberately underestimating the guy's performance. He didn't have to go out of his way to prove his qualifications, so he had to restrain himself. On April 28th, he was already at the tournament, having won by a small margin against an athlete from Kazakhstan. Coaches from other countries were pleased, because apparently they would not see the Chinese at international competitions. They saw many mistakes and thought that the previous 476 kilograms from Meng Fan were a lie. However, he still won the championship, and the coach from Kazakhstan noted that he didn't even try too hard. But they tried to assure him that with Meng Fan's current performance, there was nothing to fear at the Olympics. Suddenly, the bespectacled man ran into Lao Xiong's office, happily announcing that he had succeeded. Then he hurried him to get ready, and the man had to put down his pen. Right now, he was filling out the registration form for the flag bearer of the Chinese Olympic team. After filling out the form, they set off arm in arm, and a little later they reached the control department, from which voices were now coming. One of the workers was now looking at the document and saying that after the monopoly of the men's basketball team was broken, a lot of registration forms were submitted. Besides, he didn't think their candidate was suitable. The man couldn't reveal any confidential information, but he did say that Meng Fan was far behind in productivity. However, the two old men seemed to go wild and began to bombard the poor employee with their recent achievements. But it was useless. This bespectacled guy didn't decide anything here. Lao Ming protested, but his colleague immediately tried to stop him. He said that there are still 2 months left before the final confirmation of the national team's roster, and they can make it. It was April 30th, and Auntie Jin was telling him about the latest contracts he had been offered. He was quite popular now, and she thought he would become even more popular if he won Olympic gold. But they had to choose someone now. Meng Fan didn't know what to choose, so he left the choice to Jin. She said she would prefer Nighty's company, saying that it reflects the sporting spirit, and they are ready to sponsor the competition. The guy didn't think long and decided to settle on them. He thanked Auntie Jin for her work, as she had really gotten involved in this matter. Just a week later, the face of the Iron God appeared in stores, and he had a new sponsor. Lapsha saw this too, but on the internet. He was surprised that the fat man supported Nighty, and apparently there was some kind of snag that made the guy want to tell Meng Fan some information as soon as possible. A little later, the protagonist's phone started ringing off the hook with messages. He picked up the phone and was surprised to see that someone was desperately trying to contact him. But a second later, his face distorted. Lapsha wrote that the company Meng Fan had contracted with had recently discredited itself in their country. This couldn't help but anger the guy, and he shouted out loud that he had ruined everything for himself. Tuntun heard this and asked what was wrong, and he explained that many foreign brands were spreading bad rumors. The girl also thought it was too much. Meng Fan was angry and wanted to terminate the contract immediately. However, the girl felt that he should first consult with Auntie Jin, as the termination could have serious consequences. This made the hero think, and Wutong tried to calm him down, saying that she would accept any decision he made. However, the guy understood that in such a situation, it was impossible to be both good and bad for one's own benefit. Therefore, he soon wrote on the internet that he was terminating his contract with this company. After this, his aunt called him and asked why he hadn't discussed this issue with her. The guy explained that any negotiations would have led nowhere anyway, and in such a situation there was no room for hesitation. The woman admitted that she too was angry when she saw the news, but did not immediately decide on such radical action. Now he became interested in what penalty he would have to pay. Auntie explained that if one party violates the contract, the penalty becomes astronomical. But the contract contains a clause stating that no one should harm the interests of the country. This meant they would have to hire a lawyer, but the penalty could likely be avoided. The next day came, but it did not promise to be quiet. After all, fans of the Iron God immediately began to break into Nighty's studio. They began to destroy everything around them, declaring that they were sent by the Iron God. And these madmen even started beating people because they were wearing branded clothes. Japanese cars also came under fire, and immediately, tags where Nighty's store was being torn to pieces became trending on the internet. Meng Fan didn't understand what was happening because his bad fans started doing illegal things. Tuntun thought that some of them were simply carried away by blind patriotism, while others were committing evil under the guise of it. Moreover, Meng Fan did not mince words, and his words could be taken literally. This put a lot of pressure on the hero's mind. But the girl encouraged him, saying that it was not too late to fix everything. However, the guy was still tormented by the fact that he had behaved like a child and not like a public figure, so he felt he had to fix everything. He wrote on his page his thoughts that people should not take his words seriously. For the first time, the boy realized that with great power comes great responsibility. Suddenly, Hu Jinyi called him again. He immediately answered the call and greeted her, and she happily said that his contract was terminated, and the company justified Meng Fan's decision. This couldn't help but make the guy happy. The woman then wanted to say something about sponsorship, but she was interrupted. Meng Fan decided to talk about this after the Olympics, since he could be content with the usual approval of the public, without sponsorship. The 16th of May arrived, and the hero came to Director Zhou, who was reading something from a piece of paper, and asking what it meant. He asked Meng Fan why he trained this way. The guy explained that his main rival is himself, because in terms of strength and skill, he is an order of magnitude superior to his opponents. That's why he came up with his own way of training. Zhu remarked that Meng Fan resembled an ancient martial arts master who traveled the country in search of enlightenment. The guy was satisfied with this comparison. However, the old man didn't really understand such things, but he promised to help if the hero had any problems, for which he thanked Zhou. Then he left the office, thinking that before the Olympics he needed to complete 1,000 swords, a night ghost, and a difficult task. These tasks would help him level up quite well. After this, Meng Fan decided to travel around the cities, honing his skills. He visited many places and each time he became better. But his journey was about to end. The 10th of June arrived. He visited a total of 100 scenic spots and completed the Night Ghost quest, for which he received 100 points and a couple of abilities. and that same evening he decided that he needed to take up his other work, drawing. The guy really hoped that he hadn't forgotten what it was like, and his recent trip helped him create something new. Imagination allowed people to imagine pictures in their heads, and drawing allowed them to create them. And Mengfan's sense of aesthetics helped him choose the most striking one among all these ideas and concepts. He could take the best, capture the essence and recreate it on paper, and later achieve the best possible results using your incredible ability. That's why he decided to invest a few more skill points into aesthetics. However, the system responded that the aesthetic skill is a special ability, skill points for which can only be obtained through quests. And yet the guy understood that he was too greedy in fact. What he already had was already very good. And since he had already tried aesthetics, he could test his ability to stay up all night. Dawn was already visible outside the window, but Mengfan did not feel tired at all. The ability was useful, and the boy thought that in the future he would be able to do without sleep. However, it didn't matter now, and the hero decided to sleep. It was now 5 in the morning, and Mengfan wanted to take a short nap and then go for a run. After some time, the action moves to the stadium. The protagonist met with the Chinese team, who greeted him and addressed him as a coach. Suddenly, the guy noticed something strange on their bodies. Parts of their bodies were illuminated in Mengfan's vision, and apparently, this was the effect of those observation points that he received after the task. This did not happen when the figure was 4 instead of 10. The silence between them lingered too long, so the boys suggested fighting. And a little later, they found themselves on the mats. During the fights, Mengfan decided that he should find out what those red dots meant. He noticed that his opponent had weak hands, which meant that the red dots represented weakness, and his opponent immediately lay down on the floor. He helped him up and said that the boy was too weak and needed to increase his strength training. He thanked him enthusiastically and said that he would try. But now it's time for the second fight. He told the next guy that he had good legs, and that he should focus on different combinations involving them. The third one was quite strong, but his movements were too scattered. The fourth one had too impatient a character. The sparring ended with Mengfan giving a lot of useful advice to the young talents. He immediately received rewards for the completed task, gaining the skill of assassination and fertility. There was a hitch with the last one, but he immediately realized that he wanted to go home and test out what this skill was. Meanwhile, the doorbell suddenly rang in Director Zhou's office. Mengfan called the old man, who began to listen to him in surprise. Zhou thought that the guy was now with Hongdu and Lu Zhou. However, the hero explained that he had already found what he wanted. So now the old man waited impatiently for his return. And when he hung up the phone, his mind was trying to figure out what Mengfan meant by his having seen the light. After some time, the hero finally returned home, and his weightlifting coach met him. He thought that the boy had completely forgotten about this sport, but Mengfan assured him that he would devote all the remaining time to training. He needed this in order to complete the heavy lifting task with ease. And so far, out of 10,000 tons, he has lifted only 3,500. On July 6th, news broke that a national team had been formed in China, and on July 11th, they were already in the Olympic Village. 10 days remained before the start of the competition. On July 22nd, Mengfan was still lifting weights, and it was at this moment that he managed to complete the task, receiving 10 power points and 1,000 system points. This inspired him greatly, and suddenly there was a knock on the door, surprising the hero. A coach came to see him, whom he did not expect to see here at such a time. The old man was also surprised that Mengfan trained tirelessly even in the evening, and the guy explained it by saying that he had nothing to do. But the coach was worried about him, because the hero could get injured right before the competition. Baton promised him rest, but in fact the old man came not to worry, but to tell him good news. Mengfan was supposed to be the flag bearer at the Olympic opening ceremony. And finally, July 24th arrived, the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games. The Chinese delegation stepped forward, and the first was Mengfan, who held the flag of his country. He couldn't find the words to describe what he was feeling now. The pride he felt overshadowed all his thoughts. The audience was surprised that China was represented by a real handsome man. The main character's entire family also gathered at the stadium, and Robin was being mean because Mengfan didn't even tell him that he would be the standard bearer at the opening ceremony. Wutong's parents, in turn, pressured their daughter, telling her not to let such a wonderful son-in-law slip away. And she still remembered the hero's words that he would definitely become a man worthy of her love. However, she replied that he could be anyone, and now he has become someone loved by millions. On July 25th, Yan Qing won gold for Team China in the women's airgun shooting event at the 2018 Olympic Games in Japan. Hao Hui of the Chinese team won the gold medal in the women's 49-kilogram category. Sun Yi also won gold in women's fencing. Mengfan's family and Wu Tong decided to call him to share their impressions. They watched various disciplines and were very proud of their athletes. The hero thanked them for their support and asked Tun Tun who she was watching. She said that she watched football with her parents and brother. The guy was surprised that they were watching this sport, even though it wasn't even the finals. Tong Tong found this very refreshing, as it was very different from what Meng Fan was doing. Robin also added that there was a new rule at the Olympics this year, which was that you couldn't hit the ball when it touched the table. Meng Fan immediately became concerned that this might affect their team, but the man explained that this was not the case yet, since they still had time. Everything was fine then, because even taking into account the new rules, everyone was treated equally. However, Robin advised the boy to be more careful next time, as he had a bad feeling about this. July 27th arrived, and the mustachioed man immediately called Meng Fan. The guy couldn't understand what he was talking about. Robin explained that in today's mixed team competition, the Japanese team repeatedly violated the rules, but the judges chose to turn a blind eye to it. It turns out that they themselves established the rules and then broke them. As a result, the statistics have been tainted by today's injustice, and Robin and Meng Fan hoped that the Chinese would still give them a fight in the next game. And on July 29th, the Chinese athlete finally won the women's singles title in table tennis. Meng Fan was very happy about this news. However, there was other news, much sadder. Chinese gymnast Xiao Yuteng did not receive a gold medal for his outstanding performance, and Japan's Daisuke Hashimoto won gold despite a foul. Many Chinese were outraged by such impudence on the part of the judges, and the internet was filled with jokes about the Japanese judge being completely blind. The main character was also outraged by this, but suddenly he came across another piece of news about water polo. During this competition, members of the Japanese team constantly pressed down on the Chinese athletes, pushing them to the bottom, which caused the latter to have breathing problems. But the Chinese water polo players still won with a score of 16-11. This began to anger Meng Fan even more, but he still forced himself to exhale, calming his nerves. However, it didn't work. And a second later, he launched into a furious tirade about how much injustice there was in the world. That's why he immediately spent the system points on 4 hidden cameras and 4 microphones. Then they appeared behind him, and an angry Meng Fan began to give them orders. He immediately ordered them to follow the Olympic judges, and the ghostly devices instantly set off on their way. Finally, Meng Fan said that since the judges do not want to see the obvious, they will not dare to blame anyone for this. He was going to disgrace them in front of the whole world. Microphones with cameras began following all table tennis, water polo, and gymnastics referees, and also for the eventing judge and 2 gymnastics judges. He brought up transparent monitors in front of him and turned on the translation into Chinese. And after a couple of minutes, I found what I was looking for. He took a screenshot of the correspondence in which judges from different countries agreed to knock down the Chinese athletes, awarding the victory to Japan. Meng Fan said with a smile that they could say goodbye to their careers, and the photos were immediately made publicly available. On July 30th, a cry was heard in one of the offices. The head of the Japanese Olympic Games Organizing Committee was extremely unhappy that the correspondence appeared online, and one of his subordinates reported that the judge's messages spread across the entire internet overnight. Suddenly, a blond man approached the door and asked permission to enter. He reported that he had just questioned each of the 10 judges exposed yesterday, and they all, as one, insisted that they knew nothing about it. No one could understand how this happened, and the first subordinate thought that the gods and spirits of China were to blame. His boss immediately shut him up. He thought that this was the work of Chinese hackers, because the results of these competitions caused a lot of noise in China. But whatever the reason, if everything is not corrected as soon as possible, the consequences may be irreversible. Usati said that while other countries might turn a blind eye to this, China certainly won't, and that in order to save the team, someone will have to be sacrificed. The boss ordered the secretary to immediately write an official apology, using all his eloquence. The blond man became inspired, saying that asking for forgiveness was his specialty. The president of the Chinese Olympic Committee was very pleased with the news and publicity, and his comrade said that he was sure that their spirits would get to those scoundrels. Their colleague wasn't very happy about refereeing the table tennis rematch, as he didn't know anything about it. However, even if they win in water polo, they are obliged to return the gold in the gymnastics all around. The president also believed this, because the medal was rightfully theirs. They have already applied for their star to be a judge in the diving competition, and on social networks, discussions about the leaked correspondence grew increasingly heated. The Chinese thought it was spirits and gods, but Meng Fan knew who was behind this news. Suddenly, Wu Ji called him. He greeted him with a smile, and he asked if the guy had seen what had happened today. Robin thought that his curses had not been in vain, and Meng Fan smilingly agreed with this. The mustachioed man immediately noticed that the guy was too calm, and didn't even seem surprised by what had happened. Then Batten tried to make a surprised face, but he was not at all good at lying, and so Robin asked if the hero was to blame for this news. After listening to his excuses, Wu Ji seemed to believe him, but said that for a second he felt that Meng Fan was involved in this. Then the hero hastened to end their conversation, saying that he had training tomorrow and needed to sleep. Robin didn't insist, realizing that the guy was busy. And Meng Fan realized that men's intuition was truly a frightening thing. Wu Ji suddenly realized that they were trying to get away from him, because it was still too early to sleep. But the conversation had already come to an end. On July 31st, the Olympic judo competitions for men in the over 100 kilogram category were held. Meng Fan performed brilliantly, winning one victory after another. Now a 10-minute break has been announced, after which athletes Meng Fan and Yamagami Shungichiro will meet in the final. And the referee for the upcoming fight was sitting in the toilet and frantically writing to someone. He thought they would have to abandon their plan, but his interlocutor replied that lightning doesn't strike the same place twice. But the man thought the risk was too great and outweighed the gain. However, the interlocutor suggested discussing the price during the process. And then the judge immediately felt relieved. He was offered a very large amount of money. And then he made up his mind, because in any case, the man was soon going to retire. And if he does everything right, the money will last him for the rest of his life. A little later, he entered the arena. And standing in the middle of the participants, he began to announce the start of the first round. Meng Fan saw his opponent's weak points and immediately realized that the man was left-handed. That's when he decided to start with his right hand. And the mustachioed man hastened to dodge. The hero immediately smiled, because everyone knew that deliberately avoiding an opponent was tantamount to giving up the upper hand. However, the judge did not react to this in any way, and the guy realized that a storm was approaching. Robin noticed this too and began to get angry. He explained to Tong Tong what the referee was doing, but there was no reason to worry yet, since Meng Fan still had the advantage in strength. Batan was surprised that even after the exposure, there were still people willing to put their decisions at the mercy of the crowd. However, the man did not feel any remorse. He thought that the guy would not succeed, because the referee, the second referee, and also the registrar were their people. Meng Fan immediately became furious, and his opponent thought that the guy was no longer capable of fighting. However, he was deeply mistaken, because everything was exactly the opposite. Like a ferocious predator, he pounced on the man, not allowing him to use a single trick. The mustachioed man began to dodge attacks again. However, the guy did not allow him to do what he had planned. Meng Fan still had some boosts in his hand speed and speed, so he decided to play it safe. His reception was so fast that the mustachioed man couldn't even blink. Without showing any mercy, he brought down his opponent with all his cruelty, and the audience really liked it. Robin was also happy, because Meng Fan didn't leave his opponent a chance. But the referee did not give him a point, gesturing for a replay. Meng Fan could only marvel at how far these corrupt idiots would go. No one could believe their eyes, and Meng Fanya's coach immediately protested, shouting curses. The referee responded by merely indicating that the match should continue. Then the hero decided to show what he was capable of by slowly destroying his opponent. He didn't resort to high-speed techniques, inflicting as much pain as possible. However, this did not help him, because the opponent deliberately released his grip and fell outside the arena. Meng Fan could not immediately understand why this was necessary. But the referee immediately gave the guy a warning. The opponent set up Batten by going out of bounds on his own. Meng Fan then burst into laughter and gave the judge a thumbs up. This made the men nervous, and the audience froze in anticipation. Batten's anger knew no bounds. He decided to teach the mustachioed man a lesson. The opponent instantly flew headfirst into the mat, and the landing knocked all the air out of him. But this was not the end, because the referee insisted on continuing the fight. Meng Fan, however, decided not to show any sympathy towards his opponent, and the mustachioed man kept falling to the floor with a crash. Several times he had to walk on his face, losing teeth. By the end, he looked really bad, and there was his blood on the mats. The judge also couldn't believe that Meng Fan would do something like that. Absolutely everyone watched this beating without taking their eyes off it. But the hero was still ready to continue, ordering the mustachioed man to come closer. However, his opponent could not even stand up. He started hitting the mats, shouting that he was giving up, and the judge didn't even know what to tell him. Then the hero came closer to him, and with a crazy look asked if he had broken anything. The man immediately felt an animal terror. Then Batten repeated his question, but with much greater emphasis. The judge's eyes immediately began to dart in different directions, and cold sweat began to run down his face. Then he had to announce the victory of the Chinese athlete, and Meng Fan was able to leave with a calm conscience. People saw that the judge had been bribed, but they were extremely glad that Batten was able to resist it. Tun Tun decided to support her boyfriend by shouting out loud that he was her deity. His coach was also pleased, because Batten, instead of giving in to injustice, took such a desperate step. A little later, there was an award ceremony where Meng Fan received a gold medal. After this, news about this judge began to spread across the internet, and the head of the Japanese Olympic Judo Committee was furious, because they had been so brazenly disgraced. The women had screwed up, and he didn't even want to talk about the men, since they hadn't won a single gold medal. But his subordinates tried to calm him down, because they could try their luck at tomorrow's team competition. The man was very worried about their reputation, because there is a serious hunt going on the internet now. However, one of the committee members suggested sticking to the original plan. And when the head of the committee asked him what he meant, he explained that attention needed to be paid to the drawing of lots that determined the order. The action moved to the moment before the team competition in China. The Chinese team was given the number B3. Japan this time found itself in Group A, where it would be no trouble at all to defeat all its opponents. Group B included all the strongest teams, so the upcoming championship has already been dubbed the Battle of the Titans. It was difficult to single out any team, and it was almost impossible to predict the result. Meng Fan knew that the host party clearly had a hand in this. The old man understood this, but it was quite difficult to convict someone of such machinations. This time they shouldn't have gone out of their way and should have taken at least bronze. A little later they gathered in the conference room, and one of the team's assistants turned on the projector for them. There was a picture of some man on display, and the coach said that their main advantage was the difference in rank. However, this also applied to the Chinese team. They could secure a point in 3 categories. At a lower weight, their chances are about equal, but there is a possibility of victory. But the competition in Group B was still serious, and if the strongest team was fielded in the first stage of the competition, it would have an impact on the course of the battle. Technical consultant Ban Hao believed that this was especially true for their top men and women, and if they won, they would have to compete again the next day, which would be detrimental to their physical condition. This nuance had to be taken into account. However, Meng Fan immediately said that there was no need to count him, because he could handle everything. According to him, even if he gives it his all, the energy expenditure will be minimal. The team laughed at this, but he was still right. Then the coach asked if the hero could really do it, since he still had other disciplines after the competition. But Meng Fan assured him of his abilities. This could not but please, but the old man wanted everyone to have the opportunity to prove themselves. Suddenly he realized that the main character wanted to use the Olympics as training, and the rest of the guys from the team, following Meng Fan, said that they too would be able to work without a break. However, the old man interrupted them, saying that he could agree with Da Zhao, but Yu Song should forget about it, since she had already given her all in the personal competition today. Xu will be required to compete in tomorrow's competition. This will be her first fight. They spent the next hour discussing various strategies. But towards the end, Meng Fan had some questions. He said he had some bold ideas he would like to use against the enemy. Everyone looked at him in surprise, waiting for what he would say. The guy explained that these would be man's exclusive techniques. On August 1st, the mixed team judo competition finally began. 2 teams stood opposite each other, and later they bowed, showing respect. The first was a sparring session among men. The fighter in blue immediately went on the attack, not allowing his opponent to take the initiative. However, a member of the Chinese team immediately kicked him in the foot, ending his attack at its source. And after repeating the move once more, he turned around. However, the fighter in blue was able to stand. He was very close to defeat. However, the Chinese team fighter simply used the same technique for the 3rd time, knocking the support from under his opponent's feet. He knocked down his opponent, and the referee awarded the man a point. The team immediately began shouting words of encouragement. The man really performed very well, and no one doubted his skill. The second round then began, and the Chinese team fighter decided to take the initiative, but his opponent began to dodge. Thus, the fighter in blue gave his opponent another point. The old man explained that this fight should have been equal, but Li Wei was so assertive that his opponent was clearly confused. Meng Fan's lessons were not in vain, and then Li Wei was able to earn the first point for his team. The American team fighter was dissatisfied with himself. He felt that he was useless in this fight. The second match was about to begin, but Meng Fan noticed something. He looked at the future opponent of the Chinese team and saw something with his sensitive vision. The fighter in blue clearly had several weak spots on his large body. He then conveyed his remarks to his ally, hinting that he should attack from the left and defend from the right. The old man advised Da Zhao not to forget that he was a silver medalist and that he should relax. Without turning around, he raised his hand, gesturing that he would succeed. Next, the fight of men in the 90-kilogram category began, where Da Zhao managed to carry out a move at the very beginning. In just 1 minute and 30 seconds, the guy brought his team another point. The coach immediately began to praise him loudly, shouting everything out loud. However, the spectators were also surprised at how skilled an athlete Da Zhao was. And finally, they waited for the Iron God to come out, because now the fight in the over 90-kilogram weight category was supposed to take place. The advantage of the American team is the large gap between the ranks, and this plays into their hands. A certain blonde man was currently speaking against Meng Fan, but we won't even be able to find out his name, because the main character decided to end everything with one move. He simply threw the poor fellow to the ground, and all this happened because Meng Fan was simply worried. However, he had to finish what he had started, and he immediately decided to make a grab while the enemy was in a daze. The opponent tried to save himself, but he was unsuccessful. Now China already had 3 points. People didn't even have time to watch their fight, as it ended in literally 10 seconds. Robin didn't remember anything like it,
because it was a truly terrifying capture technique. Meanwhile, Meng Fan apologized to his coach for losing a few points due to the fast pace of the match, but the coach only said that the guy was taking on too much. The blonde, in turn, tried to catch his breath because he thought he was on the verge of death. Next came the fight between women in the 57-kilogram category, with the Chinese team represented by Feng Shui-mei. The coach said that she had little chance because her opponent was a bronze medalist, but Meng Fan asked her to use the technique that they practiced yesterday. The girl immediately assured that she could handle it. Although she didn't manage to make a mark in the individual competition, she wasn't going to miss out on the chance today. She decided it was time for her to look at everything with different eyes. A judoka named Mary came out against her. She immediately decided to take the initiative and go on the attack. She managed to grab Shui Mei by the shoulder, and she tried to turn the situation to her advantage. The old man was worried about her, but Meng Fan believed that she would succeed thanks to her dexterity. Mary pressed hard on her opponent and practically pinned her to the floor. Because of this, she was immediately awarded a point, and Meng Fan shouted that she shouldn't cling to her opponent, but make a combo. She had less than 2 minutes left, so if she didn't get her act together quickly, she would lose. She stopped caring that her opponent had bronze and went on the attack. The girl strained her vision and saw an attack being prepared in her direction. Shui Mei immediately flew through the hand thrown forward, and was able to capture the limb. Mary, however, found herself in a hopeless situation because of how agile the Chinese athlete was. Shui Mei then knocked her opponent to the floor, earning a point. Because it was a clean throw, the judge immediately awarded her the win, and the girl realized that she was still able to overcome herself and become even stronger. Meng Fan praised her loudly, and the coach was very pleased with how Shu had transformed. Then he said that the hero could continue to train girls, because he liked his technique. Team China won by 4 points, moving into the top 8, and their next opponent was Team Russia. Xu Hui was especially happy, as she was unable to participate again. The coach instructed his team, saying that Russia was much stronger than America, but their initial goal had been achieved, and therefore they could relax. He also addressed Xiao Yu and told her to prepare well for this match, and she, in turn, assured that she would definitely start training. The bespectacled man suggested discussing tactics while they had a free minute. Half an hour later, they finally finished. Something strange was happening in the hall. The coach explained that the Korean team had lost, and its members were in the middle of an argument with someone. They claimed that Japan had cheated, and that the opponent had clearly targeted them in the first qualifying match. They didn't have a single medal. Meng Fan and his coach were only amused by the situation. He thought that he was indirectly to blame for this situation, but he did not want to blame himself. After all, Japan was also showing off, and was now not in the most comfortable position. And these two coaches from Japan and Korea really deserved each other. The next day saw the second round of Group B, where China and Russia faced off. In the men's 73-kilogram category, Li Wei and Tarasov competed. The Chinese man understood that the words of the Iron God were indeed true. Meng Fan said that even if an Olympic champion stood before them, they should look at him without fear and wipe him off the face of the earth. Now Li Wei will face the champion in his category, and the first thing he was going to do was to knock him off his pedestal. A member of the Chinese team took the initiative in the attack, but the Russian athlete was as strong as a rock. Meng Fan immediately noticed that the situation was not going in their favor. The difference in strength between them was too great, and most likely, technology will not improve the situation. However, Li Wei had no intention of giving up. He began to press with all his might, trying to force Tarasov to his knees. Meng Fan immediately started yelling at him not to overdo it, but the coach didn't understand this, because the guy was doing everything right, in his opinion. The hero said that they were on completely different levels, and even if he put in maximum effort, he would only injure himself. Now they both watched the battle closely, and this was indeed the case because Tarasov then made a throw. He lifted the Chinese man up like a feather and threw him on the floor. However, he managed to stay on his feet. However, this did not go unnoticed, because now his legs were shaking, clearly hinting at the injuries he had received. Meng Fan mentally apologized to his colleague because he was wrong, and because of his arrogance, Li Wei was suffering. But he didn't want to stop, and they decided to throw him on the floor again. Tarasov made another throw. This time, Li Wei couldn't land properly and his head flew straight into the mat. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. A little later, the referee announced Tarasov's victory, but Meng Fan immediately ran to his comrade. The coach called the medics and also went to Li Wei, and he cried, saying that he had let them down. However, no one blamed him, and everyone was only worried about his health. He was quickly placed on a stretcher and taken to the medical center. Next, a duel was supposed to take place between Lin Dazhao and Kontusov. The coach of the Chinese national team immediately called his charge over to him. He said that they still had players left, and so the guy shouldn't go out of his way. Meng Fan was of the same opinion, but still said that with his strength, he could win if he did everything as usual. Then the guy assured them that he had something to show. Meng Fan remembered that in fact,
This guy was a champion in the singles category before Batten appeared. A little later, the referee announced the start of the match. Kontasov decided to go on the attack, but Dazhao kept up with his opponent and also managed to grab him. The Russian fighter then attempted a takeover. However, in this movement, Dazhao saw the right moment, and they both moved lower, still holding on to each other. Lin Dazhao took advantage of the situation and knocked the Russian athlete to the ground, and planned to continue their fight on the tatami. Because the blonde was confused, the Chinese was able to grab him from both sides. And a moment later, he was caught in a chokehold. The referee immediately began the count. The seconds flew by quickly, and the blonde tried to get out. However, Dazhao pressed his opponent without giving him a second to rest. Finally, the referee counted to 25 seconds, and the match was over. Having held off his opponent for just long enough, he snatched victory for his team. The spectators liked what they saw, because for the first time the fight was so intense. Next, a match was planned between Mengfan and Alexandrov in the 90 kg and over category. The hero was surprised that the Russian team fielded a reserve player. He thought they were looking down on him, but the coach explained that they, on the contrary, took the guy seriously. Mengfan promised that he would not be gentle with him, and a little later they went out onto the tatami. The fighter in blue didn't look particularly inspired, and Mengfan tried to stop his imagination, because what he saw made him laugh so much. His opponent clearly didn't expect to be up against such a strong fighter, and so he immediately wilted. But the hero assured him that he would be careful. And they began to play out a cute performance of how the Russian fighter was trying really hard, and Mengfan was playfully tripping him up. This way he got the maximum number of points, and his opponent didn't resist at all. The spectators watched this and just laughed heartily. So did Tuntun, but Robin tried to shut her up, saying that what he saw was disgusting. The coach and his bespectacled subordinate were of the same opinion. Fortunately, this ended and China took the leading position. Next came the fight between women in the 57 kg category, with Feng Shuimei representing the Chinese team and Talyeva representing Russia. Soon they were locked in a grappling match. Su immediately decided to start with a combo, doing a small sweep and a hip throw. And having finished with an outside sweep, Talyeva was unable to stay in place, and the fight was immediately over. The judge announced Feng Shui's victory, and she was very happy. But the faces of other people showed a completely different emotion. No one could believe their eyes, and only Mengfan was the only one who shouted words of encouragement to her. Soon everyone else burst into congratulations. The old man was very pleased with how smoothly everything was going for them. And if China is the dark horse in the judo world this year, then Feng Shui is definitely the queen of the dark horses. And now China already had 3 points behind it. The coach urged the girls not to overdo it in the next 2 matches, since they already have a significant advantage. In her next fight, Li Hong lost the winning point to her opponent, and Yusong won easily. As a result, China advanced to the semifinals, where they will soon face France. After the competition, the coach lined the fighters up in front of him and said that they had one more step to take. A fierce battle awaited them ahead, and everything depended only on the guys. Li Wei was injured in the 73 kg category, meaning he will be replaced by Yan Cheng, and his opponent will be the silver medalist from the last Olympics. The guy's task was not to fail and not lose points, and Dazhao will face their longtime rival, the champion in this category, to whom he has already lost. Feng Shuimei will face the silver medalist in her category. But the most important thing will remain with Mengfan. He will face the undefeated legend of the judo world, Teddy Rayner. He was 204 centimeters tall and weighed 135 kilograms. He was a 3-time Olympic champion in judo and a top-class athlete, but there were rumors that he was planning to end his career due to a leg injury, which is why he did not take part in the individual competition. The old man didn't understand why the French team suddenly released a reserve player, but Mengfan understood. It's not easy to remain undefeated for too long. He simply got bored, and the coach couldn't understand how the hero remained so calm, knowing who he would have to spar with. The guy responded that he would try his best. The old man didn't even know what to answer to this, just like his comrades who looked at him like he was crazy. The coach broke the silence and said that there would be no talk of tactics today, but they needed to remember that if they won, they would reach the final and play against Japan. In any case, they should enjoy the process, and then he gave them his hand, and they folded their palms together again, by creating a gesture that they are a team, and they will succeed. In Group A, Japan beat Italy 4-1 to reach the final. They thought that victories were coming too easily for them, and so the Japanese team turned up their noses. Meanwhile, the Chinese were fighting against France. The team cheered for the player, urging him to hold on to his opponents tighter and not give up points. In the men's 73 kg category, the French team athlete won with 1 point for technique and 2 points for performance. And in the men's 90 kg category, Lin Dazhao lost again to his old rival, a French national team athlete. Now Mengfan had to take up the baton. He gently nudged his friend on the shoulder and said that he would sort everything out. Meanwhile, the Japanese team was watching them, and they thought that the Chinese were walking on thin ice. The Japanese, meanwhile, had a strategy against France, and therefore hoped that the latter would win. Finally, Teddy Riner came face to face with the Chinese Iron God. They bowed to each other, showing respect, and then the fight began. Teddy, like a huge bear, moved towards his enemy with a predatory lunge, but Meng Fan caught him, holding back the terrifyingly powerful attack. Their fatal duel has finally begun, and the whole world watched this incredible confrontation. And then these two idiots simultaneously started kissing each other in the air. Absolutely everyone was stunned by this unexpected event. Wutong began to doubt her lover's orientation, and both men apologized to each other, saying that they couldn't help themselves. However, now they decided to fight for real. The two animals met eyes and lunged towards each other. Teddy's hand immediately grabbed his opponent's judogi, and he did the same. So they froze, waiting for each other to take further action. The man said out loud that Meng Fan was not bad, and a moment later their dance continued, but no one could defeat their opponent so easily. Then Teddy realized that the man in front of him was indeed not a newbie. But then the champion decided to take on some really serious moves. He made an over-the-shoulder throw, but Meng Fan simply stood on the tatami. Teddy was surprised by such agility, and the guy decided to strike back. He repeated his opponent's movements, performing another over-the-shoulder throw. However, the champion knew how to counter this, and so he simply placed his hand on the enemy's back. This was quite dangerous for Meng Fan, because now Teddy could counterattack. Then they pushed each other away. There was a tense tension in the arena, and no one could predict the end of the fight. Meng Fan said that he admires Teddy, but his motivation is much stronger than that of the man, because the boy fights to win, while the champion is only looking for someone who can compete with him. However, the hero was not like that at all. He truly craved victory, like a hungry predator craves prey, and the murderous aura that Meng Fan began to emit affected Teddy's mind. The hero had already sensed what the man was trying to show, but now the guy decided to show his trump cards. The champion recognized his opponent's attitude and admitted that he was indeed good. But for Meng Fan, this was just the beginning. He immediately rushed to attack the bearded man, and without the slightest pity for the old man, he moved in with all his cruelty and agility to seize him. His foot kicked Teddy's foot, causing the latter's balance to waver. So Meng Fan simply picked him up like a rag doll, intending to slam him into the floor. And although the throw went through, Teddy managed to roll, killing his momentum. But this didn't upset Batten in the least, because he was eager for battle. The speedy shadow was behind the champion again, and he began to feel goosebumps. And again, he didn't have time to do anything when Meng Fan's hands clasped tightly around his body. Several seconds had clearly disappeared from his life, because Teddy was already lying on the tatami, and the hero had him in a painful hold. Wutong thought it was Ippon. However, Robin explained that Teddy was still holding on, and that Ippon would take time. Suddenly, surprise appeared on his face, because he could not understand what he was seeing at all. Meng Fan released his opponent, and the judge gave him 1 point for efficiency. Teddy couldn't understand why he was doing this, because if the hero hadn't let him go, he would have won. A little later, Batten approached his opponent, offering him help, and the man thought that the guy was looking down on him, trying to humiliate him. He simply wanted to find a worthy opponent, but Meng Fan simply mocked him, which filled the champion with rage. However, the hero immediately dispelled these fabrications, saying that he was doing everything out of respect. He explained this by saying that he wanted to fight Teddy again, and he just grinned in response to this. The audience was unhappy with what Meng Fan was doing, because they thought that he had simply missed his only opportunity. The coach thought exactly the same, because another opportunity might not present itself. Then the second round began, but he went much faster than the first one, and now Meng Fan knocked down the former champion again. And then it happened a third time. On the fourth try, he went into a painful hold and had to hold it for 25 seconds, and the judge actually counted up to this value, awarding Meng Fan Ippon. No one could believe that the Iron God was able to simply tear the former champion to shreds. The coach, in turn, recalled the days long gone by, thinking that he had seen this somewhere before. The bespectacled man confirmed this, but said that at least he wasn't crying. After the fight, Teddy thanked Meng Fan for helping the old man shake off his urge to retire. Then the hero suggested that they meet again next time at the same place, and they both laughed, agreeing on a rematch. Meanwhile, the Japanese team was actively discussing this fight, hoping that they would not have to face the Chinese. Now all the pressure shifted to their girls, as France already had 2 points and China only 1. However, they were ready. Their look perfectly showed their fighting spirit. The coach had never seen them so inspired before a game. Now he turned to Meng Fan, saying that he had done an excellent job. In the women's 57-kilogram category, Feng Juimei achieved the incredible, practically turning back the river and winning. In the 70-kilogram category, Li Hu, as if possessed by some spirit, snatched another victory for her team. China already had 3 points and it was down to the last fight. Spectators were surprised by this outcome of events, because recently it seemed that the Chinese had no chance of winning. Robin noted with a smile that Meng Fan had noticeably raised the morale of his team. The coach turned to Yu Song, saying that their next fight would be even, but they were already leading on points. The girl said that she understood what he was getting at. In her last match, her victory was controversial, and she was criticized. After all, she simply came out and admitted her defeat. Thus, the Chinese team athlete Yu Song gave the last point to France. No one could understand what she was hoping for. Instead of proving your own superiority, it would be better to save your strength until the final. After all, they had more points, and therefore China automatically won and advanced to the final. The Japanese immediately realized their dire situation. Meng Fan caught them off guard by standing behind them and saying that they still had a battle for the bronze, so they can have a good rest. The Olympic finals began the next day, and the director of the Weightlifting and Wrestling Center, Shun, was appointed as a special guest. Today, the final will feature the host team of this year's Olympic Games, Team Japan, and the dark horse of their competition, Team China. The first match will be a men's bout in the 73-kilogram weight class, with Japan's Wada Yulang representing the two, and China's Yang Cheng representing the two. The latter had little chance of winning this match, as he was a reserve player. However, he deliberately chose an evasive position in order to minimize possible penalty points. But unfortunately, despite his efforts, Yang Cheng gave his opponent Ippon. In the second round, the men up to 90 kilograms met, Wenogong against Lin Dazhao. It was obvious that the Chinese were having a hard time holding their ground. Although Dazhao may have the advantage in terms of physical strength, Wenogong is not so simple. However, after some time, the Chinese calmly won. However, Xiong noted that even though Dazhao had tied the score, they were still behind in terms of scoring. Next came the duel between Kumaichiro and Meng Fan. The protagonist's rival immediately gave him a sly grin. His face looked quite unusual, and he was clearly not Japanese. The hero had heard rumors that Japan matched players to their opponents, taking into account the smallest details, which meant the guy had to be more careful. Meng Fan tried to grab him, but the opponent retreated. Then the judge awarded the guy 1 point for his performance. The hero couldn't understand what this man with a unibrow was trying to achieve, and his opponent began to smile even wider than before. Meng Fan thought that this Kumaichiro's face had gone numb because he was smiling too hard, so he decided to check if his program was frozen. The situation from the first round repeated itself, and suddenly the hero realized what the man wanted to achieve. He still continued to smile and look at him with a crazy look, and Meng Fan recognized in this the desire to kill, but most likely it was just a way to distract attention. After all, this monkey's main goal was to get Ippon. He wasn't interested in ordinary points, and the latter's gaze suddenly became even crazier. Finally, Meng Fan became furious and decided to teach the arrogant athlete a lesson. He immediately rushed towards his opponent in a swift dash. His face also lit up with a half-mad grin, and he decided to attack with all his ferocity. Kumaichiro didn't expect his opponent to be so angry at his actions, and so he subsequently became a ragdoll, which Meng Fan threatened to drop to the ground. The guy immediately threw the body over himself and let it go, and the monkey simply relaxed, trying to simply lie down on the tatami. However, Meng Fan didn't let him do this, catching him mid-flight. The hero received a point for efficiency. He quietly asked the man to get up and stop pretending. Then he tripped him, and Kumaichiro fell down quickly, losing his balance. However, Meng Fan was able to catch him this time too. He gently laid the man on the floor, as if he were putting his small child to bed. The spectators had never seen such careful handling, and it meant that Meng Fan wanted to get an outright victory, not Ippon. It looked like he wanted to defeat him and protect him at the same time. Now Meng Fan decided to give him a hug from high above, and the big-nosed man felt that he was about to be in pain, and he immediately fell face down on the floor. The blow to the head left its mark, and the boy immediately lost consciousness. And Meng Fan said that he looked much cuter when he smiled like that. The presenters didn't even know what to say, because they had never seen such a cute match. Next came the women's match, with Japan represented by the individual champion, Fuji Kiko, and opposite her stood the dark horse from the Chinese team, Feng Shuimei. Their match started with a takeover. Shuimei was the first to make a small undercut. However, it was not strong enough to knock Kiko off her feet. Fuji took the initiative in time, and Feng Shuimei lay on her back to block access to her. She landed on her shoulder, leaving room for Kiko's knee to fall through. However, the athlete in white withstood the pressure and immediately made a roll. She pulled Kiko up by the back belt, forcing her to kneel to protect herself. There was no leader in this tough fight, because both girls were equal in strength. And when the fight reached a deadlock, the referee separated the athletes. Then the girls began fighting again, and Kiko tried to knock the confused athlete to the floor. However, Shuimei tried her best to resist the Japanese judoka's techniques. There was another deadlock, and the game was suspended. This time, the Chinese team representative gave it her all, with 1 minute left in the match and Shuimei trailing by 1 point. However, All hope was that she would not give Ippon to the Japanese woman. Suddenly, the presenter noted that it seemed that a turning point had come in this fight. Feng Xuemei seemed to have transformed into a completely different person and launched a furious attack. She made an imperial feint and followed it up with a throw. However, her opponent managed to block it, protecting herself from falling to the floor. Xuemei rolled up her sleeves and did a hip throw. She grabbed the Japanese athlete and tried to knock her off balance with her legs. And then the girl dropped to her knees so that the hip throw turned into an over-the-shoulder throw. Thus, the champion suffered a defeat. Xuemei was awarded Ippon and won a long and difficult fight. Absolutely everyone was delighted with such an unexpected outcome of events. Even her coach couldn't believe his eyes. Meanwhile, China already had 3 points and victory was very close. After the fight, the coach approached his athlete and praised her, saying that he would look forward to her next competition. Meng Fan also decided to support her, saying that he wanted to treat her to something delicious. She did not refuse, but also threw herself into his arms, so they agreed to have lunch after the competition. Meanwhile, the presenters were discussing how the Chinese team needed to win one more fight to win the Olympics. But in the next round, the difference in strength was very large. From the Japanese side, there was the champion Aoi Sakura, and from the Chinese side, there was only Li Hong, who took 8th place. And despite the efforts made by the Chinese athlete, Ippon was unavoidable. The coach was thinking that they needed to maintain the 1-point difference in order to win. But Yu Song was confident in her abilities, and so she promised to snatch victory with her teeth. The old man praised her for such an attitude and wished her luck. Meanwhile, the girl was preparing for battle, because Xuemei was not the only one who had transformed over the past few days. In the over 70-kilogram weight class, she was supposed to fight against Nakajima Katsuyuki, and it was precisely this fight that would determine whether China would be able to win this Olympics. Yu Song changed her old technique and immediately went into a furious attack. She then dropped down sharply, grabbing her opponent by the hips. This move caught Nakajima Katsuyuki off guard, and Yu Song didn't give her opponent the slightest chance to breathe, and she, in turn, tried to retreat to defend herself. However, the Chinese athlete immediately showed herself in a new way, throwing her opponent to the ground. And in order to finish what she started, she took advantage of the moment to apply a painful hold. The girl performed a cross hold from which there was no escape. Then the referee started counting, and having counted to 25, he awarded the victory to the girl. Yu Song immediately screamed victoriously. Thanks to her skill, China was able to win this Olympics, and Chinese viewers couldn't even believe at first that their country had won. Meng Fan asked the coach what he thought about the tournament, but he suddenly changed the subject, asking why Katsuyuki wasn't moving. A doctor immediately ran out to her, and people began to get outraged, thinking that the Chinese woman had beaten their athlete to death. Then they started boycotting China in order to be excluded from the competition. But Meng Fan didn't believe in such coincidences, because if the girl had strength, then she couldn't have fainted. If you feel like you're being choked, you can simply slap your opponent's leg to submit. So it's time for hidden cameras. Meng Fan raised his hand and released the ghost camera, ordering it to monitor everything. She, in turn, hovered over the stretcher. Then the guy asked the camera to show a close-up of his face, and there you could see how the girl opened her eyes when the medical staff touched her. The guy immediately took a photo. He also zoomed in on her hands, which began to tense unconsciously. It was an extremely dirty game, and the hero wanted to teach the culprits a lesson. So he ordered the camera to transmit Meng Fan's thoughts directly into the girl's head. He spoke rudely to her, ordering her to stop this performance, and she, being in her mind, could not understand who was addressing her. And although Meng Fan said that he knew she was pretending, Katsuyuki was scared and did not listen to him. Then the guy pressed her even harder, and the girl admitted that the coach forced her to do it. He went on to say that he was giving her one last chance to get up and return to the arena. Otherwise, he would expose her and make her suffer. The girl immediately opened her eyes and screamed. She quickly began to get off the stretcher and declare that she didn't need it. And when Katsuyuki got up, she said that she was fine. The girl walked towards the arena shouting that she felt great, and her team began to wonder why she was not following the script. Then she had to approach her former opponent and apologize. Yu Song was unable to utter a word in response. People were shocked by such a surprise, because they had just wanted to boycott China. The coach wondered why the girl had started pretending if she had changed her mind anyway, and Mei Fan tried to pretend that he had nothing to do with it. After some time, the awards ceremony began. For the new tournament he won, Meng Fan received 5 champion honor points. And after that, for some reason, everyone threw their medals on him. The guy had already started preparing for the worst, because this meant only one thing, and his comrades began to smile maliciously. However, Meng Fan managed to change the direction of the dialogue. He quickly threw all the medals onto his coach's neck and declared that he should be the one tossed. Then the old man went on a flight that could have given him a heart attack. However, the coach was genuinely happy at that moment. Meanwhile, the Japanese national team coach was scolding Katsuyuki. She cried and said that she needed to believe. because she had heard the warning of the gods. From the 3rd to the 4th of August, the Greco-Roman Wrestling Olympics took place, where Mengfan won again. He also won in freestyle wrestling with the same large margin. The champion's honor points were quickly accumulating, and the bonus to all abilities reached almost 30%. On August 6th, there was a live broadcast from the men's weightlifting competition in the over 109 kilogram category, and judging by his declared weight, Mengfan was in 3rd place. Next came an athlete from Iran. His open weight was 206 kilograms, but his first attempt was unsuccessful. On the second attempt, he was able to lift this weight. Now it was the turn of the Chinese athlete, whom everyone had been waiting for. But suddenly it turned out that the weight had been changed. It was changed to 214 kilograms, which meant that he decided to compete with Tallahassee.